Swallowed Star Chapter 281 to Chapter 332. In official places, Ganwu dollars can be exchanged for Black Dragon dollars, and Black Dragon dollars can also be exchanged for Silver Blue dollars, Babata said, but on the contrary, Silver Blue coins cannot be exchanged for Black Dragon coins through the officials. The Black Dragon dollar is also unable to be officially converted into Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this logic. If Earth were to become part of the universe's human family and take the universe's currency and place it on Earth, some of the Earth's upper echelons would definitely be willing to exchange. But using USD, Chinese currency to exchange for the universe's currency? Would the universe countries agree? Of course, you can exchange it on the black market, Babata said. During the conversation, the Black Dragon ship had already accelerated, flying towards the distant Horned Dragon star. Luo Feng stood within the Black Dragon ship's control room. In front of him was the external simulation. He could clearly see the ship approaching Dragon Star, almost touching the atmosphere. Dragon Star's atmosphere was very special. One could even see it clearly with the naked eye. All sorts of colored air masses slowly flowed, making the entire planet look extremely beautiful from the outside. I've received the signal. Babata said. Luo Feng, the ship will follow the signal and arrive at the docking bay. Luo Feng nodded. He had also heard from Babata that when arriving at a planet, it was absolutely impossible to let the spaceship fly around randomly. It had to enter the docking port. Of course, if you are as strong as the master of Yunmo planet, of course you can use force. For a high-level planet like the Horned Dragon star, only area lords could ignore the traction signal and directly fly into the planet. Of course, the domain master would usually give Horned Dragon star some face. After all, the master of this Horned Dragon star was a domain lord. The Black Dragon ship pierced through the atmosphere. Through the external simulation, Luo Feng could see a huge silver city below him. This was an extremely vast docking bay. Within the docking bay, there were large numbers of ships. Some were big and some were small. The small ones were only tens of meters long, some even tens of meters. The long ones were usually large transport ships that were tens of thousands of meters long. Received the signal, we're going to the C-class zone. Babata said on the control screen. Area A is filled with ordinary spaceships and battleships. In the B-class zone, there were B-class spaceships and battleships. In the C-class zone, there were C-class spaceships and battleships. There's even a D-class zone above it, Babata explained. It was a huge docking port. It was divided into a few big regions. In the C-grade region, every spaceship and battleship was incomparably expensive. The Black Dragon flying ship slowly descended and finally landed. The cabin door opened. This planet's gravity is about 3 times that of Earth's. Luo Feng flew out of the cabin door, immediately feeling the change in gravity. Luo Feng turned to look. A man dressed in a gray uniform, about 2.8 tall, with 2 curved horns on his head, green-skinned strong man flew over, landing in front of Luo Feng. He was humble and courteous. With a smile on his face he spoke in fluent universe language. Respected sir, welcome to Dragon Star, your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship. Parking fee is 600 Black Dragon dollars per year. Less than a year, 600 Black Dragon coins will be charged. This is your parking card. As he said that, he took out a translucent silver card with both hands and handed it to Luo Feng. There was a C symbol on the card. Luo Feng, do you still remember what I said before? Babata had told Luo Feng in detail what to do if he encountered any problems on Dragon Star. Understood. Luo Feng smiled. With a flip of his hand, a coin appeared and he threw it over. Ganwu dollar. The green-skinned man's eyes gleamed. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's official exchange, 1 Ganwu dollar could be exchanged for 1,000 Black Dragon dollars. However, 1,000 Black Dragon dollars couldn't be exchanged for Ganwu dollars. If it was through the black market, it was possible. However, normally, around 1,000 to 2,000 Black Dragon dollars could only be exchanged for 1 Ganwu dollar. And normal citizens didn't even know where the black market was. Ganwu dollar, this was a symbol of status. Riding in a luxurious X-81 ship, using Ganwu dollars, damn, his background must be huge. The green-skinned man was extremely envious. He was a Star Traveler Level 9 fighter. On Dragon Star, he was just a normal citizen. If he could break through to the star level, his status would rise. But, even if it was a star-level warrior, when faced with this kind of luxurious C5 grade ship made of pure metal, and used Ganwu dollars as currency, they would also feel weak. No need to ask, this was the proof of a big family, a huge background. No need for change. Luo Feng said casually. Thank you, sir. The green-skinned man was extremely respectful. This kind of big family disciple could easily command over 10,000 Star Traveler Level 9 underlings. And at this time, a ship that was completely dyed black and white with a weird pattern descended not even 100 m away from Luo Feng. Similarly, a staff member wearing a gray uniform flew over. The cabin door opened during the descent, and a plump, black-haired youth flew out first. There were 2 purple stripes on his face, and his eyes were squinted, making him look very cute. His height was similar to Luo Feng's. Wah! The fat youth flew out, following behind him were 4 black gorilla-like strong men. The 4 behind him, 3 Star Level 3s and 1 Star Level 8. The fat youth is a Star Traveler Level 3. Babata immediately informed Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked. The fat youth actually had 4 Star Level bodyguards under him. It was truly infuriating to compare. Coming to this planet that was even more prosperous than the Silver Blue Empire's capital star. Luo Feng finally got to see a true big family disciple. Damn, damn, damn. The fat youth flew to Luo Feng's black dragon ship, caressing the ship's body, his eyes gleaming, screaming, damn, this is an old model from over 1,000,000 years ago, Black Dragon Mountain X81. Anyone with this ship would have kept it long ago. And it's a luxury made from pure black yttrium metal, to actually see such a ship today. Hi, brother. The fat youth fiercely rushed to Luo Feng, his face full of smiles. This X81 ship of yours, when you don't want it anymore, how about selling it to me? After 10 years, I'll be able to afford it. Oh, let me first introduce myself, I'm called Gaoxing Wei Di. Just call me Gaoxing will do. He spoke fluent universe language. Gaoxing, this black dragon ship, I've gone through many modifications and repairs before I could completely fix it. I can't bear to sell it now. Luo Feng followed Babata's warning from before, speaking very casually. An old model from over 1,000,000 years ago, after being used for over 1,000,000 years, many parts had decayed, repairing it isn't as easy as buying a new one. Brother, you're indeed a kindred spirit. Gaoxing complimented, this kind of pure metal luxury, driving it out, that's a lot of face. Luo Feng laughed. In truth, the Black Dragon ship was at the bottom of Earth's ocean, that mothership wreckage had been left untouched for close to 1,000,000 years, hence the decay was minimal. Brother, you haven't even introduced yourself. The fat youth laughed. I'm called Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled. Brother Luo Feng, you're alone? No bodyguards? From here to Dragon City, there's still a distance of a few thousand kilometers. And on Dragon Star, only those within the city are protected, outside of the city there's no protection, along the way, there might be bandits. The fat youth said. Luo Feng laughed. Schwa, beside him, 2 black-clothed liquid silver guards appeared. Damn, liquid silver guards? Gaoxing nodded, 2 liquid silver guards, 1 to protect, 1 to tie down the enemy. After the liquid silver guards expand, they can easily wrap around a few hundred people. After the enemy escapes, the other liquid silver guard will come and tie them down. 2 liquid silver guards taking turns, it's incomparably safe. Luo Feng laughed. Back then, the liquid silver guards were able to tie down the golden horned beast, a huge being like that. To tie down humans, they could indeed wrap around a few hundred people. Brother Luo Feng, if you don't mind, let's go together. With my 4 bodyguards here, no one will come and cause trouble. Gaoxing laughed. Agree to go with him, there'll be less trouble. Babata said. Let's go together. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. So, Luo Feng and Gaoxing rose into the air, the 4 bodyguards following behind. At the same time, Gaoxing and the 4 bodyguards' armor appeared. Luo Feng too had his cloud contact armor appear. The group of 6 flew in the air. Luo Feng, How much did you spend on that black dragon ship? Gaoxing couldn't help but ask. Obviously, as a ship enthusiast, he was infatuated with that ship. Babata? Luo Feng shouted within. He didn't know how much to answer. Tell him, I spent 9 billion black dragon dollars, 2 billion black dragon dollars for the repairs. Babata said. That much? Luo Feng was shocked within. The official exchange, 1 black dragon dollar could be exchanged for 1,000 silver blue dollars, meaning this ship cost 11 billion black dragon dollars, worth 11 trillion silver blue dollars. How can it be much? This is pure black yttrium metal. The entire ship weighs about 2 million tons. Every ton of black yttrium is worth 3,000 black dragon dollars, about 3 million silver blue dollars. Just the black yttrium material alone is worth 6 trillion silver blue dollars. Babata said, Luo Feng, don't look at the universe from Earth's perspective. 1 ton of black yttrium is 3,000 black dragon dollars. 1 ton of B-grade black iron essence is only 9 black dragon dollars. A grade black iron? That's even cheaper. Luo Feng realized. It was indeed not expensive. 1 ton of black iron essence was only $9. Black yttrium, 1 ton was $3,000. It was not expensive. This is pure metal. If it were alloys it would be cheaper. After all, alloys are harder, the effects are better. The same C5 grade ship, if it were alloys, the price would be 1/10 of the price, maybe even lower. Hence, using pure metal to build a ship is considered a luxury. Just like on Earth, using gold to build cars. Luo Feng sighed within. No wonder this Gaoxing was so shocked. Pure metal was indeed a luxury. If one wasn't extremely rich, they wouldn't be able to afford it. This black dragon ship, back then I spent 9 billion black dragon dollars to buy it, the modifications and maintenance cost 2 billion. Luo Feng said. Woo. Gaoxing nodded, brother, you've earned a little. This old model, it's hard to buy it now. In another 10 years, my father will agree to transfer a planet to my name. There are 11 billion people on the planet, roughly estimating, each person can earn me 100 calo dollars a year, which is 0.06 black dragon dollars. An annual income of over 600 million black dragon dollars, with just one planet, getting a loan of 20 billion black dragon dollars isn't hard. Luo Feng smiled, within he was shocked. My God? An entire planet under his name? 11 billion people earning money for him. Luo Feng finally understood the difference between Earth's super rich and the universe's super rich. Earth's assets could be said to have a few houses. This universe is super rich, it could be said to have a few planets, rich people. At the same time, Luo Feng understood, Earth's seabed, the Black Dragon ship's original owner had a huge background. However, his own teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet, annihilated the entire interstellar fleet in one move. That person died too. Earth's 1,000 light-year star field was completely taken over by his teacher. Even that important person who died sullenly, his background, obviously didn't dare mess with an undying being. Hence, he quietly died. P.S. 2 chapters completed. I wanted to write more realistically about the universe. Don't tell me everyone thinks this isn't good. So beautiful. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. The sky above was almost like a purple veil. And in the distant horizon, it had become blue. The color of Dragon Star sky is indeed one of a kind. Gaoxing also smiled and praised, in some areas, the sky is blue. In some areas, it's purple, green, red, and so on. Moreover, it often changes. Especially when the sunlight shines through the atmosphere and shines on the ocean, it's even more beautiful. Dragon Star, it's because of its beautiful scenery that many warriors have been attracted to live here. Slowly, Dragon Star has become even more prosperous. Gaoxing exclaimed. In this group of people, the slowest flying was Gaoxing. However, Gaoxing's feet were stepping on a strange streamlined platform. His flying speed could reach about 2,000 meters per second. While chatting, they quickly flew over 100 kilometers. Woo! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, looking at the distant city. This was an extremely beautiful city, roughly equivalent to a city on Earth. Brother Luo Feng, you're envious too? Haha, that's considered a luxurious residence on Dragon Star, a castle with a length and width of 9. 8 kilometers, to be able to buy such a castle, one must be extremely powerful. Gao Xing's eyes gleamed. Damn, I don't know when I'll be able to afford it. Castle? Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng, that's a real estate, a more luxurious one. Similar to your Earth's villas. Babata said, the universe is vast, there are countless planets, hence the upper echelons of the universe are used to living in extremely large places. Like your teacher, a planet is his residence. For a flourishing planet like Dragon Star, the land is more expensive, hence, a castle with a length and width of 9.8 kilometers is considered luxurious. If it were a normal planet, it wouldn't be much. Luo Feng couldn't help but curse within. They weren't even on the same level. The place he lived in was actually a castle with a length and width of 9.8 kilometers. Luo Feng flew. He saw another castle. In the distance, there was another castle. On the beautiful Dragon Star, having one's own castle was indeed luxurious. After flying for about 10 minutes, Luo Feng gazed downwards. Below was a dense cluster of buildings, many small castles. This is the cheapest residential property on Horned Dragon Star. This kind of manor is only 1 kilometer in length and width. If it was in our Kaluo Empire, even on the Imperial Star, it would be amazing if we could sell it for $1 billion black dragon dollars. Dao Xing cursed in a low voice, but on Horned Dragon Star, even the cheapest manor like this costs more than 10 billion black dragon dollars. Luo Feng blinked twice. Over 10 billion black dragon dollars? Luo Feng, do you have any property here? Asked Gao Xing. No, I'm too young. Luo Feng said. Yeah, me too. Gao Xing nodded. My dad has been cutting down my pocket money. He even gave me a planet 10 years later, after my coming-of-age ceremony. Gao Xing seemed very dissatisfied. Otherwise, I could have built a manor on the Horned Dragon Star and lived there when I was relaxing. At that time, I will be a resident of Dragon Star. On this Horned Dragon Star, you can do whatever you want. Luo Feng nodded. Before coming here, Babata had told himself that once one became a resident of the Horned Dragon Star, he would receive special treatment. However, according to the price of property here, those who can afford a manor here, or even an even more expensive castle, are probably the royalty of the subordinate countries, low-level civilized countries of the universe, or the children of large families. At the very least, they would be the leader of a planet. Even if they owned a planet, they might not be able to afford the property here. After flying for close to half an hour, Luo Feng finally saw an incomparably huge city in the distance. The entire city's walls were as black as ink, extending to the ends of one's vision. One couldn't even see the end of it. And on top of the city's walls, there were transparent glass engravings. Beautiful glass dragons were entrenched on top of the city's walls. When Luo Feng got closer, he realized that the black-as-ink walls also had complicated engravings. They were engravings of a single horned dragon. What a huge city! Luo Feng, Gao Xing, and the others landed on the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the huge city walls, their hearts trembling. Just the height of the black city walls was about 120 m. Including the glass dragon engravings on top of the black city walls, it was at least a few hundred meters. And the entire huge city stretched to the ends of the sky. One couldn't even see the end of it. That vast, ancient aura was shocking. Dragon City, its length and width are close to 6,000 kilometers. This city's history has already been around for over 3 million years. Gao Xing complimented. It's the same as what Babata told me. Luo Feng realized. Even though Babata had been on Earth for 50,000 years, even after 50,000 years, the changes in the entire universe were very, very small. Whether it was technology, empires, organizations etc., there weren't many changes. Obviously to empires that had existed for hundreds of millions of years, 50,000 years indeed didn't have much of an effect. The huge city gate was close to 1 kilometer wide. People weaved in and out. Luo Feng, Gao Xing, and the others walked through the gate. I've received the signal. Luo Feng, your communication number in Dragon City is 1928-734-2325. Babata said. The communication number was similar to a phone number. Because no matter how powerful the communication device was, it couldn't be used to make a call from so many light years away. Some civilized planets would automatically send a code to every living being that came to the planet's quantum computer. On this planet, one could use the communication device to communicate with each other. And on different planets, there was only one way to communicate, entering the virtual universe network. Within the virtual universe, one could chat. Luo Feng, what's your communication number? Gaoxing looked at Luo Feng. Mine is 1928-734-2463. Mine is 1928-734-2325. Luo Feng replied. Alright. Gaoxing laughed. I've just arrived at Dragon City and need to meet an elder. We'll part ways here. I'll inform you tonight. I'll treat you. We'll have dinner together. Gaoxing was influenced by his father. He liked to make friends. One more friend meant one more path. From his point of view, Luo Feng obviously had some background. Alright, then we'll part ways here. Luo Feng laughed. Parting ways with Gaoxing and the others, Luo Feng walked through the huge city, feeling that it was incomparably beautiful. The surrounding buildings all had different styles. Many of the buildings were indeed beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. Too interesting. 3 eyes. Ah, this person's mouth and teeth are so interesting. Luo Feng walked on the streets. The streets were bustling with people. At the same time, 100 m up in the air, there were large amounts of people flying. Even though they were called people, their appearances were all extremely strange. In just 5 minutes, Luo Feng saw that the tallest of the people was close to 10 m, the shortest one was like a baby on earth. Their skin colors were all different. Even some of their heads were strangely shaped. However, most of them still had 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth, just that their faces were either covered in hair, or with strange markings, etc. That person is almost like the Buddha from the legends. His entire body is golden, his hair is even more interesting. Luo Feng really felt like he had entered the Grandview Garden. His eyes weren't even enough to see. Star Traveler Level 6, Star Traveler Level 9, Star Traveler Level 3, Star Traveler Level 1, Star Traveler Level 5. Luo Feng relied on Babata, discovering many people's strengths. On the streets of Dragon Star, within the densely packed endless streams of people, almost all of them were Star Traveler levels. There were even quite a few Star Traveler levels. Any one of them, thrown on Earth, would be an existence surpassing the War God level. Casually looking, one could find people even stronger than Earth's strongest, Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God. Luo Feng, I've already called the planet's service number to inquire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on this planet is about 200 kilometers away from here. Babata said, according to our plan, the first thing we do upon arriving on Dragon Star is to join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and obtain citizenship. Let's go. Luo Feng immediately rose into the air, flying 100 m above the ground. Flying people all flew at this height. Star level 7, 8, and 9, I've already seen a bunch of them. How come I haven't seen a single universe level? Luo Feng asked within. Star levels, they're considered important. On normal small planets, they're still rarely seen, however on a planet like Dragon Star, star levels are more common. As for universe levels, how many are there in the entire Silver Blue Empire? Of course there are universe levels on Dragon Star, however to meet one would require luck. While they were talking, Luo Feng saw a huge black dragon entrenched in a tall mountain carving. This was the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on Dragon Star. At the entrance of the building, there were 2 bronze-skinned muscular guards close to 6 m tall. HM? They're liquid silver guards. They really are liquid silver guards. The 2 giant guards immediately stood straight, smiling, as Luo Feng walked to the entrance. They even passionately pushed the door open. Sir, please enter. Babata was right. In the universe, power, status are very important. Luo Feng smiled as he walked into the large hall. Behind him were 2 liquid silver guards dressed in black uniforms. Casually looking at the large hall's functions, Luo Feng quickly found the level he needed to go to. Level 32? Luo Feng immediately walked into the round sofa beside and sat down. the liquid silver guard stood beside, Luo Feng simultaneously said, 32. The tray below the round sofa emitted a white light. So, he immediately rushed into the sky, without a single shake. When he stopped, he had already reached the 32nd level. Sir, how are you? A lady with rabbit ears, beautiful like a fairy from legends, flew over, slightly bowing, smiling. How may I be of service? I want to become a citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng smiled. There were many things to do in the universe, having a citizen's identity was very necessary. Luckily, with Babada's guidance, Luo Feng was able to do many things very smoothly. If it were Hong or Thunder God, entering a planet at a loss, they probably wouldn't know anything at all. Nationality? The lady was shocked. In this day and age, who didn't have a nationality? P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Sir, please head to the left, the second last room in the innermost area, said the receptionist. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled as he finished, bringing the 2 liquid silver guards behind him and heading to the left. The receptionist's eyes flashed, thinking to herself, he actually said thank you to a receptionist like me. Wow, this is the attitude of a true big family's disciple. Even though he has 2 liquid silver guards, he doesn't have any arrogance. Luo Feng looked at the door, there was a label on it. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Feng knocked on the door. Please enter. A powerful voice resounded from within. Luo Feng pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a spacious room, with 2 workers, both black-skinned and extremely skinny men, their eyes blood red. One of the 2 casually raised his head, but after seeing the 2 liquid silver guards behind Luo Feng, his face immediately revealed a passionate smile. Sir, how may I be of service? I hope to become a citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, smiled Luo Feng. Low-level civilizations in the universe have the worst citizenship. And middle-level civilizations, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship isn't bad, at least when he's weak. Luo Feng didn't plan on leaving the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's territory. Once one became a universe-level warrior or even stronger, there wouldn't be much of a difference no matter what nationality one was. Oh, I wonder what nationality you had before. Did you release your original nationality? One of the black man with red pupils smiled. No nationality, said Luo Feng. No nationality? The black man with red pupils was slightly shocked. He couldn't help but to carefully look at Luo Feng, and then at the 2 liquid silver guards behind him. Normal people on a planet, if they haven't reached the Star Traveler level, they won't be able to obtain citizenship. The prerequisite to obtaining citizenship is, one has to reach the Star Traveler level. This was also the reason why Luo Feng said during Earth's calamity, even if he left Earth, his wife and children would have to stay on this ship for tens of years, until they reach the Star Traveler level. Only then could they enter other planets. Non-citizens, entering some planets, aren't protected by the Empire. If a normal person reaches the Star Traveler level, they can obtain citizenship for the first time. However, the person in front of him had 2 liquid silver guards as bodyguards. Could he be a normal person? He's probably an elite raised by some power, just entering the world for the first time, thought the black man with red pupils. Sir, please stand here and don't move. The black man with red eyes smiled. All right. Luo Feng was very clear on what he wanted to do. The black man with red pupils pressed the device on his arm. Beep, a dreamy light enveloped Luo Feng. Beep beep, the machine emitted a sound. The black man with red eyes looked down at the screen. On it were the words written in the common language of the universe. No such person found. Since Mr. has never been a citizen, many steps can be skipped. The black man with red eyes smiled. Sir, you only need to pay 50 black dragon dollars and everything will be settled. On Dragon Star, there are many places that require black dragon dollars. Luo Feng flipped his hand and threw out a Ganwu dollar. Help me break it open. Ganwu dollars. The black man with red pupils was elated within, swiftly retrieving a special note that was as thin as a cicada's wing. A small stack of notes passed to Luo Feng. Sir, this is 950 black dragon dollars. At the same time, he placed the Ganwu coin into his pocket and took out 50 black dragon coins from his pocket and placed them into the coin slot of the device, which was then swallowed by the device. Haha, big bro, it's on us tonight, a black man with slightly bigger eyes shouted. Alright. The black man with red pupils was extremely happy, smiling passionately at Luo Feng. "Sir, follow me, I'll help you settle all the paperwork, it'll be quick." People like them who worked in government departments had a wide network of contacts. Exchanging the Ganwu dollars for Black Dragon dollars, he could easily exchange for 1,400 Black Dragon dollars, meaning, with just one change, he'd earned a few hundred Black Dragon dollars, hundreds of thousands of silver blue dollars. Even if his job was good, this was still equivalent to 1 or 2 months of his salary. After spending about 20 minutes, Luo Feng received his identification. Since then, Luo Feng had left his record in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen system. "This note is interesting," Luo Feng complimented. "This note's toughness are very good. On your Earth, a beginner-level war god would have to use his full strength to tear this note. This note can normally be used for 2,000 to 3,000 years, any more and it'll slowly decay," Babada explained. "Oh." Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng was in a good mood. With the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen status, many things could be done. As the saying goes, without status, it's hard to do anything. "Babada, where do I open an account in the virtual universe?" Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Virtual universe, just from the name, one would know that within the virtual universe network, all of the human countries in the universe, the Ganwu universe country, and many other universe countries' citizens would often be in the virtual universe. In terms of population, it could indeed be said to be innumerable. Too many. It's about 100 kilometers from here." Babada began to give detailed directions. Luo Feng rose into the air. The entire sky above Serpent City, as it was spacious enough, the number of people flying wasn't too high. Luo Feng could maintain a relatively fast flight speed. "Babada, just what kind of technology does the virtual universe network have, to actually be able to instantly communicate with people from any place in the universe through the network?" Luo Feng was very shocked and curious. The universe was incomparably vast. Even with universe travel, some distant places would require hundreds or even thousands of years of dark space flight. However, this virtual universe network actually allowed people to meet and communicate. What technology does this network use?" "I don't even know what technology it is," Babada said. "This technology, even the Ganwu universe country doesn't have a grasp of it, only the virtual universe company has it. Every big universe country has a virtual universe company division. This company is definitely very powerful." Luo Feng was shocked. His own teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet Hu Yanbo, even though he received the respect of the Ganwu universe country, against a universe country, this kind of incomparably huge high-level civilization, Hu Yanbo didn't dare to easily mess with them. However, the technology that even the big universe countries couldn't grasp, was grasped by the virtual universe company. And this company was still doing so well. Of course. Luo Feng, even though the Ganwu universe country, and the other universe countries, are all high-level civilizations. Their powers are extremely powerful. However, in the universe, the truly powerful aren't the countries. Babada said, "It's the seemingly messy, but actually incomparably powerful powers." "What powers?" Luo Feng was curious. "Universe Galaxy Bank, Universe First Bank, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Virtual Universe Company, these 5 are the 5 Leviathans of the universe." Babada said, "They have an absolute monopoly. These 2 big banks do business with the rich, even the undying beings, normally store their money and treasures in these 2 banks." Babada said, "Your teacher's wealth is stored in the Universe Galaxy Bank, the 3 accounts he gave you, are all from the Universe Galaxy Bank." Luo Feng nodded. "The Battle Axe Dojo is the fairest dojo. As for its power, you'll find out in the future. The Universe Mercenary Alliance, this is a loose organization. Over 99% of fighters and spirit readers will join the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Your teacher, back then was one of them too." These words shocked Luo Feng. Over 99% of fighters and spirit readers would join? Who could compete with them? Luckily it was a loose organization. Virtual Universe Company. The virtual universe can be said to be humanity's second world. The company that controls this, even the big universe countries can't shake it. How strong do you think it is?" Babata exclaimed. Luo Feng understood. In this universe, it seems like the Ganwu universe country and some other universe countries are already the strongest countries. However, the organizations that infiltrate every country are the truly powerful ones. Other than the 5 great leviathans, below them are the universe countries. Of course, there are also some secret powers that are not much different from the universe countries. Babata said, of course, within the Ganwu universe country's territory. The Ganwu universe country is still very strong, at most they would give face to the 5 great leviathans. Luo Feng nodded. In the vast universe, looking at it now, even though his teacher was strong back then, but, obviously even the Ganwu universe country couldn't afford to offend him, much less the 5 great leviathans. Dragon City, Virtual Universe Company. What can I do for you, sir? A beautiful woman with a furry tail bowed slightly and smiled. She wore a red uniform and had a pretty face. Open an account. Luo Feng said directly. Opening an account, how much is the virtual universe network fee? It's split into 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. The yearly network fee is 10 black dragon dollars or 0.008 Ganwu dollars. The lady said very fluently. Luo Feng listened. That's 10 black dragon dollars? That was equivalent to over 10,000 silver blue dollars. Only very few normal people on the planet could afford it, and those who normally used it were mostly Star Traveler level humans. You guys have consciousness sensing helmets, right? Luo Feng said. On Earth, the helmets the Earthlings made themselves were unable to connect to the virtual universe network. And for a living AI like Babata, there were ways to easily connect. Consciousness sensing helmet, one is 10 black dragon dollars. The lady's eyes flashed with shock. Right now, those with some status, who didn't use an auxiliary quantum computer or even the higher AI quantum computer, would use the primitive consciousness sensing helmet. What about anonymous accounts? Luo Feng asked. In the universe, a few planet leaders bought consciousness sensing helmets for their own citizens to use. Usually they were anonymous accounts. However, anonymous accounts usually had a duration of 100 years. After that, they would have to buy a new account. These anonymous accounts had no way of binding the user to the user. Meaning, anyone could use it, at most for 100 years. Anonymous accounts have a fixed duration of 100 years, each account's price is 2,000 black dragon dollars, or 1.6 Ganwu dollars. The lady smiled. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. I need 10 anonymous accounts, 10 consciousness sensing helmets. Opening an account and paying for 100 years is enough. Today was the second time, with his Black Dragon Empire citizenship, it was easy to open an account. After paying 17 Ganwu coins, everything was settled. Sir, 10 anonymous accounts have been linked to these 10 consciousness sensing helmets. This is your change, thank you for your patronage. The lady smiled. Luo Feng casually kept the 10 helmets into his space ring. According to Babata's instructions, he could reveal that he had a space ring on Dragon Star. However, he had to make sure that his space ring was 10 m long, wide and tall. He couldn't store anything larger than that. After all, space storage items were separated into different grades. To be able to ride the Black Dragon ship and have liquid silver guards as bodyguards, having a small storage space item was very normal. Of course, a space ring like Luo Feng's that was over 600 m long, 500 m wide and 100 m tall was definitely a luxury item. If it was found out, he could very well lose his life. On Luo Feng's body, like the Yun-Mo planet ship, the Undying's body and weapons were all priceless treasures. The hybrid copper essence shard and the space ring were extremely expensive too. A single hair from the Yun-Mo planet master's leg was more powerful than the Dragon Star domain leaders. One could only imagine, if Luo Feng, the successor of the Yun-Mo planet, dared to reveal his true treasures, the consequences would be terrifying. Dragon Star, a casual restaurant. Even though the restaurant's style was different, many things were similar to those on Earth. Even on different planets, humans still had many similarities, like paying attention to privacy, wanting to be respected, etc. Earth's ancient restaurants had private rooms, Earth's modern restaurants still had private rooms. And on this extremely developed horned Dragon Star, there were also private rooms in the restaurants with high privacy. Of course, the fees were much higher. Alright, you can leave. Luo Feng ordered a strange fruit juice and let the waiter leave. Sir, if there's anything, please press this button. The waiter smiled and left, closing the door. Luo Feng automatically closed the door from the inside, ordering 2 liquid silver guards to protect him. Babada, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng ordered. Haha, I've been waiting for this day. Babada was extremely excited the moment he opened the account. He wanted to enter the virtual universe, however the moment he entered, his consciousness had to leave his body. Even though Luo Feng could multitask, he still didn't have the ability to split his consciousness. Hence he had to find a safe place. Connecting to the virtual universe, a low and vast voice resounded within Luo Feng's consciousness. Luo Feng's consciousness was a patch of darkness. This was an ancient city, and the streets were paved with large pieces of cut rocks. Although the passers-by on the streets looked strange, with different heights and races, most of them were wearing plain gray clothes, and each of them had a small elf on their shoulder. Shua, a person suddenly appeared in the stream of people on the street. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng was dressed in a plain gray robe. On his shoulder sat a fist-sized demon Babada. Babada was also dressed in the same green robe. He was extremely cute, like a little elf. This is the virtual universe network? Luo Feng stood on the street, looking at the flow of people on the street, stunned. Of course. Babada's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. We are currently in the virtual universe's Ganwu continent, on a Black Dragon Mountain island. Island? Luo Feng blinked. Everyone within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's territory that is connected to the virtual universe network will immediately appear on the Black Dragon Mountain island. Babada said, even though it's an island, the Black Dragon Mountain starfield has over 8,000 galaxies. Countless planets have a large amount of people online. Hence, the area of this island is bigger than any planet in the real universe. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Anyone who enters the virtual universe will have a virtual assistant. Babada said, it's the little elf on everyone's shoulder. The level of intelligence of the virtual assistant depends on whether the user is using a sensor helmet, an assistant quantum computer, an AI quantum computer or a living AI. Like the little elf formed from the sensor helmet, it doesn't even think, it can only give simple answers. If you order it, it will do it. Babada explained. Luo Feng nodded. In the virtual universe, you can chat with your friends from afar. You can also spend money to teleport and meet in the virtual universe. Babada explained, also, things like stocks and futures can be used in the virtual universe. You can connect it to your bank account. You can learn martial arts here. You can buy and sell goods here. You can play virtual games. This is a 100% simulation of virtual games. It's exactly the same as reality. There are many types of virtual games, it can be said, as long as you can't think of it, there's nothing the game providers can't do. Games, good food, beautiful women, finance, trading, sparring, learning, there's everything. Babada said, the virtual universe is an incomparably large market compared to any planet. All the elites of the universe are gathered here, things that can't be done in reality can be done here. Some people treat virtual games as reality, playing for hundreds or even thousands of years. Marrying and having children in the game. Of course the prerequisite is, you have the money to play. After all, most of the players in virtual games pay money, those who earn money are few and far between. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. It was too vast. Compared to the real universe, the virtual universe was incomparably prosperous and attractive. However, virtual is still virtual. Babada said seriously, no matter how long you stay in the virtual universe, you won't be able to train your body. The virtual universe, to the strong, is just a convenient channel. You can use it to get to know and interact with other strong people who have the same goals. You can buy and sell many things that you can't buy on your own. And if you spend all your time in the virtual universe, or even play virtual games, unless you have no pressure, no ambition and money to squander, otherwise you'll end up in tragedy. Babada emphasized. He was very clear on the allure of virtual games, hence he had to remind Luo Feng. Of course, if you play some interactive training games, or solo training games, similar to Earth's Tower of Trials, that's possible. Babada added. Tower of Trials? Luo Feng was speechless. Was that a game? It was purely training. Babada, go check the metal combination the golden horned beast needs, and the metal combination for deities of the world. Luo Feng's thoughts said. Within the virtual universe, communicating with Babada's thoughts was still very safe. The virtual universe company claimed that they definitely wouldn't monitor anyone's information, and definitely wouldn't leak anyone's information. These two absolutes were the foundations of the virtual universe company. Luo Feng, the star-level golden horned beast swallowing metal, the best metal combination is 325 B-grade pure metal combinations. It can increase the internal world's growth speed by 89 times. I've already gathered information on these 325 metals, they can be sold even in the universe. Babada quickly gathered all the information he needed. How is it, roughly how much does it cost? Luo Feng asked. 89 times, from star level 1 to universe level 1, the slowest was 100 years. The moment one used the swallowing metal combination, just a little bit a year would allow one to step into the universe level. Universe level, on a planet like Dragon Star, was considered a big figure. In the Milky Way galaxy, one's words carried enormous weight. 1 year's worth would require more than 60 billion black dragon dollars. Babada said. Why so much? A ton of B-grade black iron essence, isn't it only 9 black dragon dollars? Even though it's a metal combination, it's even more powerful when eaten. But a few 100,000 tons a year is at most. How could it be over 60 billion? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. A few 100,000 tons of black iron essence was only worth a few million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng, your thinking is wrong. Even though a grade metal is cheaper than B-grade metal, B-grade is cheaper than C-grade, C-grade is cheaper than D-grade, this is a rather normal situation. However, there are still some very special metals. Babada said, for example, the C-grade metal liquid silver is used to create the liquid silver guards. One liquid silver guard uses about a ton of liquid silver. A ton of C-grade black yttrium is only 3,000 black dragon dollars. However, one liquid silver guard, do you know how much it costs? Babada asked. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, Gaosheng and the other officials, their reactions when they saw the liquid silver guards, it was obvious they were very expensive. Otherwise they wouldn't care so much. One liquid silver guard's price is 280 million black dragon dollars. A ton of liquid silver metal costs 160 million black dragon dollars. Compared to the C-grade black yttrium, it's much, much more expensive. Babada said, it's because liquid silver metal is special and rare, that's why it's so expensive. Much more expensive than many D-grade metals. And your internal world's growth requires 325 different B-grade metal combinations, 3 of them have the space attribute, they are the main materials for creating space items. Hence it's more expensive, plus your amount is too large. Babada explained. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. That was the main material for creating space rings and other items, how could it be cheap, and he had to swallow up to 100 tons a day, in a year, 60 billion black dragon dollars, that wasn't expensive, but he had no money, 900 Ganwu dollars, that was equivalent to 900,000 black dragon dollars. Compared to 60 billion, this huge number was too far. Of course, there are other metal combinations that are much cheaper. But they still aren't something you can afford. Babada said, for example, there's a metal combination that costs 10 billion a year, increases your training speed by 39 times. There's also one that costs 3 billion a year, increases your training speed by 20 times. There's also one that costs 100 million a year, increases your training speed by 5 times. The golden horned beast found trouble with metals. However, as a human, finding metals was much easier. In the virtual universe, how many things couldn't be bought, however, he had to spend money. The golden horned beast has a huge appetite, every day it eats tons and tons. Luo Feng's heart ached. As for deities of the world's metal combinations, they're even more expensive, for now, don't even think about it. Babada said directly. Luo Feng threw all these to the back of his mind, asking the second important question, Babada, if I want Earth to be under my name, I'll become the leader of Earth. What are the conditions? To prevent people from other planets from selling Earth and turning the people of Earth into slaves, the best way is to become the leader of Earth himself, to be recognized by the Empire's laws. Of course, no one can steal a planet with an owner. Become the leader of Earth? Let me see. Babada blinked. Found it. Babada's search speed was extremely fast. What are the conditions? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Exploring the universe and discovering a new planet, or discovering a planet without a leader, there are 3 choices. Babada said. The first choice is to tell the Empire and receive the Empire's reward. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire will reward you according to the planet. The lowest is 10 billion Black Dragon dollars, the highest is 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. Of course, the first choice, you cannot become Earth's leader. The second choice is to directly buy the planet. As you are the one who discovered it, you will need to spend very little money to buy it. According to the planet's level, you will need to pay at least 300 billion Black Dragon dollars, the highest is 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng took in a deep cold breath. It was too expensive. However, Luo Feng was clear, the buying and selling of a planet, the price was ridiculous. After all, owning a life planet was equivalent to owning a cornucopia. And a planet's lifespan was usually very, very long, with hundreds of millions of years as the unit of measurement. It could definitely be used as a family treasure. Of course, because a human's lifespan was limited. Hence the buying and selling price of a planet was usually in the trillions of Black Dragon dollars. The third choice is to cooperate with the Empire to manage the planet. You only need to pay at least 100 billion, the highest 1 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Babada said, this cooperation, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will not interfere with the internal management of the planet, they will only collect the import and export taxes. They won't care about anything else. The second and third choices are both ways to become Earth's leader. Luo Feng listened and nodded. A planet's best way to earn money was through import and export taxes. A planet in the universe, if it didn't have any connections with the outside world, how would it earn universe currency? I don't care about the taxes, I can cooperate with the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. However, I have no money. Luo Feng was helpless. It's not just money, you have no way to apply for Earth to become your territory. Babada said. Why? Luo Feng was curious. How do you apply? Back then, your teacher Hu Yenbo's body traveled through the universe and entered the dark universe, using space techniques. He covered the universe coordinates of close to 1,000 light-years around Earth. Other ships have no way of finding these coordinates, naturally they can't travel through the universe to reach Earth. Babada said, normal ships can only rely on flying close to 1,000 light-years away, flying for close to 1,000 years before reaching Earth. Don't tell me when you applied to become Earth's leader, you said, we flew close to 1,000 years and discovered this planet? First of all, a planet discovered after flying for nearly 1,000 years is worthless. No one is willing to spend so much time on trade. Secondly, as long as they are not stupid, they might suspect that you are the descendant of Yunmo planet. Unless someone can decipher your teacher's spatial secret technique. In other words, unless a new wormhole is suddenly discovered in the surrounding star field, Earth will still be safe for the time being. ********** Dragon Star, in a private room of a restaurant. His consciousness returned to reality. At least right now Earth is still safe. Luo Feng smiled, picking up the fruit juice beside him and drinking. Luo Feng squinted, creasing his eyebrows, this taste, a very strange smell. The moment he drank it, goosebumps rose all over his body. However, when he tasted it carefully, he found that the taste was truly unique. It had a unique flavor. Woo! It's our first time drinking this stuff, one more. Luo Feng laughed happily. But the armguard on his arm vibrated slightly. On Horned Dragon Star, only Gaoxing had his own communication number. Haha, Luo Feng, my business is done. Let's eat together. Gaoxing shouted. Where? Luo Feng laughed. North District of Horned Dragon City, not far from the slave market, there's a pretty good place to eat, it's called the 100 Flavors Restaurant. Gaoxing said. Alright, I'll be there within half an hour. Luo Feng ended the call, raising his head and finishing his first foreign planet fruit juice in one gulp. Smacking his lips twice, he headed out. Milky Way, Earth. The sun was resplendent, shining down on the waves of the ocean below. In the air above the ocean, two silhouettes flew side by side, heading towards the Sahara Desert. It was Hong and Thunder God. That third brat actually didn't say anything and just slipped away. Thunder God was fuming. Third brother has to leave for a month, he probably has something important to do. Hong said calmly, how can a man not have his own secrets? When he returns, if he's willing to tell us, he'll tell us. When that time comes, I'll definitely use alcohol to force him to drink. Thunder God gritted his teeth. Hong and Thunder God chatted as they flew. Life on Earth was indeed extremely leisurely, ever since the swallowing monster incident. Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng, these three warriors had made humanity stronger than ever. And the two great emperors of the sea monsters had all died, causing the threat level to drop to its lowest. Earth was peaceful. These peaceful days had already lasted for over 2 years. The people of Earth didn't know, in a star field not too far away from Earth, a universe explorer ship, with shocking speed, was heading straight towards Earth, ******320,000 light-years away from Earth, Dragon Star. Dragon Star North District, 100 Flavors Restaurant 2nd level. Over here, over here. A voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look, Gao Xing stood up and waved. Luo Feng immediately smiled and walked over. Brother Gao Xing, you seem to be in a good mood. Luo Feng sat down. Of course I'm in a good mood. Gao Xing's small eyes shone. He then smiled and proudly said, I'll tell you later. I'll order first. This 100 Flavors restaurant has several famous dishes. Gao Xing slightly waved his hand after saying this. Suddenly, a beautiful and enchanting woman with blue hair came over. Luo Feng looked over. Luo Feng was shocked. This jade-haired woman was beautiful. What shocked Luo Feng the most was, her strength wasn't even at the Star Traveler level. On Dragon Star, most of the people on the streets were Star Traveler levels, a few star levels. The restaurant I went to before to drink fruit juice, the waiters were all normal people. I didn't expect this restaurant to be the same. However, the Virtual Universe Company, and the government's employees, are all Star Traveler level. Luo Feng thought about it and understood, the salaries of normal people were cheap. Maybe they didn't even need a salary. Luo Feng, that woman from before wasn't bad, right? The Dream Shell clan women are all beautiful. Gao Xing blinked, if you like her, take her away, just tell the boss. Take her away? Luo Feng was shocked. A beautiful woman who isn't even a Star Traveler level, her fate is usually very tragic. Gao Xing exclaimed, she's not even a citizen, there's no law to protect her. Anyone with a bit of power can kill her whenever he wants, snatch her away whenever he wants. Just grab her and she can be sold as a slave. If she could be like brother Luo Feng, it would be her fortune. Luo Feng was shocked within. Kill her whenever he wanted? Capture her whenever he wanted? Become a slave, even though Babada had said long ago that those below the Star Traveler level had tragic fates in the universe. The normal people mostly lived on the mother planet, they didn't even have the qualifications to buy a ship ticket. However, hearing Gao Xing's words, and seeing the beautiful Dream Shell clan woman beside him, who actually had such a fate, he felt even more emotional. Look, she's peeking at you, brother Luo Feng. Gao Xing teased. Luo Feng's gaze swept. Immediately he saw the Dream Shell clan lady peeking over from the corner of the restaurant. She had obviously heard Gao Xing's words, hence she peeked over. Being discovered by Luo Feng, her face flushed red and she ran into the kitchen. Exquisite dishes were served one by one. It was indeed delicious, incomparably delicious. Today I went to meet an elder, haha, he really gave me too much face. He actually agreed to let me follow him for a few years and learn well. Gao Xing was beaming with joy, that elder of mine, he's a big shot in the energy business. Following him, 1, I can learn experience, 2, I can also build connections. Luo Feng was shocked within. Energy business? In the universe, the various planets traded with each other, they relied on ships, transport ships etc. However, for ships and battleships to fly, they required energy. Even Undying Realm experts needed energy. Whether it was on Earth or in the universe. The energy business had always been an extremely profitable business with extremely high entry requirements, much higher than the slave trade. No matter, without connections, even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to enter. This Gao Xing, his background isn't simple. Luo Feng thought. When his son matured, he gave him a planet. And now Gao Xing was slowly entering the energy business. Luo Feng, when are you leaving? Looks like I'll have to stay on Dragon Star for a few years. Gao Xing said. Very soon, I might have to return today. Luo Feng said. Coming to Dragon Star, his main matters were pretty much done. According to what Babata said, there was only one thing left, to go to the Ganwu Dojo to sign up. After signing up, he could leave Dragon Star. That fast? Gao Xing was a little regretful. What's your virtual universe number? When we brothers have time, we'll have some fun. Alright. Luckily the moment he opened the account, Luo Feng told his virtual universe number to Gao Xing. Gao Xing also told his number to Luo Feng. From now on, even if the two were separated by tens of millions of light years, they could still communicate through the virtual universe. In the dining hall, Luo Feng and Gao Xing were chatting. Suddenly, 3 youths walked up the stairs. All of them were close to 2 m tall, silver hair flowing, their pupils a soul-stirring blue. The 3 of them were dressed in black uniforms. The one in the middle had a metal-like colored pendant on his left chest. Luo Feng, look, these 3 Ganwu Dojo students. The one in the middle is a resident of Dragon Star. He has his own property here. Gao Xing said softly. Ah? Luo Feng looked. That black uniform was the Ganwu Dojo's uniform training uniform. That medal was the identification of a Dragon Star resident. With this medal, it was the safest protection on Dragon Star. Wei Lin, just lend me your spirit weapon to play with for half a day. Of the 3 students, the one on the left said. I just bought it for myself. The student in the middle with the medal flipped his hand, and in his hand appeared a strange metal plate that seemed to be formed from an axe blade. On the plate were strange engravings. This is a level 2 spirit weapon of the highest quality. I begged my family for a long time before I got my bank card. If I'm unable to reach the universe level, this spirit weapon will accompany me for the rest of my life. 6 billion black dragon dollars. That's enough to buy a few C-grade ships. The moment I swipe my card, I'll feel the pinch. That student purposely shouted, causing many people in the dining hall to look over. 6 billion black dragon dollars? Top quality level 2 spirit weapon? Top quality spirit weapon. The 2 students' eyes gleamed. I won't even dare to think about it in this lifetime. A spirit reader, only with a spirit weapon can he unleash his full power. However, the manufacturing process of a spirit weapon was extremely complicated, hence its price was very high. Much less this top-quality level 2 spirit weapon. Hee. The student called Wei Lin, as though he was caressing a woman's skin, gently stroking the spirit weapon in his hands, his gaze intense. At the distant table, Luo Feng and Gao Xing looked over. Spirit weapon? Luo Feng was slightly startled, asking within, Babata, my soaring shuttle and arc cutter blade, what grade of spirit weapon are they? Update complete. At the same time, Tomato tore open his clothes, revealing his upper body, shouting loudly, I want monthly votes. Luo Feng, spirit weapons are split into normal, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Normal ones have almost no amplification effect, their prices are extremely cheap. Level 1 spirit weapons can unleash a star-level spirit reader's full power. Level 2 spirit weapons are enough for a star-level spirit reader to use. Level 5 are for sector lords. Babata said, your arc cutter blade and soaring shuttle can both be used up to the universe level, hence they are both level 3 spirit weapons. Level 3? Luo Feng was overjoyed within. This young man who came to the restaurant's 2nd floor, that level 2 spirit weapon was already so expensive. His own 2 weapons were probably even more expensive. A weapon, the easier it is to use, the more expensive it is. Babata said, for example, Luo Feng, your soaring shuttle's 2nd form requires an amplification of 30 before it can be used. Because you have the golden horned beast's body, that's why your consciousness is so strong. And normally only a star level 5 or 6 can reach this requirement. Especially the third form is even more insane, an amplification of 48, universe level, with a domain, it has 3 requirements. Babata said. Luofeng was stunned. Same level 2 spirit weapon, if one requires an amplification of 30, the other requires 20 to unleash the same power, which do you think is more expensive? Babata asked. Oh. Luofeng nodded. Hence, this young man called Wei Lin, his weapon is extremely easy to use, hence it's called a level 2 high quality. Your soaring shuttle's requirements are too high, hence it's a level 3 low quality. Your arc cutter blade's requirements are slightly lower, it's a level 3 middle quality. If you buy the soaring shuttle from a weapon shop, it's about 5 billion black dragon dollars. And the arc cutter blade, it's about 20 billion. Babata explained. The difference is that huge? Luofeng was shocked. He felt that the two weapons' power was about the same. The price difference was shocking. Of course the difference is huge. A weapon, other universe level 1 can use it, but yours, you have to wait until the universe level 7 or 8 to use it. How can it be the same? Babata asked. Luofeng understood a little. Level 3 high quality, that's 100 billion. Level 3 high quality, that's about 500 billion. Babata said casually, to a universe-level warrior, spending hundreds of billions to buy a good weapon is very normal. To the strong, the most important things are weapons, battle suits, secret techniques, and then the flying ship. A universe-level warrior, joining an empire, could easily obtain over 10 planets as his territory. Such an expert indeed wouldn't care too much about a few hundred billion. Second floor of the restaurant. Many customers were distracted by the conversation between the 3 young men. 6 billion. That was an astronomical figure even for a star state. As long as my telekinesis amplitude reaches 18, I will be able to unleash its second stage power. The young man called Wei Lin slightly waved the strange golden disc in his hand proudly. Whoosh, the golden disc instantly flew up and flew in the corridor on the second floor of the restaurant. Wei Lin was very proud of himself, the golden disc flew past the waitresses, scaring them. Haha, don't be afraid. My control is very strong. Wei Lin was extremely pleased with himself. What exquisite control. The 2 students at the side also flattered. Ah. Just as she walked out of the kitchen with the tray in her hands, she saw a blue-haired waitress charging at her with a golden light. She was so frightened that her hands trembled, causing the tray to spill. The sauce of the dish just so happened to spill on the golden round plate that was doing an exquisite circling flight beside her, causing the golden round plate to become dirty right away. My spirit weapon. Wei Lin's expression changed, screaming. The golden disc landed in front of him. Looking at the black sauce on the disc, Wei Lin was so angry his entire body was trembling. Just like on Earth, when a car lover just bought a new car, only to have food splashed on it, that feeling of anger. This spirit weapon was many times more expensive than a car. After spending 6 billion black dragon dollars, in Wei Lin's heart, this spirit weapon was even more important than his girlfriend, to actually be splashed with sauce on the first day. Bastard. Wei Lin's gaze swept across the jade-haired waitress, gritting his teeth. Bitch, go and die. Rumble, the golden disc became a golden beam of light, flying straight towards the waitress. No. The waitress's face was filled with fear, she couldn't even dodge in time. Waves of formless and strong spirit energy, like dense vines, swiftly coiled around the golden disc, causing the golden light to fly in an arc, crashing into the wall beside. Rumble, the wall that could withstand a star-level warrior's attack had a dent in it, but the window immediately exploded and flew out. One of the window frames swept across the waitress's arm, causing it to break, fresh blood staining the floor. Sir, stop. A silhouette appeared at the side, it was the restaurant manager. Who blocked me? Wei Lin roared in anger, looking around. Sir. The restaurant manager shouted. Who the hell are you? Wei Lin pointed at the restaurant manager. Didn't you see, your people dirted my spirit weapon? Do you know what weapon this is, how much it's worth? 6 billion black dragon dollars. Even if you sold your entire restaurant, you wouldn't be able to afford it. You actually dirted my spirit weapon. The restaurant manager was already a star level. Hearing the 6 billion number, his face turned ugly. Sir, I'm sorry. The restaurant manager turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across the waitress, not caring about the broken arm waitress at all. Who dirted the customer's weapon? Being stared at by the restaurant manager, the jade-haired waitress was filled with fear. She was very clear on how strong the restaurant manager was. In her hometown, a star-level warrior was already a demon king, an unrivaled and powerful being. And on Horned Dragon Star, where powerful beings were everywhere, their restaurant manager was a star-level warrior. It's her. Wei Lin pointed at the jade-haired waitress. Sir, she's yours now, you can do whatever you want with her. The restaurant manager smiled at Wei Lin. Sir, everything you spent here today is free. Who interfered just now? Wei Lin's gaze swept across every customer. Which spirit reader? What, you had the guts to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, but now you don't have the guts to admit it. Bastard, come out. Come out. As a resident of Dragon Star, they had the safest protection. Even a universe-level warrior wouldn't dare kill a resident of Dragon Star. This was the privilege of a resident. Hence, Wei Lin was so unbridled. Who? You don't dare admit it? Wei Lin's gaze swept across every single person. Bastard, what are you shouting for? A cold voice resounded. Wei Lin immediately looked over. The one who spoke was the calm and relaxed black-haired youth with the liquid silver guards standing behind him. The entire restaurant was silent. With one look, it was obvious this was a big family's fight, hence most people kept quiet. Oh, who are you? Wei Lin carefully examined Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with Wei Lin's background. No matter how big your background is, I'll leave soon and return to Earth. Earth's dark universe coordinates were hidden by my teacher's space technique. Even an undying warrior would have a hard time breaking it. Once I return to Earth, even if you're the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's crown prince, you won't be able to do anything to me. Haha, brother, I just said you liked this lady, you still won't admit it. Gaoxing laughed from the side. No, I just can't bear to see this place spilled with blood. Luo Feng laughed. Wei Lin saw that the other two didn't even look at him, instead chatting amongst themselves. He couldn't help but feel even more frustrated. The star-level restaurant manager was extremely embarrassed. On a normal planet, a star level was an invincible warrior. However, on Dragon Star, where fish and dragons mixed together, he had to be extremely careful. Didn't he see, they were using 6 billion spirit weapons? Didn't he see on the other side, the 4 bodyguards standing behind him were all star levels? And 2 liquid silver guards, neither side was easy to mess with. I say, brother. Gaoxing glanced at Wei Lin. Is there a need to bother with a pitiful little lady who hasn't even reached the Star Traveler level? You're losing points. And who are you? Wei Lin looked at Gaoxing. Gaoxing, Emperor Wei. Gaoxing said casually. Emperor Wei? Wei Lin creased his eyebrows, turning to look at Luo Feng. You still haven't told me your identity. Just a spirit reader. Luo Feng waved his hand. Who? 2 golden beams of light flew around. This scene made the restaurant manager break out in cold sweat. Damn, 2 spirit weapons. The group of customers on the restaurant's second floor all had gleaming eyes. To them, Dragon Star was a planet even more prosperous than the imperial capital Star. Coming here was just for sightseeing. Coming to Dragon Star, it was indeed an eye-opener. Wei Lin squinted. With his vision, one look and he could tell that these 2 spirit weapons weren't any weaker than his. Emperor Wei, Emperor Wei? Don't tell me, it's the legendary Emperor Wei family? Wei Lin gritted his teeth, not making a sound, not leaving any pleasantries. He turned and left. The other 2 students followed him and left. Haha, interesting. Gaoxing laughed. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing on my first visit to Dragon Star. Hehe, my actions earlier, did I bring trouble to brother Gaoxing? Luo Feng was a little embarrassed. He just patted his butt and returned to Earth. However, this Gaoxing said he would be back in the next few years. No problem, just a little brat. Gaoxing laughed. On this Dragon Star, there's no one I can't afford to offend. Damn. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. Those words were awesome, however Luo Feng didn't know, the children of the family, the coming-of-age ceremony to receive a planet, such treatment was shocking. If he really understood, he would understand the power of Gaoxing's family. Manager. Gaoxing shouted. Sir. The restaurant manager ran to one side. He had heard it before. There was no one on Dragon Star that they couldn't afford to offend, who would dare to say such a thing. Even the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire wouldn't dare say such a thing. Unless it was someone from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, or someone even more powerful. That waitress will follow me later. Gaoxing said. Yes, sir. The restaurant manager smiled. It's her honor. Gaoxing nodded. The restaurant manager left and went downstairs. Luo Feng smiled at Gaoxing. You've taken a liking to her? No. Gaoxing's chubby face was full of smiles. After this incident, this restaurant definitely wouldn't dare keep this waitress. They'll throw her into the slave market. When that time comes, her fate will definitely be tragic. This person, just can't see beautiful women suffering. Anyway, I just want a few servants on Dragon Star, I'll just take them. Right, if you like her, you can take her. Luo Feng laughed. I'm a vagabond, I'll follow you. Vagabond? Are you training or something? Oh, forget I asked. Right, after we've finished eating, how about we make a trip to the slave market? Getting a few slaves to be servants and bodyguards, that's not a bad idea. Gaoxing suggested. Slave market? Luo Feng nodded. All right. 2 star traveler youths, 4 star level bodyguards and 2 liquid silver guards, 1 dream shell clan servant. This was Luo Feng's little team. Even though the star level is considered a powerful warrior, the universe level is the true tyrant. The tyrant of a galaxy. Luo Feng thought as he walked, when my golden horned beast reaches the universe level. That's when I'll have enough power. However, the golden horned beast swallows metals. I need large amounts of money to buy them. Money, money, money. Why don't I sell the arc cutter blade? Luo Feng pondered. He had the soaring shuttle and the arc cutter blade. He only needed 1 spirit weapon for normal battles. What's more, he had his ultimate weapon, the hybrid copper essence shard. Should I sell the arc cutter blade? Luo Feng struggled within. Luo Feng, there's a treasure shop in front. There are all sorts of special treasures, all sorts of random things. The only thing they have in common is that they're all treasures. Hence they're all very expensive. Let's go take a look first. The slave market isn't far from here anyway. Gaoxing laughed and shouted. Treasure shop? Luo Feng curiously followed Gaoxing into the treasure shop. This treasure shop took up a huge amount of space, comparable to Earth's large plazas. Within the shop, there were battle uniforms, tamed beasts, spirit weapons, special fruits, robots etc., all sorts of random things. They all had holograms, all of them extremely expensive. This treasure shop can't compare to spirit weapons, robots, and other shops that have a full range of goods. However, its power lies in its complexity. Gaoxing complimented, brother, you take a look first, I'll take a good look and play with it. Luo Feng looked at the holograms one by one, looking at the prices. Expensive, too expensive. There's even a cloud contact vine seed? The amethyst fruit, that's sick. Luo Feng's expression was calm, however his heart was in turmoil. Even if he were to sell Earth, this shop still wouldn't be able to afford it. Luo Feng suddenly saw a small piece of metal. From his memories, it was an extremely important metal for training in deities of the world. That's it. The first level of deities of the world, this metal was the most important. Price, translated to Earth's units, 1 gram is 200 black dragon dollars? Luo Feng stared, using grams as a unit? With the golden horned beast's body size, when it eats, it would be measured in tons. Luo Feng felt a sense of powerlessness. In the universe, this metal was sold by the gram, just like on Earth, gold was sold by the gram. Even the richest man on Earth would be dumbfounded if a pet suddenly had to eat tons of gold every day. It was the same principle. 1 gram is 200 black dragon coins. 1 ton, that's 200 million black dragon dollars? Luo Feng blinked. The golden horned beast trains in deities of the world. It eats about a ton every day, that year. An astronomical number, a series of numbers floated through Luo Feng's mind. No wonder No wonder generations after generations of golden-horned beasts only managed to complete the first level of deities of the world. Brother Luo Feng, what are you looking at? Gao Xing walked over and looked. Memory-attributed metal? This kind of metal is good stuff. If you mix a little of it into a weapon, it will automatically recover from damage. There were many types of memory metals. They were all calculated by the gram, expensive. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Luo Feng got more and more angry and helpless as he looked. In the vast universe, there were many treasures. Things that strengthen one's strength, things that strengthen one's soul, there were many. Don't be afraid of not having treasures, just afraid of not having enough money to buy them. With enough wealth, buying a planet was extremely easy, making trillions of people your slaves was also very simple. I'm not looking either, I don't have money to buy them. Let's go to the slave market. Gao Xing said helplessly. The slave market took up an area of over 300 kilometers. If it was on Earth, it would definitely be a gigantic city. However, on Dragon Star, it was only a small part of Dragon City. The slave market was filled with people. This was the largest slave market in the surrounding 100 galaxies. These Iron Luo people are all very strong, even though they don't know how to train and are a bit dumb. They are all comparable to a student level 9 fighter. Each one only costs 20 black dragon dollars. If you buy a lot, you can even get a discount. Outside the huge slave market, there were even people helping to attract customers, enthusiastically introducing. Luo Feng was a bit speechless. Student level 9? Isn't that the same as Earth's advanced level war gods? 20 black dragon dollars for one, spending 100 million. Doesn't that mean you can buy 5 million advanced level war gods? Star Traveler level and below can't become citizens, hence the prices are very low. Gao Xing said as he walked. Star Traveler level and below, unless they are absolute beauties or have some special characteristics, they usually cost around 10 black dragon dollars. Look, over there, they're all beauties. In the distance, a group of incomparably beautiful women of all races, some with fair skin, some with furry tails, some with cat ears, some looking like Earth's people. Every single one of them, if placed on Earth, would be devastatingly beautiful. Each one is 5,000 black dragon dollars. They're all top-grade beauties. If you buy more, you can even get a discount. Beside, a beautiful lady shouted. Luo Feng looked at the other plaza. The strong energy of the strong was wantonly emitting. Many Star Traveler level 6 and 7, even level 8 and 9 fighters and spirit readers were standing there. Only a small number of Star Traveler level 3 and 4. Many of their auras were no weaker than Hong and Thunder God. 5,000? 8,000? That Star Traveler level 8 is 20,000? Star Traveler level 9 Spirit Reader is 100,000? Luo Feng looked at the prices. 100,000 black dragon dollars. One could buy a Star Traveler level 9 Spirit Reader. If placed on Earth, that would be almost invincible. Gao Xing, who was beside Luo Feng, didn't care. Star Traveler levels can at most be hired thugs or servants. They don't have much use. In the universe, the star level is considered the best level for bodyguards and servants. However, the Star Traveler level and below is about 10 black dragon dollars. The Star Traveler level is about 10,000, and the star level is about 100 million. Under Gao Xing's lead, they quickly arrived at an even more spacious plaza. Standing there were a total of 18 fighters and spirit readers. They were star level 1, 2, 3, level 9 fighter and spirit reader, one each. Every one of them had a price. The 18 star level slaves all automatically released their auras, displaying their strength. Especially the star level 8 and 9, they were much stronger than the golden-horned beast from back then. This group of people gathered together. The aura they emitted made Luo Feng tremble uncontrollably. So strong. Gao Xing muttered beside, it's making my legs tremble uncontrollably. Very strong. Luo Feng held his breath. Leaping through levels was a leap in life itself. The further one went, the more exaggerated the leap would be. If it was said that a Star Traveler level 1 was several times stronger than a student level 9, then a Star Traveler level 1 was more than 10 times stronger than a Star Traveler level 9. And a universe level 1 was much stronger than a Star Traveler level 9. The further one went, the greater the gap between the levels. This was also why, back then, the Star Traveler level 7 and 8 Hong and Thunder God, who were both domain warriors and had their souls immolated, couldn't even break through the golden horned beast scales. It was Hong's final burst of power that broke through the scales. One was that the golden horned beast was too strong, two was that the gap between the star level and Star Traveler level was too high, the difference was too huge. These 18 slaves, all of their auras were much stronger than Luo Feng's. Taking out a star level 7 or 8. It would definitely sweep through the entire earth. One finger could crush Luo Feng to death. Star level 1 fighters sure are cheap, only 1 million. Star level 4 fighters 20 million? Star level 7 fighters are too expensive, they actually cost 500 million. Star level 8 fighters 2 billion, star level 9 fighters 5 billion. Luo Feng looked at the prices. As for spirit readers, it was 3 times the price of a fighter of the same level. The prices are still reasonable. Gaoxing evaluated. This gentleman, do you have any plans for these star-level slaves? Immediately, a person in charge of the plaza ran over, obviously looking at Luo Feng and Gaoxing's bodyguards. He guessed that they were big customers with the ability to buy. I already have all the star-level ones. Gaoxing looked at the person in charge, smiling. I heard that on Dragon Star, there were universe-level slaves for sale? Luo Feng was shocked. Universe-level slaves? A galaxy's normal development would only produce one universe-level warrior. Universe-level, that was a true local tyrant. Universe-level slaves, however, regarding the slaves' information, Luo Feng had learned from Babata, the slaves' brains were all implanted with a biochip, after which it fused with the brain. The moment it was implanted, there was no way to leave, they would be completely loyal to the master. To destroy the biochip, one had to destroy the brain. And the human warrior's soul was in the consciousness, hence, destroying the brain meant death. Unless one became a domain lord, the domain lord's soul could already leave the brain, destroying the biochip in the brain. Hence, according to the theory, with the biochip implanted, the strongest the slave could reach was a universe level 9. Of course, if it was the Yun-Mo planet secret technique, the soul imprint technique, that could even control an undying warrior. However, that technique, in the vast universe, it was a top-secret technique that definitely wouldn't be passed on to outsiders. Universe-level slave? If you want to buy it, sure, our boss above can arrange it. The person in charge smiled. I'm just asking, I can't afford it. Gaoxing laughed loudly. Universe-level slaves are expensive. No choice, capturing a universe-level warrior alive was already difficult, adding the biochip implanted makes it even harder. A universe level, its price is in the trillions of black dragon dollars. More expensive than a planet. The person in charge shook his head. From what I see, with that money, you might as well buy 10 or 20 star level 9 warriors back. Who knows, if your luck is good, one of them will break through to the universe level. When that time comes and you sell it, wouldn't you be rich? You're messing with me. Gaoxing stared. A star level 9 breaking through to the universe level? 1 out of 100,000? I'm just saying. The person in charge laughed loudly. Luo Feng, however, looked at the slaves with envy. A star level 8 or 9, compared to his Earth clone, was over 1,000 times stronger. Even if the star level 4 golden horned beast went all out, it wouldn't be a match. If he didn't meet a universe level, such a slave as a bodyguard, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. And the slave controlled by the biochip was definitely obedient. In countless years, there had never been a case of a slave rebelling against its owner. It's just too expensive. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The golden horned beast needs money to become stronger. Deities of the world needs money to train. Becoming a leader of Earth needs money too. Getting powerful and obedient underlings still needs money. Damn it. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I don't use the arc cutter blade much anyway. The real trump card is the hybrid copper essence shard. I might as well sell the arc cutter blade. When that time comes, I'll have enough money to train and buy slaves. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Just wanted to ask, do I have a monthly ticket? Indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. One arc cutter blade didn't have much of an impact on his strength, but the moment he sold it, it would be of great help to him. Look, there are Dream Shell clan people there too. Gao Xing's eyes gleamed, pointing into the distance and shouting, Xianxia, those are all from your clan, right? Luo Feng followed Gao Xing's finger and looked over, beautiful. Jade-haired girls were there, some were alluring, some were young and inexperienced, all of them were extremely beautiful. Beside them, there was a group of jade-haired handsome men, all of them dressed up very valiantly and handsomely. XXXX. The group of Dream Shell clan slaves looked at Xianxia, some of them saying a bunch of strange words. XXX. The servant girl behind Gao Xing's eyes reddened, crying as she shouted out a string of words. What, you know them? Gao Xing was shocked. The Dream Shell clan slaves were rather famous in the slave market. The Dream Shell clan's population was definitely in the trillions. He didn't expect the servant girl he took in the restaurant to know those slaves. I know them, I know them. Xianxia said, Master, they are from the same hometown as me, the same batch that was captured by the leader and sold to the slave traders. Captured by the leader? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows beside. The leader of the planet not only didn't protect his own people, he actually sold them? Yes. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said hatefully, our hometown, that's a beautiful planet. The leader is our strongest warrior, he controls the entire planet. He has 2 demon kings under him, both star-level warriors. Star levels, in our hometown, that's already invincible. Our normal clansmen only have a few star travelers, they're not a match for the demon kings. The 2 demon kings lead an army, capturing large amounts of mature girls and youths, and then selling them to the slave traders. Xianxia cried, large amounts of our clansmen reproduce on the planet, and then get sold, this is our fate. We can't change it. These words made Luo Feng's heart go cold, my god, there was actually a planet specially used to raise slaves? Just like harvesting chives, batch after batch. Selling slaves is an extremely profitable business. Gao Xing shook his head beside, a planet with tens of billions of people can reproduce in a few decades. Selling hundreds of millions of people was a huge fortune. However, this kind of thing is very disgusting. Once a race gives birth to a super powerhouse, then the planet lord is finished. Therefore, they usually only do this to some weak races, and those who dare to do this are all planet lords with powerful backgrounds. There are countless races in the human race. Some of the weaker races are very weak when they reach adulthood. It was extremely difficult to produce a planetary state. It's very normal for such a race to be treated as a slave race, Gao Xing said. Ice cold, a bone-chilling cold, the universe was too naked. If Earth is discovered. Luo Feng's heart was trembling. The Earthlings were too weak, even reaching the first star traveler level was extremely difficult. At this level, some powerful forces in the universe would directly make them into a slave race. They would reproduce for generations and then be sold as slaves. Generation after generation, it was endless, like the Dream Shell clan, no. Luo Feng's heart was filled with rage. Anger, he couldn't accept this, absolutely not, after coming to Dragon Star, seeing the star-level warrior that could crush him with a finger, was only a restaurant manager, an important slave, a bodyguard. Luo Feng understood. Why Babada made him pretend to be a disciple of a big family. Pretending to be a disciple with a powerful background, so, the universe was so naked. If you were weak, you would be stepped on. No one would give you any charity, if your race was weak, then your entire race would be stepped on, even enslaved, no one would help you. You could only rely on yourself. Disciple of a big family? Liquid silver guards? Black dragon ship? I'm not even a disciple of a big family. Yunemo planet disciple? Yunemo planet has already been destroyed. I'm just an earthling, a weak earthling. I still have to rely on disguise to gain some respect on Dragon Star. Otherwise, who would respect a little star traveler from an aboriginal planet? Luo Feng looked at the slave Xianxia before him. Looking at the group of Dream Shell clan slaves. The female slaves were weak, while the male slaves were already star travelers. Obviously, the Dream Shell clan was even stronger than the Earthlings. Dream Shell clan, Earthlings. Luo Feng thought to himself. I definitely won't let Earth follow in the footsteps of the Dream Shell clan. Definitely not. Luo Feng thought to himself. A flame burned within his body, seeing the Dream Shell clan, Luo Feng was completely awake. In this vast universe, there were tens of thousands of human races. The strong bloodlines, like the Manka people, reached the domain lord level when they reached adulthood. And the weak were even weaker than the Earthlings. Among them, the Earthlings were ranked lower, most of their adult strength didn't even reach the student level 1, they were simply too weak. Why were the Manka people strong? It was because of the hard work of their ancestors, that they were able to improve the genes of their descendants. For any race to rise, they needed a hero to stand up, a pioneer to open a path. Since there are no strong ancestors, then let me open a path. Since I can't rely on others, then I can only rely on myself. Walking with Gao Sheng and the others in the slave market, looking at the groups of slaves, many of them were sold in groups, thousands or even tens of thousands could easily be ordered. This made Luo Feng's heart even colder. If one day, the Earthlings were sold in tens of thousands, among them were his own people, even his own family and descendants. That would be a nightmare. Brother Gao Sheng, I still have things to do, let's part ways here. At the exit of the slave market, Luo Feng said goodbye to Gao Sheng. Alright. Luo Feng, if there's anything, contact me through the virtual universe network. These few years, I'll be on Dragon Star. Gao Sheng said passionately. Definitely. Immediately, the two separated. Watching Luo Feng and the two liquid silver guards leave, Gao Sheng muttered softly, is it a school training? Or a large family's test? After which, he shook his head and left with his bodyguards. He never would have thought that this black-haired youth with a huge background was actually the strongest warrior of an aboriginal planet. Even though he was the strongest warrior of the planet, he was still only at the Star Traveler level. Right now I have to quickly increase my own strength, increase Earth's strength. Luo Feng walked on the streets of Dragon City. There were two ways to increase one's strength. The first was to increase the human body's strength. The second was to increase the golden horned beast's strength. The golden horned beast has the strongest battle power. Luo Feng thought, however, to let the golden horned beast reach the universe level in 1 or 2 years, the amount of money required is not even enough to sell the arc cutter blade. Then there's only one way. Let my human body's strength swiftly reach the star level. After which, go to the Universe Galaxy Bank and take out the first account my teacher left behind. Using the money from this account, I'll let the golden horned beast's body swiftly reach the universe level. Luo Feng easily made a plan for himself. With the Yunmo Planet Master's strength, any hair he plucked out would be much stronger than the Dragon Star domain leader. He believed that the money from this first account wouldn't disappoint him. Babata, I want to sell the arc cutter blade, where's the best place to sell it? Luo Feng asked. You really want to sell it? Babata couldn't help but ask. Right. Luo Feng was extremely determined. If it wasn't for the Undying Warrior's corpse, weapon, hybrid copper essence shard, eternal love which was even more valuable than the hybrid copper essence shard, taking it out would be suicide. Why did Luo Feng have to work so hard? The hybrid copper essence shard, eternal love, these were all things that would make a domain lord go crazy. And the Yunmo planet ship, these were things that would make an Undying Warrior go crazy. Luo Feng didn't dare take them out. If you want to sell it, go to the treasure shop from before. Babata said. Treasure shop? Luo Feng was stunned. The treasure shop supply can't compare to the spirit weapon shops, they'll give you a higher price. Babata said. Luo Feng rushed towards the treasure shop. After a while. It's the customer from before. He's actually here for the second time, he should be here to buy something. The shop attendant saw Luo Feng and welcomed him passionately. Dear sir, what can I do for you? The waiter asked with a smile. I want to sell a spirit weapon. Luo Feng looked at him, this shocked the attendant. Luo Feng continued, it's level 3. Please wait a moment. The attendant was trembling. Spirit weapons were originally a luxury item. The price of every increase in level was frightening. Even the lowest level 3 spirit weapons had a few billion, and the highest level 3 ones could reach up to a few hundred billion. Sir, please come inside to discuss. Very quickly, the attendant ran out, respectfully bringing Luo Feng to a guest room inside. Within the guest room. The originally seated old man with red and blue stripes on his face, a 2'6" tall old man smiled and stood up, slightly bowing. "Respected customer, I heard you want to sell a level 3 spirit weapon?" This was a star level 6 warrior. On a normal planet, he was definitely an invincible being. "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. "I wonder what spirit weapon it is?" the old man asked. Luo Feng flipped his hand and the arc cutter blade appeared. The old man's eyes gleamed. "This is the arc cutter blade. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's normal spirit weapon shops, the arc cutter blade's price is 21 billion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng said. Developing a mature spirit weapon, it was easy to imitate it. Of course, normal level 3 spirit weapons, only Sector Lord warriors could barely create and imitate it. It even required an undying being to create it. Selling weapons had always been an extremely profitable business, just like how the soaring shuttle was created by Hu Yanbo, but the arc cutter blade wasn't created by him. The number of soaring shuttles in the universe was relatively low. The arc cutter blade, however, was a rather common level 3 spirit weapon. Its usage methods, this treasure shop definitely had it. A green light enveloped the arc cutter blade. It's a standard arc cutter blade, the materials used are not bad, and it's in perfect condition. The old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. "I can give you 16 billion Black Dragon dollars to buy it, 18 billion, I can't go any lower." Luo Feng shook his head. This 18 billion, was what Babata had told him, 18 billion Black Dragon dollars? This? The old man looked at Luo Feng. This youth before him seemed to have a good understanding of their line of work. If they wanted to purchase, first of all it would be difficult, they would have to wait for the goods. Spirit weapons were after all something only sector lords could imitate and create. Secondly, they would have to spend over 18 billion to get one arc cutter blade. Deal. The old man looked at Luo Feng. The two sides drew up a contract. Because Luo Feng didn't have a bank card, so Luo Feng had a special request. After applying for a new bank card at the Universe Galaxy Bank, both parties completed the transaction. The arc cutter disc belonged to the rare treasure shop. And the huge sum of 18 billion Black Dragon dollars belonged to Luo Feng. This bank card is really strange. It's actually fused with a spiritual imprint. Only the original owner can use the bank card. Others can't use it even if they get it. Luo Feng was amazed. This was definitely an extremely safe method, more secure than any password. After all, everyone's spirit imprint is different. The Universe Galaxy Bank, a super bank that covered the entire universe, in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they would only accept customers with deposits of over 100 million Black Dragon dollars, 18 billion. That's a huge sum. For example, Gao Xing and the others, as well as Wei Lin, whom they had met in the restaurant. Luo Feng's mind felt the 18 billion in his space ring and was a bit excited. Why are you so excited? Just one hybrid copper essence shard was priceless. The Yun-Mo planet ship made from countless hybrid copper essences was something that even undying experts coveted. That's what true wealth is. Babata couldn't help but say, obviously he couldn't bear to see Luo Feng like that. No matter how expensive it is, if you don't dare take it out, what's the point? Luo Feng said. Babata was stunned. The Yun-Mo planet ship was something that even the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire would not hesitate to pay any price to snatch. Would Luo Feng dare to take it out? Even if one became a universe level, or a domain lord, they wouldn't dare take it out. Together with the old man, he returned to the treasure shop from the Universe Galaxy Bank. Right now I don't have enough money to let my golden horned beast reach the universe level in a short period of time. Then, I need to quickly increase my body's strength. Luo Feng was very clear that in the vast universe, huge amounts of wealth represented great power. He had to get his hands on the first bank account that his teacher had given him as soon as possible, therefore, he had to improve his physical strength as soon as possible. Only in this way could his soul improve rapidly. After all, the golden horned beast's soul was a star level 4, Luo Feng's body strength had no limits. Luo Feng, the Muya crystals have life energy, it can raise a person's soul and body. And there were no side effects. That's why. The Muya crystal can allow an advanced level war god to evolve to the Star Traveler level 1 stage. It can also make monsters transform. Babata said, of course, you don't need to strengthen your fleshly body or soul. You only need to strengthen your body. Luo Feng's body was the main reason why his strength was limited. To strengthen your body, with the money you have now, the best is the Jade Wave Marrow. Babata explained, Blue Wave Marrow is a very effective treasure at the Star Traveler level. At different stages, treasures had different effects. For example, Marika's Water of Life could allow ordinary people to regrow their limbs. The Spirit of Nature could increase the power of the war god, and some special Spirit of Nature could even heal Star Traveler states. But, it couldn't increase the power of a Star Traveler. At this time, they needed better treasures. Mr. Luo Feng, the old man from the Unique Treasure Shop, smiled and said, this is our Unique Treasure Shop's membership card, you can enjoy a discount of 9.8%. Our Wondrous Treasure Shop won't give out membership cards easily. I understand. Luo Feng smiled. This old man obviously knew Luo Feng had 18 billion black dragon dollars in cash. Naturally he hoped Luo Feng would spend with them. Do you have the Jade Wave Marrow here? Luo Feng asked. He couldn't be bothered to look at the other treasures. This 18 billion was his capital. He had to make the most of it and use it to raise his own power. He definitely couldn't waste it and buy useless things. We do. This Star Level 6 old man personally served Luo Feng, smiling as he brought him to a corner of the Unique Treasure Shop. There was a projection floating there. It was the Jade Wave Marrow. The Jade Wave Marrow was a strange green liquid that glowed with a strange light. Beside it was a price. Jade Wave Marrow, 1 gram is $9,000? Luo Feng nodded. I need 30 kg, 30 kg? The old man nodded and smiled. This made the customers who entered the Unique Treasure Shop to look at it, couldn't help but look at Luo Feng. Such an expensive thing like the Jade Wave Marrow, he bought 30 kilograms in one go? With the discount, it's 264.6 million black dragon dollars. The old man smiled. I wonder what else Mr. Luo Feng needs. I don't need anything else for now. Luo Feng didn't even look at the other treasures. The old man was slightly disappointed, but he still quickly went through the procedures and immediately took out 30 kilograms of emerald marrow from the secret warehouse at the back. Only a shop on a core trading planet like Horned Dragon Star, which had over 100 galaxies, could take out so much stock in one go. Weaker planets wouldn't even be able to take it out. This is the Jade Wave Marrow, please keep it well, sir. The old man handed over a beautiful half-transparent glass bottle. Within was a strange green liquid that glowed with a strange light, similar to that of mercury. Just this bottle of liquid. Who knows how many people have lost their lives trying to collect this liquid. If converted to an advanced level war god fighter, it could buy over 10 million advanced level war gods. Okay. Luo Feng received the large transparent bottle. Shua, it vanished. This made the other customers watching the transaction even more shocked and exclaim amongst themselves. Obviously, this youth had a space ring. With 30 kilograms of Jade Wave Marrow, I'll be able to reach the Star Traveler level 7 in a short amount of time, my spiritual force. Reaching the Star level 1 stage. When that time comes, I'll be able to get the first bank account my teacher left for me. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. The remaining Jade Wave Marrow, I can even help Hong and Thunder God. 30 kilograms of Jade Wave Marrow, Luo Feng bought enough. Take care, sir, we welcome your next visit. The old man smiled, sending Luo Feng off with his eyes. Luo Feng once again arrived at the slave market not far from the treasure shop. Within the slave market, it was still filled with people, beautiful and devastatingly beautiful female slaves, only cost a few thousand black dragon dollars. Student level 9, advanced level war god, fighters, only cost 10 to 20 black dragon dollars. Everywhere, tourists could be seen, casually buying a few slaves. My strength needs time to increase. And in the future, I'll need manpower for many things. I'll have to leave Earth frequently, I'll need servants at home. Luo Feng immediately decided to buy some slaves back. Very quickly, Luo Feng arrived at a large slave merchant's market. Within the market. Respected sir, I wonder what kind of slaves you need. We don't care if they're beautiful or strong, we have whatever you want. A skinny monkey-like person in charge, with a sharp and large nose, black skin. With one look he recognized Luo Feng as a powerful buyer. I need star-level slaves," Luo Feng said. "Ah." The person in charge was happy within, smiling. "Please come over here, we have a large number of virtual projections of slaves, you can choose whoever you want, sir. The prices are even more fair, buy more, we'll even give you a discount." Star-level slaves were very expensive, the person in charge was naturally very happy. Within the spacious guest room, a virtual projection appeared in front of Luo Feng. Large amounts of the slaves' appearances, their heights, strength, race etc. appeared, including their prices. Star Level 5 fighters 80 million, Star Level 7 fighters 500 million, Star Level 8 fighters 2 billion, Star Level 9 fighters 5 billion. Spirit readers are priced at 3 times the same level fighters. Luo Feng looked at the prices, these were all normal standards, unless there were some special cases, only then would the prices fluctuate, and for example, a Star Level 9 Spirit Reader was also a Level 9 fighter. Star Level 5 Spirit Readers, 3. Luo Feng pointed at the virtual projection, these are from the Black Meng race. Alright. The person in charge happily noted it down. Each was 240 million Black Dragon dollars, that was a total of 720 million Black Dragon dollars. Big business, he really didn't see wrongly, this youth was indeed a big customer. Black Meng race Star Level 7 Spirit Readers, 3. Luo Feng continued. The Black Meng race, their bodies were strong, and they often produced spirit readers. According to Babada's words, the Black Meng slaves were considered to be of good quality. Star Level 7 Spirit Readers? The person in charge was shocked, looking at Luo Feng, 3? Each was 1.5 billion Black Dragon dollars, 3 meant 4.5 billion Black Dragon dollars. Even the big families on Dragon Star, only important people could casually take out that much money. And the disciples of the families rarely had that much cash. Have you noted it down? Luo Feng looked over. I've noted it down. The person in charge was extremely excited, this business deal was a success, his bonus would be quite a bit. Luo Feng nodded, how big of a discount can you give me? 5%. It's definitely the biggest discount. The person in charge's sharp nose gleamed. Alright, give me 10 Star Level 1 warriors, 5 each for fighters and spirit readers. And another 1000 Star Traveler Level 9 spirit readers. Luo Feng said. Sir. The person in charge looked as though his parents had died, immediately staring, I can't give you that many. You're basically asking for my life. 10 Star Level 1 warriors, half for fighters and half for spirit readers, that was only 20 million Black Dragon dollars. 1000 Star Traveler Level 9 spirit readers, that was only worth 100 million. One price. Luo Feng looked at the person in charge, 5 billion Black Dragon dollars, along with the extras I mentioned. The person in charge was sweating profusely, his sharp nose beaded with sweat. His mind was like a computer madly calculating. Alright. The person in charge gritted his teeth. This business deal, as the person in charge, he would still get a large sum of money. The majority of the money would be split by the upper echelons. Alright then. Luo Feng nodded, Black Meng Clan Star Level 5 and Star Level 7 Spirit Readers, 3 each. Along with 5 Star Level 1 Fighters and 5 Star Level 1 Spirit Readers. And another 1000 Star Traveler Level 9 Spirit Readers. As for the races, you can pick from the 13 I've chosen. No problem. The person in charge nodded. I'll first pay 100 million Black Dragon dollars as a deposit. I'll inform you later to send the slaves to the planet's docking port. When the time comes, we'll complete the transaction there. Luo Feng said. Of course. The person in charge was all smiles. Over 1,000 slaves, most of them would be delivered at the planet's docking port. Luo Feng nodded, the total number of slaves was slightly more than 1,000. On Earth, an aircraft carrier could have thousands of people. For example, the Black Dragon spaceship was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. It was a spaceship with a diameter of 100 meters. If it was squeezed, one level could fit thousands of people. After registering at the Ganwu Dojo, I'll bring the slaves and leave Dragon Star. Luo Feng suddenly thought of the scene of bringing such a large group of people back to Earth. He couldn't help but reveal a weird smile. P.S. As Tomato had to go out at night, he was rushing for time, finally managing to finish 2 chapters. Tomato could easily go out now. After leaving the slave market, Luo Feng swiftly rushed towards the last stop in Dragon City, the Ganwu Dojo. Babata forced me to sign up at the Ganwu Dojo. Luo Feng stood before the gates of a huge city. Yes, this was a city within a city. The Ganwu Dojo on Horned Dragon Star was the largest and highest leveled one out of the 100 or so galaxies around it. There were large amounts of students gathered here. The entire Ganwu Dojo occupied a diameter of 280 kilometers, one could only imagine its grandeur. Gold leaf? Luo Feng looked up at the Ganwu Dojo's main entrance. On the huge main entrance, there were 4 words written in Universe Common Language. Ganwu Dojo, and around these 4 words, there were golden leaf carvings. At the main entrance, there were many students entering and exiting. There were no guards at all. Luo Feng followed the other students in. So many. So big. With one look, he could see a huge plaza in the distance. It was densely packed with at least tens of thousands of students fighting one-on-one, engaging in group training. Tens of thousands of students training together, it was like a sea of people, giving off a strong visual impact. And not a single student was below the Star Traveler level. No wonder it's the best Ganwu Dojo in the surrounding 100 galaxies. Luo Feng complimented within. The Ganwu Dojo, before coming here, Babata had already told Luo Feng in detail. This was a fighter spirit reader school in the Ganwu Universe country. It was an important channel to absorb large amounts of fighters and spirit readers. Also, the Ganwu Universe country forbade any other dojos from spreading their teachings within the billions of galaxies in their entire star region. Within the Ganwu Universe country, there was only one Ganwu Dojo. Of course, if a domain lord or sector lord was on his own planet, others would specially head over to take him as their teacher. The Ganwu Universe country naturally wouldn't care, however, domain lords, sector lords, and even undying warriors. They were all strictly forbidden from building dojos on their own planets and taking in disciples. This Ganwu Dojo actually has 3 Ganwu warriors. Luo Feng looked at the 3 carvings at the main entrance. Those were 3 human warriors. The 3 humans in the carvings were all dressed in dark purple battle robes. Their sleeves had a gold leaf embroidered on them. 1 leaf Ganwu warrior. One planet's Ganwu Dojo alone has 3 universe-level teachers. The Ganwu Dojo and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire should have better teachers. If the Ganwu Universe country and over 100 million galaxies Ganwu Dojos were added up. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this Ganwu Dojo's power is truly terrifying. Ganwu Dojo. Star Travelers were ordinary students. Stellar level, elite students, and qualified to be hired as instructors. On some normal planets, only the teachers managed the Ganwu Dojo. At the universe level, one would step into the ranks of the respected Ganwu warriors, becoming a 1-leaf Ganwu warrior. An area lord was a 2-leaf Ganwu shaman, the realm lord was a 3-leaf Gan shaman. Therefore, in the Ganwu Dojo, being able to obtain the title of Ganwu practitioner and having a golden leaf embroidered on your sleeve was an unparalleled glory. Your teacher's biggest problem back then was that he was too solitary. This was what your teacher admitted before he died. If he had been able to join a large power, like the Ganwu Universe country, he would have been able to do so. He would definitely be able to hold a high position within the Ganwu Universe country's undying group. That way, the killer back then wouldn't have dared to kill your teacher so easily. Your teacher entrusted me with this. Without enough power, it's still better to join a group. A good man has 3 helpers. What's more, joining the Ganwu Dojo in the Ganwu Universe country's territory. It'll be very convenient to do many things in the future. What's more, the Ganwu Dojo doesn't have many restrictions on the Ganwu warriors. Sigh, the master back then, he was too solitary, he didn't have any friends, no group. Babata's voice was a little bleak and sour. Luo Feng sighed. According to Babata's description, his teacher's personality was rather solitary. Dragon Star, Ganwu Dojo, within an office building. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Feng knocked on the door. Enter. An old voice resounded and the door automatically opened. Inside sat a white-haired old man with green skin and eyebrows that reached his waist. The old man looked over and Luo Feng smiled. "I'm here to register." "Register?" The old man glanced. The display screen beside immediately displayed a list of information: Luo Feng's name, nationality, strength, etc. "You're called Luo Feng?" The old man nodded. "Star Traveler level 8 Spirit Reader? Black Dragon Mountain Empire nationality? The registration fee is 800 Black Dragon dollars. From now on, you'll have to pay 10 Black Dragon dollars every year to continue receiving the many teaching services of the Ganwu Dojo." "Understood." Luo Feng nodded. The Ganwu Dojo, the true largest dojo, was actually within the virtual universe. However, the virtual universe had its own unavoidable flaws. "This is 1,000 Black Dragon dollars." Luo Feng took out a large note: 800 Black Dragon dollars registration fee and 20 years of fees. The old man nodded and swiftly helped Luo Feng with the procedures. The Ganwu Dojo was an important channel that absorbed countless geniuses from the universe. Hence, as long as you reached the most basic Star Traveler level, there would be no requirements to register. No tests or anything else. Of course, if you weren't from the Ganwu universe country, then it would be slightly more troublesome. "Thank you." Luo Feng smiled and left. The information had already been inputted. From then on, Luo Feng had the status of a Ganwu Dojo student. Future matters would be much simpler and easier. Dragonstar's Ganwu Dojo? Luo Feng walked out of the dojo's entrance, looking back and smiling. "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to come again in the future." Glancing at the tens of thousands of students currently training and sparring, regarding training, Luo Feng didn't care about the Ganwu Dojo's teachings. He had the UNMO planet's teachings. Maybe the Ganwu Dojo's core teachings could surpass the UNMO planet's. However, even the sector lords of the Ganwu Dojo might not be able to come into contact with such precious teachings. Outside the dojo's entrance, a student looked curiously at Luo Feng's back. "What's up, Wei Lin?" The other two asked curiously. "That person before, he seemed to be the punk with the 2 spirit weapons we met in the restaurant." Wei Lin creased his eyebrows. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" The other two were shocked. "I didn't see wrongly." Wei Lin's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Since he's at the Ganwu Dojo. Then that's easy, I'll make some arrangements later and get a feel for this punk. He actually dared to disrespect me in the restaurant. Luo Feng was above Dragon City, flying with the other pedestrians. Right. Luo Feng was currently in contact with the slave merchants. "I'm leaving immediately." "Right, wait for me, I'll meet up with you and head to the planet's docking bay." After Luo Feng finished, the quantum computer on his arm controlled by Babata immediately stopped the communication, after which Luo Feng dialed Gaosheng's number. "It's me, Luo Feng. Brother Gaosheng, I'll be leaving Dragonstar now. No need to send me off. I'll be leaving the city. Next time. The next time I come to Dragonstar, I'll definitely look for you." "Alright. See you in the virtual universe." After the two communication ended, Luo Feng swiftly headed towards the North District where he had agreed to meet up with the slave merchants, just 3 kilometers away from the North Gate, within a luxurious private room on the 6th floor of a restaurant. "Mr. Luo Feng, this is our supervisor, he's in charge of all the business on Dragonstar." The pointy-nosed supervisor introduced respectfully. Within the private room, there stood a skinny, slightly longer-eared green-haired man. Behind him were 2 bodyguards, both dressed in black uniforms, tall and sturdy. "Luo Feng, those 2 bodyguards are Star Level 9 Spirit Readers. The green-haired man is a Star Level 3 Spirit Reader." Listening to Babata's reminder, Luo Feng was very calm. As the supervisor in charge of Dragonstar, controlling so many slaves, before the slaves were sold, arranging for the 2 most powerful ones to protect him was very normal. "How do you do, Mr. Luo Feng? Let me introduce myself, I'm Wula." The green-haired man smiled. "Mr. Wula, very nice to meet you. If there's nothing else, let's head out immediately," Luo Feng said directly. "The customer's request is our command." The green-haired man bowed slightly, smiling. The ship is already waiting outside the city. Universe ships from outside, entering Dragon Star, had to dock at the docking bay. However, the local residents had parked their spaceships in their manors, and the slave merchants who were closely connected to the Horned Dragon Star had parked many spaceships and battleships in the Horned Dragon Star. A large ship was parked outside the city. "Mr. Luo Feng, please." The green-haired man was very humble. After which, he entered the spacious guest reception hall with Luo Feng. The two sat opposite each other. The table in front of them immediately had beautiful ladies serving large amounts of delicacies from all over the world. "I wonder where Mr. Luo Feng is from?" the green-haired man asked curiously. "Sorry, it's not convenient to tell," Luo Feng said directly. "Oh, I was too rash. I hope Mr. Luo Feng doesn't mind." The green-haired man expressed his apologies. Such a large deal of 5 billion, he was only lucky enough to come across it. After all, the competition in the slave market was too intense. There were many slave merchants. Facing such a generous customer, he naturally had to treat him with utmost importance. Slave merchants were cruel and cold towards their slaves. However, towards their customers, they were extremely respectful. "The ship has arrived at the docking bay." A voice resounded within the ship. In the guest hall, the green-haired man immediately stood up. "Mr. Luo Feng, the ship has arrived. Then let's begin the transfer of the slaves. As it's the highest authority, from now on, our slave merchants will no longer be able to control these slaves. The authority will all belong to you, Mr. Luo Feng. Hence, changing the authority of these 1,000 slaves will take some time." "Okay." Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. 16-star level underlings. 1,000-star traveler level 9 spirit readers, he was about to get his hands on them. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The slaves are all in the great hall of the lower 2 levels. "Mr. Luo Feng, follow me." The green-haired man led the way. This ship was much bigger than Luo Feng's Black Dragon ship. Of course, the materials were much weaker. This was only a B-grade ship. In the lower 2 levels of the ship, within the spacious great hall with a diameter of over 100 m, stood large amounts of tall and sturdy, stern, or enchanting beautiful slaves. If one didn't say it, one wouldn't be able to tell they were slaves from their appearance. After all, the weakest was a star traveler level 9 spirit reader, stronger than Luo Feng. How could their auras be weak? "Mr. Luo Feng, please stand in front," the green-haired middle-aged man said. "The entire process will take a while." "All right." Luo Feng walked to the front of the great hall, looking at the slaves standing perfectly straight. 1,000-star traveler. Level 9 slaves gathered together, and the 16-star level slaves stood closest to Luo Feng. D. A peculiar sound resounded. In an instant, all the slaves' eyes became lifeless, and in the corner of the great hall, the green-haired man was arranging for his underlings to swiftly operate the equipment, and one of the equipment was pointed at Luo Feng, almost as though it was collecting his information. Time passed minute by minute. Gradually, the slaves' eyes all lit up, becoming spirited. About 12 minutes later. "Master." These over 1,000 slaves were either male or female, or from different races, but they all bowed in unison, extremely respectful voices. "Mr. Luo Feng." The green-haired middle-aged man carried a silver chest and walked over, his face full of smiles. "Everything has been settled. Inside are the 1,016 slaves' control terminal microchips. One control terminal microchip, for one slave. Insert the microchips into the quantum computer and you'll be able to operate them. As for the operating method, I've already given you a detailed information storage card," the green-haired middle-aged man explained. Luo Feng nodded. Regarding this, Babada had already explained it to him in detail. "Mr. Woola, then I'll transfer the money directly." Luo Feng smiled. After transferring the rest of the money to the slave trader's account, both parties were considered done. Haha. Receiving the notification from above that the rest of the money had been transferred, the green-haired middle-aged man immediately smiled. "Mr. Luo Feng, it's been a pleasure working with you. This is my virtual universe network number. If you still want to buy slaves in the future, quickly find me. If you have any requests for the slaves, just ask. I will definitely give you the best discount." As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Definitely. Luo Feng received it and turned to look at the 1016 slaves. Follow me, said Luo Feng. Yes, master. 3-star level 7 Black Mane spirit readers followed behind Luo Feng. Behind them were the other 13-star levels and finally the 1000 slaves. Some of the slaves even whispered, recognizing a master is such a headache. It seems that our new master has a very high status. I hope he will have a good life in the future. Although the cost of a biochip was very low, the technology involved was very high. It was rumored that it was a type of technology obtained from the battle between the human race and the mechanical race. Once he fused with the biochip, he would be completely controlled. He had all the memories of the past, yet he was completely loyal to his master from the bottom of his heart. The slightest bit of disrespect would be countered by the biochip. Therefore, in the vast universe, for countless years, none of the slaves controlled by the biochip had ever rebelled against their masters. Only if the slave became an area lord would they be able to resist the counter of the biochip. The strongest counter of the biochip was to explode their heads. Area lords could already destroy their heads and not die. Horned Dragon Star, the docking port. Respected sir, we welcome you to Horned Dragon Star in the future. Dressed in a gray uniform, with a height of 2.8 m and 2 horns on his head, a green-skinned brawny man respectfully took the parking card from Luo Feng's hands, watching as the 3-star level 7 warriors led the group, entered the Black Dragon ship. The Black Dragon ship took off and left the docking port. Who? The green-skinned man finally let out a sigh of relief. It hasn't even been a day and he's already brought a large group of people and left. And there are even 3-star level 7 spirit readers. The green-skinned man looked at his own quantum computer that displayed his strength, still feeling his blood boil. 16-star levels. 1000-star traveler level 9 warriors, this kind of elite army could easily sweep through normal planets. In space outside Horned Dragon Star. Black Dragon ship control room. 3-star level 5s and 3-star level 7s stood respectfully behind Luo Feng. And the 10-star level 1 warriors were temporarily in charge of the 1000-star traveler level 9 slaves. The other 1100 were living in the lower and middle levels of the Black Dragon ship. The ship has already left Horned Dragon Star. On the control screen, the little demon's cute head appeared, currently accelerating. After a while. The ship has 10 more seconds to reach light speed and begin universe travel. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The ship slightly shook. It lasted for 10 seconds. Travel successful, we've already entered the dark universe. Only then did Luo Feng turn to look at the 6 Black Mane star level slaves behind him. Out of the 1016 slaves he bought, only the strongest 6 were from the Black Mane race, the other 1010 were from the 13 races Luo Feng had initially selected. The 13 races had something in common, their height and appearance were all close to that of an Earth human. Black Mane race. Luo Feng looked at the 4 men and 2 women. The Black Mane men were extremely handsome, the women were extremely beautiful too, very close to that of an Earth human. The only difference was, when they opened their mouths, they had sharp teeth, their eyes were dark red. What are your names? Luo Feng asked. Master. One of the star level 7 Black Mongolian women smiled. My name in the universe language is called Ebola Sadni Atasna. Master, my name is Wei Tian La Kuda Isen Turad. The star level 7 Black Mane race member who was a bit more muscular said. Master, 6 people reported their names consecutively. My god, Luo Feng was speechless. The name of the Black Mane tribe was really long. From today onwards, I don't care what you call each other. Luo Feng immediately pointed at the star level 7 sturdy man. I'll call you Meng 1, you Meng 2 and you Meng 3. In one breath, from Meng 1 to Meng 6, Luo Feng immediately assigned them. Meng 3 and Meng 6 were females. Yes, master. The 6 Black Mane tribesmen happily accepted the order, but they looked at each other helplessly. You all return to your cabins to rest. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The 6 of them retreated. Only Luo Feng was left in the control room, the door automatically closed. Babata, connect to the virtual universe network. Luo Feng ordered mentally. Virtual universe world, Black Dragon Mountain Island. The bustling streets were filled with people, occasionally someone would appear out of nowhere. Luo Feng too appeared out of nowhere. On Luo Feng's shoulder sat a fist-sized little demon. Mr. Luo Feng, I've discovered your Universe Galaxy bank account, would you like to bind it? A voice appeared in Luo Feng's mind, it was gentle and comfortable. Bind it. Luo Feng said. Universe Galaxy bank account, merging with the spiritual imprint. This virtual universe network was connected to his consciousness, merging with the spiritual imprint. Babata, follow the plan. Luo Feng randomly walked into an old bar on the side of the road, asked for a glass of fruit juice, and sat in the corner. Luo Feng, I've searched for a bit, within 30,000 light-years of Earth, there are large amounts of planets that fit your requirements, we can use them as our second base. Babata said. Ah? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Earth was his home, he would definitely work hard to become the leader of Earth, hence Earth would naturally be his first base, however, because back then when the Yun Mo Planet Master entered the Dark Universe, he used a space technique to hide the Dark Universe coordinates of Earth that were close to 1,000 light-years away. And to find the hidden coordinates was extremely difficult, even amongst the undying beings, very few could do it. Hence other than Babata who could easily find the hidden coordinates. Other ships had no way to directly reach Earth, they could only fly slowly, and in the future when Luo Feng wanted to buy many metals etc., getting them to send them to Earth was impossible. Hence, he had to choose a second base. This second base was where Luo Feng would receive large amounts of metals in the future, an important place for him to interact with many people in the universe. As close to Earth as possible. As cheap as possible. This planet's population should be as small as possible. The warehouse should be as big as possible. Luo Feng said. What he needed was a huge warehouse. In the universe, there were many such warehouses that were used for transportation. Some places that weren't suitable for farming, or for humans to live in, there were many that were made into huge warehouses. Luo Feng, I found one on the internet, it's not bad. Bailon Star, a planet in the Milky Way galaxy, its distance from Earth is 11,800 light-years. Bailon Star is in an extremely low temperature all year round, the coldest places can reach -120 degrees. The warmest places are usually around -10 degrees. The entire planet's population is 2.1 billion, because of the low temperature, almost everyone lives in the cities. Bailon Star's extremely cold region, there's a 98 kilometers long, 61 kilometers wide large warehouse base. It's currently up for sale, this warehouse base is permanent ownership, price is 800 million silver blue dollars. Babata said, after that, every year, you only have to pay a management tax of 600,000 silver blue dollars. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. A 98 kilometers long, 61 kilometers wide warehouse base? No wonder it's a huge warehouse used for interstellar transportation, it's huge. These types of warehouses were usually built from the remains of ships and battleships, even though it was huge, the cost of building this warehouse base definitely didn't reach 100 million silver blue dollars. Expensive, was in terms of land. Of course that kind of extremely cold region, to build it into a human residential area, the cost was too high, there wasn't much use. Selling it at this price, it wasn't too bad. Alright, Babata, contact Bailon Star to discuss this matter. Luo Feng said directly. The negotiations lasted for over 3 hours. Finally with the management of Bailon Star, they came to an agreement, using 800,000 Black Dragon dollars, the official price is 1 Black Dragon dollar equals 1,000 silver blue dollars, in reality the value of the Black Dragon dollar is even higher, to buy the permanent ownership of this warehouse base, with a 500-year management tax exemption. The Black Dragon dollar was much more valuable than the silver blue dollars, normal planet residents might not even earn 1 Black Dragon dollar in a year. Time passed day by day. 9 days later. We're about to reach the universe coordinates of Bailon Star, we'll begin universe travel in 320 seconds. Within the Black Dragon ship, Babata shouted from the control screen. Luo Feng smiled. Bailon Star was very close to Earth, only a little more than 10,000 light-years. With the Black Dragon ship speed, one day would be enough to go back and forth between Earth and Bylon Star. Update complete. Brothers, the monthly votes are awesome. Recommendation votes are good too. Not even 200 votes and I've made it to second place. Work hard, work hard. Milky Way, Bylon Star. As one of the millions of life planets in the Silver Blue Empire, the planet with the lowest living conditions, the management that was sent down to manage this planet definitely didn't have much of a background within the Silver Blue Empire. Bylon Star North, extremely cold region. Huge warehouses were scattered all over the icy land, and each warehouse was beautifully built. At this time, in front of one of the larger warehouses, there was a silver-white ship parked. Director, when will that guest arrive? We've been waiting here for half a day. Within the ship, 10 people sat together. I say, Director. Actually, the contract has already been signed, and he's paid. There's no need for us to personally welcome this guest. Can't we just let some of our subordinates receive him? Our entire department is here, aren't we overestimating him? Another middle-aged man carrying a hot drink said slowly. This group of people all came out in ships. This was considered a luxurious treatment on Bylon Star. One could see how high their positions were. And this director was one of the few big shots of the entire planet. What's the rush? The fat-headed big-eared director roared angrily, following which he said softly, You bunch of idiots, to prevent you from causing trouble for me when the time comes, I'll tell you now. Do you know, in the Virtual Universe Network, I've already signed a contract with this guest. The Virtual Universe Network is in effect. Do you know, which bank did he send the money from? Which bank? Notre Bank? Beulah Galaxy Bank? The other members all reported some of the more famous banks in the Milky Way galaxy. It's the Universe Galaxy Bank. The fat-headed big-eared director said softly. Silence. The group of people who were leisurely drinking their hot drinks were all stunned, staring at their director in shock. Universe Galaxy Bank, that was definitely for the upper echelons of the universe, the strong fighters. The minimum requirement to open an account with the Universe Galaxy Bank was having at least 100 million Black Dragon dollars. 100 million Black Dragon dollars, when converted to Silver Blue dollars, was about 100 billion Silver Blue dollars. Some of the wealthiest people on normal planets only had 100 billion Silver Blue dollars, and on Bylon Star, the wealthiest person only had 60 billion Silver Blue dollars. Therefore, the Universe Galaxy Bank usually had branches on the capital planets of low-level empires, as well as the important planets of medium-level empires such as Dragon Star, and many other planets of the universe nations. Universe Galaxy Bank? Heavens! Really? The group of people looked at each other, dumbfounded. Even the richest man on their Bylon Star didn't have the right to reach the lowest limit of the Universe Galaxy Bank. But that richest man had already made many important figures in the management of the planet enthusiastically flatter him. No matter how much money an administrative official or military official earned, they couldn't compare to the richest man on a planet. So, all of you better be careful, the Director General said in a low voice. Understood, understood. Don't worry, Director General, we will definitely make the guests extremely satisfied. Absolutely no problem. The originally undisciplined group of people was now full of vigor. Beep. Director General Barths, the guest has arrived. Transfer the call directly. A voice sounded from within the spacecraft. All right. The fat and big-eared Director General immediately stood up with a serious expression. Bylon Star's Bate, how are you? I'm Luo Feng. The communicator's voice resounded. Hello, Mr. Luo, I'm Bart. I'm now outside the warehouse base you bought. The Director General was all smiles, saying, and Mr. Luo Feng, you don't have to park your ship at the planet's docking bay. As a guest who owns property on this planet, you can directly take the ship and fly to the warehouse base. I'll be there immediately. The call ended. Quickly. The Director General fiercely looked at his subordinates. Quickly get off the ship and welcome Mr. Luo Feng. Yes, Director General. Whether they were big bellies or old, this group of undisciplined men were all filled with fighting spirit. In the empty space outside the warehouse base, 18 upper echelons of the planet's business department, including the Director General, vice director general and 16 important members, in the cold weather, dressed in thick clothes, were all eagerly waiting. One had to know that the temperature in this godforsaken place was about -90 degrees. He's here. The eyes of the 18 people gleamed. In the distance, a black ship appeared, almost instantly flying to the warehouse base and slowly descending. This ship's body has a black dragon on it. Don't tell me it's a universe ship produced by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? As the management of the lagging by Lone Star of the Silver Blue Empire, facing the important figures from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they naturally felt a sense of humility. This is the Black Dragon Mountain X series. Pure black? Isn't that the symbol of the luxurious Black Dragon Mountain X series ships? One of the young members exclaimed, the cheapest Black Dragon Mountain X series ship costs 600 million Black Dragon dollars per ship. It's said that the luxurious ships cost up to 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Pure black. A noble pure black color. This ship lover, even though he was very poor. But it couldn't stop him from loving the big series, the expensive and luxurious ships, 10 billion Black Dragon dollars? This ship is worth 10 billion Black Dragon dollars? The other members were all shocked. 10 billion? Or Black Dragon dollars? The fat-headed big-eared director general couldn't help but swallow his saliva. My God, even in the wealthiest and most prosperous place in the Silver Blue Empire, the capital planet. To be able to ride a ship worth 10 billion Black Dragon dollars, only the top-notch rich and powerful families, or some of the universe merchants in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire could afford it. Those kinds of people, any one of them could easily make the pitiful management of a lagging planet like. By Lone Star step down. Do. The outer cabin door opened, the 18 by Lone Star members all stood up straight, their faces revealing the most standard warm smile, looking expectantly at the cabin door. Who? Neat teams of people flew out one by one, and the entire spaceship was filled with experts of this level. They're all Star Traveler Level 9 spirit readers. Looking down at their own quantum computers, they were all shocked. A grand total of 1,000 Star Traveler Level 9 spirit readers all flew out. My God. This is already enough to easily wipe out our Lone Star. The Director General and the others felt their legs trembling, their hearts trembling. Their planet's strongest warrior was a Star Level 1 fighter. However, against 1,000 Star Traveler Level 9 spirit readers, he would definitely die. Star Level 1, 1, 2, 3, look, Star Level 5. Another group of people came out. These 1,000 plus people split into two rows, almost like guards, quietly waiting for their master. After that, dressed simply, Luo Feng, with 3 Star Level 7 bodyguards following him, flew out of the cabin door. 7 Level 7? Star Level 7? And spirit readers? The members all looked down at their quantum computers, feeling their throats go dry. A total of 3 Star Level 7 spirit readers as bodyguards. Where did this mere Star Traveler Level 8 youth come from? Luo Feng flew down from the cabin door, looking at the 18 people welcoming him. Which one of you is Director Bate? Luo Feng asked. It's me, I'm the Lone Star Business Department's Director Bate. The fat-headed and big-eared director walked forward, extremely respectful. My God, to be able to bring such a terrifying bodyguard, with a total of 3 Star Level 7 spirit readers. Even the royal family of the Silver Blue Empire didn't have such high treatment. The shock of 1,000 Star Traveler Level 9 warriors was far less than the shock of having 3 Star Level 7 warriors. After all, a Star Level 7 spirit reader, the price to hire far exceeded the 1,000 Star Traveler guards. Mr. Luo, let me introduce you to the functions of this warehouse base. Mr. Luo, please take a look. The entire warehouse base is sturdy, comparable to an interstellar battleship's defense. Even if there's an earthquake, it definitely won't damage the warehouse base at all. Director Bate passionately introduced. What a joke, this warehouse base was originally built from large amounts of battleship wreckage. The sturdy defense, naturally, wouldn't be weak. 98 km long, 61 kilometers wide, a huge warehouse of about 6,000 square kilometers. It was indeed very shocking. In the center of the warehouse base, there was a residential area, about 3 kilometers long and wide. This is... Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This is a residential area, if the warehouse base wants to hire workers, or have people stationed here. They can live here. This residential area is very old, Mr. Luo can completely demolish it and rebuild it. The fat-headed and big-eared director glanced behind, a fair-skinned youth walked forward, pressing on the quantum computer on his wrist. A virtual projection appeared in mid-air, it was a projection of many villas. Mr. Luo Feng, whatever villa you need, you can choose. Director Ba Te said passionately, the villas are all removable, sturdy and warm, as long as the various parts of the villa are transported here, in a short period of time, they can be assembled into a villa. Removable, dismantled, and assembled? Luo Feng was a little moved. On Earth, there were removable houses too. However, compared to the more civilized planets, they were far from it. Are there any bigger houses? Luo Feng looked at the virtual projection and said. Bigger? The director was stunned. The fair-skinned youth beside said, there are even bigger manors, and even castles. However, to transport them over, they have to come from other planets. It takes a little more time. And a little more expensive. This is the manor series, they take up from 10,000 square meters to 100,000 square meters, this is the size of the main building, as for the courtyards, you can expand as much as you want. This is the castle series, they take up from 500,000 square meters to 5 million square meters. Looking at the castle, Luo Feng was satisfied. Give me 2 castles. This 9-story castle. That takes up 1 million square meters, give me 1 each. Luo Feng said. On Earth, the small villa he had before was obviously not enough. After all, he had over 1,000 servants, and building on Earth was simply too slow, and these removable, and installed castles, even if he brought them back to Earth, he could rely on over 1,000 servants to swiftly install them. This Bailon star will be my future contact with the universe, it will be my second base, I have to leave a castle here. Earth is my roots, of course I have to leave a castle. Luo Feng thought. 2 castles? The bureau chief and the group gulped, they were indeed not on the same level. The rich on Bailon Star could at most build their own castles. And to buy these luxurious removable moving castles, the cost was obviously much higher. You can choose the style of the castles, the interior decorations too. And the castles, according to the materials used, there are differences too. The fair-skinned youth said, Luo Feng swiftly made his choice according to the projection. In a short while, the style, interior decorations, the materials used for the castles were all selected. The 2 castles are priced at 1.2 billion silver blue dollars each, a total of 2.4 billion silver blue dollars. If you pay with Black Dragon dollars, you can get a 20% discount, 1.92 million Black Dragon dollars. The fair-skinned youth's voice was trembling. A huge sum. 2.4 billion silver blue dollars, it was more expensive than the entire warehouse base. Luo Feng nodded. The materials used for these 2 villas were comparable to B-grade warships, especially the master bedroom and other important rooms, they were all made of C-grade alloys. They were made for the most important guests. After the group of high-ranking officials from the business department left, Luo Feng returned to the Black Dragon ship. After all, the only residential area in the warehouse base was cold and broken, far from the comfort of the ship. Babada, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng sat in the comfortable resting room of the Black Dragon ship. Virtual universe, Gongwu Continent's Black Dragon Mountain Island. Luo Feng was alone, sitting in the corner of a bar, communicating mentally with Babada. Babada, begin buying metals. Luo Feng ordered. Which combination should I buy? Babada asked. Right now, with the jade marrow and Muya crystals, I believe in at most half a year, my body quality will reach the Star Traveler level 7. My spirit reading will reach the Star level 1. I can get the bank account my teacher left for me. Hence, to buy half a year's worth of metals, the price must not exceed 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng's thoughts said. The golden horned beast's swallowing of metals was his biggest expense. Right now, it was only at the Star level, the most expensive and best metal combination would cost over 60 billion Black Dragon dollars a year. Training in deities of the world would cost even more. Luo Feng didn't even dare to think about it. Alright. Babada swiftly began searching. Luo Feng, I've confirmed. There are 2 metal combinations, half a year of swallowing metals, one requires 6.28 billion black dragon dollars, the evolution speed increases 39 times. The other set was worth 10.22 billion black dragon dollars. The evolution speed will be increased by 51 times, the second set will be slightly more than 10 billion black dragon dollars, you can choose the second set. Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Alright, then I'll place the order, I'll get them to deliver it to Bailon Star. Right, Bailon Star. He quickly settled his own matters. When he sold the level 3 spirit weapon arc cutter blade for 18 billion black dragon dollars, he spent 5 billion on the slaves and servants, and 200 million on the jade wave marrow. As for the castles and warehouses, they were nothing in comparison. Now that he had bought so many pure metals, he had about 2.5 billion black dragon dollars. Babada, buy the purple light drink. Luo Feng said. Really? Babada couldn't help but ask. Right. Luo Feng nodded. There were many treasures in the universe that were beneficial to the evolution of the body. The better the effect, the more shocking the price. Like the jade marrow that Luo Feng bought before, which has an effect on a Star Traveler level fighter's body, 1 gram costs 9,000. As for something that was extremely effective for apprentice-level martial artists, it was similar to the essence of nature on Earth, and its price was only about 1,000th of the green wave pith, and the purple light drink that Luo Feng wanted to buy was very cheap, it was a common drink used by the rich families. Buying and selling was based on the kilogram. 1 kilogram of purple light drink was 10 black dragon dollars. Babada, are you sure? 15 milliliters of purple light drink, can it let Earth's high-level dojo students evolve to the student level 1? Luo Feng asked again. Relax, there's definitely no problem. You're buying it for the high-level students to drink, they aren't even student level 1. They can't digest things that are too good. For their body qualities, 15 milliliters of purple light drink will definitely have a miraculous effect. Babada said, you haven't even made money from the people of Earth, and now you're spending so much on them. Buy 100,000 tons of purple light drink. Luo Feng said. That much? Are you sure? I'm sure. Luo Feng nodded. The density of the purple light drink was lower than water, 15 milliliters of purple light drink was about 10 grams. 1 kilogram of purple light drink could let 100 of the dojo's high-level students evolve into fighters. 1 ton was 100,000 people. 100,000 tons was enough to let 10 billion people become fighters. If I'm strong alone, I won't be able to make the people of Earth rise, I can only make everyone strong. However, what I can do is only to put an effort from the side. The real hard work still depends on the countless people of Earth. Luo Feng thought. The number of fighters on Earth was very, very few, the ratio of normal people to fighters was close to 10,000, hence the entire number of fighters on Earth was only about 1 million. And the high-level students were much more. Even though there were only 3 high-level students in a high school, the ratio was close to 1,000. The majority of the dojo high-level students were over 20 years old. On Earth, the ratio of normal people to high-level students was about 100, and this was because many people felt there was no hope and gave up. 100, I want every high-level student in the dojo to become a fighter. That way, Earth's 7 billion people would have 70 million fighters. Everyone knows that once they become high-level students, they can transform into fighters. They'll definitely work even harder. Maybe the ratio will even increase, out of 50 people, 1 can become a high-level student. Luo Feng was anticipating the number of fighters on Earth, once there were over 100 million. One had to know, fighters could absorb energy from the universe, when that happened, they would gradually evolve. Such a large number of evolvers would cause the entire human genome on Earth to undergo a huge evolution. Maybe in 20 years, the number of fighters would increase, in a few hundred years, Earth could very well be filled with fighters. When they matured, they would be student level 1 fighters. This was Luo Feng's first step in the evolution of Earth. I've already bought it. 100,000 tons of purple light due to the large amount, I've found the lowest discount among all the merchants, 20% off. The total is 800 million black dragon dollars. Babada said. Luo Feng nodded. 100,000 tons, enough for 10 billion dojo high-level students to use. Right now Earth's population didn't even reach 7 billion, this amount of purple light due could be used for a long time. That night, a transport ship arrived at Bailan Star, transporting the parts of the two moving castles over, according to customer Luo Feng's request. However, after assembling one set of castles, the other set of castles was made up of many parts. Within 20 minutes, the 1 kilometer-long and wide 9-level castle was completed. Luo Feng's second day on Bailan Star, the first merchant's large amount of metal was sent over. Luo Feng's order of metal was split into 3 shops. Luo Feng's third day on Bailan Star, 100,000 tons of purple light due was sent over. As some of the metals were more valuable and rare, the journey was longer. Until the 6th day, all the metals had been sent over. And during this process, Luo Feng also took the opportunity to sell the 9.28 billion tons of black iron he had excavated on Mars back to the merchants, selling the bulk of the 9 billion tons. 1 ton of black iron was priced at 0.0032 black dragon dollars. If it was silver blue dollars, it could be sold for 4 silver blue dollars. Worth tens of billions of silver blue dollars. Finally Luo Feng only received about 20 million black dragon dollars. If it wasn't for the arc cutter blade. Back then on Mars, it was indeed a huge sum. After all, 10-star level 1 fighter slaves were only worth 10 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng's 7th day on Bailan Star. From today onwards, you will all be stationed here. If there's anything, you can use the virtual universe network to contact me. Luo Feng said. Yes, Master. A star level 1 and a 100-star traveler level 9 spirit readers replied in unison. From then on, this group of people became Luo Feng's second base's guards. Luo Feng turned and ordered, "Depart." He led the 15-star levels and 900-star traveler level 9 warriors under him, swiftly boarding the Black Dragon ship. As for the large amounts of metal, and the large amounts of assembly parts for the moving castle, they were all kept in Babada's storage space. The Black Dragon ship left Bailan Star, entering universe travel towards Earth. 8 hours later. What's going on? The ship is going in circles. Luo Feng asked within the control room. On the control room screen, Babada's head appeared. We've already arrived at Earth's corresponding dark universe region, however, the coordinates have been concealed by your teacher's space techniques. I need to follow the trajectory without any mistakes for about 5 minutes, before I can find the true universe coordinates. Luo Feng nodded. Space techniques? That was too far away for him. Even the Yonemo planet techniques he had learned so far didn't include any space techniques. Obviously it wasn't something he could learn now. 5 minutes later. In the vast starry sky of the solar system, there were strange space ripples. A pitch-black flying saucer-shaped spaceship appeared out of thin air. Universe travel was a success. I'm back. Luo Feng looked at the distant azure planet in space. He couldn't help but feel excited. If he didn't leave Earth, how would he feel like home? This azure planet, that was his home. Earth, I'm back. Luo Feng's expression was excited. Babada, let's return to Earth. Luo Feng shouted. Yes. Babada shouted loudly. The black spaceship sped up in the boundless starry sky, flying rapidly toward the azure planet, Earth, China's Kyoto headquarters city. It was currently late at night. A middle-aged man with the rank of a general was leisurely sitting on his sofa, accompanying his family to watch television. Suddenly his phone rang. The general picked up the phone and was shocked. It was Luo Feng. He was the one specially arranged by China to contact Luo Feng. How do you do, Mr. Luo Feng? The general answered the call, swiftly heading towards the room beside. General Wang, I hope you can provide me with a 1 kilometer of land within Yangzhou City. Luo Feng's voice resounded from the phone. No problem, I'll give you a reply within half an hour. The general didn't hesitate at all. Thank you, and in 3 days, at 9 a.m. China time, I'll gather all the countries and headquarter cities' upper echelons to Yangzhou. We'll convene an important meeting that concerns the evolution of the entire human race. Luo Feng said. The general was stunned. He didn't care if Luo Feng wanted land, it was only 1 kilometer long and wide. To the country, it wasn't much. A slightly bigger company's headquarters was already that big. Even in China, like Luo Feng's father-in-law's family, the Su family's territory was that big. However, meeting, all the countries and headquarter cities' upper echelons would attend? What does Luo Feng mean by this? What's the point of holding such a huge meeting? Even though the general was suspicious, he didn't dare ask too much. Right now, in the eyes of the entire world, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were always together, like brothers, the 3 pinnacle warriors of Earth. Understood, I'll definitely inform the leader. The general said. Luo Feng hung up. At this time, Luo Feng had actually just entered Earth's atmosphere, he hadn't even had the time to return home, he swiftly made the call. Update complete, Earth, China, Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. The most luxurious and prosperous district in Yangzhou City was undoubtedly the West Lake Courtyard. This West Lake Courtyard took up a huge amount of space, the lake water inside was even modified to look like the slender West Lake of Yangzhou before the Grand Nirvana period. On both sides of this modified slender West Lake, there were many trees planted. The entire West Lake Courtyard had a total of 12 luxurious villas. After all, even in the headquarter city era, special privileges still existed, these 12 families either had connections with the military, or had huge amounts of wealth and power in society. Immediately. Bring all the important items and leave quickly, in 15 minutes, the entire West Lake Courtyard will no longer exist. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Quickly. Cars swiftly carried the important items from the families and left. And in mid-air, 3 disc-shaped fighter jets were floating, swiftly rushing them. The important people of the 12 families who used to be extremely high in status were all leaving pitifully. My God, it's actually the highest leader who gave the order. Our West Lake Courtyard takes up a lot of space, however the Jiangnan Mountain Water District in the main city area takes up even more space. Why are they chasing us away? Within the luxurious cars, the important people's families were furious, yet they didn't dare to get angry. They knew, this order, came from the highest leader of China. When Luo Feng's ship appeared in the air above Yangzhou City's West Lake Courtyard District, the entire district, other than the people from the military welcoming Luo Feng, had no one else. Their efficiency is really high, it hasn't even been half an hour since I made the call. Moreover, he actually gave me the best West Lake Courtyard. 45 minutes later. 2 cars left Mingyu District, arriving at West Lake Courtyard. Daddy, these 4 words are called West Lake Courtyard, right? In the car, Luo Feng hugged the younger of his 2 sons, Luo Hai, as he pointed at the 4 large words at the entrance of the sector. Ping Ping and Little Hai, who were 3 years old this year, learned quite a few Chinese characters under the guidance of Xianxia and his grandparents. They could even memorize quite a few Tang and Song poems. Right, Little Hai is really smart. Luo Feng kissed Little Hai. Daddy, what are we doing here? Ping Ping said. Right, Luo Feng, you still haven't told us what we're here for. Xianxia, who was sitting beside, couldn't help but ask. You'll know soon enough. Luo Feng smiled. His parents, brother, and sister-in-law in the car behind him were also confused. Entering West Lake Courtyard, the car went around the grass. Luo Feng and the others were able to see the beautiful thin West Lake, and the willows on both sides of the lake swaying in the wind. The scenery of this West Lake Courtyard was indeed beautiful. Far away from the highest lawn, there should have been 12 detached villas scattered around. But now, it was a beautiful castle with a height of 60 meters and a width of 1 kilometer. This castle was like the castle of the legendary elves. There were vines and other plants hanging on the walls of the castle. The vines covered most of the outer walls of the castle. They seemed to have been growing for many years. Luo Hua was shocked. When did our Yangzhou have such a castle? His father, Luo Honghua, was also a little shocked. With such a tall castle, it will definitely be discovered when it is being built. Yes, and the vines on the walls must have been growing for a long time. Luohua nodded. What about the 12 villas? Xianxia was very puzzled. I called my business partner this afternoon. He lives in Westlake Courtyard. Luo Feng smiled. 12 villas, he had immediately stored them in his space ring. That was the fastest way to demolish them. And this castle? With close to 1,000 servants working together, the construction was even faster than the construction team that was sent to sell the castle. Because every servant was at least a Star Traveler level 9, their strength was shocking. They didn't need any machinery, they could just use their manpower to carry and move them. It was extremely fast, and the vines on the walls were just a popular type of special vines used for soft decorations in the universe. Open the door. Luo Feng looked at the castle and shouted. Rumble. The gates of the castle opened, and a large number of servants wearing neat uniforms quickly ran out. The majestic procession made Luo Hongua, Gong Xian Lan and her husband, Luo Hua and Jin Nan, Su Xian, and the 2 children look at this group of people in shock. Hua. Close to 1,000 strong warriors stood in unison. They all slightly bowed and bowed towards Luo Feng. An electronic voice resounded in unison, Master. These slaves didn't understand Earth's language. Hence Luo Feng used the universe language to translate into Chinese, English, German and many other Earth's languages. He installed it on all of their quantum computers. In the universe, quantum computers were very common. The prices of these slaves were very high. Hence, the slave merchants were naturally equipped with the most basic quantum computers. They could communicate telepathically with the quantum computers. If they wanted to say something, they could make the quantum computer emit an electronic voice in Earth's language. This? Su Xian and the group were all stunned. These are our family's servants. They are also our family's guards. Luo Feng said, as for the details, we'll talk about it later. Let's go in and take a look. This castle is also part of my reward from this 1 month. This castle was extremely advanced. Many of the technologies were luxurious and convenient. This was prepared for the rich and powerful of the universe. Just by looking and testing it once, whether it was the elderly or the children, they all fell in love with this castle. The next morning, the bright red sun rose from the east. 2 beams of light flew towards Yangzhou City from afar. This is the castle Little 3 was talking about on the phone? What the hell is this? In mid-air, the white-robed bald thunder god looked at the huge and majestic castle in the Westlake Courtyard. He was stunned. The black-clothed Hong looked down from above, revealing a smile. Second brother, third brother's reward from this trip is not small. We have to give him a good beating. Thunder God rushed down first. Haha. Hong followed suit and rushed down. The entire castle had an automatic defense system. It was extremely advanced. However, Luo Feng had long set Thunder God and Hong as friends. Hence, the 2 of them didn't receive any attacks as they rushed into the castle. Big brother, second brother, come quickly. Luo Feng shouted from a balcony high up in the castle. So, Hong and Thunder God landed on the balcony. Little 3, you actually left for a month. You. Thunder God seemed as though he had eaten gunpowder. My dear second brother, if you don't shut up, I'll go through all the trouble and risk my life to enter the universe. I won't tell you the information I've gathered. Luo Feng mocked. Thunder God's expression froze. Hong's face was also filled with shock. Enter the universe? Third brother, no, my dear third brother, I was wrong. Thunder God's eyes lit up. Luo Feng laughed, let's talk inside. Inside the house. You guys have also entered the UNMO planet bloodline. You should know that before this, I was the only inheritor of the UNMO planet bloodline. So naturally, I have the help of a living AI. Luo Feng said. You and Big Brother both have the help of a quantum computer. Only I don't. Thunder God muttered. Hong said, let's continue listening to Luo Feng. In archaeological ruin number 12, I discovered that black spaceship. That black spaceship's laser path has always been maintained. Clearly, the energy has always been supplied, so it wasn't too damaged. Luo Feng emphasized, so with the help of the living AI, after some repairs, I was able to start traveling through the universe. Thunder God and Hong's eyes lit up. They have also received a lot of knowledge and know what traveling through the universe is. After traveling through the universe, I headed to a planet 320,000 light-years away from our Earth, Dragon Star. Luo Feng began to speak. Other than the information regarding the master of Yunmo planet, the things his teacher left for him, and his bank account, Luo Feng didn't hide anything else. He spoke from the beginning to the end in one breath. Thunder God and Hong were completely dumbfounded. From the information they obtained from the remains of the fallen interstellar fleet, it did indeed say that a star level is an absolute warrior of a normal planet. That's why Hong and Thunder God worked hard to become a star level, to have the power to protect their own planet. But hearing Luo Feng say this, in the vast universe, a star traveler level can only make a living. A star level is only an elite warrior. Didn't they see how Luo Feng bought so many slaves in one breath? So many slaves. Thunder God muttered. 16 star levels? Hong also felt as though there were 16 huge mountains standing there, and even a star level 7 stage. Regarding the purple light drink, that's what I was thinking. Big brother, second brother, what do you think? Luo Feng looked at Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng, you did the right thing. Hong nodded, his forehead was covered in sweat. Hearing you say this, my heart trembled. Our Earth, in the vast universe, is indeed just a drop of water in the ocean, too insignificant and weak. Just relying on the three of us is very, very difficult, so we need to rely on our entire race to rise. Right. Thunder God nodded. These 100,000 tons of purple light drink, I'll distribute it to the various countries' governments once every 10 years. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. However, about my slave guard, should I tell the various countries now? I'm hesitating. This? Thunder God hesitated. Luo Feng's slave guard was simply too strong, especially the 3 strongest star level 7s. They were much stronger than the swallowing beast from back then. Any one of them could sweep through the current Earth. Such an incomparably huge power, whether to tell the various countries' governments, that was indeed a problem. I can't tell them now. Hong's expression was serious. He said seriously, since Luo Feng has decided to reveal the cruelty of the universe to them, the true face, and to give them the purple light drink, if we let them feel that with such a strong guard protecting Earth, they won't feel any sense of danger, their efficiency will be very low. Only by letting them feel a sense of danger, can they think of ways to increase the number of fighters, speeding up humanity's evolution. I agree. Thunder God nodded. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng already had a complete idea of what to do for the World Summit the day after tomorrow. P.S. Chapter 1. China time, October 29, 8:30 a.m. The autumn air was refreshing, the weather was great. The West Lake courtyard had become the center of Earth today. The army had long since surrounded the courtyard heavily, the surrounding streets had been heavily guarded. Fighter jets from all over the world, from all the headquarters cities, landed on the grass patch of the West Lake courtyard. The leaders of the 5 great countries were gathered here. Because today, one of the 3 strongest warriors of Earth, Luo Feng, was holding an important meeting here. Luo Feng's strongest guards, however, remained in the west wing of the castle, none of them coming out to disturb him. And the large number of people in charge of receiving them were specially arranged by China. Main building of the castle, first floor meeting hall. The lights were resplendent. Beside the huge round table, stood many of the leaders of the various countries, headquarters cities passionately giving their instructions. Earth, a total of 5 great countries and 23 headquarters cities. These headquarters cities were mainly from Asia, South America, Africa, all the black and white people were conversing. And as the host, Luo Feng, with his 2 brothers Hong and Thunder God, stood at the entrance of the castle's great hall, welcoming each and every leader attending the meeting. 9 o'clock, the meeting officially began. Rumble. In the air above the huge round table, there was an explosion, shocking all the leaders. And in the air above the explosion, it slowly calmed down, a 3-dimensional projection appeared. This was a vast space projection. Attention all. Luo Feng stood up, beside him sat Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng's gaze swept past all the leaders, saying solemnly, today's meeting, the importance will not be lower than the Great Nirvana, it will not be lower than the swallowing monster incident. Hua, all the leaders were in an uproar. Everyone look. Luo Feng pointed at the space projection above the table. This is the universe, the vast universe. I believe everyone knows that there are humans and life within the universe. And I'm sure many of you here know more. Our Earth is one of the over 200,000 planets in the Milky Way that have life. Luo Feng said directly. The projection swiftly formed planets, amongst them was the silhouette of Bailon star, after which all the planets shrunk, forming a huge image of the Milky Way galaxy. And the Milky Way galaxy, Beta Galaxy, and the other 8 galaxies, formed the Silver Blue Empire. Luo Feng's words shocked everyone present. An empire that ruled over the 8 galaxies? How powerful! It was a colossus that was many times larger than Earth. Luo Feng listened to the leaders discussing softly. He couldn't help but to say seriously, however, the Silver Blue Empire is incredibly weak. It belongs to the lowest level universe countries, extremely weak. How is this possible? The lowest level? That's 8 star systems. Each star system has more than 200,000 habitable planets. That's a huge empire. The leaders, especially those from the base cities, knew very little to begin with. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Luo Feng, however, continued to introduce the universe coldly. Half an hour later, the conference hall was silent. Let me introduce a race to everyone. Luo Feng pointed at the space above the table. Immediately the projection changed and a huge planet appeared. On that planet, silhouettes flew past. This is one of the planets inhabited by a human race called the Black Mane race. The Black Mane race has a lot of star traveler warriors, millions of them. And there are stellar levels among them. Their number of star-level fighters and spirit readers is even more shocking. Of which there were many star-level 5 and 6. Do you know what the star-level 5 and 6 represent? This means that every one of them is comparable to the devourer beast from back then. In the Black Mane tribe, there are many more that are stronger than the swallowing beast. Luo Feng's introduction made the group of leaders extremely curious. Knowing the vastness of the universe, this was the first time Luo Feng introduced the races. To the leaders of the various countries, they should be the stronger races in the universe. How powerful! There are so many who are as strong as the devourer. Existences surpassing the war god level, in the millions? This is insane. This is crazy. It's that easy to reach the planetary state? There are less than 100 of us on Earth. The leaders of various countries and base cities looked at the virtual projection enviously. How could the Earth catch up with the Black Mane race? There wasn't even a single star level on Earth. A star traveler level 1, if placed on Earth, would be called a war god palace representative. His status was comparable to that of a national leader. But in the Black Mane tribe, there were countless of them. Didn't they see the large number of planetary states flying around their planet? The Black Mane race is a race that has been enslaved within the universe. Luo Feng's voice was low. The leaders in the conference hall were stunned. A race that was thousands and tens of thousands of times stronger than Earth, a race that had been enslaved? Their entire race, countless citizens are slaves. They are slaves, their descendants and grandchildren are still slaves. Slaves that have been implanted with the biochip, slaves that are sold like goods. Their descendants, generation after generation, have never been able to rise again. Luo Feng's voice was cold as though it came from hell, causing all the leaders to tremble. Many of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. Descendants and grandchildren? Endless, they were slaves, slaves that had been sold. May I ask Mr. Luo, how do you know this? The European Union's Prime Minister stood up. Because I've been to the universe once. Luo Feng said solemnly, however, I was shocked by the cruelty of the universe and came back. Hua, entering the vast universe, Luo Feng had been there before. Attention all. Luo Feng looked at the leaders. I've invited everyone here to tell you, I believe everyone understands. As for whether you believe me or not, it's simple. Luo Feng turned to look at the door. Bring it up. Immediately, a staff member brought over a black helmet. Consciousness-sensing helmet? Some of the leaders reacted. This isn't the one on Earth, it's the original helmet from the universe. Hong said. Beside, the various countries will let the experts who developed the consciousness-sensing helmets take a look. They'll be clear. This is a product from the universe. Many of the materials can't even be found on Earth. This is something I brought from another planet in the universe. Luo Feng looked at the various countries. Through the consciousness-sensing helmet, each country can send one person to use it to enter the virtual universe network. Before, I've already explained the concept of the virtual universe network. Luo Feng's words caused the leaders present to boil. Enter the virtual universe network. This was Earth's first time truly connecting with the vast universe. They could truly understand much about the vast universe. Luo Feng, how many helmets do you have? China's leader was excited. Consciousness-sensing helmets, I can provide 6. Luo Feng looked at the others. The 5 great countries each have 23 headquarter cities. Every headquarter city has a 1-day trial period every month. The details can be adjusted by yourselves. Luo Feng had already prepared for this back when he bought the helmet. To allow Earth's humans to improve quickly, they had to make contact with the outside world, and entering the virtual universe was a good way, and these anonymous accounts could be used by anyone. However, the various countries didn't have universe currency, hence even if they entered the virtual universe, they could only look at normal free information etc. However, they couldn't spend it etc. Mr. Luo. America's black-skinned president was excited. What you said is right, this to Earth is no less important than the great nirvana, entering the virtual universe. This is our first step in contact with the universe, and also a crucial step. I still have more important things I haven't said. Luo Feng said. Silence. The group of leaders in the meeting room stared at Luo Feng, wanting to know what other important things he had to say. I have a strange dew called purple light dew. Using 10 grams of purple light dew, it can allow a high-level dojo student to evolve into a fighter. Luo Feng said. That's all? This can't be considered a treasure. Amongst the leaders, some couldn't help but discuss softly. The others all looked at Luo Feng. Earth had better things than the purple light dew, like the spirits of nature. Back then Luo Feng used a portion of the spirits of nature to allow his family members to directly become student level 2 and 3. The effects were indeed much stronger. However, as the spirits of nature were too rare, even war gods rarely had them. The quantity was too small, there was no meaning. I have a large quantity. Luo Feng said again. The group of leaders were stunned. How much? How many people can use it? A headquarter city leader from Africa couldn't help but ask. The entire world. Luo Feng said seriously, I can supply it to all the dojo's high-level students. As long as Earth produces a dojo high-level student, after using the purple light dew, I'll let him become a fighter. All of the world? Supply it to the entire world? My God. Many people understood the logic. The more valuable a treasure, the lesser the quantity. Indeed, such a large quantity of purple light dew, Luo Feng had spent 800 million black dragon dollars. Normal planets like Bailon Star and other planets' richest people were far from this number. Such a large quantity of purple light dew was indeed not easy. The ratio of the total population to the dojo high-level student population is about 100. Doesn't that mean Earth can produce close to 70 million fighters? 70 million? Not only that, many people have already given up because they don't have any hope of becoming a fighter. If they knew that becoming a high-level student would allow them to break through, they would definitely work even harder. I believe the ratio can reach 50. Then the number of fighters on Earth will exceed 100 million. Humanity's genes will rapidly evolve, tens of millions of times faster than what we originally estimated. The group of leaders were all extremely excited. This made them even more excited than countless amounts of money and valuables. 10 grams for one person, 1 kilogram would be 100 people, 1 ton of purple light dew can supply 100,000 people. When we return, I'll first supply close to 7,000 tons of purple light dew according to the population ratio of each country. Luo Feng said, 7,000 tons of purple light dew? The leaders of each country could almost see humanity's huge evolution. That day, Luo Feng distributed a certain amount of purple light dew according to the population ratio of each country and headquarter city. And Earth's huge evolution process had officially begun. Every country could see the dawn of humanity's rise. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all anticipating. When the various regions of Earth began experimenting with the purple light dew, and were surprised by its miraculous effects, in China time, November 23, 9:30 a.m. In the vast space of the solar system, a disc-shaped silver-gray ship was already nearing Earth. What a beautiful planet, azure blue, a color that makes one's heart skip a beat. Within the ship's control room, the tall and handsome captain dressed in a silver battle uniform had a look of enjoyment on his face, looking at the azure blue planet displayed on the virtual screen. It's too mesmerizing, I love it, yes, I love it. Because it can bring me status, bring me money. The other crew members beside were all shouting excitedly, none of them were as emotional as the captain. Yes, this was a planet without a master. To these universe explorers, it was such a wonderful thing. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomorrow, Tomato would be leaving for a long journey. He still had to go to the airport to catch a plane. He probably wouldn't have time to write. Tomorrow and the 6th day of the planet would be switched. Tomato wouldn't be resting on Saturday. Earth, in the air above the Atlantic Ocean. While the dark and boundless ocean water slowly rippled. It was currently China time at 9:30 in the morning, yet it was deep into the night here. In the air above the turbulent ocean, a silver-gray ship floated. There were no instruments on Earth that could detect its presence. Within the control room, a group of explorers were extremely excited. Captain! A child's head appeared on the control room screen, a clear voice resounded, according to our calculations, this planet is close to a sphere, its radius is close to 6,400 kilometers. Its surface area is 510 million square kilometers, of which 29.2% is land and 78% is water. The planet's gravity force is about 0.11 of the universe's standard gravity units. The air composition, nitrogen makes up 78%, oxygen 21%. The ship's AI Atuka swiftly reported the simplest and easiest to detect data. Very good. The captain's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with a hint of madness. He turned to look at the 8 crew members beside him who were equally excited. Everyone, it's almost time for us to harvest the fruits of our victory. However, it's precisely at times like this that we can't let our guard down. After all, this is a planet that was once ruled by an invincible warrior, we know almost nothing about it. The 8 crew members held their breaths. Discovering an ownerless planet, we have to be extremely careful. Who knows, this aboriginal planet might have some absolute warriors. The captain said solemnly. It wasn't unheard of to capsize a ship in an easy task. Some universe exploration teams had coincidentally discovered an aboriginal planet, but due to their carelessness, they were killed by the aboriginal planet's warriors. Dying at the moment when they were closest to victory. Understood, Captain. Captain, don't worry, we won't be careless. How can we capsize a ship in an easy task? This isn't the first time we've experienced life and death situations. The crew members all promised. The captain nodded in satisfaction. Everything is to be extremely careful and safe. If there's no one stronger than us on this planet, then we can obtain the biggest profit. If there's a warrior on this planet, then we have 2 paths. One is to inform the slave merchants. The second is to inform my family. The captain said solemnly, encountering a warrior on an aboriginal planet, this was a very common occurrence in the history of the universe. The explorers' mission was to discover the planet. There was no need to fight them head-on. The captain looked at the control screen. Atuka, begin to scan the entire planet, quickly obtain the planet's information. Captain, this planet has an information network. The avatar on the console was excited. I can hack into the network and quickly obtain a lot of information about this planet. Very good. The captain's eyes shone even brighter. There's even an information network? The crew laughed in surprise. In the history of the universe, most of the native planets discovered were very backward. Invade quickly. Understand this planet from all aspects, such as economy, religion, powerhouses, military, technology, and so on. The captain ordered. Most importantly, the information on the powerhouses. Prioritize the information on the powerhouses. Yes, Captain. Atuka replied and then easily hacked into Earth's network. This universe adventurer ship's level of advancement far exceeded the current Earth's. It was completely comparable to the Black Dragon ship. Silently, Earth's history and many other information were quickly collected, except for some secret information that was stored in physical storage and disconnected from the internet. As long as it was something that could be found on the internet, all of it had been discovered. However, no one on Earth had discovered it. At this time, China Jiangnan headquarters city, Luo Feng's castle's rooftop balcony. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat around a table. I've long reached the pinnacle of the Star Traveler level 9, why can't I break through? Thunder God rubbed his bald head unhappily. With Third Brother's instruction manual, my techniques, strength exertion etc. have all improved by a lot. Right now Brother Hong is already a Star Traveler level 9, in terms of fighter fitness, I've always been stronger than him. Cocky. Hong glanced at him, I've only just stepped into level 9, you're already at the pinnacle. No matter, little Third Brother still improves the fastest. Thunder God exclaimed loudly. Don't call me little Third Brother. Luo Feng rubbed his nose. While the 3 strongest warriors of Earth were leisurely enjoying themselves, they didn't know, at this time, a universe adventurer ship had already entered the planet and swiftly hacked into the network to collect large amounts of information. They had always been afraid of something that would happen a long time later. It was currently happening, in the air above the Atlantic Ocean. Above the dark ocean, the silver-gray ship floated motionlessly. Within the control room, the captain and 8 crew members were quietly waiting for the ship's AI to collect information. Captain, the information on the powerhouses has been collected. Atuka shouted. The eyes of the explorers within the ship lit up. The information on the powerhouses was what they were most concerned about. If the planet's powerhouses were stronger than them, then their profits would be greatly reduced. But if the planet's powerhouses were much weaker than them, then the planet would be theirs to trample on, they could reap the most benefits. Speak. The captain said. We've already established a translation program for the universe language and the planet's indigenous language. This planet is called Earth by the humans within it. There's a total of 7 billion humans on Earth, of which there are close to 1 million student level. And the number of star travelers, close to 100. The number of star levels is 0. Atuka said directly. There was silence within the ship. The captain and the 8 crew members were stunned. Ha ha ha. The captain was the first to laugh excitedly. Haha, that's great. The black gorilla-like explorer was also extremely excited. There's actually only close to 100 star travelers, the powerhouses of this planet are too weak. There's not even a single star level. The group of crew members were extremely excited. On their ship, the captain's power was without a doubt the strongest, and the other crew members all had their own unique skills, including the captain. There were a total of 3 star level warriors. The other 6, 4 were Star Traveler level 9, and the other 2 were support crew members of the ship. This kind of power could completely suppress the powerhouses of Earth. This way, they could do whatever they wanted, reaping the most benefits from this planet. Captain, there's more detailed information you must look at. The ship's AI Atuka reminded. What information? The captain smiled. If it was said that when he first entered Earth, he was still cautious and nervous, but now that he heard that the entire planet didn't even have a single star level, he was naturally relaxed. As for the strongest guard that Luo Feng bought on Dragon Star, very few people on Earth knew about it, even the various countries didn't know about it. It couldn't even be found on the internet. Captain, there are 3 extremely famous pinnacle warriors on Earth, they are called Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. The AI Atuka said. This is a video of Luo Feng battling a monster. A virtual projection appeared in mid-air in the control room, showing the video of Luo Feng killing the Octopus Emperor back then. This Earthling is flying pretty fast, what is he stepping on? A green-skinned lady was shocked. It's a spirit weapon. To be able to fly so fast in the planet's interior, with such strong air resistance. It's definitely a spirit weapon. A Star Traveler level punk actually has a spirit weapon? Stupid. This was one of the planets controlled by an invincible warrior back then, what's a few treasures left behind? The explorers discussed amongst themselves. However, in the video, Luo Feng used the arc cutter blade to kill the octopus emperor. Arc cutter blade. Level 3 spirit weapon arc cutter blade. The captain and the black gorilla man exclaimed simultaneously. The black gorilla man's eyes gleamed, howling, "Captain, we're rich, we're rich. This planet definitely has treasures left behind by an invincible warrior, otherwise an aboriginal planet definitely wouldn't have a level 3 spirit weapon." The captain's eyes gleamed too. He understood too, this Earth was different from the other aboriginal planets. "Captain, this is the second video. It's a video of the battle between Hong and Thunder God." The AI Atuka broadcasted the second video that was widely circulated on the internet. Hong and Thunder God teamed up, battling the space beast Golden Horned Beast. On the video, Hong and Thunder God unleashed their domains, burning their souls as they fought to the death. Damn, these are star travelers, right? How can they have domains? Both of them have domains? Sick, star travelers with domains? And two of them appearing at once? Looking at the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, to have two star travelers with domains on one planet, that's not very realistic. That's sick. Look, a pile of metal actually appeared in front of the black-cloaked man. It's definitely a space storage item. And the space inside isn't small. Space storage item, no wonder this place was ruled by an invincible warrior. Look at what they're wearing. That black-cloaked man, the armor on his body is so weird. It's definitely not a normal battle uniform. The crew members were all shocked. However, the captain's expression was serious, staring hard at Hong and Thunder God's opponent, the Golden Horned Beast. Information on space beasts had always been extremely rare, and not many people paid special attention to this information. Even though the Virtual Universe Network had some public information, it was only a rough introduction to the space beasts. As for detailed information on the Golden Horned Beast, there wasn't any. One had to know, even the UNMO Planet Master, this undying warrior, only had some basic knowledge on the Golden Horned Beast. The other normal explorers, most of them didn't know. Very few of them only had a rough idea. This is? The captain stared hard at the Golden Horned Beast in the video. As a direct descendant of the Newland Shan family, he had received an excellent education, and could be said to be an extremely qualified and excellent trainee mercenary. He had seen the most terrifying space beasts introductions, and one of them was this bloodthirsty and violent beast, the Golden Horned Beast. Golden Horned Beast, it's actually a Golden Horned Beast. And from the looks of it, it's only a star level 1 Golden Horned Beast? It can only be considered an infant of the Golden Horned Beast. My God! Such a young Golden Horned Beast, if it was captured alive, it would be worth more than 10 planets. The captain felt like he was holding his breath, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He was so excited his entire body was flushed with blood. This was an incomparably huge amount of wealth. There would definitely be undying beings who would be willing to pay a huge price to purchase this top-notch bloodline space beast infant. Look, it's liquid silver guards. The two liquid silver protectors worked together to stop the monster. Earth actually has liquid silver guards. It's indeed a planet ruled by an invincible warrior. The crew members were all very excited. The footage from before revealed many of the more valuable items. All gave a signal. After that invincible warrior had fallen, there were still many treasures left on Earth. One had to know, that was an invincible warrior that even the Silver Blue Empire didn't dare resist, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire didn't dare mess with. Atuka. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, somewhat agitated. Is that beast alive or dead? Of the 8 heroes of Earth, Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jiayi, and Sokolov, these 6 sacrificed themselves to unleash a spirit technique to kill the swallowing beast, saving humanity on Earth. Atuka swiftly reported the information he gathered from the internet. Bastard. The captain couldn't help but curse. Bastard, dog's hit, go die. The captain cursed fiercely. The 8 crew members were all shocked. Today was a joyous day. How could the captain be so angry? How could it die? The captain was furious. The Golden Horned Beast was destined to become a Sector Lord pinnacle, because the Golden Horned Beast's innate talent, the moment it reached the Sector Lord level 9, it could be said to be invincible under the Undying level. A Golden Horned Beast at its peak wasn't easy to deal with, and even harder to capture alive. However, a mere star level 1 golden horned beast infant, to the explorers of the universe, there were plenty of ways to capture it alive. It was only a star level 1, as long as there was a powerful spirit reader hypnotist, they could easily tame the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast's rarity, cautiousness etc., meant that encountering a golden horned beast infant was an extremely difficult task. Any undying or sector lord would probably be willing to spend an astronomical amount of wealth to purchase a golden horned beast infant. Astronomical amount of wealth. The price of a golden horned beast infant, I can't even imagine it. The captain was filled with regret. Why didn't he come earlier? These humans of Earth were simply wasting such a treasure. He had actually killed the cub of the giant starry sky beast with the highest bloodline. Once he obtained it, as long as he handled it carefully, he would definitely become a true figure in the upper echelons of the universe. The price of a golden horned beast infant wouldn't be any lower than his entire Newell and Sean family. After all, it represented a pinnacle sector lord existence. Bastard, bastard. The captain was filled with hatred. A corpse. Yes, corpses. The captain's eyes gleamed. Undying corpses are incomparably precious. The golden horned beast infant's corpse is also very precious. Although it's not as good as a live one, it's definitely more valuable than a planet. There are many large powers and organizations in the universe that are willing to pay a high price to buy the golden horned beast's corpse to dissect and research. Atuka, where's the monster's corpse? The captain shouted. The 8 crew members were very confused. Captain. The ship's AI Atuka replied, after that swallowing beast was killed, humans once sent planetary state warriors to the bottom of the sea. However, countless monsters gathered, causing humans to be unable to get the body. To this day, the devourer's corpse is still a mystery. 3 years, the golden horned beast can devour, it has an internal world. The captain guessed, when it dies, when the internal world collapses, the dissipated energy supports the body. I believe the corpse shouldn't decompose much in 3 years. With the golden horned beast scales for defense, even if it dies, it shouldn't be eaten by those normal monsters. The captain was extremely nervous. At least for now. This golden horned beast's corpse was definitely the treasure on this planet that he coveted the most. The universe exploration ship floated above the Atlantic Ocean, continuing to gather information on Earth. As time passed, the information became more complete. China time, 11:42 in the afternoon. Captain, all the information has been gathered. Atuka said. This planet's technology, military and other aspects, is still at the beginning stages of a space civilization. It's still very far from a space civilization. In terms of military strength, this planet has no way of resisting our little exploration team. The only thing worth noting is, on this planet, there are Muya crystals, Black God battle uniform, cloud contact vines, spirit weapons, space rings and many other valuable items of the universe. Atuka swiftly said. That year on Misty Island. Hong's battle with the Beast Emperor, he used the cloud contact vine. Even though the footage was hidden, there were too many people who saw it. It could indeed be found on the internet. Also, the search for the Muya crystals back then was crazy. There were still bits and pieces on the internet. Things like the Black God set, spirit weapons, and space rings were much easier to find. The captain and the 8 crew members were all excited. Cloud contact vine? If the cloud contact vine's seed can be grown and nurtured into a seedling. Every seedling is worth up to 100 billion black dragon dollars. It's not strange that it's expensive. As long as the cloud contact vine is carefully nurtured, it has a 100% chance of reaching the universe level. How can it not be expensive? The cloud contact vine's seed wasn't too expensive. Because for the seed to live, nurturing it into a seedling was extremely difficult. And it wasn't hard for the seedling to grow to the universe level. For example, as long as it ate enough Muya crystals, it could reach the universe level. One could imagine the value of a universe-level warrior, even though the cost of nurturing it was extremely high. However, the cloud contact vine seedlings were still expensive. Muya crystals? The best food for cultivating beasts and plants, the Muya crystals? That's something even domain lords, sector lords, and even undying beings would buy. The Muya crystals have too many uses. It's suitable for humans, beasts, plant life and many other life forms. Earth actually has Muya crystals. The entire ship was excited beyond words. "Captain, we've discovered a special dew on Earth. It's been named the evolution dew by the Earthlings. After testing, it should be the universe's purple light dew." Atuka continued, "And according to our calculations, the amount of purple light dew on Earth is extremely large, probably a few hundred tons." Atuka had also estimated the amount based on the number of high-level students on Earth. "Earth has purple light dew?" The captain was shocked. That invincible warrior, he really gave Earth a lot of grace. A few hundred tons of purple light dew, compared to the cloud contact vine, the arc cutter blade and the golden horned beast's corpse, the difference was too huge. A few planets that were rich in purple light dew, that was in the thousands and tens of thousands of tons, a few hundred tons didn't shock the captain. Within the control room, the captain and the 8 crew members were discussing how to get the most out of Earth. Without a doubt, the most valuable things on Earth are the treasures left behind by that invincible warrior. The green-skinned lady's eyes gleamed. That was an invincible warrior who could enter the dark universe with his body, hiding the coordinates of the universe. If we can get the treasures left behind by that warrior, then keep dreaming. The black gorilla man shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether or not the invincible warrior fell on this planet, but there's one thing, the treasures left behind by that being, if we were to get our hands on them, there's a 99% chance that we'll lose our lives." The crew members discussed amongst themselves. The captain creased his eyebrows as he considered what to do. "Follow plan number 3. The captain said solemnly. "Captain?" The 8 crew members looked over. "Captain." The ship's AI Atuka shouted, "We've received a communication request from the family fleet." The captain's expression changed slightly. "You guys stay here, we'll act later. I'll go deal with those arrogant bastards," the captain said, immediately leaving the control room and entering his own room. Within the captain's resting room, the tall and handsome captain sat in his chair, closing his eyes, connect to the virtual universe network. The AI quantum computers were usually half connected to the virtual universe, able to receive messages from others. And if he wanted to communicate or send a message, he had to send his consciousness into the universe. Virtual universe, Ganwu Continent's Black Dragon Mountain Island. In the courtyard of an ordinary house, the captain suddenly appeared. On his shoulder, there was also a fist-sized elf. This house was the captain's property in the virtual universe. If one didn't have property in the virtual universe, they would be like Luo Feng, directly appearing on the streets. If they had property, they would appear in their homes in the virtual universe. They had property and many other functions. House, living room. Do. A screen appeared on the living room's wall. On it was a communication request. Now you're begging me?" The captain laughed coldly as he looked at the screen, saying, "Connect." The screen shook slightly. And on the huge screen, 8 silhouettes appeared. Of these 8, 3 had pointy ears, their eyes glowing red, just like the captain. And the other 5, their looks were a little special, obviously not of the same race as the captain. "Oh, there's actually 8 direct disciples who want to see me at the same time?" The captain frowned. "Burrow." The leader of the 8, a similarly pointy-eared, exceptionally handsome youth said coldly, "You should have arrived at that life planet." "So what if I've arrived?" The captain laughed coldly, "Pola, I've already stated my conditions before. Let me tell you. I, Bulow, am the one who contributed the most to the discovery of this planet. Whether it was the discovery of the wormhole or the arrival of this planet, it was all due to me. In fact, I can give this planet to whoever I want." Of the 8 standing, one of the tall and sturdy black-skinned man snorted coldly. "What are you snorting about?" The captain stared. "Chromie, even if you reach the star level 9 and have the status of a direct disciple, you're still an outsider. I am the only direct disciple of the Newell-Shan family. Within the Newell-Shan family, many outsiders entered the Newell-Shan family, of which only those who reached the star level 9 had the right to become a direct disciple, having a special status. Burrow, we're not here to negotiate with you, we're here to inform you." The moment the old patriarch received the news of the Void region, he personally sent the order over. Regarding that planet that was once ruled by an invincible warrior, the old patriarch was extremely interested, hence, this planet must belong to the family. There definitely can't be any accidents, otherwise. Otherwise my ass. The captain stared. 8 direct disciples, it's said that there are over 30 Newell and Sean bards? Wah, adding up to over 40 star level 9 stages, what a terrifying power, killing me is like squashing an ant, Boluo, am so scared. The captain looked like he was trembling in fear, following which he glared fiercely, roaring, get lost. If you have the ability then come and kill me. Come on, come on. The captain shouted. The 8 direct disciples' faces were ashen. Humph. A bunch of trash. The captain laughed coldly, you guys better understand the situation, I'm not that down and out kid from back then, right now, it's the family that needs my help. Hence, show me some respect. Alright, I don't like you guys, we'll talk about this planet a day later. The communication was cut off. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Island, within a house. After the captain closed the communicator, he leisurely walked to the side and poured himself a glass of wine. D. Captain, the family fleet is requesting a call. The little Elfatuka on the captain's shoulder shouted. Don't be anxious. The captain smiled as he raised his wine glass, leisurely sitting on the sofa, gently swirling the glass in his hand. The golden liquid within the transparent glass rippled. We have to leave them hanging, we have to let them understand, this negotiation, just who holds the initiative. Humph. A bunch of stupid bastards. Captain, the family fleet is requesting a second call. A third call, time passed by minute by minute. The captain laid on the sofa, raising his wine glass and squinting his eyes, listening to the 9th call from the family fleet, muttering, Pola, this time I want to let them know, that I, Bulow and Newell and Sean, am the most outstanding of this generation of the family. You? Just a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. D. Captain, there's an unknown number requesting a call, the other party has automatically revealed his identity, he's a universe-level warrior. Atuka shouted from his shoulder. Pooh. Bulow Newell and Sean spat out the wine in his mouth, fiercely standing up, his eyes wide open, universe level? Through the quantum computer or AI quantum computer, when connected to the virtual universe network, one could request to check one's strength. The virtual universe network would use the AI quantum computer and the quantum computer to scan the human body and check one's strength. Normally in the virtual universe network, no one would display their strength. If there were special times, like some special places that required the strength of the person who entered, then they would have to display their strength. Connect. Bulow Newell and Sean shouted, before saying again, wait a moment. Bulow Newell and Sean took a deep breath, wiping his face, calming himself down before saying, connect. Yes, Captain. The little boy Atuka shouted. A screen appeared on the wall of the living room, on it appeared a pointy-eared, eyes slightly red, extremely handsome, similar to Bulow Newell and Sean, a middle-aged man. Old family leader. Bulow Newell and Sean bowed respectfully. The Newell and Sean family, as a new strong family, including the current family leader, there had been a total of 3 family leaders. The first patriarch founded the Newell and Sean family. The 3 clan leaders had all reached the universe level before they had the right to take over the clan leader position. This old clan leader was the second clan leader. Back then when he took over the position, he was a universe level 1. And now that tens of thousands of years had passed, this old clan leader was already a universe level 6 warrior. The current leader was Bulow Newell and Sean's grandfather. And the second patriarch was more than 10 ranks higher than Bulow Newell and Sean. Bulow. The old patriarch smiled as he looked at Bulow Newell and Sean. I don't really know much about the younger generation of the family. Today should be the first time I've spoken to you. Yes, old chief. Bulow's face was flushed red. He was extremely respectful. How exciting, from the time he was born to the time he left the family, over 1,000 years, although he had seen the old patriarch from afar, he did not have the qualifications to talk to the old patriarch. This was the first time. Those who grow up under the protection of the family are ultimately weak. Like you, adventuring and roaming the universe, only then will you be able to sharpen the edge that belongs to the strong. The old patriarch praised, "Our Newell and Shan family has always judged our clansmen based on contributions and strength. This planet was once controlled by an undying being, hence its position is special. A normal life planet, to the Newell and Shan family, wasn't much. These types of special planets were considered more valuable. The family will give you 100 billion black dragon dollars as a reward, and also, give you the position of an eternal elder." The old patriarch said directly. Eternal elder? Boluo's eyes stared wide. The position of an elder of the family was extremely high, even higher than the direct disciples. However, even if one took the position of an elder, if one made a huge mistake, with the approval of the patriarch and the elders, one could still be removed from the position. However, the position of eternal elder, even if one made a huge mistake, at most one's benefits would be reduced, but it would never be removed from the position. Only by making huge contributions would one have the qualifications to obtain this position. Our Newell and Shan family's glory is built upon the hard work of generations of disciples. The old patriarch said. Don't worry, old patriarch, I, Boluo Newell and Shan, as a disciple of the Newell and Shan family, am willing to fight for the family's glory. Boluo straightened his back. You are very outstanding. The old patriarch smiled and nodded. The conquest and excavation of this planet, you will be the vanguard. The family's fleet will arrive in 3 months. Understood, patriarch, don't worry, the strongest power on this planet is only around the Star Traveler level. 9. My adventurer team will be able to conquer the entire planet. I will definitely prepare everything well, waiting for the family fleet to take over everything. Boluo puffed out his chest and said loudly. The old patriarch nodded in satisfaction. The day we return, I will personally bestow upon you the title of Eternal Elder. Pa, the communication was cut off. Haha. Captain Boluo Newell and Shan's red eyes were filled with excitement. Earth's value is huge, but I'm after all only a star level, such a huge profit, I definitely can't handle it well. And now, haha, I am the family's high and mighty Eternal Elder. Earth? Boluo Newell and Shan's eyes lit up like never before. So, his entire being vanished from the virtual universe. Earth, above the Atlantic Ocean. The silver-gray ship floated there. Follow plan number 3. Immediately go and capture Earth's 3 strongest warriors. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. If the 3 pinnacle warriors are captured, Earth will have no courage to resist. Also, through these 3, we can easily learn many of Earth's secrets. Within the ship's control room, Boluo was extremely confident. Yes, Captain. The 8 crew members behind him replied in unison. Atuka, Luo Feng, and the other 2's positions. Captain Boluo said. After hacking into Earth's satellite network, we've confirmed that Hong and Thunder God are heading towards Luo Feng's residence. Earth China's Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. A child's head on the control screen shouted loudly. Depart, destination. Yangzhou City. Boluo pointed towards Earth's China. So, the silver-gray universe ship immediately became a beam of light, crossing the ocean and flying straight towards Asia's China continent. China, Jiangnan headquarters city, one of the 8 great cities, Yangzhou City. Westlake Courtyard's castle had already become Luo Feng's name. Hong's shipbuilding, Thunder God's 7-star building, Luo Feng's castle, these were the residences of Earth's 3 pinnacle warriors. On the balcony of the castle, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat crossed-legged, their hearts as calm as the ocean. Luo Feng, a universe ship has entered the security zone. Babata shouted anxiously. What? Luo Feng fiercely opened his eyes, he was so shocked his entire body was trembling, cold sweat beading his forehead. A universe ship, on Earth, other than his own universe ship, who else could operate a universe ship? Don't tell me, in the vast universe, explorers from other planets had finally discovered Earth? However, according to logic, the dark universe coordinates of Earth's star field had long been covered by his teacher's space techniques. It's a universe ship, and it's a C-grade universe ship. Babata shouted anxiously. Why would there be a universe ship? Luo Feng was both anxious and furious within. I don't know, but the ship has already arrived above the castle. Babata said. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God could clearly feel the originally calm atmosphere around them being disturbed. simultaneously opening their eyes and looking suspiciously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression was ashen, cold sweat beading. Babada's security zone was within a 20,000 m radius around him. Back when he was underground on Misty Island, Babada relied on this security zone to detect the strength of the surrounding humans. Usually, this security zone was maintained by Babada, which allowed him to discover the universe ship's arrival. The universe ship floated about 3,000 m above the castle. This civilization is really backward, our ship is just parked here, yet they can't even discover it. The green-skinned lady said proudly. Look, this planet's 3 strongest people are sitting on the balcony of that castle. The 3 strongest people, if placed in the universe, they'd barely be able to make a living. The black gorilla man laughed coldly, he was one of the 3-star levels in this exploration team. The captain Bulow Newell and Sean, through the external simulation, looked below, high-spirited, laughing, attention all, after we're done with Earth, we don't have to take any more risks. Let's go interact with the strongest of the 3 aboriginals. Let these aboriginals understand what it means to be the strongest of the universe. Ha ha ha, let's have some fun with these aboriginals. Haha. The crew members were all proud. Facing these aboriginals that hadn't assimilated into the universe, they naturally felt a sense of superiority. They thought they were civilized people, and the ones before them were just aboriginals. So, the cabin door opened. With the captain Bulow Newell and Sean leading the group of explorers, other than the 2 maintenance workers, the rest all flew downwards. They're here. Luo Feng looked up, in the sky suddenly 7 human silhouettes flew down, some were like black gorillas, some were handsome, some were green-skinned. These 7 explorers from the universe were obviously different from the humans of Earth. The 7 of them all had smiles of superiority, their eyes filled with a sense of superiority, as though they were in control of everything, looking down on the aboriginals. 3 aboriginals. Pitiful aboriginals. Bulow Newell and Sean looked down at the 3 humans of Earth with ugly expressions. His mood however was extremely good. From his point of view, these humans of Earth were just so adorable. This planet could bring him huge amounts of wealth, a high position. These were basically aboriginals that he could trample on easily. On the balcony, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at the screen on their arms. A star level 6, a star level 2 and a star level 1. 4-star traveler level 9. The 3 exchanged glances. We're in big trouble. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God's expressions were ugly. These 7 explorers, Luo Feng and the others didn't even put them in their eyes. However, the arrival of these 7 explorers meant that Earth was no longer safe. Earthlings. Bulow Newell and Sean looked down and said slowly, the quantum computer automatically translated into Earth's language, from now on, you are all slaves of me, a warrior from the universe, Bulow Newell and Sean. The translated Earth's Chinese, that low voice resounded throughout the entire castle, causing the people on the streets outside to look up in shock. In mid-air, Bulow Newell and Sean stood in mid-air, slightly raising his chin, looking high and mighty, his eyes looking pitifully at the 3 aboriginals on the balcony below. On the balcony, Luo Feng and the other 2's expressions were gloomy. Men. Luo Feng ordered coldly. Rumble. 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 One after another, human silhouettes from the castle's corridors, windows, and balconies swiftly rushed into the sky, the densely packed human silhouettes, almost as though they were shooting into the sky, covering the sky with countless arrows. The densely packed human silhouettes swiftly filled the sky, immediately surrounding the 7 explorers who were filled with superiority. Tomato is back. Do your best to summon votes. Monthly votes. This. Bulow Newell and Sean, the black gorilla man, the green-skinned lady and the other 4 explorers, were all completely stunned. The aboriginals that they originally thought were weak and backward, had actually suddenly produced so many powerful warriors. Star level 7 spirit readers? Level 7? There are 3-star level 7 spirit readers. Bulow Newell and Sean and the others stared in shock at their own quantum computers, the words displayed on their screens. My god. The strongest amongst them, the captain, was only a star level 6, and he was only a fighter. 1 star level 7 spirit reader was enough to wipe out their entire team of explorers, much less 3 of them. Master. The blur of human silhouettes bowed respectfully towards Luo Feng on the balcony. Master? The 7 explorers looked shocked at the 3 weak aboriginals on the balcony, and Luo Feng coldly pointed at them. Capture them, those who resist, kill them. Yes. The slave guards replied respectfully. Shua. 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 Immediately the entire guard surrounded the 7 explorers. The green-skinned lady was the first to shout loudly in universe language. The quantum computer swiftly translated her words. I surrender. I surrender. The black gorilla man said too. We surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us. Out of the 7 explorers, 6 of them chose to surrender at the first moment. Even though the explorers were dancing on the edge of a knife, they weren't idiots. The 3-star level 7 spirit readers leading close to 1,000-strong guards could easily wipe out 10 of their small teams. Resisting only had one result, death, hence the 6 of them chose to surrender. How could it be like this? Bulow Nuolanshan's handsome face was twisted. How could it be like this? He, Bulow, had such a beautiful future. How could it suddenly turn out like this? The humans of this planet, didn't they almost perish against the star level 1 golden horned beast? How could so many star level warriors suddenly appear? And the most important thing was, amongst these star level warriors, he could tell with a glance, some of them weren't even from Earth. Death, or surrender. The 3 black Ming warriors looked coldly at Bulow Nuolanshan. Bulow Nuolanshan gritted his teeth, saying softly, I surrender. From then on, the 7 universe adventurers all surrendered. They didn't even have the guts to resist. Luo Feng and the other 2 flew up. Beside them Thunder God and Hong carefully looked at the 7. In terms of looks, there were a few peculiar ones amongst them. Back when Luo Feng chose the slaves, he chose the ones with height and looks that were close to the humans of Earth. But these 7 universe adventurers were very different from Earthlings. Meng 1, lead the first small team and order the universe ship to surrender. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. A small team quickly soared into the sky. The silver-gray spaceship in midair saw that the situation was not good and was about to escape. However, at this time, a black spaceship appeared out of thin air and quickly intercepted the silver-gray spaceship. This Earthling actually has a spaceship. At this moment, the universe adventurers all had a bitter taste in their mouths. They hadn't found out about this before. We surrender. Surrender, don't kill us. The silver ship quickly stopped. The 2 crew members of the spaceship were very clear, relying on spirit attacks. For a star level 7 spirit reader to kill the 2 little star traveler punks, it was too easy. Also, their ship's AI listened to the captain's orders. It was impossible for him to ignore the captain and escape with them. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and the others floated in the air above the castle, surrounded by close to 1,000 slaves. Meng 1 brought his men into the silver-gray universe ship. You're called Bulow Nuolanshan? Luo Feng looked at the incredibly handsome explorer captain. Yes. The captain stood perfectly straight. Beside him were Meng 2 and Meng 3 who were escorting him. The captain's gaze was cold. I didn't expect that 2 to 3 years ago, because of a star level 1 space beast, your entire race was on the brink of extinction. However, in a short 2 to 3 years, you've already gained so many warriors. The captain looked at Luo Feng, his gaze complicated. You have a universe ship. Then you've definitely been to the other planets in the universe. These Black Ming warriors, were you the one who bought them? Bulow Nuolanshan wasn't stupid, of course he could guess. Smart. Luo Feng looked at them. It's laughable that I still treated you as aborigines. Bulow Nuolanshan was filled with hatred. If he had known that Earth had such power, he wouldn't have even shown himself, and would have waited in space for the family fleet. The moment the family fleet arrived, Earth would have no way to resist. However, according to the information he had gathered, he was very sure that Earth didn't have any battle power beyond the star level. Right, he was very sure. If there were absolute warriors, then how could the golden horned beast cause such a huge disaster? If there were absolute warriors, why hadn't any of the secret areas of the network been discovered? Also, Earth's undisputed pinnacle warriors were Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, these three. And he had also seen that these three, none of them were star levels. With so much information, he was sure that Earth didn't have any star-level battle power. However, fate was playing with people. Fate plays with people. Boluo Nuolan Shan was filled with hatred within. How many of you came to Earth? Luo Feng asked, how did you get here? Boluo Nuolan Shan's heart was filled with longing. These Earth people don't even know that there's still my family fleet behind them. I'm enduring it for now. When the family fleet arrives, we'll destroy them easily. If we're lucky, I'll still have a chance of survival. Boluo was filled with longing for life. There are a total of 9 of us. Boluo Nuolan Shan said solemnly, we accidentally stumbled into a wormhole, that's how we entered this void starfield. According to the old star maps, we knew that this void region had 2 life planets. Back then we were extremely excited. Discovering a planet, in the universe, represents an incomparably huge amount of wealth. Hence our little team of adventurers headed in that direction. Oh, wormhole? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at each other. No wonder, otherwise, even if one flew at light speed from the edge of the void region, it would still take about 1,000 years to reach here. Only a wormhole, this sort of irregular existence, would allow a universe ship to suddenly enter this starfield. Just the 9 of you? Hong asked. Yes. Boluo nodded, we don't trust anyone else, discovering a planet, this sort of thing, how could we easily tell others? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all nodded within. What Boluo said made sense. Meng too, hypnotize the other 6, ask them carefully. Luo Feng was cautious, ordering, swiftly rushing into the sky. Hong and Thunder God followed, flying towards the silver-gray ship. Hypnotize? Boluo's expression immediately changed, the other 6 adventurers' expressions changed too. Having been on the edge of life and death for so long, they were adept at grasping any opportunity to escape. With what the captain had said earlier, they were clear on what to do. Only by relying on the family fleet behind would they have any hope of survival. If even this was revealed, the aboriginals of Earth would definitely not spare them. Even if they didn't speak, the AI Atuka could communicate with Boluo's consciousness. With Boluo's instructions, Atuka wouldn't leak any information. If they wanted to listen well, it was a pity. The opponent had a powerful spirit reader, able to easily hypnotize a star traveler or a star level 1 or 2. Silver-gray ship, within the control room. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God entered the control room. Master. Meng Wan's guard bowed respectfully, beside him were 2 explorers in charge of the ship's maintenance. Luo Feng nodded, flipping his hand and retrieving a microchip card. It was immediately inserted into a notch in the control panel. Begin the infiltration, Luo Feng, watch me. Babata began to infiltrate the ship's AI system. A child's head immediately appeared on the control panel screen, shouting, stop the infiltration, immediately stop the infiltration, waha, it can only be considered a normal AI, in terms of intellect. It can't even compare to that Black Dragon Mountain X81's AI. Babata's evil head appeared on the screen. Babata revealed his fangs, extremely pleased, swiftly and continuously infiltrating the system, taking complete control of the ship. Luo Feng took out the phone from his pocket, looking, it was the country's contact person, General Wang. Mr. Luo Feng, we've just received intelligence, saying there's a voice from your castle. From now on, you are all the slaves of the universe's warrior Boluo Nuolan Shan. What's going on? General Wang said anxiously from the country's side, and we've also discovered a large number of warriors flying in the air, close to 1,000 of them. To be able to fly, that meant they were at least star travelers. Close to 1,000 star travelers? Which country on Earth wouldn't be nervous? Relax, we've just met an explorer from the universe, we've already subdued him, there's no problem. Luo Feng said casually. Hello. Oh, Lady Larry. Hong and Thunder God received the call. Obviously, the sudden appearance of close to 1,000 warriors on top of the castle, this scene was known by all the countries. There was no way they didn't know. Because, for an important place like Luo Feng's castle, there would definitely be a large number of spies observing it. No problem. It's already no problem. Hong and Thunder God laughed through the phone. Luo Feng held the phone and smiled as he spoke, however his expression suddenly changed, because the control panel screen was swiftly displaying large amounts of Chinese words. It was Babata's doing. Impossible. Luo Feng's face immediately went pale. Hong and Thunder God looked over in shock, however when they saw the Chinese words on the screen, their faces too became extremely pale. No, no. Hong and Thunder God's eyes were filled with shock and rage. Master, that captain before was lying, his little explorer team was just the vanguard, behind them there's still the huge Newell and Shan family fleet. Meng Tu, who was in charge of hypnosis and interrogation, rushed into the ship, shouting anxiously. Luo Feng's expression was ashen, he already knew. Kill him. Thunder God beside said angrily. Don't kill him, just cripple him first, torture and interrogate him. Hong Tu said angrily. Right, interrogate. Everything regarding the Newell and Shan family, interrogate them for me. Luo Feng's eyes were ice cold. Earth's 3 pinnacle warriors were all incomparably furious. What's up? What happened? Dear Hong? What's going on? Voices resounded from the 3's phones. General Wang, our Earth's humans are in big trouble. Luo Feng's face was pale, his eyes red as he stared at the control panel screen. The words on it were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. We're in big trouble. Thunder God said solemnly. I suggest we immediately gather the leaders of the 5 countries, the leaders of the 23 headquarter cities. We'll meet in the Palace of War Gods. Hong said coldly. Luo Feng nodded, thinking about the huge power of the family fleet. He couldn't help but feel fear. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended, continue writing Chapter 3. Continue to work hard on getting votes. Everyone has a free recommendation ticket, please vote for Tomato. This isn't even on the same level. Luo Feng couldn't help but be flustered. Hacking into the Explorer ship's AI system, he discovered, this time, the Newell and Shan family's conquest of Earth, with a small universe ship as the vanguard, the Newell and Shan family fleet as the main force. This time, the Newell and Shan family fleet consisted of 2 battleships. Within the fleet, the leader was the Newell and Shan family leader's direct disciple Pola, with 7 other direct disciples supporting him. Beside the 8 direct disciples, there were over 30 Newell and Shan guards. The leader's direct disciple, his status was extremely high, only those who had reached the star level 9 had the right to receive it. The Newell and Shan guards were the Newell and Shan family's most elite warriors, every one of them extremely valuable, their strength all at the star level 9 stage. Over 40 star level 9s, other star level 8s, 7s etc., there were even more. The star level warriors on the 2 battleships, according to Bulyuan Newell and Shan's AI took his calculations, there should be about 1,000 of them. And over 10,000 star traveler levels. Star level 9, just one of them would be enough to sweep Earth. However this time there are over 40. Luo Feng's expression was ashen. It's very troublesome now. Thunder God's eyes were like lightning, saying solemnly, over 40 star level 9s, leading about 1,000 star levels, and over 10,000 star traveler levels. How do we fight? There's no way to fight. Unless we have a universe level warrior, only then will we have a chance. However, where will the universe level warriors come from? Luo Feng gritted his teeth anxiously. Universe level, if he gave himself 1 or 2 years, his golden horned beast body would reach the universe level. However, the Newell and Shan family fleet would arrive in 3 months. 3 months, there's only 3 months left. Luo Feng muttered softly. Hong, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. You've found it? Thunder God looked at Hong. Luo Feng too looked at Hong. Hong nodded, his expression becoming even more serious. The Kaluo Empire's Newell and Shan family is only a small family in the vast universe. It's very easy to find information on them in the virtual universe network. The Newell and Shan family, 81,066 years ago, was established by the universe-level warrior Newell and Shan himself. Newell and Shan himself was the first family leader, his name became the family's surname. Newell and Shan's talent is extremely high, his comprehension is extremely strong. After reaching the universe level, he took in many disciples. Right now, Nuolan Shan himself is a universe level 9, he has many disciples under him and is extremely adept at teaching, 6 of them are universe levels. And amongst these 6 disciples, 2 of them were from the Nuolan Shan family. Hong said in a low voice, they are the second and third patriarchs respectively. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Even though he knew long ago that with a teacher, the chances of a universe level being born was higher. However, a single Nuolan Shan family, including the founder, actually had a total of 7 universe levels. How do we fight this? Thunder God was also anxious. The Nuolan Shan family is the 3rd largest family in the Kallo Empire. Hong introduced, the Kalluo Empire is a low-level civilized country in the universe. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire is one of the 500 vassal states, but it is one of the top 3 out of the 500 vassal states. The number 1 family in the Kalluo Empire is the royal family, the Kalluo clan. The strongest person in the royal family is the Kalluo domain master. The second largest clan in the Kallo Empire is the Wadey clan. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, the Wadey clan? The good friend he met on Dragon Star. Gaoxing Wadey seemed to have mentioned Kallo dollars, this Wadey clan was a family in the Kalluo Empire? However, Gaoxing said on Dragon Star, there wasn't anyone on Dragon Star that he couldn't afford to offend. To dare say such a thing, it shouldn't just be a low-level civilized country family, right? Or maybe, Gaoxing Wadey wasn't the same family as this Wadey clan? The Wadey clan is a business family, only their home is in the Kalluo Empire. Hong continued, right now, the majority of the Wadey clan's power is in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even extending into the Ganwu Empire. Their overall power is even more terrifying than the entire Kalluo Empire. However, within the Kalluo Empire, only the Wadey clan's home, the remaining strong warriors only number around 10 universe levels. The Kalluo Empire's 3rd family is the Nuolan Shan family. Because he was able to raise 6 universe levels, Nuolan Shan's reputation is extremely great, causing many to submit to him. Along with tens of thousands of years of operation, the entire Nuolan Shan family territory has over 1,000 life planets. The most elite Nuolan Shan guards are known as the 8,000 Nuolan Shan guards, which means there are at least 8,000 star level 9 warriors. The most terrifying is Nuolan Shan himself. Nuolan Shan himself, within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he is extremely famous, his battle abilities are extremely strong. Luo Feng felt powerless against this huge Nuolan Shan family, he really had no way to resist. 8,000 Nuolan Shan guards, 7 universe levels. Just what should I do? A short 3 months, my golden horned beast body doesn't even have enough time to reach the universe level. Luo Feng swiftly pondered, become the leader of Earth? Then I have to reach the star level within 3 months, obtain the bank account left behind by my teacher, only then can I buy Earth. Discovering an ownerless planet, there were 3 choices. 1. Obtain the reward, there were no other benefits. As for how to deal with Earth, Luo Feng had no way of interfering. 2. Pay up and become the leader of Earth, however the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had the right to collect taxes on the planet's imports and exports. 3. Directly buy the planet, obtaining 100% of the authority. He didn't want to choose the first one, the moment he chose, the fate of Earth's humans would be uncertain. I can only think of a way to reach the star level as fast as possible. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, the jade marrow combined with the Muya crystals, within 3 months, it's still possible. Second brother, third brother, the leaders of the various countries are about to reach the War God Palace, let's enter the virtual space. Okay. Let's go in. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God entered their individual training rooms, entering the virtual space War God Palace. Countless years, Earth's humans had never truly interacted with the universe countries. Now there was actually a universe country's powerful family that wanted to conquer and control the entire Earth. Especially when Luo Feng and the other 2 spoke of the opponent's strength, it made the upper echelons of Earth feel anxious, panicked and lost. What to do? These upper echelons were indeed the elites of Earth. Finally coming up with a detailed plan. On the balcony of the castle, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God gazed at the ground. We have no choice. Hong said softly. Luo Feng, you didn't lie to us, there really is such an account? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Yes, but I have to reach the star level to obtain this account. Luo Feng looked at the endless stream of people on the distant streets, reaching the star level to obtain a bank account. Luo Feng only told his wife, Hong and Thunder God, no one else. Let's risk it. We can only risk it. Thunder God said. Risk it. Hong said solemnly. Yes, risk it. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng said solemnly, within 3 months, if I can reach the star level, everything will be fine. If within 3 months, I can't reach the star level, then, we can only take samples and send the data to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and receive the 100 billion Black Dragon dollars reward. Earth will belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, at least the Newell Shan family won't dare steal it. Luo Feng said slowly, and if the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wants to control Earth, through the wormhole, they'll need another 2 years of interstellar travel. 2 years of time, I'll rely on this ship. Secretly transfer the humans of Earth. This was the plan, prepare both ways. Success, he would become the leader of Earth. Failure, he would let Earth escape, allowing the humans of Earth to transfer as much as possible within these 2 years. Of course, this path would be very difficult. Allowing close to 7 billion humans to migrate was an extremely difficult and painful task. Unless it was the last resort, Luo Feng wouldn't choose to do it. That day, 3 in the afternoon. Thunder God's daughter, Hong's children, Luo Feng's family were all gathered in this castle. Many of Earth's upper echelon leaders were here too. Be careful on the other planets in the universe. The hopes of countless people on Earth are all on you. Do your best. Under everyone's words and anticipation, Luo Feng kissed his wife and children, following Hong and Thunder God towards the Black Dragon ship in midair. Daddy, come back soon. Daddy. The 2 children held by Xianxia shouted loudly. Okay. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God entered the Black Dragon ship's cabin door at the same time. The cabin door closed, the Black Dragon ship swiftly ascended, carrying the hope of Earth's people and leaving Earth. And the entire population of close to 7 billion people, the majority of them didn't know, that in their peaceful lives, 3 people had already left Earth, heading into the vast universe to fight for hope. Within the Black Dragon ship's control room, external simulation at 100%. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God turned to look at the beautiful azure planet behind them. Babata. Luo Feng's voice was cold. Speed up, prepare for universe travel, first destination. Bylon Star. The Black Dragon ship carried the 3 strongest warriors of Earth, beginning universe travel, the last time it was Luo Feng alone, to broaden his horizons and buy medals for himself. And this time it was 3 people, all for the hope of Earth's people. Not too far away from Earth, in a certain vast universe. 2 long and flat gray battleships, one in front and one behind, were both incomparably huge. The 2 battleships looked similar, their length reaching a shocking 6,000 m. At this time, they had become 2 blurry beams of light, swiftly flying through space. Within the battleship ahead. Within the control room. A handsome youth that looked very similar to Bulyuan Newell Shan sat there. Beside him sat 3 other men. What's going on? The handsome youth creased his eyebrows. We can't connect? The black-skinned man nodded. The handsome youth's eyes flashed with killing intent. This Bulyo, the old head, promised him that he would be able to take up the position of Eternal Elder. He really thinks he's so high and mighty that he can step on our heads. With regards to that planet, he actually didn't tell us anything at all. He's really ruthless. We invited him to talk, but he didn't connect. Another handsome youth gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Pulla, I think we should. Saying that, he waved his hand. The other 2 were shocked too. The handsome youth Pulla shook his head. Don't mess around, the family matters are more important. Anyway, there's still 3 months before we reach that planet. According to what the old head said, there's a high possibility that there's a huge treasure trove. P.S. 3 chapters completed. I've seen some book reviews. Why do the humans in the universe still use month, day, and hour as time units? Why do they still use dog shit as a form of cursing? I'll explain. I've already explained it before. This is all translated into Earth's Chinese language. Just like in English, when translated into Chinese, it can be simply F*ck or go die etc. To make it easier for everyone to understand, Tomato won't make up a bunch of universe units, otherwise everyone will find it too complicated. I paused for the past 3 days. Tomato owes everyone 6 chapters. Today's 3 chapters is the first to make up for what I owe. I'll continue tomorrow and the day after. Regarding the plot, the following plot will definitely be exciting. Tomato has confidence. At the same time, I'm also trying to get votes. Because of Tomato, there aren't many votes right now. I hope everyone will support me. Sitting in the Black Dragon ship, through universe travel, they arrived on Bailon Star, 11,800 light-years away from Earth. Bailon Star, extremely cold region. Many large warehouses were scattered in this cold region. A black universe ship slowly landed in front of one of the large warehouses, in the residential area of the castle. So, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God swiftly jumped out of the cabin door. Behind them followed 4 black Ming bodyguards. Master. The 101 slave guards stationed on Bailon Star stood outside the castle, respectfully welcoming Luo Feng's arrival. Big brother, second brother, follow me. Luo Feng walked towards the castle. Walking on the spiral staircase of the castle. Third brother, you're not bad. Thunder God looked through the window of the staircase, gazing at the snow-covered land outside. This was his first time leaving Earth for another life planet in the universe. This is the first time I've left Earth in my entire life. I actually came to, how many light years is this from Earth again? 11,800 light years. Luo Feng was speechless. Because of the Newland Shan family matter, he was under a lot of pressure. However, his second brother was nervous at first, but now he was relaxed. 11,800 light years, what a far place. Thunder God exclaimed. This is a good place to stay. Hong nodded. Big brother, second brother, aren't you too anxious at all? Luo Feng pushed open the door, entering a living room. The 3 brothers sat on the sofa. Anxious? Against danger, there's no point in being anxious. Hong's gaze was calm. Whether it's second brother's ancient yoga meditation, or our China's ancient internal meditation techniques, they're all extremely beneficial to one's mental state training. Mental state? Luo Feng was suspicious. However, the Yun Mo planet lineage, or any other training, mostly had requirements for one's technique, level etc. The level here and mental state were 2 different things. A person with a bad mental state, evil and crazy, could still become a strong warrior. Don't tell me. Within the AI space, Babada's blood-red eyes gleamed. This is the reason why Hong and Thunder God have their own domains at the Star Traveler level? On Earth, Xianxia and India had the most powerful cultivators. Furthermore, many experts are at the intent level, which is much higher than the average standard in the universe. Realms were split into basics, conception, domain and world, for big levels. Any higher and it would involve undying beings. Let's not talk about this. Within the living room, Luo Feng's expression was serious. Big brother, second brother, on the way to Bailon Star in the ship, I've been thinking, the plan from before was a little risky. Risk? Hong and Thunder God thought for a while and nodded. What else can we do but take risks? Thunder God said helplessly. We have no way of knowing every minute and every second. The moment the Newland Shan family fleet reaches Earth, I'm afraid they will immediately capture and control some important people. Luo Feng's gaze was like a sharp blade. No matter what, I definitely don't want my family to be in danger. Big brothers, you don't want to, right? Hong nodded and said, didn't we leave the other spaceship on Earth? The C-grade ship that the Universe Explorer team brought earlier was parked behind Luo Feng's castle. This was to allow Luo Feng, Hong, the Thunder God family, and a few important people to escape at the crucial moment. No. That flying ship was too small. How many people could fit inside? 1,000 people? The 3,000 people were probably all filled up. What about the supplies? What do they eat and drink? Luo Feng shook his head. In the worst-case scenario, I'll only be able to save 1,000 people. I'm afraid even the race's reproduction would be difficult. Then you want to, Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Buy a survival base. Luo Feng said. Survival base? Hong and Thunder God were curious, not sure what that was. Normally developing a primitive planet, or an important mining planet. They'll build a survival base on that planet. Luo Feng explained, survival bases, the small ones can house up to 10 million people, the big ones can house up to a billion people. The survival bases can ensure air supply, water supply, food etc. Ah? Hong and Thunder God's eyes gleamed. Let's go to the virtual universe network and find someone who sells survival bases. Luo Feng smiled. Even though the Newland Shan family fleet would arrive in 3 months, it wasn't detailed to be 88 days later, 89 days later, or, anyway, the time wasn't detailed enough. To prevent any accidents, it was better to build a sturdy survival base. That was very safe. Virtual Universe, Gongwu Continent's Black Dragon Mountain Island. Black Dragon Mountain Island, even though it was just an island, it was tens of millions of times larger than all the landmasses on Earth combined. Within a private room in a restaurant. Even though this is the virtual universe, the taste of the dishes etc. are exactly the same as the real thing. Thunder God praised, and the prices are extremely cheap. Stop eating, in a while, the Tai Luo Company's supervisor will arrive. Hong said. Luo Feng's eyebrows were filled with worry. Earlier when he had relied on Babata to check the prices of the survival bases, his good mood from before had fallen to rock bottom. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door resounded. Thunder God got up and went to open the door. The one who walked in was a tall and big man, about 2.6 tall, his skin was brown, his left and right cheeks had 3 scars. This was the universe's large Tai Luo Company's second-level supervisor in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This supervisor smiled, slightly bowing. My name is Luo Di, it's a pleasure to meet the 3 of you. The survival bases that the 3 of you are requesting to buy, the amount involved is simply too huge, hence it's best that we meet face to face and discuss. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. The supervisor placed the black drawing board in his hands on the table. On the screen immediately images of survival bases appeared. Look, there are big and small survival bases, the prices are naturally different too. This is the cheapest A grade, it only requires 100,000 Black Dragon dollars to build a base with a length and width of 10 kilometers, a height of 100 m, separated into 30 levels, enough to accommodate 300 million people. There are even bigger ones. My 3 guests, you requested for a strong defense, this is the B6 grade, the price is much more expensive, similar to the ones above, it requires 90 million Black Dragon dollars. The supervisor smiled as he spoke. Hong and Thunder God looked at the prices of the survival bases. I need a survival base that can withstand a Universe Level 1 warrior's attack. Luo Feng said directly. Over 40-star Level 9 warriors working together, that was roughly equivalent to a Universe Level 1 warrior. Oh? That'll be expensive. Supervisor Luo Di's eyes gleamed. This is the C5 grade, able to accommodate 300 million people, it requires 98 billion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Back when he sold the arc cutter blade, he had 18 billion left, after that he bought the jade marrow, the slave guards, the golden horned beast's precious metals, the purple light drink, he only had 1.7 billion Black Dragon dollars left. On those normal planets, he would definitely be one of the richest people. However, to buy an extremely large survival base that could withstand a Universe Level 1 attack, it was far from enough. I need a C3 grade. Luo Feng said directly. A C3 grade is cheap, able to accommodate 300 million people, it only requires about 51 billion. Supervisor Luo Di said. A smaller one. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. This one can accommodate 30 million people, it only requires 8.9 billion. Supervisor Luo Di continued to smile. There's no smaller one? Luo Feng asked. No more. Supervisor Luo Di's expression was a little ugly, cursing within. Were these 3 purposely making fun of him? Luo Feng pondered within. These survival bases' living standards, were each person living at least 10 square meters. And during Earth's crucial times, if more people were to be stuffed in, the 30 million standard could totally accommodate 100 million people. We've searched for information, your company can customize survival bases, right? Luo Feng said. Customize? Supervisor Luo Di glanced at Luo Feng. Customizing according to your requirements, it's very troublesome. Hence, customizing is a privilege given to large orders that exceed 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Hey, you three, are you buying or not? If you can't afford the C grade, just buy the B grade. Don't look down on the B grade and think the C grade is too big. Do you even know how to speak? Thunder God was annoyed, opening his mouth to speak Chinese. Unfortunately, Supervisor Luo Di couldn't understand. Oh, you're angry? Luo Di rubbed his big nose, laughing. Being in charge of the virtual universe network, I'll often meet such trash like you. You can't even afford it, yet you purposely ask all sorts of questions, wasting my time. Do you think the virtual universe network can't teach you a lesson, hence you dare to make fun of me? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were stunned. This supervisor didn't look like a businessman at all? What's up? You can't accept it? So what if I scold you? In the real world, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Tisk, 3 poppers. Luo Di stood up in disdain. He vanished into thin air, obviously leaving the virtual universe network. Within the private room, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all fuming. Poppers, they were scolded as paupers. If I knew how to speak universe language, I'd definitely scold him. Thunder God couldn't help but say. What's the point of scolding him? Babata, who was on Luo Feng's shoulder like a little elf, laughed in disdain. Very simple, you'll immediately become a big customer of the Tai Luo company, and then directly complain about this Luo Di's poor service. This kind of subsidiary department, and a second-level supervisor punk, will immediately be fired. He'll definitely regret it to death. Big customer? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were stunned. But we don't have that much money. Thunder God said. That's simple. Babata said casually. Luo Feng, don't you have the Black Dragon Mountain X81 ship? This kind of antique luxury item, it's definitely a favorite among ship enthusiasts. If you take it out, there'll be plenty of ship enthusiasts who'll buy it. Sell ships? Luo Feng was shocked. In terms of performance, the little explorer's ship you captured isn't much worse than yours. After all, it's a C-grade ship. It's just that the material is made of alloy. That ship is worth a few hundred million Black Dragon dollars. Your Black Dragon ship is worth over 10 billion Black Dragon dollars only. Other than that, there's no difference in performance. After selling the Black Dragon ship, you can use the other one for now. What's more, once you get the account your teacher left for you, you'll be able to buy something even better than the Black Dragon Mountain ship. Why would you care about this? Luo Feng immediately laughed. Right. After he reached the star level, he would naturally be able to buy a new ship. How do I sell the Black Dragon ship? Luo Feng asked. Simple, you can directly contact Gao Sheng. He's a ship enthusiast. For someone like him, with his status and position, he'll definitely know a large group of people with the same interests, money, and status. They can pay a very high price. Babata said directly, sell the Black Dragon ship, and build a few survival bases for the humans of Earth. That'll be a huge contribution to the humans of Earth. Also, you can use your status as a big customer to teach that snob a lesson. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately let Babata contact Gao Sheng. While contacting him, Luo Feng and the others sat down to eat. Hey, Luo Feng, it's been a while, you've only contacted me now. A screen appeared before Luo Feng and the others. On it appeared a chubby punk. The two beside you, are they your clansmen? Gao Sheng smiled. Right. Luo Feng nodded. I've been lacking money recently. Lacking money, just tell me, as long as the amount isn't too large, within 1 billion Black Dragon dollars, I'll help you settle it, no interest. Gao Sheng said straightforwardly. Borrowing money naturally required interest. For Gao Sheng to say that, he was indeed a good friend. No, I want to sell my Black Dragon Mountain X81 antique universe ship. Luo Feng said. Damn. Gao Sheng's eyes almost popped out. You're willing to sell it? That's an antique from 1,000,000 years ago. To be able to preserve it as well as yours, it's very, very rare. This is definitely a treasure that every ship enthusiast would want. I advise you not to sell it. If you do, it'll be hard to buy it back. Luo Feng was helpless. Universe ship enthusiast? He actually didn't have such luxurious hobbies. I'm really selling. Do you have any channels? Luo Feng asked. It's simple to sell. Gaoxing's expression was serious. You can just post the news and you'll be able to sell it. However, to sell it for a high price, I've joined a few ship enthusiast groups. I'll help you send a message, telling them about this. The last time I told them about your ship, some were so excited they wanted to buy it. Then thanks. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Wait, give me some time, I'll look for you after the discussion. I'll definitely find the highest price for you. Gaoxing said confidently. The call ended. Within the private room, Thunder God couldn't help but suspect, Luo Feng, if you ask this person to help, will he try to get money from it? What's the point of worrying, I don't have any other channels. Luo Feng revealed a smile, and as long as the price is close to what I want it to be, this Gaoxing, I don't think he's that kind of person. About 25 minutes later. Luo Feng, Gaoxing's call request. Babada shouted. Connect. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. A screen floated before him, Gaoxing's image appeared. Everything settled, I've discussed with a brother from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he's willing to offer the highest price of 12.8 billion Black Dragon dollars, this is the highest price I've heard from my friends. Gaoxing said directly, those people aren't stupid, no matter how high they are, they won't be willing. Alright, this is the price. Luo Feng was straightforward. This is his virtual network number. Make a contract with him and decide on the place of delivery. Gaoxing directly gave Luo Feng a number. After the negotiations, Luo Feng and the other two returned to Earth. He brought the Silver Grey Universe ship to Bailon Star. During this period of time, he could only use the Silver Grey Universe ship. 12 days later. Bailon Star, planet docking port. This planet is too cold. A universe ship with 3 swords on it opened its door, and a youth dressed in luxurious clothes walked out, with 2-star level 8 bodyguards behind him. This young man had a chubby mouth, and his long hair was tied into dozens of small braids. There was also a strange pattern on his forehead. Sir. The person in charge of the planet's docking port greeted him respectfully. The fat-lipped youth glanced at the person in charge, looking around without a care in the world, spotting Luo Feng and the other two in the distance, shouting loudly, "My dear brother Luo Feng, it's good to see you." He ran over and gave Luo Feng a bear hug. Nice to meet you, brother. Luo Feng also hugged this youth. Where's my treasure? The youth's eyes gleamed. Look. Luo Feng pointed into the distance. This youth immediately rushed over to the pure black dragon ship, extending his hand to caress the ship's body, looking at the engravings on it. He couldn't help but praise, wow, pure black yttrium metal, a noble black color. And the old X-style black dragon engravings, it's very rare to see these days. It's maintained too well, hee hee. The youth's excited eyes gleamed. Under Luo Feng's lead. This youth toured the black dragon ship's cabins and other cabins etc. From Gaoxing, Luo Feng knew that this youth came from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's capital planet. His background was huge. This youth's family was much stronger than the Newland Shan family. However, such a large family's direct descendant couldn't possibly offend a universe level 9 warrior just because of a person he just met. 12.8 billion, cash in one hand, goods in one hand. The youth walked down the cabin door and smiled. I've just transferred 12.8 billion Black Dragon dollars to your account. The transaction was a success. This ship enthusiast youth brought his favorite collection, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship, and left Bailon Star. And Luo Feng immediately began customizing the survival bases. 5 million people standard C2 grade small survival bases, 4. The price is 1.6 billion Black Dragon dollars, a total of 6.4 billion Black Dragon dollars. 10 million people standard C2 grade survival base, 1. The price is 2.6 billion Black Dragon dollars. 10 million people standard C3 grade survival base, 1. The price is 4.2 billion Black Dragon dollars. A total of 13.2 billion Black Dragon dollars. Your Tai Luo company in the virtual universe network, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire branch, has a second-level supervisor called Luo D. The virtual universe number is XXXXX. This person's attitude is extremely bad. While discussing business with the Tai Luo Company's Black Dragon Mountain Empire branch manager, Luo Feng also voiced out his complaints. These words were strongly requested by his second brother Thunder God, poor little supervisor Luo Di. Ever since he entered the Tai Luo Company, such a large company in the universe, he was extremely proud. Such a large company had high salaries, high commissions. This made him look down on his peers. Even though he was only a star traveler level, his salary was even higher than many star levels as bodyguards. How could he not be proud? What could he do? Receiving a complaint from a big client with over 10 billion worth of contracts, this second-level supervisor had lost his job. He had forgotten, since he was doing business, he couldn't casually look down on others. Even if he didn't meet Luo Feng's group, if he met another group of people, he would still lose his job. Time passed. These few days, Luo Feng was completely immersed in his training, relying on Babada's guidance, using the highest efficiency to raise his body's evolution speed. Only occasionally receiving goods would he leave. In the blink of an eye, it was already China year 2062, December 24th, which was also Christmas Eve. It had already been a month since Boluo Nul and Shan's little team came to Earth. Luo Feng and the other two took the ship back. In the following day, I'll build a survival base in America. This survival base has a capacity of 5 million people. Of course, during special times, we can totally accommodate more people. In India, we'll similarly build a 5 million people survival base. Russia and the European Union's territories are close, they'll jointly use a 10 million people survival base. Asia's population is huge, many other headquarters cities in Asia will share a 5 million people survival base. Africa and South America's headquarters cities will share a 5 million people survival base. China will use a 10 million people survival base. Within the War God Palace, facing the upper echelon of Earth, Luo Feng directly announced. In terms of population, China did indeed have a slight advantage. After all, the combined population of the European Union and Russia far exceeded that of China, however both were using a 10 million people survival base. However, the leaders of the various countries couldn't say anything, because this survival base was given to them by Luo Feng. Giving it to them was benevolence. If they didn't give it, they couldn't blame Luo Feng. Actually, they didn't know. China's survival base was a C3, the other bases were all C2, even though these C2 bases could barely withstand a universe Level 1 warrior's attack. However, it couldn't compare to the C3 sturdiness. Earth, China. The Hope Survival Base was situated north of the Jiangnan headquarters city. The entire base was like a huge fortress. This survival base was completely bronze in color, with a length and width of about 2000 m, its height reaching close to 90 m, a total of 28 levels. The standard per-person area could reach 10 square meters. Survival base's 16th level. In a 6 m wide walkway, China's upper echelon was inspecting. Head, isn't this a little too cramped? A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. Cramped? The silver-haired old man shook his head. Right now we've only changed the original living quarters into bunk beds and left bunk beds, allowing each room to hold 4 people. Those activity areas etc. aren't even being used. How can it be considered cramped? This survival base can currently hold 40 million people, we can totally increase it. If we increase it, there won't even be any activity areas. The middle-aged man said. Right now within the survival base, there were activity areas etc. People living within wouldn't feel cramped. Cramped people, it's better than dying. The silver-haired old man sighed softly, looking at himself in the mirror embedded in the walkway. His hair that used to be white, was now completely white. The universe is a place that we humans of Earth are unfamiliar with. Luo Feng, everything depends on the 3 of you. The various countries of Earth all sent their fighters, technological elites to the survival bases. As the fighters were all in the same little districts, the migration of the fighters, normal people didn't even notice. Time passed. The normal people of Earth continued to live their normal lives. The elites of Earth all moved to the survival bases. Luo Feng had already arrived at a planet that was closer to the Milky Way, the official base of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Jade Rock Star, it was the core planet of the surrounding countries. Its position was comparable to a low-level civilization's capital planet. Jade Rock Star was even closer to Earth than Dragon Star. traveling through the universe only required about 5 days. On Jade Rock Star, Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all, using the highest efficiency to evolve his body. The moment he reached the star level, he would be able to immediately obtain his teacher's account on Jade Rock Star, and immediately apply to become Earth's leader. In space. Around that star, 8 planets constantly revolved around it. This was the solar system. There was a life planet here. Earth, 2 huge interstellar battleships, one in front and one behind, were flying at shocking speeds in space. Senior Pola, we still have 2 hours and 26 minutes to reach that life planet. We've already taken pictures, the azure blue planet, it's really beautiful. Really beautiful. The Xianxia family fleet, after over 2 years of interstellar travel, had finally arrived at the solar system. And this day was China year 2063, February 21 ST, *** solar system. On one of the small moons orbiting Neptune, a large gray instrument sat on top of it. The lens was aimed at the 2 huge battleships flying past Jupiter in the distance. Do. The large instrument immediately flashed a few warning lights, following which it immediately sent out a signal. Ever since that exploration ship had soundlessly entered Earth, Luo Feng had left Earth and arrived at Bailon Star. He had immediately ordered a few space surveillance instruments, setting them up on a few of the solar system's moons, allowing him to immediately detect the Xianxia fleet's arrival. China, survival base on the Hope. Woo 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 woo, an ear-piercing alarm sound immediately resounded throughout the entire 28 levels of the survival base. Every area and every level, the light panels that were originally on the top floor of the survival base immediately retracted, all of the large windows automatically closed, even the important passages and entrances of the survival base swiftly closed themselves. Everything had entered the most critical moment, survival base's lower 12 levels. Luo Feng's family, Thunder God's family and Hong's family all lived in this spacious mansion. However, even though they received special treatment because of Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, the average living space was only 10 square meters. Master Meng 2 and Meng 4, the 2 warriors Luo Feng had left behind swiftly rushed in. The universe fleet is about to reach Earth. Xianxia looked at the mini-quantum computer in her hands. This was given to her by Luo Feng. The instrument's signal transmission speed is light speed, faster than the 2 battleships detected, however. I estimate it'll take about an hour. The enemy's interstellar battleships will reach Earth. Everyone in the mansion quietened down. I'll inform Luo Feng and the others. Xianxia immediately ran to a room on the side. In the room, there was a consciousness sensor helmet that was tied to an anonymous account. At the same time, Earth's 5 great countries and 23 headquarter cities all received this news. They had actually long known that whatever Xianxia family fleet would arrive in 3 months, hence the preparations had been made long ago. Now that they had received the news, the countries immediately began to swiftly implement it. Only the upper echelons of Earth were still extremely worried. No one knew what their future would be like. Against the universe's powerful families and interstellar fleets, Earth had no power to resist. They could only place all their hopes on Luo Feng, who was far away on Jade Rock Star. The Jade Rock Star was an important hub for the surrounding 6 vassal states. It was also the official planet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire mainly relied on this planet to deter the surrounding 6 vassal states, including the Silver Blue Empire. The Jadestone Star was bustling with activity. Luo Feng and the other 2 booked a room in one of the seaside hotels. Today is already February 21st. That Xianxia family's fleet will arrive on Earth within these few days. Thunder God stood outside the villa and looked at the surging sea outside. He frowned. Brother Hong, 3rd son hasn't broken through yet. Will it really be too late? Then we can only endure it. There is still hope, Hong said in a low voice. If Luo Feng wasn't able to break through in time, then he could only send the samples of Earth, data etc. to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to receive his reward. That way, Earth would belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Once it belonged to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, then how Earth was dealt with, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God had no way of interfering. Endure, endure, endure. No matter how good Thunder God's mental state was, the days passed day by day, getting closer and closer to the time of the Newland Shan fleet's arrival on Earth. This kind of pressure, if it was a normal person, they would have long gone crazy from anxiety. I've already broken through to the star level, yet Third Sun still hasn't broken through. Thunder God was originally at the pinnacle of the Star Traveler level 9, relying on the Yun Mo planet's warrior training techniques, along with the Jade Rock Star. Luo Feng had bought some supplementary treasures for them. Thunder God was the first to break through to the Star level 1, while Hong was still stuck at the Star Traveler level 9. I wonder when Third Sun will break through. Hong turned his head, looking through the strange transparent wooden window. He saw Luo Feng sitting cross-legged on the bed. Hong and Thunder God realized that Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, had actually opened his eyes. Has he broken through? Hong and Thunder God rushed into the room. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Is it a communication request from Earth? Babada was always connected to the virtual universe. He could receive messages, but to send a message, he had to send his consciousness into the virtual universe. When he saw his two brothers rush in, their faces filled with anticipation. Luo Feng shook his head. No, I haven't broken through yet. It's just that I've just received a communication request from Earth. From Earth? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. These days, the countries on Earth wouldn't easily disturb them. Don't tell me. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng's expressions were ugly. I'll go take a look. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe. Azure Blue Planet. Two huge ships were passing through the atmosphere. Haha. Within the control room of one of the ships, Pula and the other three heirs, through the external simulation, looked at the beautiful Earth covered in clouds, laughing excitedly. We've finally reached this life planet. 2 years of interstellar flight, it's too long. These four heirs had high statuses. When had they ever suffered such hardship, going through such a boring interstellar journey, a whole 2 years? Discovered information network. Already hacked into this planet's network. The control room's AI swiftly hacked into Earth's network, obtaining large amounts of information. What the AI didn't know was that from 3 months ago, the entire Earth had undergone a network sweep because of the Universe Explorer team's incident. All the important information on the network was deleted. The one in charge of this was the AI in charge of maintaining the War God Palace. This planet is called Earth. Its radius is close to 6,400 kilometers. Its surface area is 510 million square kilometers, of which 29.2% is land, 78% is water. The planet's surface gravity is about 0.11 of the universe's standard gravity unit. This planet's population is close to 7 billion. The number of warriors on this planet, the ship's AI swiftly reported large amounts of data. I'll inform teacher of this good news. The handsome youth Pola said and immediately left the control room, entering his own cabin. Within the cabin, Pola swiftly connected his consciousness, entering the virtual universe. It was a luxurious garden villa with 3 floors. The walls were covered with beautiful flowers. Within a study room. Pola stood in the study room, quietly waiting. A screen floated in front of him. It was completely blank. Shua, on the screen suddenly appeared a square-faced tall and sturdy man, his ears pointed, obviously from the same race as Pola. Teacher. Pola bowed respectfully. This was his teacher, also Boluo Nuolanshan's grandfather, the current head of the Nuolanshan family. Yuka Nuolanshan, a rather unconventional head. Different from the other clansmen who liked art and paid attention to etiquette etc., this was a very barbaric head, even more so than the previous generation head. Yuka Nuolanshan nodded, his eyes examining Pola. You've reached that planet? Yes, teacher. Pola said respectfully, this planet is called Earth by the Aboriginals. Earth? Yuka Nuolanshan repeated twice. Pola. Yuka Nuolanshan said solemnly, you've just reached this planet, you must be careful. The Boluo from before, it's been a full 3 months since we've received any news from him. Even the old head couldn't contact him, he has a high chance of dying. Hence, don't be careless. Understood. Pola nodded. That year when Boluo Nuolanshan didn't reply, the Nuolanshan family didn't notice. But as time went on, even the two clan leaders' requests to communicate didn't receive any approval. The Xianxia family began to suspect that Boluo might have died. Everything is going according to plan. Yuka Xianxia said solemnly, as fast as you can, gather as much data as you can on Earth, and take samples. With the interstellar flight coordinates record, large amounts of data, and sample standards, we can quickly apply to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to directly buy this Earth and place it under our family's name. At that time, we can take our time to examine and research this Earth. Yes, teacher. Polo was extremely respectful. Go. Yuka Xianxia said. Beep. The communication was shut down. Pula squinted his eyes. Data, sample. Whoosh, Pula's consciousness left the virtual universe and returned to reality. Over 10 billion people lived on the Jadestone planet. In a hotel near the sea in a bustling city. Splash, the seawater surged up again and retreated again and again. Hong and Thunder God sat cross-legged on the beach, waiting silently. Behind them, within that quiet room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his entire being as calm as the sea, however within he was extremely anxious. Body training, normally level 1 to 3 was the easiest, level 4 to 6 was a little harder, level 7 to 9 was even harder, level 9 breaking through to a new life form, the difficulty was the highest. Luo Feng's core was the core. Hence his soul had no restrictions, the only thing that was restricted was this Earth human body. His body had long crossed into the star level 6, however from level 6 to level 7, the difficulty had to rise exponentially. Luo Feng had always been stuck at the last step, feeling like he was about to break through, however he just couldn't. The Xianxia family has already arrived on Earth. I don't have much time left, not much. Don't tell me I really have to take the second path, let the entire human race on Earth undergo a huge migration? Close to 7 billion people migrating, and almost all of them are below the Star Traveler level, they aren't even protected by the Empire's laws. When we meet any slave traders, even if they rob us, I won't be able to do anything. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Quick. 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 An unprecedented emotion, that desire. Rumble. Luo Feng's consciousness rumbled. Silence, everything was silent. He could hear the sound of the distant waves crashing onto the beach and receding. He could also hear Hong and Thunder God's restless breathing. He could also hear the ticking of the mechanical clock hanging on the wall of the house. Under the perception of his powerful telekinesis, the whole world seemed to have changed. It's not the same. Luo Feng opened his eyes, smiling as he looked around. I'm not the same. Luo Feng said softly, Earth is not the same. Outside the room, Hong and Thunder God turned at the same time, looking into the room. Big brother, second brother. Luo Feng smiled, follow me to the Universe Galaxy Bank. End of Chapter 3, Jade Rock Star, one of the planets directly controlled by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, an intermediate-level civilization. As an important hub of the surrounding 6 vassal countries, in terms of importance, it was even higher than a low-level civilization's capital star. Naturally, there were branches of the Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe First Bank here. In the center of the bustling city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. A beautiful, soul-shaking building stood there, and around it, there was over 3 kilometers of grass fields. In such a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there were no buildings within 3 kilometers, just grass fields, trees, flowers etc. It was simply too extravagant and wasteful. The humans from other planets on the streets looked at this building, their eyes filled with envy. Because, this was the Universe Galaxy Bank. So tall. So beautiful. Luo Feng and Thunder God raised their heads to look at this piece of art. They were mesmerized. It's so majestic, how was it built? Hong's eyes gleamed too. The 3 brothers from Earth were like country bumpkins, shocked at the huge building. This Universe Galaxy Bank skyscraper was completely built like a galaxy river, the effect was extremely realistic. Looking at this building, it was almost like looking at the galaxy. I've only been there once before on Dragon Star, but seeing it again, it's still shocking. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Look, the people walking towards the bank's entrance, their auras are all different. Thunder God pouted, pointing towards the distance. Luo Feng looked over. Indeed, there were occasionally people walking towards the Universe Galaxy Bank, looking around, their auras were obviously different. After all, the lowest deposit here was 100 million Black Dragon dollars, a normal planet's richest person would only have that. Let's go, let's enter. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God were filled with anticipation. The three walked shoulder to shoulder towards the bank's entrance. The passers-by in the distance, as they watched the three walk towards the bank, they were naturally filled with envy. When would they be able to enter the Universe Galaxy Bank's entrance? The Universe Galaxy Bank's entrance was incomparably huge, almost as though it was covered with a layer of flowing water, almost like the water curtain cave in the novels of Earth. The only difference was, this flowing water was actually a light effect. If you're not an old customer of the bank, to open an account, you have to go there. Luo Feng said with familiarity, however I'm an old customer, follow me and you can enter from the main entrance. He passed through the water and entered. Inside was an incomparably spacious and pleasing hall. Hello sir, please rest here for a while. There are a lot of customers today, I'm sorry. A beautiful girl wearing a vest with the logo of the Star River Bank smiled and bowed. Understood. Luo Feng saw that there were already 12 groups of customers sitting on the sofas. Luo Feng and the other two also sat on the 13th sofa. A screen automatically appeared beside the sofa, and various options appeared on the screen. Whatever you want to drink, it's free, said Luo Feng. Oh? Hong and Thunder God watched with interest. He waited quietly. Batches of customers entered the reception room, and new customers lined up behind them. When Luo Feng reached third, there were already 16 groups of people in the living room. Luo Feng suddenly felt the originally quiet hall suddenly become noisy. It was a noise of suppressed voices. One had to know that to be able to enter the Universe Galaxy Bank, one had to have a high status, or at least a high status. Even if they were arrogant elsewhere, they would try their best to show that they were civilized here. Hence, the commotion was a very strange thing. Luo Feng turned to look. 3 people walked in from within the hall. The one leading was dressed in a black battle uniform. His entire body was incomparably strong, about 2.1 m tall, his skin was green-black. There was also a third eye on his forehead. Beside him, there was another skinny and weak-looking human of the same race as him. The last person however was completely covered in a black robe. The only similarity between the three was, on their left chests was a medal, the picture was of a blood-colored wave with a planet on it. This is... Luo Feng squinted. On the Virtual Universe Network, I've seen this picture before. Thunder God too lowered his voice. Beside him, Hong's eyes too gleamed, burning with passion. The other bank customers within the hall all held their breaths nervously, or looked with fervent respect at the three who had just entered. They all lowered their voices and spoke to their companions. Universe mercenaries. True Universe mercenaries. I can actually see Universe mercenaries. And they're Universe 1-star mercenaries. 3 Universe mercenaries, to be able to see them on a planet like Jade Rock Star. 2. Excitement, incomparable excitement, including Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. All the customers within the Jade Rock Star branch of the Universe Galaxy Bank were incomparably excited. Because, these 3 were from the universe's most respected, powerful and valiant group, the Universe Mercenaries, the universe's #1 power, the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Over 99% of the powerful fighters and spirit readers would all join the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Even though the Universe Mercenary Alliance was rather loose, in the vast universe, no universe country would dare offend the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Back then, Luo Feng's teacher, the master of Yun Mo planet, Hu Yan Bo, was one of them. Star travelers could only be considered adventurers. Star levels could only have the right to take the exam and fight for the title of Universe Trainee Mercenary. Universe levels could only have the right to take the exam and fight for the title of Universe Trainee Mercenary. Sector Lords had the right to participate in the Universe 3-star Mercenary exam, just having the right to take the exam. Whether or not they could obtain that title depended on whether or not they passed the exam. The universe mercenary exam's difficulty was extremely high, hence, the official universe 1-star mercenaries were all selected universe levels. Even some of the region lords who didn't pass the 2-star mercenary exam were only 1-star mercenaries, which meant, the 3 universe mercenaries before him were at least 3 universe levels. They could even be domain lords, universe mercenaries. This was a title that made one's heart feel respect and worship. They wandered between life and death, experiencing all sorts of dangers time and time again. They had unparalleled power. This was a group that countless humans in the vast universe respected and worshipped. Maybe some of them were universe levels, but they didn't have the guts to become mercenaries, or in other words, they didn't even have the ability to pass the exam. The universe mercenary exam was known as the strictest exam. The death rate was extremely high. 3 universe mercenaries. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. Powerful warriors that can battle on a white dwarf planet. Hong looked at the 3 universe mercenaries, many thoughts flashing through his mind. As Earth's strongest warrior, Hong, looking at the high and mighty universe mercenaries, he too had a yearning in his heart. One day, I too will become a universe mercenary. Universe mercenaries, this was a golden signboard, much more intimidating than any universe-level warrior. Because since they were mercenaries, they would have companions, and their companions wouldn't be much weaker, and their companions were those that had experienced life and death together. Even the Newland Shan family wouldn't dare offend the 3 universe mercenaries before them. Unless they were prepared for their family's destruction. 3 respected guests. A slightly plump man dressed in a dark green uniform, his skin faintly glowing with a purplish-red hue, and 2 golden horns on his head, a small-eyed fatty hurriedly rode the light elevator to the first floor's lobby. He ran over and said politely, "I'm the president of the Universe Galaxy Bank's Jade Rock Planet Branch, Peter. Please follow me." The leading 3-eyed universe mercenary creased his eyebrows, his third eye scrutinizing the fat president, nodding. After which, the 3 universe mercenaries followed the president, taking the light elevator up. Only then did the hall burst into an uproar. It's actually 3 universe mercenaries. Universe mercenaries. And 2 of them are from the Vichy race. The last one was completely covered in a robe, I couldn't see him clearly. Second uncle, why are they going up? Isn't the Universe Galaxy Bank's business on the first level? Normal customers go to the first level, star customers are all upstairs. What's the criteria for a star customer? No idea. Anyway, the person in charge of our main company, with assets of over $1 trillion Black Dragon dollars, is only a normal customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank. He doesn't even reach the 1-star customer requirements. Within the bank's hall, the various groups of people were discussing. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God couldn't help but discuss softly. From what I see, these 3 mercenaries should be considered 1-star customers. Thunder God said. Maybe, anyway the requirements for a star customer are ridiculous. Luo Feng said. While they were talking, it was already Luo Feng's turn. Sir, it's your turn. The bank employee was very humble. Big brother, second brother, I'll be right back. Luo Feng said. Under the employee's guidance, he entered the reception room. I want to transfer money. Luo Feng was in the reception room, speaking to the employee inside. May I ask what your account number is? The beautiful employee smiled. Babata had told Luo Feng his account number long ago. Luo Feng couldn't help but be extremely excited. This was one of the 3 accounts his teacher left for him. The 3 accounts were respectively the star level, universe level, and domain lord level. This first account would definitely have the least amount of money. However, for a big figure like the Yun Mo Planet Master, even a single strand of his hair would be extremely thick. 8492, 8593, WOXH, 8528, 5285, 032. Luo Feng held his breath, reporting his account number. Please wait a moment. The employee inside swiftly operated, quietly waiting for the response from the virtual universe network. This is, the employee's already large eyes immediately widened to the size of a fist, her eyes filled with shock. After which she looked fearfully at Luo Feng, trembling as she said, "Respected guest, please wait a moment, I'll go inform the chairman." Saying that she immediately ran out. Just as she ran out, she turned back and looked nervously at Luo Feng. "Respected guest, there's someone else who'll take care of you first, please wait a moment." Saying that, she swiftly rushed out. Universe Galaxy Bank Jade Rock Star Branch, 9th floor. The chairman Peter smiled humbly and spoke with the 3 universe mercenaries. "Handling business, even though it's a little troublesome, it'll be settled very quickly, please wait a moment." In a place like Jade Rock Star, even he would only occasionally receive 1-star customers, after all the requirements to reach a 1-star were extremely high. At this time, Hua. The door outside was immediately pulled open. The 3 universe mercenaries turned to look. Their faces revealing unhappiness, the leader of the 3-eyed Vishnu stared coldly at the newcomer. "What's going on?" The chairman was extremely displeased. How could they disturb a VIP when receiving a guest? A woman and a similarly chubby man with 2 golden horns on his head walked in. Both of them gave the president a look. Peter was slightly shocked. These 2 were the vice chairman and the other a business manager. Peter seemed to have realized something, bowing to the 3, "Please wait a moment." Saying that, he swiftly walked out, closing the door behind him. "What's going on?" The chairman frowned at the 2 before him. "Little brother, don't you know I'm with 3 1-star customers? This is a big matter." "I know." The fatty, who looked exactly like the chairman, was sweating profusely. "However, this matter is even bigger." "What matter?" The chairman Peter was shocked. "Let's talk in the secret room," the operator said. The chairman squinted his eyes. The reception room for the 3 universe mercenaries was specially constructed. Spirit energy couldn't penetrate it. It was completely soundproof, isolating many signals from detection. And the secret room was an extremely important technology of the Universe Galaxy Bank. Even Undyings would find it hard to eavesdrop. Very quickly the 3 entered the secret room. Within the secret room, the chairman looked at the operator. "Speak, what's the matter?" "Big matter." The vice chairman gulped. "Chairman." The operator's face was filled with excitement. He said softly, "There's a customer downstairs who wants to withdraw money. It's a 5-star account." "What?" The chairman was so shocked his face went pale. My God, many of the branch presidents of the Universe Galaxy Bank would occasionally come across a 1-star account. It was extremely rare, and they would only come across a 2-star account every few decades. In their entire lives, they might not even see a 3-star account, much less the legendary 5-star account. One had to know, even for a universe-level warrior, a 1-star account was already not bad. A 5-star account, what concept was that? A customer with a 5-star account, buying a planet was like buying sugar pills. Like the Silver Blue Empire and other low-level civilized countries, in front of such a customer, were like ants. Even in the vast universe, even in the universe high-level civilized countries, among the universe countries, they were still extremely important people. With one word, they could make trillions of humans slaves. Trillions of humans were terrifying people. 5-star account? The chairman was completely dumbfounded. "Right, bro, if you don't believe me, check it out. Right now the entire bank's control has been transferred. It's controlled by the AI. Our every word and action is being monitored. Just now, if we dared to talk about the 5-star customer outside the secret room, the bank's AI would instantly kill us. The bank's AI will kill us instantly." The vice president was sweating profusely. The chairman wiped his forehead too. The Universe Galaxy Bank, this sort of super large bank, definitely put their customers first. Especially the 5-star customers. The 5-star customers' money was stored there. The bank used it for turnover, generating huge profits every day. The moment such a customer's secret was leaked, even if it destroyed an entire planet, the Universe Galaxy Bank had to ensure that the secret was not leaked. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Within the waiting room. "Babada, what's going on? Why do I feel like something's wrong?" Luo Feng rubbed his chin, his thoughts questioning Babada. Something's wrong? A certain little demon was acting dumb. That operator's eyes earlier, it was like those Western believers on Earth suddenly seeing God, seeing an angel. Those people who saw the universe mercenaries before weren't like that. Luo Feng asked, "Babada, tell me, just what's going on? Don't you dare lie to me." "I'll say." Babada teased, "The account you reported earlier was actually a 5-star account." 5-star account? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He had heard it before in the bank lobby, even $1 trillion Black Dragon dollars was only a normal account, it didn't reach the requirements of a 1-star account. Compared to a 1-star account, who knows how many times stronger a 5-star account, what was the point of that? Teacher can't have given me this much money in the first account, right? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Star level, universe level, domain lord, these 3 levels could give him 3 huge sums of money. This first sum should be the least. Of course. This first sum of money is the least. It's just a drop in the ocean of your teacher's wealth. As for this account, actually your universe level account, it's 8,492, 8,593, WOXH, 8,528, 5,285, 032, your domain lord account, it's also this. At the same time, it's the account your teacher used back then. It's a 5-star account. Babada said. The account my teacher used? Luo Feng was stunned. Yunmo Planet's master, that was an absolute warrior with 9 undying slaves under him, a powerful being even amongst the undying. In the Ganwu universe country, that was a powerful person. It wasn't strange for such a person to use a 5-star account. The 3 accounts your teacher arranged for you are actually all this account. Babada said again. What do you mean? Luo Feng didn't understand. The same account, with different passwords and methods of opening, the amount you see will be different. Babada said. Luo Feng realized. Earth's bank cards had such settings too, entering one password, the balance was 10,000. Entering another password, the balance was actually 10 million. The third password could even be 1 billion. If a person was kidnapped by a robber and asked for the password of his bank card, the robber would probably only be able to withdraw 10,000 yuan. This account is the main account. The 3 legacies that your teacher left for you are all in this account. However, this account has 3 ways to obtain the inheritance. Different ways will result in different inheritances. Babada explained. So that's how it is. Luo Feng understood. At this moment, the chubby bank manager ran in from the door. The bank manager was very enthusiastic and respectful. Dear guest, please follow me. They took the elevator to the 13th floor of the bank building. Beep. Esteemed guest. A crisp voice resounded from the mouth of a metallic robot. Universe Galaxy Bank, welcome. Luo Feng suspiciously left the light elevator. The president bowed respectfully and took the elevator down. Please follow me. The robot said to Luo Feng. Huh? A robot to serve me? Luo Feng was suspicious. What he didn't know was, the Jade Rock Star branch's standards were too low, even the head didn't have the authority to welcome Luo Feng. In the luxurious and comfortable reception room 8492, 8593, WOXH, 8528, 5285, 032. Luo Feng sat down and spoke in universe common language. This is the account number, I want to withdraw money. Please wait a moment. The robot smiled. After a while, it said again, please use your spirit energy to scan my arm's touchpad. A peculiar black gold touchpad suddenly extended from its arm. Spirit energy? Luo Feng smiled. Babada had said before that one of the procedures to withdraw money was, 1 spirit energy had to be at least a star level, and it had to be the Yunmo planet spirit energy to pass. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and his spirit energy scanned the touchpad. D. The data matches? The robot looked at Luo Feng, please enter the 3-4-dimensional passcode. Dear guest, you can choose to enter with your thoughts, your voice, or your hands. The 3-4-dimensional passcode was extremely complicated. It was based on the time and space coordinates etc. that were constantly changing. According to the original passcode, time, space coordinates, spirit energy level etc., the new passcode was calculated. And the calculation method was set by the Yunmo planet master back then. Also, this passcode had a total of 3 levels. What a long passcode. Luo Feng used his quantum computer to connect to the Universe Galaxy Bank system and used his thoughts to enter the passcode. Check the balance. Luo Feng ordered nervously within. Nervous. Nervous, this teacher of his was the kind of person whose wealth could rival a country. However, his inheritance was split into 3 parts. The star-level Luo Feng received the least. What was the minimum amount of one portion? Luo Feng himself didn't have much confidence. Who knew what his teacher was thinking? I hope I can buy Earth, I hope I can buy Earth. Luo Feng prayed silently. Do. On the screen of Luo Feng's arm, the numbers appeared. That long string of zeros made Luo Feng dizzy. 100,000,000,000,000,000, 100 million, 100 million, 10 billion? Luo Feng stared at the last currency symbol, Ganwu dollars, 10 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, his face filled with glee. How generous, his teacher was really good to him. 10 billion Ganwu dollars, even if it was officially exchanged, it could be exchanged for 10 trillion black dragon dollars. If it was through the black market or other methods, it could easily be exchanged for a few trillion black dragon dollars. Even a universe-level warrior would have to sell a few planets to have such a large amount of wealth. Your teacher thought back then that when you were a star level roaming the universe, 10 billion Ganwu dollars was more or less enough. After all, even those big families' direct descendants, getting 100 billion Ganwu dollars was already not bad. Babada said. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Even the highly promoted Emperor Xiaowei only got one life planet after 10 years, and he didn't dare sell it. Babada, how much can I get for a universe level and domain lord? Luo Feng asked. Babada was his teacher's AI back then. When his teacher set up these 3 accounts in the virtual universe network, Babada would definitely be very clear. I can't say, I can't say. Babada refused to speak. Forget it if you don't want to say, 10 billion, and it's still Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng looked at the balance, he finally had a feeling of wealth. This wasn't black dragon dollars, but the incomparably expensive Ganwu dollars. Within the star levels, including the big family's disciples and the descendants of the big powers, Luo Feng could be considered one of the top tycoons within the star levels. One had to know that the richest person on a normal planet only had about 100 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng alone was comparable to over 100,000 of those tycoons. Transfer. Luo Feng looked at the robot and said, transfer to the account that's bound to my spirit imprint. His teacher's account was bound to his spirit imprint, even though there were other ways to open it. Opening it once was too troublesome. Binding the spirit imprint was the safest and most convenient. Outside the Universe Galaxy Bank main entrance, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God walked out. Luo Feng, do we have enough money? Thunder God asked. Is it enough? Hong was nervous too. Applying to buy Earth, the amount of money required was astronomical. Piece of cake. Luo Feng smiled, let's go to the Empire office to buy Earth. Milky Way, Earth. The entire Earth's commoners were as usual, they didn't even know that a fleet from the universe had arrived on Earth. And Earth's fighters, scientists, and many other elite families, were all within the survival bases. They too didn't know of the impending crisis, only the highest levels knew. In the air above the Pacific Ocean, 2 huge battleships floated. On one of the battleships, the Newland Shan family's 8 heirs stood in a row, looking at the control room's huge screen. These 8-star level 9 youths all had serious expressions, not a trace of a smile on their faces. Scan complete. Earth's population is close to 7 billion, of which 180 million are within the 6 survival bases. This planet's student level, Star Traveler level fighters over 99% are in the survival bases. And those outside haven't even reached the student level 1. The battleship's AI swiftly reported. As an interstellar battleship, its scanning radius was extremely large. Earth's radius was only close to 6,400 kilometers, a complete scan was very easy. Survival bases. It's a survival base. Of the 8 heirs, one of the black-skinned youth raged, who said this planet is a backward planet without a master. They even have a survival base. I don't believe that a small planet would have the factories to manufacture the survival bases. It's definitely impossible. Right. One of the Newland Shan family heirs nodded. I agree too, this planet has a connection with the universe. But what do we do? Now? Boluo must have been killed by the aboriginals of this planet. Don't talk about aboriginals, this planet definitely isn't an aboriginals planet. This planet is able to build 6 survival bases, and they are all C-grade, just these 6 bases. In the universe, normal planets wouldn't even be able to build them. A huge commotion. They originally thought that Earth would be easy to deal with, but looking at it now, the upper echelons of the planet were all hiding in the survival bases. The ones outside were all normal people who hadn't even reached the student level 1, and they were already able to do this. It was obvious that the opponent was prepared. Probably the information gathered on the internet before couldn't be fully trusted. Of course, the 8 personal disciples were displeased. Silence. A low voice resounded. The other 7 looked over. The one speaking was Pu La, the one with the highest position amongst them. Earth's upper echelons are all hiding in the survival bases. This survival base, we can't do anything about it. Pu La's eyes were cold, his gaze sweeping past the other 7. Right now, on one hand, we'll follow the original plan to swiftly gather all sorts of ores etc. from Earth, take samples, and collect data. As for the others, I'll go see teacher. Pu La, since young, he had been the most dazzling member of the Xianxia family. A star level 9 who had his own domain, he was the family's greatest hope to be able to reach the universe level. He was indeed a genius. Of course he couldn't compare to Hong and Thunder God who had domains at the Star Traveler level. Geniuses had special privileges. Pu La could easily meet the head and the old head. Compared to the tragic Boluo from before, he was much stronger. Virtual Universe, Ganwu Continent's Black Dragon Mountain Island. On the screen appeared 2 human silhouettes, their ears pointed, their eyes slightly red. One of them was tall and sturdy, the other gave off a feeling of closeness. Teacher, old head. Pu La bowed respectfully. Within he was shocked. The 2 heads were actually here. I have something important to report. Speak. The tall and sturdy current head Xianxia said. This planet has long been prepared for our arrival. Their planet's upper echelon and elites have all hidden in a survival base. This survival base is AC grade, we have no way of breaking through. Pu La said solemnly, I can deduce that this planet's precious information has definitely been collected or erased. We have no way of finding anything. Also, building a survival base is extremely complicated, a single planet definitely can't do it. The survival base should have been bought from the universe. On the screen, the current head and old head's expressions changed. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would guess that Earth had already made contact with the universe. I've checked, this planet is still ownerless. The old head said. Teacher, old head, what should our next step be for the fleet on Earth? Pu La said respectfully. The 2 heads lowered their voices and conversed. Pu La didn't dare disturb them. Pu La. Xianxia's gaze was sharp. Use the fastest speed to take samples, collect data, and even record the interstellar coordinates. Afterwards, use the fastest speed to send them to the nearest Black Dragon Mountain Empire official planet, Jade Rock Star. Since Earth is ownerless, we have to use the fastest speed to buy it under our name. Number 2. Xianxia's voice was resounding and powerful. Begin searching that planet, see if there are any treasures left behind by that undying back then. Number 3, remember, the strongest fortresses are usually broken through from the inside. Since we have no way of forcefully breaking through the survival base, then we can hypnotize them, or use the hearts of the people etc. Anyway, controlling the human race on this planet will be beneficial for us to excavate the planet's treasures. Number 4, I remember you saying that there are large amounts of monsters on this planet? Train them and interact with them, they are also native life forms of Earth, maybe they know of some places on Earth. Understood. Pu La replied. Go, immediately carry it out. Yuka ordered. Yes. Pu La replied. Times when Pu La began to work from all 4 sides, giving orders. Commanding over 1,000 star levels and over 10,000 star travelers, Luo Feng was at the Empire's official office on Jade Rock Star. Empire Office. These are the planet's coordinates. These are the records of our arrival at the planet's interstellar coordinates. Regarding the planet's samples, data etc., they've all been placed here. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat in chairs. Hong and Thunder God didn't know how to speak the universe language. They could only rely on the quantum computers and AI's consciousness to translate. Luo Feng was speaking from the side. The officials were handling it. One of the receptionists said, "If the interstellar coordinates are verified and there are no problems, you will receive a reward of 100 billion black dragon dollars. No, I don't want the reward." Luo Feng looked at the receptionist. "Discovering an ownerless planet, one has the priority to buy it." "I want to buy it." The officials who were originally discussing within immediately quietened down, turning to look at Luo Feng. "Buy a life planet?" The receptionist couldn't help but ask again. This wasn't about buying weapons or treasures. A life planet was extremely expensive. "Yes, I want to buy it," Luo Feng said. End of 2 chapters. The Jade Rock Star Empire's office was considered a small corner of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's vast territory. Buying a planet? It's been so many years since they met one. "The three of you, please follow me upstairs," a skinny Empire official said. "All right." Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God followed him, quickly arriving at the 34th floor of the Empire's office. "Mr. Luo Feng, is it?" The official from the Empire looked at Luo Feng. "Are you sure you want to buy this planet, the planet named Earth according to your information?" "I'm sure." Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. "I should be able to buy it, right?" "Mr. Luo Feng, as the first to discover this ownerless planet and provide information, you definitely have the first right to buy it," the official emphasized. "However, I have to remind Mr. Luo Feng, when we sent the planet's data to the Empire headquarters, the reply they gave us was, once everything is confirmed, they'll give you a reward of 100 billion black dragon dollars. Do you know the meaning of this reward?" "Meaning of the reward?" Luo Feng was stunned. Suddenly Luo Feng remembered what Babata had told him before. Discovering an ownerless planet, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will, depending on the planet, reward at least 10 billion black dragon dollars, the highest 100 billion black dragon dollars. "This is the highest reward?" Luo Feng understood. "Yes." The official nodded. "Even though the large amounts of data you provided are still awaiting confirmation, however, just that planet's coordinates has already made the Empire headquarters confirm that it's the highest quality life planet. The one who discovered it will also be given the highest reward. If you want to buy this planet, you'll have to pay the highest price." Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. How much money was needed to buy Earth, Luo Feng and his 2 brothers had been discussing before, according to the Empire's laws. To buy it directly, one had to pay at least 300 billion, the highest 3 trillion black dragon dollars. This was a preferential policy for the person who discovered the ownerless planet. If it was a normal planet auction, there definitely wouldn't be a price limit. "What you mean is, Earth is the highest quality life planet?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. "Yes." That's what the Empire headquarters replied. The official nodded. "Indeed so." Thunder God curled his lips. Luo Feng and Hong were helpless. Babata had already guessed before, an undying being who had once ruled over a life planet could very well be the highest quality life planet. "It requires 3 trillion black dragon dollars, right?" Luo Feng looked at him. "Yes." The official nodded. "I'll buy." Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. Earth was priceless in Luo Feng's heart. He was willing to spend any amount. "I'm sorry," the official said apologetically. "If Mr. Luo wants to buy Earth, you need to submit an application first. Secondly, the large amount of data you have provided needs to be reviewed by the various departments of the Imperial headquarters. Only after it has been verified can we officially trade with you." "Damn. It's the same as on Earth. Everything has to be done according to procedure," Thunder God muttered in Chinese. "How long?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. "I'm just a lowly official from a remote planet. I'm not sure how long it will take for the headquarters to review it, so I can only tell Mr. Luo." The Empire's legal limit was 30 days at the most. The fastest was uncertain. "If you were a member of a major family in the Empire, perhaps I would be able to settle this for you in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." Luo Feng's expression changed. Hong's and Thunder God's faces were also ugly. 30 days? Luo Feng panicked. the Newell and Sean family had already arrived on Earth, they would definitely gather data and samples from Earth. They also had records of the interstellar flight coordinates. He could immediately teleport to the Jadestone planet. In terms of speed, the Newell and Sean family had a deep background. The Empire's government's efficiency would probably be much higher. Before the purchase process was completed, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Who knew what problems would arise? It definitely can't be 30 days. Thunder God said softly, I can see that the way things are done here is the same as on Earth. If we let them drag it out, who knows if something will go wrong? We have to settle it quickly. Even if nothing goes wrong, 30 days? I don't even know what Earth has become. Hong creased his eyebrows. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly he looked up at the official before him, standing up and walking towards him. Mr. Luo, what are you doing? The skinny official panicked. Pa. Luo Feng placed both his hands on the table in front of him, leaning over and staring at the skinny official. I want to settle it as quickly as possible. My apologies. The official apologetically shook his head. I'm just a small official from a remote planet. If you settle it within 7 days, I'll give you 10 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng stared at the official, his voice low and raising his index finger. If you settle it within 3 days, I'll give you 100 million black dragon dollars. The official's eyes almost popped out, his entire being was in a mess. The Empire's official's salary was indeed very high. However, in his entire life, he would never have 100 million black dragon dollars. That was the wealth of a normal planet's richest person. 100 million black dragon dollars was enough for him to hire a star-level bodyguard, buy a large group of beautiful servants, let his relatives and friends surround him and suck up to him, living a luxurious and comfortable life for the rest of his life. Huff, huff. The official's breathing was messed up. If you settle it within a day, I'll give you 500 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng's gaze was sharp, his 5 fingers extended. If you settle it within an hour, I'll give you 1 billion black dragon dollars. The official stared wide-eyed, his throat swallowing hard. My God, even a pie falling from the sky wouldn't drop such a huge one. Mr. Luo Feng. The official's breathing was heavy, his eyes red. He said solemnly, the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before, that's definitely only when the big shots of the Empire's big families have spoken. The highest level of the Empire giving the order, would it be that fast? As there are too many departments involved, I don't have the confidence to settle it within an hour. However, within a day, I have 100% confidence. The official's neck was thick. Luo Feng laughed. 100% confidence within a day? Before, they said the most was 30 days. Other than that, a small official like him couldn't do anything. The power of money, in the universe, was indeed very obvious. However, I need money to pave the way now. The official's eyes gleamed, saying swiftly, because of the inspection of buying the planet etc., it involves 12 departments, I have to get through every single one of them. According to the normal procedures, it would normally take more than 15 days. I know the people from those departments. Don't worry. If you were to invite the big shots, from the upper echelons, I reckon they wouldn't be as fast as me, because I'm an insider. Mr. Luo Feng, please give me 100 million first, I'll act immediately. The official said, Mr. Luo Feng, this kind of big shot, killing me is as easy as killing an ant, hence I definitely wouldn't dare swallow Mr. Luo Feng's money and not do anything. Very good. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, I'll give you 200 million black dragon dollars first, after that I'll give you 300 million. He was already willing to buy Earth with 3 trillion black dragon dollars. Why would he care about 500 million black dragon dollars? It was just a small change. Luo Feng was very clear, every mouse has its own path. To let this official do something, it would probably be faster than him asking Gaoxing for help. And Gaoxing was just a disciple of a big family. The important departments of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire probably wouldn't even recognize him. Gaoxing also needed to ask for help from others and so on. Luo Feng didn't want to simply owe people favors. Favors were hard to repay. Milky Way, Earth. China, survival base on the Hope. I say, little sister, when will brother-in-law return? Also, when are those alien fleets leaving? Su Gang sat in a chair, smoking one cigarette after another, obviously anxious. There was no way he wouldn't be anxious. Big brother, you're anxious, but you're still much better than the normal people living outside. Xianxia scolded unhappily, right now it's not just you, the entire world's upper echelons are waiting for Luo Feng, waiting for Hong and Thunder God to send news. We can't do anything, we can only wait patiently and slowly. Su Gang took a deep breath. They could only wait, it wasn't just him, everyone on Earth was waiting. Against the universe interstellar fleet, the entire Earth's humans were like babies, without any power to resist. Countless humans on Earth were silently hoping, their pride of Earth, the three pinnacle warriors in the distant depths of the universe, would be able to give them a chance to live. Yes, Luo Feng and the other two were on the distant Jade Rock star, working hard for Earth, so. On Earth, Asia, Europe, North America, in the skies above the continents, or even the oceans, there were often human silhouettes flying past. Within half a day, the news of the alien fleet arriving on Earth couldn't be hidden at all, it had already been known by many of the commoners. Look, close to 3 m tall, green skin, eyes as big as bowls, that was obviously not a human from Earth, countless monsters and humans flew past the skies above the human cities. The commoners of Earth were all stunned. The Newland Shan family fleet was currently following the plan, attacking from 4 different directions. Lord Pola, we've communicated with the native monsters of Earth, we've discovered a strange ocean region. It's right there, and this region is the famous Bermuda Ocean region from the many books on Earth. 3-star level 8 spirit readers respectfully led the way in front, the handsome Pola also followed and flew over. Bermuda, its name on Earth was simply too famous. There were many books on Earth that introduced it, the Newland Shan family fleet had scanned through almost all the books on Earth, hence they knew about Bermuda. Rumble, the 4 of them rushed into the ocean. Swiftly sinking. Lord Pola, look, over there. The 3-star level 8 spirit readers were all excited. Pola looked over carefully. In the distance, there was a blurry white silhouette. As they got closer, the blurry white silhouette became clearer. This was an incomparably huge pyramid, taller than any skyscraper on Earth. This pyramid itself didn't have any scars or signs of decay. There wasn't even any mud or water plants. It was as clean as new. Lord Pola, this silver-white pyramid is 1200 m tall, it's entirely floating in the ocean. The slightly fat black-skinned spirit reader explained. Pyramid. Pola's eyes gleamed, he couldn't help but fly closer, his trembling hands carefully caressing the surface of the pyramid. What was strange was, the entire pyramid was silver-white, there wasn't even a hint of metal to connect it, as though the 1200 m tall silver-white pyramid was perfectly cast. This. Pola's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his body trembling. This is a huge treasure, a huge treasure. Pola's eyes were bloodshot, extremely excited. Floating in the depths of the Bermuda Ocean was a huge silver-white pyramid, a 1200 m tall silver-white pyramid. Even though it had stopped here for tens of thousands of years, time didn't leave a single mark on it. This is the Automaton Universe ship. Pola was extremely excited. Automaton race. Even though the human race was one of the top races in the vast universe, there were still some races that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the human race. The automaton race was one of them. The automaton race, accurately speaking, every single race member was a living AI. The entire automaton race had developed their technology to an unbelievable level. Also, every single automaton race member was an absolute warrior, because unlike humans who needed to slowly cultivate, AI lifeforms only needed a powerful body that they could unleash. As long as their AI contained enough battle techniques, they would immediately become peerless experts. Theoretically, no matter how strong a living AI was, they couldn't reach the undying level. However, the automaton race had broken this curse. Their entire race indeed had existences comparable to undyings, like the one that died on the UNMO planet ship. Automaton race, the most advanced race in technology. Pola's eyes gleamed. Our entire human race, many of our technologies were obtained from the automaton race. The Automaton Universe ship, normally the lowest is C grade, I think this ship is probably D grade, or even higher. Pola couldn't differentiate. Unlike humans who used metals and alloys more easily, it was easy to differentiate what metal was used and what alloy was used. The universe ships created by the automaton race, humans couldn't even analyze how they were created. It felt like a new type of material. Hence the automaton's D grade would normally be recognized as a D9 grade by humans. It was the best of its grade. An automaton ship was extremely expensive, much more expensive than a similar grade human ship. Entrance, where's the entrance? Pulla shouted. Lord Pulla, the entrance is there. However, the entrance is extremely dangerous. We threw a few broken weapons in and they were instantly turned into nothingness. That's a good thing. Pulla excitedly flew over. The entrance to the pyramid ship was near the bottom. It was a beautiful and mystical triangular pathway. The outer cabin door had long been opened, but there was no way to enter. Test the strength of the attack. With a flip of his hand, a spare weapon that he had used in the past appeared in his hand. It was a very long rapier. He casually threw it. The rapier fell into the triangular passage. The dreamy tricolored flowing light extended out from the three walls of the triangular passageway, and then instantly swept past the rapier. The incomparably sharp and incomparably tough rapier barely emitted a chi sound before it turned into powder and completely vanished. Good. Pulla shouted in surprise. Even a C2 grade weapon can be easily destroyed. What did it represent? This meant a normal Universe Level 2 fighter wouldn't be able to block this attack. The stronger, the better. Pulla's eyes lit up as he threw out his second backup weapon, which was also a rapier. These spare weapons weren't worth much. The previous ones were origin weapons and spirit weapons. Chi this time, the sword was affected by the tricolored light. It trembled slightly and cracked a little, but the speed of destruction was very slow. A C5 rank is hard to destroy? Pulla nodded slightly, his smile widening. Very good, very good. A universe ship's strongest attack definitely wouldn't be a passive attack at the entrance, because this type of passive attack had to be maintained for a long period of time, and it happened at the entrance, hence it couldn't be a very strong attack. For example, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, the entrance attack could only kill a normal Star Traveler level 2 or 3. However, its laser cannon was a B6 grade. The entrance passageway, its attack power is that strong. This ship is at least a D-grade ship. It could very well be an E-grade ship. Pulla's eyes gleamed. If it's a D-grade. A D-grade automaton ship, comparable to a human's D9 grade ship. Pulla was very excited. This ship's every grade difference was very exaggerated. A 100 m diameter ship, like the Black Dragon ship, was a C5 grade. The cheaper C5 grade, 100 m diameter, cost a few $100 million. And the C9 grade, even if it was made of pure alloy, would still cost close to 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. After all, the C9 grade's defense was tens of times stronger than the C5. As for the D grade, universe-level warriors and domain lords mostly rode in these types of ships. The first head of the Newell Shan family, Newell Shan himself rode in a D5 grade ship. Back then he spent 20 billion Ganwu dollars. D1, that was over 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. D9, even if it was made of alloy, was close to 1,000 times more than a D1. It could be said, one had to sell tens to hundreds of life planets to afford it. Hence to a domain lord, it was extremely expensive. Of course, the price here was referring to the 100 m diameter ones. Like this 1200 m tall pyramid, its grade was comparable to a D9, and its size was huge. The materials used were much more. The price was even more ridiculous. It could be said, most domain lords couldn't even afford it. D9 grade, 100 m diameter, if our Newell Shan family were to sell our entire fortune, we could still afford it. However, as tall as 1200 m, our entire family's fortune added together is far from enough. Pulla's eyes gleamed. If this pyramid was an E grade. Asterisk 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 5 minutes later. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Within a large hall. 8 heirs stood shoulder to shoulder. A screen appeared in front of them. On it was the current head Yuka Newell Shan. Teacher. Pulla was in high spirits, extremely excited. We've discovered an automaton universe ship in Earth's ocean. Automaton race? The head on the screen was stunned too. Yes, teacher, and that automaton ship is 1200 m tall, the lowest is also a D grade. Pula said. D grade, that was the ship that most domain lords rode on. One could only imagine how expensive it was. And it was the most popular and expensive automaton ship amongst the D grade, and it was 1200 m tall. This. Yuka Nuolanxian's eyes gleamed. Teacher. Another handsome youth said loudly, not only that, we've discovered on Earth, that not long ago Earth had been attacked by a swallowing beast. The swallowing beast here, in reality, is an extremely rare space beast, known for its savagery and bloodthirstiness, the golden-horned beast. Of course, this golden-horned beast back then was only a star level 1, considered a cub. Golden-horned beast cub? Yuka Nuolanxian was shocked. A golden-horned beast cub, if it was alive, its price would be many times more expensive than a D-grade automaton ship. Maybe, only an E-grade automaton ship could compare to the golden-horned beast cub. However, to the Nuolanxian family, that was a huge treasure. However, the golden-horned beast cub was said to have been killed. We're currently searching for its corpse. The handsome youth said. Killed? Yuka's eyes stared wide open, following which he took a deep breath. He knew he had lost his composure, staring at Pula. Pula, how's the data collection going? I was just about to report it, the data collection has already been completed. Pula said. Very good. Yuka's eyes gleamed. Immediately send a small-scale ship to bring the data, samples, as well as your interstellar coordinates. Once you reach Jade Rock Star, apply to buy this planet. This planet belongs to our Nuolanxian family. We definitely cannot let anyone else take it. Also, everything regarding Earth must be kept secret, at the highest level. Yes. The 8 heirs replied loudly. There should still be other treasures on Earth, the ones who understand Earth the most are the humans of Earth. Immediately, use the fastest method to control the humans of Earth. Use gentle tactics. Yuka said. Understood. The 8 heirs replied loudly. Very good, very good. Yuka was obviously very excited. A ship that was considered a luxury even for a domain lord, and this was when it was a D grade, a space beast cub that could definitely grow to the pinnacle of sector lords. To the Nuolanxian family, whose strongest power was only the universe level 9. These 2 treasures, indeed made them dizzy. China, Kyoto headquarter city, Tianjin City. Even though the universe alien fleet had descended, the lives of the commoners were still the same. Humans of Earth, how do you do? We are the Nuolanxian family from the universe, we came with friendly intentions. Don't doubt our power. The same image appeared on the televisions and computers of every household. A handsome man with pointy ears, who looked like a legendary elf, spoke in a strange language. Beside him, there were automatic translations of Mandarin and English. Look, this is your Earth's Australia continent. With just one punch, this entire mountain range would be destroyed. With just one punch, this entire island would be gone. The screen constantly switching between the 9-star level 9 warriors' performances, watching the star level 9 warriors destroy a mountain with just one punch. The intense shockwaves spreading over 100 km was a terrifying scene. Every single human on Earth was dumbfounded. This was definitely more terrifying than the pinnacle battles of the past. Hong, Thunder God against the swallowing beast, this was even more terrifying. One punch spreading over 100 km, this was practically a nuclear bomb with a high yield. Of course. The elf-like handsome Pula smiled, speaking to all the humans on Earth, we came with good intentions, hence we won't attack any cities. Your Earth has a total of 5 big countries and 23 headquarter cities. In an hour, your so-called emperor-level monsters, in every headquarter city, we will throw 10 emperor-level monster corpses on the streets. If we're willing. In an hour, Earth will be destroyed. Pula smiled, however, we came with good intentions, however your Earth's upper echelon, your so-called elites are all hiding in those metal castles. This makes us very unhappy. I hope that your Earth's upper echelon can be friendly with our Nuolanxian family, give us from the universe, your so-called aliens a bit of respect. If your Earth's upper echelon is stingy with a bit of respect, rejecting our good intentions, then, we don't mind using barbarism to conquer you. Pola smiled. I'll give you 12 hours of Earth's time. Discuss this properly. If after 12 hours, we don't see your Earth's upper echelon, and don't get at least a bit of respect, we will use barbaric methods. Every hour we destroy one of your so-called headquarter cities. Rumble. Pola's televised speech, online speech, was like a trillion-ton hydrogen bomb exploding on Earth, bombarding everyone on Earth, causing them to be dumbfounded. 12 hours. Earth's humans only had 12 hours to prepare. Every hour they were late would mean destroying a headquarter city. A headquarter city usually had up to 100 million people. When he saw the aliens that often flew high up in the sky and occasionally revealed their incomparably powerful strength, he couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing the Emperor-level monster corpses being thrown like ants on the streets and plazas of the various headquarter cities. Humanity was in chaos. The upper echelon of the various survival bases were also in chaos. This is a betrayal. Betraying humanity. Over 6 billion people, are you going to watch them die? Just for the so-called elites, you're going to give up over 6 billion lives? Luo Feng? Hong? Thunder God? Who knows when they'll reply? I object, I object. The aliens don't have to be savage. Calm down, don't be fooled by this Newell and Sean family's hypocritical face. That's all hypocrisy, fake. The moment our survival bases open and they rush in, it'll be too late for us to regret. They're incomparably powerful. Destroying Earth would be a piece of cake. Is there a need for them to resort to such hypocritical methods? Us Earth's upper echelon elites, what meaning do we have to them? See, they've already said, when the time comes, we won't go out, we won't interact with them. 1 hour and they'll destroy a headquarter city. Over 100 million people will die. Everyone please think carefully. The moment more than 2/3 of the votes pass, then, we'll execute it. I invite everyone to vote carefully. Every vote you cast will decide the fate of over 6 billion people outside. Yes, over 6 billion. Please wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Luo Feng and the other two are far away on other planets, working hard for us. This survival base was brought by them, please believe them. The moment we lower our heads, the moment we make a mistake, then the entire human race on Earth will sink into endless darkness. I can't just watch as over 6 billion people get slaughtered and die. 6 billion. This number is crushing me to the point of collapse. While the people within the survival base were in chaos, the large headquarter cities in the outside world were also in chaos. Demonstrations, protests, group sit-ins. There were even some half-crazed people taking advantage of the chaos to rob, smash shops, etc. There were also tens of thousands of people kneeling and begging the upper echelon of Earth to save them, to negotiate with the aliens. There were even people shouting loudly that it was a scheme by the aliens. Anyway, it was extremely chaotic. Luo Feng, hurry and pick up the call. Xianxia sent a call to Luo Feng. At this time, around her stood Luo Feng's parents and relatives, and also a few of the country's upper echelon. Many people were waiting. In the distant space, Luo Feng and the other two were able to send good news. Jade Rock Star, Empire Office 3 hours 29 minutes, everything has been settled. I didn't disappoint Mr. Luo Feng. The official smiled as he stood up, his face still covered in sweat from the anxiousness from before. Congratulations Mr. Luo Feng, from now on, you are this planet Earth's leader. Oh, I should call you my lord now. Congratulations, my lord. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled as he said, however within he was roaring with excitement. Beside him Hong and Thunder God couldn't hide their excitement either. There are only 2 chapters for today, no choice, it's Christmas Eve. Tomorrow is Saturday. Tomato still owes everyone a chapter, hence, I don't dare rest tomorrow, I'll continue tomorrow. Lastly, let me ask softly, do you have monthly votes? If you do, please support Tomato. The current ranking is a little behind. After the procedures were completed, on the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen list, Luo Feng's status was changed to planet leader. Let's hurry and leave Jade Rockstar. Let's return immediately. Right, contact Earth immediately. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God used their fastest speed to rush to Jade Rockstar's docking bay, sitting in their silver gray universe ship, leaving Jade Rockstar and beginning universe travel. Within the dark universe, The ship continued to advance. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were in their own cabins, entering the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God appeared out of thin air amidst the crowd on a wide street. The others glanced at the three, some seemingly disdainful. Because, in the virtual universe, only those without property would appear on the streets when they go online. And those with property would appear in their own homes. 30, we're rich people now, let's go back and buy a house in the virtual universe. Thunder God couldn't help but say softly. He was on Earth, high up above. In the virtual universe, he was actually looked down upon. In the past, we didn't have much money, we couldn't spend it recklessly. Now, we can. Let's go back and buy a big house. Luo Feng nodded. The moment one bought a house in the virtual universe, they could bind their family and friends to the house. The moment they went online, they would immediately appear in the house. Otherwise, like Luo Feng and Xianxia, because one was on Earth and the other was in the distant space. If the two entered the virtual universe at the same time, they wouldn't appear on the same street. Unless Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng were together in reality, they would only appear in the same place. We'll talk about this later, let's hurry and contact Earth. Hong said. Luo Feng nodded. The three swiftly found a nearby restaurant and entered a private room, immediately contacting Earth. A screen appeared in mid-air. Xianxia appeared on the screen. Luo Feng. Xianxia revealed a look of glee. Xianxia, how's Earth now? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at the screen. Very bad. Xianxia said anxiously, take a look at this video. Normal people entering the virtual universe network would use an auxiliary quantum computer or even an AI quantum computer. Even though Xianxia was using the consciousness sensing helmet issued by the virtual universe, its efficiency was still much stronger than the normal computers on Earth. Xianxia transferred the video from Earth into the virtual universe and played it. This is the Newell & Sean family, it's being broadcasted live on the entire Earth. Xianxia explained. The video started playing. Greetings, humans on Earth. We are the Newell & Sean family from the universe, we come with friendly intentions. Don't doubt our strength. That video that had spread throughout every household on Earth was also played in front of Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were all elites of Earth, none of them were idiots. After watching the content of the video, one could tell how bad the situation was. Luo Feng, Xianxia said, it's very chaotic now. There are many people in the upper echelons of the 6 major survival bases in the world who have opposing opinions. As for the 6 billion people outside, they are all rioting. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God creased their eyebrows. Of course, they knew what kind of storm the video would cause. Sister-in-law. Hong said solemnly, that video said to give the humans of Earth 12 hours, how long has it been? It's already been 4 hours and 8 minutes. Xianxia immediately said. Alright, we'll contact you again in half an hour. Hong said. The communication was cut off. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. Right now, 30 is already the leader of Earth, using the law to intimidate the Newell & Sean family should be useful. Thunder God said. Right, they're only a big family within the Kalo Empire, against an existence like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Hong nodded, they definitely wouldn't dare go against it. I understand. Luo Feng agreed, however, I'm thinking, just relying on the law is one thing, it's best if our own strength is strong enough. That's why I'm thinking, to see if I can buy a Universe Level 1 slave. Universe Level slave? Hong and Thunder God stared. I'm only considering, I haven't decided yet. Luo Feng pondered, if the price of a Universe Level 1 slave is within an acceptable range, that's a good thing. After all, only with strength will we have enough confidence. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Even though there were laws within the universe, they were all relative. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's laws were a huge deterrent to the Newell & Sean family. Because the Newell & Sean family was simply too weak compared to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If it was Luo Feng's teacher, the Yunmo Planet Master, who directly seized the planet, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't even dare to fart, only with strength would we have enough confidence. Luo Feng sent out a call request. It was the slave manager he met back on Dragon Star when he bought slaves. He was indeed a businessman. It only took a few seconds for the call to connect. On the screen appeared a skinny green-haired man with an extremely warm smile. Mr. Luo Feng, I'm very happy you called me, it's really exciting. The green-haired man was extremely warm. Voila. Luo Feng smiled and asked, I'm here this time to ask if your boss is able to get a universe-level slave. Universe-level slave? The green-haired man stared. The highest a slave could reach was only the universe level. To make a universe-level warrior a slave, one had to first capture him alive and implant a biochip into him when he couldn't resist. To do this, not only did one have to be stronger than the opponent, it also required many other aspects to work together. If you really want to, you can. I have the goods. The green-haired man looked at Luo Feng. It all depends on whether Mr. Luo Feng has enough funds. A universe level 1 slave, how much is it? Luo Feng asked. That's in trillions of black dragon dollars. Even the actual transactions are usually done in Ganwu dollars. The green-haired man reminded Luo Feng. Give me a number. Luo Feng urged. The green-haired man looked at Luo Feng with surprise. The first time he met Luo Feng, he felt that Luo Feng had definitely received an exceptional education. His aura was different too. However, he didn't expect. He actually dared to ask about the price of a universe-level slave. This was definitely not something normal people could afford. 10 trillion. Black dragon dollars and up, about 10 billion Ganwu dollars. The green-haired man said, and that's the lowest. Damn. Luo Feng cursed within. Treat it as if I never asked. Luo Feng was very direct. Wu La, we'll talk again later, I still have things to do. Haha, I have all the time, Mr. Luo Feng can call me anytime. The green-haired man was however very passionate. Being a businessman, it was just like that. He was very clear, for a customer like Luo Feng, if he served them well normally, it would make them happy. Who knows when a big deal would come in? A big deal would allow them to earn big. The communication was cut off. Within the private room, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. The price is actually so expensive. I thought 2 to 3 trillion black dragon dollars would be enough. Luo Feng muttered. The first sum his teacher gave him was 10 billion Ganwu dollars. Buying Earth required 3 trillion black dragon dollars. If he used Ganwu dollars to pay, it would only require 1 billion Ganwu dollars. Obviously, to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, to be able to obtain more Ganwu dollars, they were very willing. Right now Luo Feng's assets were only 9 billion Ganwu dollars and a few hundred million black dragon dollars. It's quite scary. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Haha, Luo Feng, are you stupid? You want to buy a universe-level slave? A sharp evil voice resounded. It was Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder. You must know, a universe-level warrior joining an empire can get over 10 planets, even though they are all normal life planets. Added up, it's worth close to 10 trillion black dragon dollars. Even though a universe level 1 is the weakest of the universe levels. But 10 trillion black dragon dollars and above is for sure. And this is just a universe level 1, if it's a 2 or 3, or even 6 or 7, damn, it's even scarier. Luo Feng was shocked, after which he said unhappily, why didn't you say so earlier? I was just playing a virtual game, it's much more fun than talking to you guys. Babata said proudly. Virtual game? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were speechless. That requires money. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Playing virtual games doesn't cost much, playing for 1,000,000 years, 100 million black dragon dollars is enough. To you, it's just a small change. Babata said nonchalantly. This made Luo Feng even more speechless. The other quantum computers and AI computers, no matter how smart they wouldn't do anything without their master's permission. And Babata, he had already evolved into a living AI, he could feel sadness and joy, he could make his own decisions, etc. He was no different from a normal person. That's why he loved to play games, and he was coincidentally Luo Feng's virtual assistant. Everyone who entered the virtual universe had a virtual assistant. Most of the operations in the virtual universe were done through the virtual assistant. Hence, Babata's withdrawal of money, according to the virtual universe main system's judgment, it was naturally Luo Feng who ordered the virtual assistant to do it. Of course it would allow it. After all, who asked Luo Feng to actually use a living AI as a quantum computer and AI computer? Alright. Luo Feng, you've already become the leader of Earth. Directly send the proof of ownership of the territory that the Empire gave you through the virtual universe network to Earth. After that, let all the countries on Earth broadcast it live. Also, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's constitution, regarding the protection of territories, the Newland Shan family is after all a small family within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they wouldn't dare go against it. Babata was very direct. Of course, you'll first have to record all the information about them on Earth. If they dare go against the Empire's constitution, that would be courting death. Babata was extremely confident. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at each other. They were indeed prepared to use this method, however they hadn't thought through the various steps yet. Let's do that. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Little punk, you're so clear about the Empire's constitution? Thunder God rubbed Babata's head in shock. Don't touch me. And don't call me little punk. Call me Demon Lord, understand? The demon Babata glanced at Thunder God, after which he closed his eyes and ignored him, continuing to play his virtual game. 50,000 years of emptiness, being able to enter the virtual universe, how could the demon Babata not enjoy himself? As for Earth's safety, what did it have to do with him? To the demon Babata, it didn't have much meaning, at most because of his relationship with Luo Feng, he would give him some advice. According to Babata's instructions, Luo Feng swiftly began to record the footage, along with some information and proof from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Let's do it like this. Luo Feng looked at Hong and Thunder God. No problem. Thunder God pondered and nodded, it'll definitely be useful. It's about time. Hong nodded. Then I'll send all this over, next, we'll leave it to Earth to handle. Luo Feng took a deep breath, beginning to send a call request, it was with Xianxia. Milky Way, Earth. The Newland Shan family's warriors swiftly flew to every corner of Earth, especially the over 1,000 star levels. In terms of speed, many of them were much faster than the swallowing monster from back then. A life planet with a radius of 6,400 kilometers, to them, circling it once was extremely easy. Earth, China, Xianxia region. It's too unbelievable. My God. What is this? Including Pola and the other heirs, along with many star level 9 Newland Shan guards were all shocked as they looked deep within Xianxia, enveloped in a poisonous gas that was constantly emitting a terrifying huge ball. That was a huge ball with a diameter of over 800 m, what kind of concept was that? It was basically a round ball mountain, and the poisonous gas it emitted had already caused the 2 star levels that were careless earlier to be poisoned, one was a star level 3, the other a star level 5, to instantly decay. It's definitely a treasure. A group of people stared at the strange poisonous ball, the poisonous gas it emitted was able to kill star levels, this definitely wasn't a normal toy. Do. In an instant, the 8 heirs quantum computers all sounded. Lord, in the air above the survival base in China, a huge projection has appeared. Take a look. The scene appeared on the screens of the 8 direct disciples' photon computers. At this time, every household on Earth, every television, every network immediately switched to the same image. At the same time, in China, India, and the other 6 survival bases on Earth, through the survival bases, they all released a 3D projection in mid-air. The huge projection shone in mid-air. The 3D projection was too huge. Even from 100 km away, it could be seen with the naked eye. Kaluo Empire's Newland Shan family, how do you do? I am Luo Feng. Not long ago, the planet you are on, Earth, has already become my territory. A majestic voice resounded from every household's television, computers, even through the various countries' broadcasting systems, resounding throughout the entire Earth's skies. This is the proof of ownership issued by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. On Earth. The originally arrogant, excited and complacent Newland Shan family members were all stunned, either looking at their own screens, or looking at the godlike huge projection in mid-air, Within the projection, Luo Feng was speaking with assurance. Beside him was the proof of ownership. Luo Feng was speaking in universe common language. Below the screen were Chinese and English words. It's real? It's really issued by the Empire. On Earth, the various Newell and Shan family members were all shocked. Within the huge projection, a virtual book appeared in Luo Feng's hands. It was the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's constitution. Luo Feng's expression was serious, flipping through the book. According to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's constitution, Chapter 12, Article 61, Article 62, Article 63 states, without the permission of the planet's manager, trespassing into a planet will be treated as a space pirate. Your Newell and Shan family didn't know this planet had a leader before. It's not considered a crime. Right now, I've already told you, this is my territory. As the leader of Earth, I request that you, within the huge projection, Luo Feng raged, immediately disappear from my territory. Otherwise, your Newell and Shan family will be labeled as space pirates, facing the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's invasion. Attack! 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 Earth's tens of millions of households' televisions, computers, and various broadcasting systems caused Luo Feng's voice to be like a tsunami, resounding throughout every corner of Earth. On Earth, whether they were hiding in their homes, protesting, smashing shops and robbing, at this time, they were all looking at their own screens, or the screens on the streets. Everyone was silent. They all recognized, the man speaking with assurance on the screen was the pride of Earth's humanity, Luo Feng. Silence. Countless people in every Bay City on Earth fell silent. Paris Bay City in the European Union. A group of protesting people raised their heads to look expectantly at the screen. Yes, they were indeed protesting against the upper echelons abandoning them. They wanted the Earth's upper echelons to choose to cooperate with the Newell and Shan family from the universe. But that was because Earth couldn't resist the Newell and Shan family. No one was willing to be a slave or servant, unless they were psychopaths. This group of people who were protesting didn't want to be slaves. If it was said that they didn't have to submit to the Newell and Shan family in exchange for freedom and life, they would definitely be willing. Luo Feng. It's actually Luo Feng. Looking at this video, it seems like this group of aliens, the Newell and Shan family, are also from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This Black Dragon Mountain Empire is a country in the universe? Luo Feng is an Earthling. How did he become the leader of a universe country? Or the Lord of Earth? Who knows? In terms of intelligence, Earthlings were not stupid. From Luo Feng's live broadcast to the entire world, they could easily deduce, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was a powerful universe country, much stronger than this seemingly incomparably powerful Newell and Shan family. And Earth's pride, Luo Feng, became the leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Happy. If Earth wanted to integrate into the universe, and someone had to be the overlord of Earth, the people of Earth naturally hoped that it would be a native of Earth. What's more, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God have long been deified. If any one of them became the leader of Earth, the humans of Earth wouldn't have much resistance. I wonder if Luo Feng's words will be of any use. I wonder if the Newell and Shan family will retreat or not. People were worried. There were 6 survival bases on Earth. Luo Feng's identity as the planet leader, is it useful or not? Cosmic nations can't be exactly the same as our Earth. I can't be sure. Just wait and see. There will be results soon. On Earth, whether it was the billions of commoners, or the upper echelons of Earth, they were all waiting to see the Newell and Shan family's reaction. The ship Luo Feng and the others were in was still swiftly advancing through the dark universe. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. In the private room of the restaurant, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all looking at the screen that appeared in front of them, maintaining their communication with Xianxia. Xianxia, how is it? Luo Feng asked, what's the reaction of that Newell and Shan family, did they retreat? The satellite surveillance shows that the 2 battleships are still in the air above the Pacific Ocean, not moving. Xianxia was also very anxious. Maybe the Newell and Shan family is discussing it too. No movement? Luo Feng frowned. They don't dare to stay. Thunder God's eyes lit up. If they don't leave, we can record their behavior and send it to the dynasty's headquarters. We can then judge them as space pirates. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was a very strong medium civilization in the universe. We will not allow such a family to go unpunished. If it's a super family, it's hard to say. But the Newell Shan family, to the Silver Blue Empire and other empires, is a hard bone to chew. But to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they are just ants. Thunder God said confidently. These words made Hong and Luo Feng slightly nod. There's no point in talking. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Let's see how they choose. Luo Feng and the other two maintained contact with Earth, quietly waiting for news from there. Earth, in the air above the Pacific Ocean. Two enormous interstellar battleships stopped in mid-air. Within one of the battleships, in the control room, the 8 heirs stood there. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The shock and joy of discovering the strange huge ball had long been thrown to the back of their minds. Right now they were extremely frustrated. Earth's leader? Earth actually has a leader? What do we do now? The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Everyone knew, the moment the Newell Shan family didn't leave Earth, that would be an absolute crime. Earth had a leader. That meant, Earth was their private property, their territory. Invading their territory and even wantonly plundering within their territory, this kind of behavior was definitely not allowed by the Empire's constitution. They would immediately be labeled as space pirates. Space pirates were also space pirates. They were hated by the various empires. They were definitely the easiest to kill. Follow me to see the Patriarch. Pulla said seriously. Yes. The other 7 all replied. Such matters could only be decided by the Patriarch. Half a minute later. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. In a luxurious living room, the 8 heirs stood side by side. In front of them a screen appeared. On the screen were 2 people. It was the current head Yuka Newell Shan and the old head Dewin Newell Shan. Teacher, Patriarch, this is the video that was broadcasted on Earth earlier. Pulla said respectfully. Immediately the video began to play. When they saw the proof of ownership of Earth from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the 2 patriarchs' expressions became extremely ugly. Especially in the video, Luo Feng even took out the Empire's constitution to read. This made them even more furious. Immediately disappear from my territory. Otherwise, your Newell Shan family will be labeled as space pirates, facing the wrath of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's army. The last sentence of the video made the 2 patriarchs not sure what to do. There was obviously a huge treasure on Earth. In an instant Earth had become someone else's territory. Earth, is this Luo Feng's territory? Yuka Newell Shan couldn't believe it. Yes, teacher. I've just checked. The Empire's records indeed exist. Luo Feng should have just become Earth's leader today. Pulla added. Bastard. Yuka Newell Shan was so angry he gritted his teeth. Who is this Luo Feng? Which family is he from? Beside, the old patriarch creased his eyebrows unhappily. He's one of the 3 great warriors of Earth. Right now he should be a Star Traveler level 9, that should be the case. Pulla said respectfully. What, an Earth person? The old patriarch stared wide-eyed. Earth person, a native of a primitive planet, had suddenly become the overlord of Earth? One had to know that buying a planet, even the person who discovered it could buy it at a discounted price. However, with the highest quality life planet like Earth, to buy it would still require 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. It definitely wasn't something a normal person could afford, hence he asked which family it was. Yes, an Earth person. Pulla nodded. It should be some sort of treasure on Earth that he acquired and sold for money. Earth's treasure? The moment the 2 patriarchs thought about that automaton universe ship, their hearts ached. That was an automaton universe ship, even the lowest was AD grade. Even more valuable than their entire Newell Shan family's assets. To open and conquer such a ship, based on the attack from the entrance, one had to be at least a universe level 5 or 6 warrior to have any hope. Teacher, what do we do? Should we retreat or not? Pulla said anxiously. Old patriarch, should we retreat or not? The other heirs too were extremely anxious. We don't have much time to hesitate. If we stay on Earth for too long, we'll be judged as space pirates. Pulla said anxiously. The patriarch Yuka Newell Shan was so angry he gritted his teeth. Bastard. That Luo Feng, I want to kill him. Retreat. The old patriarch's expression was savage, roaring softly. The 8 heirs were stunned. Old patriarch. Yuka, Newell and Sean looked shocked at the old patriarch. We're just going to give up like that? The old patriarch scolded angrily, Yuka, have you lost your mind? So what if we don't give up? So what if that automaton ship is expensive? The moment we're judged as space pirates, the Empire's army wiping out our Newell and Sean family would be effortless. Don't tell me just because of Earth's treasure, we have to sacrifice our entire family? We. Yuka, Newell and Sean hesitated. Yes, we can escape. However, the entire Newell and Sean family was built by the ancestor over so many years of hard work. Don't tell me you want the ancestors' hard work to go to waste? The old patriarch scolded angrily. Yuka, Newell and Sean went silent. Yes. Back then, the ancestor, who was also the founder of the family, Newell and Sean, single-handedly created the Newell and Sean family, using his name as the family name. After tens of thousands of years of reproduction and growth, only then did the Newell and Sean family flourish to its current state. Retreat. The old patriarch ordered. Yuka, Newell and Sean sighed softly. Pola and the other heirs looked at the 2 patriarchs, before respectfully replying, yes. On Earth, following the orders of Pola and the other heirs, immediately the scattered Newell and Sean family members swiftly gathered towards the 2 large fleets. As for the retreat of the fleets, since they had retreated, the Newell and Sean family naturally wouldn't hide it, instead taking the initiative to make it obvious, not letting the leader of Earth have any excuse to sue the Universe Empire's courts. The 6 great survival bases. Through the satellites, the upper echelon of Earth could clearly see, the Newell and Sean family's large numbers of people were swiftly gathering towards the fleets. Haha, they're retreating. They've really retreated. They've already begun to gather their people. They've all entered the battleships. We've won. We've won. We've won. The excited upper echelon of Earth, wantonly shouting loudly, expressing their joy. And this news swiftly spread through Xianxia, to Luo Feng and the other 2 who were far away from Earth in the dark universe also received the good news. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God watched the video. The Newell and Sean family's people were swiftly gathering from all directions, entering the battleships. Looks like they're really retreating. Thunder God's eyes gleamed. Don't rush. Hong stared at the screen, wait for the fleet to leave Earth, then we'll talk about this. They're about to succeed. Luo Feng too held his breath and waited. Waiting for the 2 battleships to leave Earth, rumbled the 2 enormous interstellar battleships, under the surveillance of Earth's many satellites, finally began to accelerate, flying upwards, very quickly entering the atmosphere. This scene was immediately broadcasted to every country, every headquarter city, every household's television and computer screens. A day that made us hold our breaths, a day that made us feel fear, a day that made us feel despair. We were originally already in despair, thinking that in the future, we would all be ruled by this Newell and Sean family from the universe. However, when that huge 3D projection appeared in the sky, seeing that silhouette, I thought back then, that person who entered the depths of the sea and fought to the death with the swallowing beast technique. Yes. I've been conquered by him. He is a hero. Yes, a hero. On the television, the host's tears flowed uncontrollably. Every television station, every country, was broadcasting the same video, but they were all using their own languages to tell the story. Victory! We're free! We've won! Haha, a few of the protesting people, upon seeing the huge screen in the plaza, the scene of the 2 enormous interstellar battleships leaving, all jumped up, shouting excitedly and madly. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, ever since the 3 of them received news of the Newell and Sean family's arrival, they disregarded their lives and entered the universe, fighting for the last chance of survival for us humans of Earth. They've succeeded, yes. The 3 of them have all succeeded. On the television, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, the 3 of them were incomparably excited and joyful. This video was sent over by Luo Feng and the other 2 through the virtual universe network. It's too exciting, I'm going crazy. Within the universe ship's control room, Thunder God was extremely excited. Really, when I saw the entire Earth, every headquarter city, every place, countless people shouting excitedly, some kneeling and kissing the ground. I was so excited my entire body was trembling. I knew, this is our race, this is our roots, they are all my comrades, my comrades. Yes, we've succeeded, we've succeeded. No matter how calm Hong was, his eyes were still tearing up. I can't even stay in the virtual universe network any longer. Luo Feng too was extremely excited, looking at the scenes from all over the world. I feel so excited my head is about to explode. I want to go home, back to Earth. Luo Feng shouted from the ship's control room, I want to go back to Earth now, back there. Me too. Thunder God nodded. Yes, go home. Hong nodded too. He was extremely excited. The universe exploration ship continued to advance in the dark universe, heading towards Earth's coordinates. Compared to the people of Earth, Luo Feng. Within the Newland Shan family's 2 battleships, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the leading battleship, the 8 heirs were all in the control room. The 8 of them had no smiles on their faces. Bastard. Dog shit. How did it become like this? This Luo Feng, how did he become Earth's leader? How did he do it so quickly? The atmosphere was cold and tense, it was enough to make one go crazy. Pola creased his eyebrows, the other heirs all looked at him. Pola said softly, the head wants to see me. Saying that, he immediately headed towards his own cabin. Within the virtual universe network, the current chief Yuka Newland Shan and the old chief Dewen Newland Shan both stood there respectfully. Beside them stood an extremely skinny man, his eyes like a venomous scorpion with pointy ears. He was dressed in a dark green battle uniform, and on his chest was a strange-looking huge axe emblem. For the family? For my consideration? The man raged, so what if it's the family? Back then I built it from scratch, creating the family. In the future, I can still create it. The most important thing is power. It's power, do you understand? Right now I'm already a universe level 9, just a little bit more and I'll be a domain lord. If I have shocking amounts of wealth, I can invite an undying to guide me. I'll be able to cross this threshold. When that time comes, I'll have a lifespan of 100 eras. The future Newland Shan family will be even more glorious. Conquer? What a joke. The family's elites can just take the ships, travel through the universe, at most, we'll leave the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Those planets, we'll just throw them away. When I become a domain lord, the Newland Shan family will be 100 times stronger than it is now. The man said coldly, what's more, robbing Earth won't cost our Newland Shan family. After all we have so many planets, it would be a waste to just throw them away. The 2 heads, in front of the head ancestor, didn't dare to say a word. The notification resounded. Oh, the little punk commanding the fleet has arrived. The man revealed a cold smile. Update complete. Even though there were only 2 chapters today, in terms of words, it's actually close to 9,000 words, that's 3 chapters worth of words. At the same time, Tomato is also very seriously asking for votes. Tomato feels that writing this is pretty good. I hope that the brothers' monthly votes and recommendation votes will make Tomato feel good too. Hence, these monthly votes and recommendation votes, just throw them all at me. Don't blame me for asking for votes. Right now our ranking is rather low. Tomato has to ask for votes. Pula stood respectfully. A screen appeared in front of him, and a figure appeared on it. Pula was startled. There were a total of 3 people on the screen. One of them was his teacher Yuka Newland Shan, and the other was the old clan leader. However, these 2 clan leaders were respectfully standing beside a man dressed in a dark green battle uniform, and on this man's chest was a strange-looking huge axe emblem, causing Pola's heart to be in turmoil. Giant axe metal, this was definitely the strongest proof of one's status as the strongest warrior, and it was the highest honor one could obtain after experiencing numerous life and death battles in one of the 5 giants, the Battle Axe Coliseum. The Battle Axe Coliseum was a super leviathan alongside the Virtual Universe, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. The Battle Axe Coliseum was a place for experts to fight each other and for others to place their bets. For example, a universe-level warriors battle was 2 universe-level warriors on an uninhabited planet or in space, under the supervision of the Battle Axe Coliseum, engaging in a life and death battle. Only when one side died would the other side emerge victorious. The death rate in every battle was as high as 100%. This was because it was a true life and death battle. Those who dared to participate in the battle would definitely have an ultimate move. The participants were known as fighters. After winning 10 matches, one would obtain the Battle Axe Coliseum's Brave Warrior title. After winning 100 battles, one would obtain the title of the Battle Axe Coliseum's Martial King. After winning 1,000 matches, one would obtain the Battle Axe Martial Artist title of Battle Axe Coliseum. This meant, under Newland Shan's hands, the number of universe-level warriors that had died was over 1,000. Every life and death battle was an absolute risk, a challenge to one's life. To be able to win 1,000 battles, that was the true universe-level strongest warrior. This was not the so-called invincibility. The so-called planetary state domain masters were invincible in their own level. It was just a name. And the Battle Axe Warrior title had to rely on many life and death battles, using the fresh blood of 1,000 universe-level warriors to prove it. From this, one could see how strong Newland Shan was. In the Newland Shan family, the ancestor Newland Shan was practically a legend. In the Callow Empire, the Newland Shan family was the third largest family. The first family was the royal family, with a domain lord. The second family was the Wei Di family. Their main power was in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and even extended to the Ganwu Universe country. In terms of overall power, they were much stronger than the royal family. The other families after them, many had Universe Level 9 warriors. However, the Newland Shan family was the undisputed third largest family. There were also large amounts of star-level warriors who were willing to join them. Even the disciples under Newland Shan himself, including his own clansmen, numbered 6 universe levels. Including himself, there were 6 universe-level disciples. He was able to build a 8,000-strong Newland army. The Newland Shan guards were all star level 9 warriors. The Newland Shan army had over. This was built by him, Newland Shan, a legendary character, even though one galaxy normally only had one universe-level warrior. In the silver blue. Maybe the universe level of universe level was, universe level of universe level of the new. Of the silver. Of, there, universe level was. Of them of the. The universe level was. The universe level blue empire was. Of Newland. Of course there were many universe level warriors, hence there were still a few universe level Battle Axe warriors in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Of course the Domain Lord Battle Axe warriors and Sector Lord Battle Axe warriors were legends in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Because how many Domain Lords were there in the entire empire? The ones who participated in the dojo were even less, hence, in millions of years, the enormous Black Dragon Mountain Empire would only produce one Domain Lord Battle Axe warrior. As for the Sector Lord Battle Axe warrior, in the Ganwu Empire, that was a legend, Battle Axe warrior, universe level Battle Axe warrior. Pola was so excited his heart was trembling. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire is still alive. Those who have obtained the title of universe level Battle Axe warrior, there are only 12. 6 of them are still universe level 9, 4 are domain lords and 2 are sector lords. Ancestor. I've finally seen the ancestor. Pola was extremely excited. You're called Pola? The man with eyes like a venomous scorpion looked at Pola. I've heard of you. You're the one with the highest hopes of reaching the universe level amongst the youths of the Newland Shan family. Pola greets the ancestor. Pola was excited within, saying respectfully. The man nodded. I heard you discovered an automaton universe ship on Earth, and the golden-horned beast infant's body was on Earth too. Yes. Pola said, the automaton ship is in Earth's ocean, it's just that the ship's defenses are too strong, we have no way of entering. And the golden-horned beast infant did indeed fall on Earth, however. The time is too short, our search area is too small. We haven't found the infant's body yet. Ship, golden-horned beast infant's body. The man couldn't help but tremble. As a Battle Axe warrior, the friends he made, his horizons etc., were all extraordinary. He was very clear on the rarity of the golden-horned beast infant's body. Even undying beings were willing to buy it. The Ganwu Empire was definitely willing to buy it for dissection and research. Undying beings, the Ganwu Empire, these sorts of powers, any one of them would far surpass the entire Newland Shan family's assets. The ship is secondary, the golden-horned beast's body is the true rarity. Even if it's made into a specimen, it would still be considered a top-notch extravagant collection. The man's heart was filled with anticipation. Pulla said, "We're worried that infant's body might have rotted." "Impossible." The man said, "The golden-horned beast has the support of the internal world. Even if it dies 1,000 years and its flesh rots, its bones and scales will still be there. What's more, the information you sent said it had only been dead for 3 years." Pulla. The man said coldly, "I order to leave the elites of your fleet behind to form a small elite team, to sit in a universe ship and quietly stay on Earth. The goal is to find the golden-horned beast infant's body." "Stay on Earth?" Pulla was shocked. "Ancestor, then Earth has a leader, so what if it has a leader?" The man said coldly, "I'm only ordering a small elite team to temporarily hide on Earth, to search for the golden-horned beast infant. Even if their whereabouts are later revealed, wouldn't it be better to just let that elite team call themselves space pirates? What proof do the people of Earth have to prove that this team belongs to our Newland Shan family? Let that team pretend to be space pirates? Ancestor, we just left and space pirates appear? Won't the people of Earth suspect?" Pulla said. "Remember." The man said coldly, "The Empire's laws speak of proof. Without proof, even if they know it's our Newland Shan family's people, they have no proof to prove that those people are our Newland Shan family's people. Then, that Earth's leader Luo Feng would have no way of doing anything." "Understood." Pulla nodded. "Go." The man ordered, "You must definitely find the golden-horned beast infant's body. Ancestor, we've also discovered a special treasure on Earth, look." Pulla immediately played a video beside him. It was a video taken from Earth's China's Shenongjia where they discovered the Poison Ball Mountain. "Treasure?" Newland Shan's eyes were cold. He was originally calmly watching the video, but as he watched on, his face suddenly revealed a look of shock and fear, ordering, "Pu La, I definitely won't allow any of you to touch it. Listen up, you definitely must not allow it. Don't make your own decisions." Yuka and Dewen, the 2 leaders, were stunned. They had never seen the ancestor so shocked and angry. "Ancestor." Pulla was stunned. "Still not going to do what you need to do?" Newland Shan said coldly, "Remember my words, don't touch that thing, definitely don't touch it." "Yes, yes, yes." Pulla was shocked, immediately leaving the virtual universe. "Ancestor?" Yuka Newland Shan, Dewen Newland Shan, the 2 clan leaders looked at their ancestor, extremely curious. Newland Shan instead shouted softly, "Don't ask so much, let's hope it's dead, if it's alive." Newland Shan seemed to have seen the scene of countless galaxies being destroyed. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Earth? Earth? Just what is this place?" Newland Shan's heart was filled with fear. "Even if Earth has countless treasures, I definitely won't go. As for the automaton ship, it needs a universe level 5 or 6. I'll send my disciples, I can't go myself. If that thing is alive, I won't even be able to escape." Solar system. When the 2 huge battleships flew out of Earth, a universe ship with a diameter of about 100 m flew out from within the battleship, activating its shielding and stealth capabilities, just like Buluo and Newland Shan's little team back then, carefully returning to Earth. With the C-grade universe ship's stealth capabilities, the humans of Earth had no way of detecting it. Tuale Wu. This is the ancestors' personal order, you have to complete it well. This is the detailed plan. Remember, no matter what, you definitely must not let the humans of Earth catch you. Proof that you are members of the Newland Shan family. 20-star level 9s, 60-star level 7s and 8s. This was the Newland Shan family's elite team. Without the humans of Earth knowing, they sneaked into Earth, not disturbing the humans, beginning their mission to search for the golden-horned beast infant's body. Within the dark universe, Luo Feng's ship continued to advance swiftly. "Haha, after getting through this, it'll be much easier in the future." Hong laughed. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all extremely happy. "Right. even if they know our Earth has treasures. However, to send more people over, they'll have to enter the void region through the wormhole and fly for another 2 years and 8 months before they can reach. Thunder God was extremely proud. 2 years and 8 months, the longer the time, the more prepared we will be. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, after this batch of people left, even if the Newell Shan family sent a universe-level warrior, it would still take another 2 years and 8 months to reach Earth. At that time, my golden horned beast, I'm afraid it'll be a universe level long ago. Luo Feng was elated. P.S. Chapter 1. Earth, South America, Amazon Jungle. A universe exploration ship entered the depths of the Amazon jungle, along with its own signal shielding, stealth system etc. It was impossible to detect. In a certain area of the jungle, warriors dressed in dark blue battle uniforms were either sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning against a tree or sitting on a tree branch. The terrifying beasts in the jungle didn't dare approach them at all. So, four human silhouettes rushed out from the distant waters. These 4 were all dressed in black battle uniforms. Captain! A group of warriors stood up and shouted in unison, speaking in universe common language. This time, the Newell Shan family's elite team had a total of 20 star level 9s, and another 60 star level 7s and 8s. They were split into 4 small teams. Led by 4 people, these 4 captains were Tuoliwu, Rongji, Ahiman and Abuluot. Amongst these 4, Tuoliwu was the leader. Since everyone is here, speak. You are each in charge of the different oceans. What's the result of the search? Tuoliwu said solemnly. Tuoliwu was a very sturdy black-skinned man. His hair was a strange mix of black and green. Even though there were a total of 20 Newell Shan guards, they were all star level 9s. However, just like how Luo Feng could kill enemies 3 or 4 levels above him, the same logic. Same star level 9, different people had different battle capabilities. Universe level 9 Newell Shan had killed over 1,000 universe levels, more than half of them were universe level 9s, same level, the difference in battle capabilities was huge. Tuoliwu, even Newell Shan was one of the top 10 of the 8,000 Newell Shan guards. He alone was comparable to 10 normal star level 9s. Captain, we can't find it, we can't find the swallowing monster's body at all. Right, our team here is in charge of the Atlantic Ocean. Within these few days, we've searched the entire Atlantic Ocean. However, we just can't find the swallowing monster's body. Our side too. Captain, our brothers can't find it, what do we do? The group of warriors all looked at the 4 captains. The 4 captains exchanged glances. The most tall and sturdy Ahiman said solemnly, we have 80 people, we've spent so much time, we've searched every inch of Earth's ocean, and we still haven't found the swallowing monster's body. Then the next step, should we follow Lord Pula's plan? Yes. Tuoliwu nodded. According to the plan that Lord Pula gave me, there are 2 possibilities for this swallowing beast's corpse. 1. Humans obtained it, either dissected it or kept it. 2. Humans did not obtain it and the corpse is in the sea. Since the devourer beast's corpse was nowhere to be found in the sea, it must have been obtained by humans. Washington Bay City, Marika. What a wonderful day. Boris Brent walked out of the White House with a smile on his face. The guards in the distance hurriedly opened the door of the car for him. Boris entered the car, followed by 2 bodyguards. The driver immediately started the car. It's too depressing in the survival base. It's such a small place, it's very uncomfortable. Fortunately, those abominable aliens have left. Boris smiled towards the black bodyguard beside him and said, David, shouldn't we thank the great Mr. Luo Feng? Yes, sir. The bodyguard smiled, revealing his white teeth. Yes. Boris smiled and nodded. According to the information we got from the Virtual Universe Network, this area of Earth is basically a void region. The next time those aliens come, we'll have to deal with them. The next time those aliens come, it'll be at least a few years later. Look, the stocks that fell to rock bottom before, aren't they rising rapidly now? David, if you had listened to me back then, you would have earned a huge sum. The bodyguard continued to smile. Yes. After experiencing this calamity, the people of Earth were filled with hope for the future. Hey, oh my dear, I'll be home in 5 minutes. Yes, relax, I've already prepared a gift. When the time comes, I'll give you a surprise. Boris smiled as he spoke on the phone. Suddenly his expression changed, because he realized that the driver had actually driven the car onto an unfamiliar road. He shouted, "Hey, we're going the wrong way. Turn back." The moment the words left his mouth, Boris suddenly felt an incomparable sense of weariness envelop him, be it the bodyguard or the driver, including Boris himself, they were all in a trance. The car continued to advance, until it finally arrived at an alley with no one around. The car suddenly came to a halt. So, two silhouettes appeared beside the car, one was Tuoliwu, the other was dressed in a dark blue battle uniform, with a pair of triangular eyes. This person was also one of the 20-star level 9 warriors. "Ask him." Tuoliwu ordered. "Yes, Captain." The triangular-eyed man looked at Boris, not saying a word. The quantum computer spoke in English. "Tell me your name." "Boris Brent." Boris said numbly. "During the swallowing monster incident, where's the swallowing monster's body?" The triangular-eyed man's quantum computer spoke in English. "No idea." Boris's eyes were lifeless. Tuoliwu and the triangular-eyed man exchanged glances. "Where's the swallowing monster's body most likely to be?" The triangular-eyed man asked again. The swallowing monster, back then it was the combined efforts of 6 heroes. Finally China's Luo Feng killed the swallowing monster. Back then everyone thought Luo Feng was dead, but after a year, Luo Feng actually returned alive. The countries all fought, where the swallowing monster's body is, Luo Feng should be the clearest. Boris said. The triangular-eyed man asked, "Are there any other possibilities?" "Either it was obtained by another country, or it was eaten by a sea monster." Boris said. The alley quietened down. "Captain?" The triangular-eyed man looked at the captain. "Luo Feng?" Tuoliwu thought for a while, opening his communicator. "Rongji, Ahiman, Abuluot, the 3 of you each lead a team, capture the leaders of the 5 great countries with the fastest speed. I'll personally lead a team to capture the relatives of the leader of Earth." "Yes." The other 3 captains complied. Yangzhou City, Westlake Courtyard, Luo Feng's family castle. The Newland Shan family's fleet was undergoing universe travel and leaving the solar system. This was captured by the surveillance equipment installed in the solar system. Since they knew the Newland Shan family had left the survival base's, large numbers of people naturally came out. After all, the survival base's per capita area was much smaller. "Ping ping, little Hai, stay at home and listen to your grandparents." Xianxia finished her lunch, smiling as she said to her 2 sons. "Mom, we want to go out with you." Little Hai shouted. "Mom still has things to do at the company." Xianxia kissed her 2 sons, after which she went to the garage and drove her car out of the castle. With the crisis averted, life was back on track. Around the castle stood a large number of warriors. They were all bought by Luo Feng back then. "Run faster, little Hai is so fast." "Ping ping, do your best, do your best." Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan were happily accompanying their grandsons on the lawn outside the castle. Not far away, Zhennan sat in a chair, reading a book. Looking at Ping Ping and little Hai, she would occasionally lower her head and rub her stomach. "Remember, everyone must be careful. The moment we make a move, we must swiftly capture the relatives of the leader of Earth." In the sky, Tuoliwu was leading a group of warriors, becoming 20 beams of light, swiftly flying towards Yangzhou City. Every one of them had a camouflage device on them. Even on a normal life planet, like Bailon Star, it was still effective. Much less Earth. "There's still 300 kilometers, we'll be there soon. Move quickly." On the lawn outside the castle, Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan were still accompanying their 2 grandsons. Woo 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 woo, an ear-piercing alarm immediately resounded throughout the entire castle. "Protect the little master." Not far away, Meng 2 and Meng 4, their expressions changed greatly. In an instant they were like 2 bolts of lightning. The star level 7 spirit reader Meng 2's speed was ridiculously fast, almost instantly hugging Ping Ping and little Hai, while Meng 4 swiftly hugged Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan, along with the other star level 1 guards, swiftly hugging Zhennan. So The lawn was less than 100 m away from the castle. In an instant they rushed in, entering the castle's tightest security, the master bedroom. Rumble. The castle's security system swiftly activated, with the master bedroom as the center. Over 10 different areas of the area swiftly closed down, all of them locked. One had to know that the most central area of the castle was made of C-grade metal, guaranteed to be unbreakable under the universe level. Within the bedroom. What's going on? Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan's faces were pale. Grandpa. Grandma. The two kids were panicking. The castle's security system is within a 20,000 m radius. Meng Tu's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, the alarm system will send out different alarms depending on the strength of the intruder. The alarm just now meant that the person who came was at least as strong as me. The exact strength of the intruder can be determined by checking the defense system. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Sir, this manor only costs 15 million Black Dragon coins. It is definitely a luxury, a symbol of your noble status. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were looking at houses. He was preparing to buy a house in the Virtual Universe Network. So expensive, even the Virtual Universe Network's items are so expensive. Thunder God smacked his lips. Wait. Luo Feng discovered the communication request. Looking at the spirit imprint and the Virtual Universe Network number, it was actually his father's. A screen appeared before Luo Feng. With a face full of fear, his father Luo Honghua said anxiously, Luo Feng, there are aliens attacking our house. The defense system shows that there are 5-star level 9 stages and 15-star level 7 and 8 stages. I think that the entire Newell Shan family didn't leave. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God's expressions changed greatly. Dad, attack the castle? Did anyone get hurt? Luo Feng said anxiously. Many of the guards have died. We, Ping Ping, Little Hai and Jin Nan are all fine at home. However, Su Xian and your brother Luo Hua are all outside because of their own company matters. Luo Honghua said anxiously. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Earth, Huaxia. Luo Feng's castle, that was the symbol of Yangzhou City, however right now it was under crazy attack. Boom, boom, the entire castle trembled under the attacks, cracking and breaking down again and again. Numerous lightning-fast figures smashed the castle with their heavy fists and weapons again and again. A strong shock wave raged out crazily, directly lifting up the lawn within a radius of several kilometers of the West Lake courtyard, revealing the ugly mud and rocks below. Xiao. 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 A large amount of rubble was sent flying, affecting some of the streets and residential areas outside the West Lake courtyard. The power of the flying rubble was no less than that of a cannonball. Screams and cries of pain could be heard. With the West Lake courtyard as the center, the West Lake courtyard, which had a radius of several kilometers, was completely barren. Hundreds and thousands of people were killed or injured because of this. Fortunately, this group of Star State warriors focused their attacks on the castle. If they attacked as a group, a single attack would be enough to turn a small district into nothingness, and the shockwaves would spread over 100 kilometers. What's going on? You haven't broken through it yet? Tuoliwu, dressed in a black battle uniform, floated in the air in front of the castle like a demon god. The other 19 subordinates transformed into 19 rays of light, attacking the castle again and again. Captain. A dark blue figure suddenly stopped and said anxiously, this castle is definitely not made on Earth. This is a mobile castle specially made for the rich in the universe. The construction of the castle places great importance on safety. Especially the core area of the castle. It's definitely a C-class security zone. Bastard. Tuoliwu's expression became even colder. Captain. Another member immediately appeared beside, floating in mid-air, saying anxiously, we have no way of breaking through, let's just go capture Luo Feng's wife and brother. Luo Feng's parents and 2 children are in this castle, they are his most important family. Catching them is the most effective way. Tuoliwu's complexion became even uglier. In the vast universe, most universe warriors would have many wives. This was because the genes of the strong could easily cause the genes of the descendants to be extremely good. Even if it was for the sake of his family and race, he would usually marry many wives. Furthermore, there were some powers and clans that were willing to send their women to sleep with the experts. Therefore, in the universe, experts had many wives, so the importance of wives was very low. And the stronger the expert, the fewer the children. For example, the Manka star would become a domain lord at adulthood. Their genes were powerful, but their population was very small. Like the golden horned beast, it was so rare that it was almost extinct. It was even rarer than the undyings in the universe. Experts could have a large group of wives, but they had very few children. Of course, there was only one pair of parents. Therefore, a very natural concept was formed in the universe: the most important things to the strong were parents and children. Captain, most people on Earth are monogamous. His wife is still very important to him, the team member said. Humph, since this Luo Feng is the leader of Earth, and has huge wealth, how could he only have one wife in the future? Tuoliwu frowned. Forget it, since we can't capture his parents and children, we'll immediately capture his wife and little brother. Yes. The team members acknowledged the order respectfully. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, a large number of streams of light quickly flew away from the sky. All that was left was the ruined castle and the lawns that had long been in ruins. Woo 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 woo, the sound of police sirens resounded in the sky of Yangzhou City. Oh my God! Heavens! This, standing on the ruins of the houses, a few policemen stared in shock into the distance. All they could see was the ground ahead, a few km long, tens of meters deep ravines, almost as though they had been split open by a god's huge sword. The beautiful West Lake courtyard had long been turned into ruins. Other than the ruined castle that still stood, everything else was in ruins. The Luo family's castle is really tough. Those aliens' attacks broke through one layer of the wall, but the shockwaves alone destroyed the surrounding ground and the walls of the West Lake courtyard. Two big shots of the military sat in the car and discussed. How many died? 812 dead, thousands injured. I didn't expect the Newell and Shan family to still be here, to Earth, destroying the West Lake courtyard into ruins and affecting the surrounding civilians. Even though it was a huge matter, it wasn't a huge blow to Earth. What really shocked the other countries was, this incident meant one thing: the Newell and Shan family hasn't left. Xianxia, hurry to the survival base. Right, don't hesitate, immediately. Xianxia, who carried the consciousness sensor helmet with her, after receiving Luo Feng's orders, immediately called for a fighter jet, preparing to fly towards the survival base. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, in mid-air, the fighter jet was actually forcefully dragged down to the ground. Hua, the cabin door opened. Xianxia's expression was ugly as she looked outside at the group of Newell and Shan family elites that obviously looked different from the Earth people. Madame Luo, make a trip with us. The quantum computer said. One of the team members grabbed Xianxia's hand, immediately dragging her out. So. Pekong and the other team members flew away together. Other than the problem of capturing Luo Feng's parents and children, the other 5 leaders, Xianxia and Luo Hua, didn't have any problems. Earth, South America. Due to the lack of population, South America only had 2 headquarter cities. One of them was Brasilia headquarter city, mainly made up of Brazilian citizens before the Grand Nirvana. There were also a few other South American citizens who migrated to join. Brasilia headquarter city, one of the manors. Rongji is back. 3 men dressed in black battle uniforms looked up at the sky. Another small team broke through the skies and swiftly landed. Captain Rongji, have you caught them? That was too easy. The 4 captains stood together, as their ship was hidden within the Amazon forest, and while they were on Earth, they didn't want to live in the forest, hence they chose this Brasilia headquarter city, choosing a place with a decent environment, a manor that wasn't too bad. As for the original owner of the manor, he'd become meat paste and fertilizer. Invite them over. Tuale Wu ordered. Yes, Captain. The leaders of the 5 countries along with Xianxia and Luo Hua were escorted into the huge yard of the manor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tuoliwa looked at the 7 of them, revealing a smile. It's an honor to meet all of you. He spoke in the universe common language, the quantum computer automatically translating Chinese and English. The 7 people present weren't normal people. The other 5 were the leaders of the 5 strongest countries on Earth. Naturally they didn't need to be mentioned. Xianxia was Luo Feng's wife. She frequently used the virtual universe network. She had a lot of understanding of the universe. Luo Hua had been paralyzed for over 10 years. He also liked to test one's mental fortitude in the financial markets and such. When faced with such a situation, he was naturally calm. "May I ask, who are you?" Of the 5 leaders, the American president was the first to ask. "I'm just a very normal captain of a small exploration team in the universe." Tuale Wu smiled, speaking in universe language. "I want to ask you all, back then when Earth was attacked by the swallowing monster, you all haven't forgotten, right?" The 7 all nodded. "Very good, very cooperative." Tuale Wu nodded. "Then where's the swallowing monster's body?" A trace of doubt flashed past the eyes of the 7 people present. Tuale Wu frowned upon seeing this. "Rongji, you go and hypnotize them. Remember, especially that woman and that young man, don't damage their memories. In a while I'll still need them to contact the leader of Earth, Luo Feng." "Don't worry." The other team leader smiled. A formless spirit energy swiftly permeated everyone's consciousness, after which they began to ask, "What's going on?" Not a single one of them knows. Luo Feng's wife doesn't know either. Tuale Wu and the other captains' expressions changed. On Earth, their goal was to find the swallowing monster's body. "Wake up!" Rongji ordered softly. The 7 all woke up. They looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. "Madame Luo, I want you to immediately enter the virtual universe network. I'll also accompany you." Tuale Wu said softly, "If you don't agree, you should know, many people will die." "I believe the merciful you will definitely agree." Xianxia took a deep breath, nodding. She had no choice. Against this universe exploration team that could easily capture the leaders of the 5 great countries, Xianxia had no way to resist. Virtual universe. Xianxia and Tuale Wu simultaneously appeared on the streets. Tuale Wu brought Xianxia, swiftly entering a private room in a bar. "Contact Luo Feng." Tuale Wu ordered. "Remember, follow my instructions from before." "All right." Xianxia could only send out a communication request. After a while, a screen appeared before them. On it appeared Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. "Xianxia?" Luo Feng's cold face revealed a rare look of joy. "You've reached the survival base? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xianxia said. "Luo Feng, the universe humans that attacked our house earlier, captured little brother Luo Hua, and used his phone to force me to tell them where the swallowing monster's body is. If I don't, they'll kill him. I don't even know where the swallowing monster's body is. What do I do?" Tuale Wu stood in the corner of the private room, watching coldly. According to his plan, he would first let Xianxia question Luo Feng, a wife asking her husband. Without alerting him, it would be easy to be exposed. If that didn't work, he would force it out. "Luo Feng, if you don't speak, little brother Luo Hua will die." Xianxia said anxiously. "Why are you asking this? The swallowing monster's body has long rotted away." Luo Feng was nervous within, because he knew Xianxia had been captured. Because Xianxia had already hinted to him. Usually, when Xianxia talked about Luo Hua, she would directly say your little brother or Luo Hua. She would not awkwardly say little brother Luo Hua. However, Xianxia's words contained several little brother Luo Hua, and her tone was very awkward. And all this, relying on the quantum computer to translate, Tuale Wu didn't notice at all. "Leader." A human silhouette appeared beside Xianxia. Luo Feng stared at the sturdy cold man before him. "Don't lie to us like you did to your wife. The swallowing monster's body can't have rotted away in a short 3 years. Speak, where is it?" Tuale Wu said solemnly, "If you don't speak, your little brother and wife, along with countless others will lose their lives." Luo Feng stared at Tuale Wu. "You're from the Nuolanshan family?" "Nuolanshan family? What has that got to do with us? Are you joking?" Tuale Wu laughed, suddenly turning cold, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense, are you going to speak or not? Bastard!" Luo Feng's expression was complicated. 10 seconds, if you don't speak in 10 seconds, I'll kill your little brother first. Tuale Wu said coldly, 10, 9, don't play such childish games. Luo Feng stared at Tuale Wu, don't you just want to know about the golden horned beast's body? Don't talk about the swallowing monster, you think I don't know? Good. Tuale Wu laughed. As one of the top 10 elites of the Nuolan Shan guards, he had indeed heard of the golden horned beast. It was just that when Pola gave him the plan earlier, he instructed him to tell the others about the swallowing monster. However, I can't trust you 100%. Luo Feng said. I understand. Tuale Wu nodded. We'll hand over the people, and hand over the golden horned beast's body. Luo Feng said coldly, the golden horned beast's body actually isn't even on Earth. It's actually on an uninhabited planet that's about 200,000 kilometers per second from Earth, requiring around 10 days to reach. Hence, no matter how you search for it on Earth, you won't be able to find it. Tuale Wu's eyes gleamed, praising, powerful, smart, leader, even I admire you. Right, a treasure like the golden horned beast's body has to be hidden well. Tell me, where is it? Tuale Wu was excited, the implications of the golden horned beast's body were too huge, that was even bigger than the entire Nuolan Shan family's fortune. Luo Feng laughed coldly, I'll tell you now, what happens if you kill someone? Tuale Wu's expression sunk. Luo Feng snorted coldly, if we work together, I'll give you a universe coordinate. Arrange for people to rush there. And I will arrange for people to meet my family and confirm that they're alive and well. When that time comes, you release them. I'll tell you the exact location of the golden horned beast. If you don't even agree to this, it means that you don't plan on letting my family live at all. Then we'll go our separate ways. Relying on the golden horned beast's body, finding your little team and killing you isn't impossible. Luo Feng laughed coldly. Tuale Wu laughed weirdly twice, Leader Luo Feng, you're indeed straightforward. We'll do as you say. All right. Luo Feng's expression was cold. Luo Feng swiftly confirmed everything with Tuale Wu, after which the communication was cut. Voila. After a while, Luo Feng contacted the slave trader. Mr. Luo Feng, you told me before that within a day, you'd transport 100 star level 9 slaves to Bailon Star? One day was simply too short. One day, that meant, it had to be done within the Silver Blue Empire. Star level 9 slaves were originally a luxury. In such a small place like the Silver Blue Empire, even if it was done with other merchants, it wouldn't be much. Cut the crap, within a day, what's the most I can deliver? I'll pay the full price. Luo Feng said softly. 8. To reach Bailon Star within a day, the most I can deliver is 8 star level 9 slaves, and you won't be able to choose your race, gender etc. The green-haired man shook his head helplessly, Mr. Luo Feng, is there a need to be so anxious? One day is too short. From Horned Dragon Star to Bailon Star, it would take close to 10 days. Luo Feng was clear too. For a slave trader to deliver star level 9 slaves to Bailon Star within a day, that was very difficult. After all, the flying distance was limited. 8 it is. Luo Feng said. After the call with Wu La, they arrived at Bailon Star 12 hours later. White snow fluttered in the air, and the cold air was pressing. The spaceship landed in front of the castle in the warehouse base. Master. The slave guards respectfully waited in front of the base. Luo Feng swiftly rushed out of the cabin door, Thunder God and Hong followed. The metals that Master ordered have already arrived and are stored in the warehouse. The slave guard captain said respectfully, also, a slave merchant ship has arrived, escorting 3 slaves. Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded. The metal he ordered was the best combination of metals that the golden horned beast could consume when it was still in the star level. It could increase its evolution efficiency by 89 times. The metal combination that he had ordered previously cost over 10 billion black dragon dollars, but it was almost used up, and the efficiency was only 51 times. Watching Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God enter the castle, the slave guard captain was a little surprised. In the past, his master always had a smile on his face, but why was his killing intent so heavy this time? Ever since he took over the body, Luo Feng's killing intent was already very strong. It was only because of his wife and child that Luo Feng's desire to kill had lessened a little. Plus Luo Feng's self-control. Hence he had always been courteous and didn't bully others. One had to know, back when Luo Feng first went out to sea and killed Seigo Neru and Atkin, that was the Luo Feng without any restraint. This time, Luo Feng could no longer suppress his bloodthirsty killing intent. Top floor of Bailon Star Castle. It had been almost 9 hours since they arrived at Bailon Star, and just before that, the last 5-star level 9 slaves had just arrived. Third, you're going to bring these slaves back to Earth by yourself. Don't you need us to go with you? Thunder God glared at him. Big brother, second brother, this battle mainly relies on the star level 9 slaves. You and I can't interfere at all. I'm going so that I can command them more flexibly and quickly. If I didn't have to command them, I wouldn't have needed to go, explained Luo Feng. Hong and Thunder God also understood. This battle was a battle between star level 9 warriors. One of them was a star level 1 and the other a star traveler level 9, going would be suicide. Third son, be careful. Thunder God couldn't help but say. Don't try to show off, Hong reminded. Luo Feng slightly nodded. I'll be leaving first. Ever since he found out that his wife and brother were captured, Luo Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. He waited until now just to wait for the 8 slaves to arrive. At the entrance of the castle, Hong and Thunder God watched as Luo Feng brought the 8-star level 9 slaves into the ship, disappearing into the horizon. Phew. Thunder God let out a breath of hot air and looked at Hong. Big brother, you don't feel good, do you? A little. Hong raised his head slightly and looked in the direction where the spaceship had disappeared. I don't feel good either. Thunder God sighed. In the past, no matter what kind of danger we encountered, the two of us could always fight it out. But this time, from the beginning to the end, the two of us couldn't interfere at all. This feeling of helplessness was really king bastard. It's terrible. It's not good. Hong nodded. Hong and Thunder God, who were they? For the past few decades, the two of them had always been at the peak of humanity on Earth. Whether it was during the Grand Nirvana period or the battle with the swallowing beast, they could all fight and do their best, and this time, the calamity that the Newland Shan family had brought, the two of them had no way of interfering. Too weak. Hong said in a low voice. Yes, our strengths are too weak. Thunder God nodded. Not only are the two of us weak, even Third Z's strength is weak. Right now we're relying on the power of money, but what about our own strength? 2-star level 1 and 1-star traveler level 9. Compared to the Newland Shan family, we're worlds apart. Hong said in a low voice, let's go to the virtual universe. Virtual universe? Thunder God was stunned. The virtual universe is the entire vast universe, where countless human warriors gather. We have to find a path that suits us. Hong said. Within the virtual universe, Hong and Thunder God sat in a corner of a bar, Hong using his quantum computer to search for information. How is it? Thunder God asked. I found it, a place that's extremely suitable for fighters to train. Hong nodded. However, this place, the price is extremely high. According to the difference in strength, the amount of money required is different, but it's still extremely high. Third Z gave us 500 million Ganwu dollars each. It's definitely enough. Thunder God said. It's enough, 500 million Ganwu dollars is a huge amount. Hong nodded. However, as our strength increases, the 500 million Ganwu dollars will be used up. What place? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. Killing fields. Hong said slowly. For fighters to raise their strength, they had to train hard? Unless it was the Manka people, like the golden-horned beast, with a naturally strong bloodline, they were destined to become domain lords and sector lords. However, for example, the Manka people, after becoming domain lords, they also needed to use all sorts of methods to break through. Raising their strength, battle was the best method. It was best if they fought side by side. A battle that made people feel the threat of death. Right, big brother, back then our strength rose the fastest during the Great Nirvana period. It was because during the Great Nirvana period, there were all sorts of monsters. However, as our strength surpassed all the monsters, our strength rose slower. After tens of years, we only rose 2 or 3 levels. Thunder God said. Hong's eyes gleamed. Fighters that didn't battle, could they still be called fighters? Hong and Thunder God had indeed found a relatively correct path. Battle was indeed an important path to raise one's strength. This was also why powerful fighters and spirit readers, over 99% of them, joined the Universe Mercenary Alliance. This was also the reason why the Battle Axe Coliseum, such a terrifying place where one would definitely die in every battle, was still popular. Obtaining the Universe-level Battle Axe Fighter title could be said to have a 50% chance of becoming a Domain Lord, and normal Universe levels advancing to Domain Lords, the chances were ridiculously low. This is the Killing Fields? Hong and Thunder God entered a large hall. This hall was extremely huge, comparable to a city, however there weren't many people inside. How imposing. Thunder God looked at the large hall, that blood droplet's huge background, he couldn't help but exclaim. How can it not be imposing? This place is very expensive. I'm a Star Traveler level 9, one day I have to pay 1 million Black Dragon dollars or 700 Ganwu dollars. This definitely isn't something normal people can afford. Hong couldn't help but say, 1 million Black Dragon dollars was enough to buy a large warehouse on Bailon Star. Here, it was only enough for one day. But there are still many people who are willing to come. Thunder God couldn't help but say, didn't you see the advertisement? What kind of enemy you want, you can totally set your own requirements. Yes, this is what I like too. Hong took a deep breath. Killing Fields, this was an extremely luxurious place to battle. Those who paid could request anything they wanted from the virtual universe system. For example, Hong was a Star Traveler level 9, with a domain level 2, he could totally request for an opponent to be a Star Traveler level 9, with a domain level 3. In reality, it was extremely difficult to find a suitable opponent. He could also request for 100 Star Traveler level 9s to surround and attack him. Such opportunities were extremely difficult to find in reality. However, in the virtual universe, it was possible. Of course, there was still a difference between the virtual universe and reality, otherwise the Battle Axe Coliseum wouldn't be so popular. Tulu, did you get something this time? Not bad, however our team lost 3 people. It couldn't be helped. How could a few teams not fight and rob each other when they discovered a new world? I don't know which Sector Lord created this world, there are some treasures inside, at least I didn't manage to get anything. At least I managed to get 10,000 cubes of universe crystals, it can be considered a profit. 10,000 cubes? This world definitely hasn't been excavated before. 3 men walked past, on their left chests were medals, the picture was of a floating planet on a blood-red wave. Universe 1-star mercenary. Hong and Thunder God glanced at each other. The mercenary medal, the huge axe medal, etc., these were all recognized by the virtual universe, through the virtual universe's customer terminal, consciousness sensor, auxiliary quantum computer, AI quantum computer. When scanning the user's body, it would automatically record it. The user could choose to hide it or show it. What world were you talking about? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. I was talking about Sector Lords. I've also heard that Sector Lords can create a world. Hong shook his head. Anyway, it's very far from us, let's go in and fight. Fight. Thus, Hong and Thunder God began their days in the slaughterhouse, and here, it was a place the strong warriors of the universe often came to. If they met an enemy in reality, they could totally enter the killing fields, setting up an opponent that was almost exactly the same as the enemy, and then battle it out. Of course, there were still some differences between reality and the virtual world. You would never be able to set up an opponent that was exactly the same as the enemy in reality. As Hong and Thunder God were being killed time and time again in the killing fields, killing their opponents time and time again, after about 8 hours of traveling through the dark universe, Luo Feng's universe ship finally arrived on Earth, east of China, in a certain wilderness. A man wearing a blood-red battle suit stood there, his eyes filled with faint red flames. Behind him stood a row of 8 people. The shortest of these 8 people was only 1.2 meters tall, but the tallest one was more than 4 meters tall. There were both men and women, one of them even had a lion's head. Yes, these were the 8-star level 9 slaves Luo Feng bought. Due to time constraints, Luo Feng didn't have much choice, hence these 8 slaves were very different from the ones he bought last time. The slaves from last time all looked very similar to the humans of Earth. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell them apart. From now on, you are not to be more than 100 m away from me, Luo Feng said in universe language. Yes, master. Whether it was high-pitched, thick or clear, a mix of voices resounded. The 8-star level 9 slaves said respectfully. Luo Feng was expressionless, his eyes burning like a flame. Babata, connect to the global satellite network, through the entire world's surveillance systems, search for traces of the Newell and Shan family bastards. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. P.S. Chapter 2 here continue. In the wilderness, Luo Feng and his 8 slaves waited quietly. Luo Feng, that group of bastards should have blocked the signal and used a stealth system. The various countries' surveillance systems can't find them. Babata was obviously unhappy. Wait a minute. What's up? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. I've discovered, an AI has infiltrated the entire satellite network of Earth. Hee, and it's a punk. Babata was obviously excited. Oh, I've found it. This level of AI should be a beginner-level AI. That AI's interface to Earth's network is in South America's Brasilia headquarter city. South America? Luo Feng smiled coldly. Hua, a ship appeared beside him, the cabin door automatically opened. Depart. Luo Feng ordered. The 8 slaves followed into the ship. Flying from Asia to South America, even though Luo Feng's speed was fast, it would still take a while, and using a universe ship, that would be too fast. Similar to the Newell and Shan family, Luo Feng's ship naturally blocked the signal and camouflaged itself. In terms of technical ability, with Babata, Luo Feng was much stronger than the Newell and Shan family. South America, Brasilia headquarter city. About 60 kilometers away from the villa occupied by Tuoliwu and the others, the ship floated. Remember, no one is to stray more than 100 m away from me. Luo Feng looked coldly at the 8 slaves. At the same time, don't make any noise, understand? Understood. The 8 slaves replied. Very good, depart. Luo Feng flew out of the cabin door, the 8 slaves following behind. The 9 swiftly flew towards the villa. Probably none of this elite team would have thought, with their technology that far surpassed Earth's, the last thing they were discovered was because their AI had infiltrated the Earth system. It couldn't be helped. Compared to Babata, that AI's abilities were far too lacking. It's that villa ahead. Babata reminded. Luo Feng and the 8 slaves floated in midair. However, the light around them was strangely distorted, causing the 9 of them to float in midair. However, the people in the streets and residential areas below couldn't see them at all. This type of camouflage was purely an optical system's visual camouflage effect. To the strong, as long as the distance was close, they would be able to sense the opponent's presence. Babata, have you checked the situation inside? Luo Feng asked. My detection system has a radius of 20,000 meters. Why don't you take a look at where my alert detection system comes from? This was taken from the Yunemo planet ship. Babata was very confident. Back on Misty Island, he had relied on this warning system to check on every human's strength, potential, and so on. He could even check on one's mind expanse from afar. The Yunemo planet, Huyen Bo's carriage. How advanced was that surveillance system? Investigating a group of star level 9 warriors was simply too easy. TSK, you even set up a defensive alert? Haha, in front of me, that's a joke. Boo-hoo, look. 15 star level 9s, 19 star level 8s, 26 star level 7s. The Newell and Shan family had a total of 60 people. The ones who were captured, the leaders of the 5 big countries, your wife Xianxia, and your brother Luo Hua. Babata easily investigated everything. As long as they were within 20,000 meters, 20 kilometers, they would be able to see everything clearly. 60? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. 15 star level 9s, 45 star level 7s and 8s. Their strength was twice that of their side. Luo Feng didn't know. There was a small group of 20 people that boarded a ship and left Earth, heading towards the coordinates Luo Feng had set, preparing to search for the golden horned beast's body. Babada, give me everyone's location, the entire structure of the villa, etc. Luo Feng was very clear, rescuing people had to be extremely careful, otherwise if anything went wrong, it would be too late for regrets. After a while. From now on, I will use your mini-quantum computers to give you all orders. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 8 slaves, be careful. Understood, master. The 8 slaves said solemnly. Let's go. Luo Feng used Babada to give orders to the 8 slaves' mini-quantum computers. The 8 slaves didn't make a sound, following Luo Feng towards the villa. After a while, the 9 of them arrived at the foot of the villa's walls. The 4 of you guard outside the walls, prepare to provide support. Luo Feng ordered. 4 of them nodded, not daring to make a sound. The rest, follow me. Luo Feng didn't make a sound, only ordering. Luo Feng and the other 4 quietly began to enter the huge villa. Luckily with Babada's surveillance, the movements of everyone within the villa were all within his grasp. The only thing was, Luo Feng and the others didn't dare to be careless, even their heartbeats temporarily stopped. After all, the opponent's weakest was a star level 7. They were all extremely vigilant people, even their heartbeats could attract their attention. Temporarily stopping their heartbeats wasn't difficult. Normal student level fighters' heartbeats would get slower and slower. Star Traveler level fighters could stop their heartbeats for half an hour, much less Luo Feng, who was a star level 1 spirit reader. He could even directly shatter his heart. And be fine. Someone is heading this way. In 1 second he'll probably discover you. There's someone coming down 52 meters to the left. Ahead, Babada's repeated reminders made Luo Feng and the others extremely nervous and careful. Villa, within one of the buildings on the 3rd floor of a luxurious room, there were 2 star level 9 fighters standing guard. Within the room, Tuoliwa sat cross-legged, entering the virtual universe to report the situation to his family. Head ancestor, Nuolan Shan guard Rongji is leading a small team towards their destination. They'll probably arrive in 15 days. Tuoliwa stood ramrod straight, his eyes filled with excitement and worship. In front of him on the screen was a silhouette. It was the man with the highest authority in the entire Nuolan Shan family. Tuoliwa was extremely proud and excited. To be able to meet the founder of the family, what an honor it was. One had to know that even the elite disciple of the Nuolan Shan family, Pula, was only able to meet Nuolan Shan for the first time because of this incident. 15 days? Nuolan Shan's cold eyes, the corners of his lips curled upwards. Very good, you're now the head captain of the Nuolan Shan guards, right? Nuolan Shan said casually. Yes, head ancestor. Tuoliwa said respectfully. Once the matter is done, you'll be promoted to the commander position. Nuolan Shan said directly, you'll also be awarded the first-class medal of the family. The Nuolan Shan guards were all outsiders, hence the highest position was usually the commander of the Nuolan Shan guards. Of course, if one reached the universe level, even the Kaluo Empire, Silverblue Empire etc. would fight over them. Staying in the Nuolan Shan family, one would naturally receive an even higher position, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the head. Tuoliwa revealed a look of glee, shouting loudly, yes, head ancestor. On Earth, be careful with the Earth leader hostage you've captured, don't let anything happen. Nuolan Shan reminded. Head ancestor, there definitely won't be any problems, I dare use my life to guarantee it. Tuoliwa was extremely confident in front of the head ancestor. Nuolan Shan nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's serious work. Luo Feng, 150m ahead of you, is the place where the leaders of the 5 countries, Su Xian and Luo Hua, are locked up. There's no way to get any closer now. That building is the one with the most fighters in the entire villa. The Nuolan Shan family's little team has 60 members, 32 of them are in that building, including the 9-star level 9s. Babada reminded Luo Feng, the entire villa was huge, the other buildings didn't have many people. Luo Feng could only get closer and closer. The place where they're locked up, the guards are 2-star level 9s. Babada reminded, the others should stay further away from the guards' rooms. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, the cloud contact armor swiftly covered his face. One was for safety, the second was to not let the Newell and Shan family know that the one who saved them was Luo Feng 150M. You are all star level 9s. In the universe, your flying speed can reach 150,000 meters per second. On Earth, because of the air resistance, even though it's much slower. However, it's still 50,000 meters per second. Right now, I want you to use your fastest speed to reach the room 150m away. 2 of them are in charge of controlling the guards. The other 2 are in charge of saving them. Luo Feng's orders were transmitted to the 4's quantum computers. The 4 slaves nodded. Then, Luo Feng looked at the building ahead, squinting his eyes. Let's go. So, 4 star level 9s, and Luo Feng, the 4 slaves' flying speed was around 50,000 meters per second, even though Luo Feng was only a star level 1, relying on his level 3 spirit weapon soaring shuttle and his powerful consciousness, his speed exceeded 200,000 meters per second. Within the guards' room, Xianxia, Luo Hua and the 5 leaders were scattered throughout the room. The floor was only covered with blankets. What are you looking at? A guard sat on a chair, looking disdainfully at the leaders of the European Union, pointing and laughing. Just you, and you're still a country leader? However, I have to say, Earth is such a big place, yet you've created so many countries. Elementary level countries in the universe, they all have a few galaxies, over 1 million life planets. The moment he finished, rumble, the wall suddenly exploded. A muscular man with a lion's head and armor charged in first, arriving in front of the guard in an instant. 150m distance, 50,000 meters per second? What kind of concept was that? It was faster than the blink of an eye, because it was simply too fast, many times faster than the speed of sound. When the 2 guards felt the strong energy, the 4 slaves were less than 10m away from them, immediately engaging in battle. What? Luo Hua and Xianxia stared wide-eyed. So, 2 vines fiercely wrapped around the 2 of them, leaves wrapping around them. Luo Feng controlled the 7 vines, wrapping around the 7 people. One had to know that the cloud contact vine back on Misty Island had quite a number of vines, much less Luo Feng's that had already grown to the star level 3. In terms of the growth speed of the cloud contact vine, Luo Feng's was indeed very fast. At least, it was much faster than Luo Feng's earth body. Capture them. Quickly. The entire manor instantly exploded, and shockwaves visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. Not only did it raise the entire manor to the ground, but a large number of the surrounding residential streets were also instantly affected by the shockwaves and turned into mud. Back then in the West Lake courtyard, the main reason was that the courtyard itself was a few km in radius. And this villa wasn't that big. Including the last time, they were all attacks on the castle. And this time, it was a group of star level 9 warriors wantonly attacking each other. Some of the attacks were dodged. Naturally the attacks hit the ground. Capture that blood-red armored man. Tua Lei Wu was like lightning, rushing into the sky. With a glance, he saw in the distance a blood-red armored man's body emitting 7 vines, wrapping around 7 people. No need to send us off. In the sky, a universe ship flew over. The cabin door had long been opened. The blood-red armored man dragged the 7 people swiftly into the cabin. So, the universe ship immediately vanished. In terms of speed, the universe ship's speed was much faster than a star level 9 warrior. Lead them to the Pacific Ocean, these are the coordinates. At the same time, Luo Feng gave his 8 slaves an order. In the spaceship, the 5 leaders of the countries were breathing heavily. It was obvious that everything had happened too quickly. They had been wrapped up by the vine leaves, and they hadn't even reacted to what had happened. The cloud contact battle armor swiftly shrunk, revealing Luo Feng's face. Luo Feng? Mr. Luo? The leaders of the 5 countries looked at the person in front of them in shock. Then, they revealed expressions of ecstasy. They knew that they were saved. Beside, Xianxia and Luo Hua revealed looks of glee. Xianxia even rushed into Luo Feng's embrace, hugging him tightly. I was just afraid that I'll never see you again, never see Ping Ping and Little Hai. It's okay, my wife. Luo Feng said softly. He hugged his wife for a while before letting go. Everyone. Luo Feng looked at the others. I still have things to do, everyone please stay within the universe ship for now, it's very safe. Brother, be careful, Luo Hua said. Luo Feng laughed and gently pinched his wife's little face before swiftly leaving and flying out of the cabin, above the Pacific Ocean. Luo Feng looked up at the universe ship disappearing into the horizon. It's time for a real battle. This group of trash from the Newell Shan family, they really think that Earth is their backyard, playing however they want. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, looking in the direction of the South American continent. After which, he smiled coldly and immediately rushed down towards the ocean below. With a splash, snow-white waves splashed up as Luo Feng entered the bottom of the ocean. Luo Feng's internal world. On the continent that was covered in golden mist, the golden-horned beast that was entrenched within the metal continent suddenly disappeared, at the same time a human man appeared within. Logically speaking, regardless of whether it was metal or flesh, once humans entered the inner world, they would immediately be decomposed and killed. Back then, the golden-horned beast had devoured those bases in this way. This power of disintegration was none other than the power of the inner worlds. Quintessence. When Luo Feng appeared, the energy seemed to have discovered its own child, surrounding Luo Feng, yet not harming him at all. Luo Feng, later on we'll start killing to our heart's content. The artificial intelligence I created back then has been integrated into the spaceship. It's already connected to Earth's satellite network. Anything that captures the scene of this sea area will be erased with a click. Don't worry, no one will find out. Chasing and killing. The incomparably enraged Newell Shan family's elite team had been madly chasing after Luo Feng's 8-star level 9 slaves. The bloody mad slaughter continued for over 10,000 kilometers. However, their speed was simply too fast. 1 second was 50 kilometers. In a few minutes, they had killed their way from the South American continent to where Luo Feng was hiding. Hua the sea rippled slightly, and the sun was extremely dazzling. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Tuoliwu angrily roared in his heart. Not long ago, he had confidently guaranteed in front of the Patriarch, absolutely nothing will go wrong, I dare to guarantee it with my life. But in the blink of an eye, all the hostages had been snatched away. How could he not be angry? They chased him all the way, they had the numbers advantage, successfully killing an enemy star level 9, while losing a star level 8. None of you can escape. Tuoliwu's eyes turned red. 15-star level 9s, chasing 7-star level 9s, of which the star level 9s were flying far ahead, the 18-star level 8s were obviously much slower, and the 26-star level 7s were even slower. And just as Tuoliwu and the group of star level 9s were flying past the ocean, the originally calm ocean suddenly began to churn, as though there was a huge black monster slowly rising from the bottom of the ocean. Slowly, it revealed its sharp blade-like back, like a mountain range. Look! What is that? The 18-star level 8s flying from behind, with their vigilance, such a huge monster, such a huge movement, how could they not notice it? Why do I feel that it looks like the swallowing monster from the information we received? One of the team members looked carefully. Swallowing monster? Quickly look. It really looks like it. It really looks like it, the black scales on its back have golden stripes too. Its head is about to pop out. The swallowing monster was extremely important, compared to it, chasing after those few people had no meaning at all. At this time, the group behind, the 26-star level 7s all rushed over. The Newell Shan family's elite team members floated in mid-air, carefully observing. In the middle of the surging waves of the ocean, there was an incomparably huge head. The entire head was over 100 meters long, which meant to say, this head was even bigger than a normal middle school's field on Earth, that extended back, was like a mountain range, incomparably huge. However, these elite team members had all come from the universe to Earth, their knowledge was vast, and they were all very calm. Voila! This huge monster finally broke out of the water, the ocean water washed over its entire body, the black blade-like scales, under the sun's rays, reflecting a dazzling rainbow light. The most eye-catching part of the huge head was that it shot up into the sky, as though it was going to pierce through the heavens, the two black horns that made people's hearts tremble. The black horns were covered in strange golden markings, causing the horns to look like they were made of gold. A pair of huge dark golden eyes, just like the eyes of the heavens and earth, cold, savage. Swallowing monster. One of the team members cried out excitedly. It's the swallowing monster. It's definitely it. The Newland Shan family's elite team members didn't show any fear, instead shouting excitedly. Quickly inform the captain. Quickly. That's great, this swallowing monster is actually still alive. Tuoliwu and the other 15 Newland Shan guards were swiftly chasing after it. It really runs fast. Tuoliwu gritted his teeth. Other than killing one enemy at the start of the chaotic battle, he couldn't even catch up to it in the middle of the chase. Because the opponent only wanted to escape, to successfully chase after it was extremely difficult. However, Tuoliwu thought about his promise to the head ancestor, and now it had become like this, he couldn't help but be even more furious. The quantum computer on his arm vibrated. Captain, it's the swallowing monster, it's alive. An excited voice resounded. At the same time the screen displayed the scene of the golden-horned beast slowly emerging from the depths of the ocean. My God! Tuoliwu's eyeballs were about to pop out. The scene on the quantum computer made his soul tremble. The other team members didn't know about the golden-horned beast, but he did. That was the golden-horned beast. Even amongst the space beasts, it had the highest bloodline. The moment it matured, it would be a Sector Lord level 9 pinnacle. It could be said to be invincible under the Undying level, the highest bloodline, a species that was close to extinction. Their numbers were much less than Undying warriors. This is the golden-horned beast, and it's just a cub. Tuoliwu had a feeling of worship. The legendary pinnacle golden-horned beast, that was the true behemoth. With just a slight stomp of its feet, a wave of its tail, a planet would at least lose a layer of its skin. If it used its full strength, it could directly blow up a planet. This was the pinnacle of the golden-horned beast, the pinnacle of Sector Lords. Quick, catch it! Tuoliwu roared. Everyone, stop chasing, quick, follow me. Tuoliwu used the quantum computer to send a video to the other 14 team members, giving the order. They were still curious why they didn't chase, but after seeing the video, they all cried out excitedly, turning around and flying. In the air above the ocean. Catch it! Catch it alive! 18-star level 8s, 26-star level 7s, this group of team members were all extremely excited. However, the golden-horned beast that was slowly emerging from the water looked up coldly at the group of star level 8s charging at the front, its cold eyes flashing with killing intent. Who, a scaly tail that seemed to shake the heavens and earth swept across the sky with shocking speed. Of the 18-star level 8s, 9 of them were directly swept by it. The first 5 to be affected immediately exploded with a hong sound, fresh blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flying everywhere. The other 4 were either crippled or heavily injured. Don't fight it head-on, rely on technique. Its body is huge, its movement in small spaces can't compare to the agility of humans. The other team members were so scared they broke out in cold sweat, each of them like lightning snakes, their flight paths becoming unpredictable. This was indeed one of the golden-horned beast's weaknesses. Back then Hong and Thunder God ignited their souls and fought against the golden-horned beast. They relied on their small size to quickly change directions. However, as one of the pinnacle bloodlines, the golden-horned beast had its weakness too, and that was, its entire body was a weapon. Sharp claws. Sharp horns. Tail. Wings. Voila! The golden-horned beast's speed soared, its huge wings fiercely flapped. Its wings were made of scales, the edges even had sharp knife-like scales. When the golden-horned beast's speed exploded, its pair of wings madly flapped. They were swept by the scaled wings and immediately sliced into 3 pieces. It scaled defenses too. A team member howled loudly. His body was immediately sliced into pieces by the lightning-fast claws, fresh blood flying everywhere. Quickly flee. It's too strong. The scaled tail that was as long as the golden-horned beast's body fiercely lashed out, like a whip sweeping across 3 team members, immediately smashing them into pieces. Dealing with 10-star level 9s was a bit troublesome, but dealing with star level 8s and star level 7s, to the golden-horned beast that had already reached the star level 7, it was simply a massacre. 4 claws, wantonly clawing and trampling, both wings fiercely flapping, that was like 2 dark clouds covering the ground. The strangest and most ferocious part was still that tail. In just a short while, 18 star level 8s were all killed. Yes, the golden horned beast was purposely killing the star level 8s. Flee! Flee! Quickly flee! The star level 7s were completely on the verge of collapse. At this time, the golden horned beast's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty madness. It opened its huge mouth. Immediately a formless energy enveloped a large area of space, completely enveloping the group of star level 7s and Newland Shan family elites, only to see their bodies swiftly shrink, simultaneously flying towards the golden horned beast's mouth. The closer they got to the golden horned beast's mouth, the smaller they became, until they became tiny dots, disappearing into the black hole of the golden horned beast's mouth. The golden horned beast's three great natural abilities: devour, the devour technique, a natural ability. It could devour large amounts of metal into the internal world, and it had a group attack effect. Any life forms weaker than itself could be devoured and killed. Goo! The golden horned beast seemed to let out a burp, seeing the 10 beams of light swiftly flying over. It immediately dove into the ocean, leaving behind the stench of blood around it. P.S. Update complete. I've made up for yesterday's 2 chapters, I still owe 3. I have to continue to work hard. Swallowing beast. Haha, a live swallowing beast. Tuoliwu, Ahiman and Abuluot, the 3 captains, all shouted excitedly. The other members were all extremely excited. They were very clear on the Newland Shan family's rules: the bigger the contribution, the bigger the reward. If they could capture the swallowing beast alive, the reward would definitely be shocking. How could they not be excited? Not right. Tuoli was stopped. Ahiman, Abuluot, you 2 bring people to chase the swallowing beast first, I'll follow in a while. Tuoliwu ordered. Don't worry. Ahiman and Abuluot brought the others and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Tuoliwu however floated in mid-air, his consciousness immediately entering the virtual universe network, sending a message to his superior. Lord Pola, that golden horned beast isn't dead. It's still alive. It's appeared on Earth again. This is the footage taken by the other members. At the same time, he sent the footage over. After which Tuoliwu immediately left the virtual universe network. Splash! Tuoliwu's body fell right into the ocean, creating a snow-white splash. As his body was in a state of unconsciousness before, he naturally fell straight down. I've already notified the family. Next. Tuoliwu flew out from the ocean, licking his lips, his eyes glowing green. It's time for me to make a contribution. Capturing the golden horned beast alive, ha 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 ha. Tuoliwu became a beam of light with shocking speed, breaking through the skies and chasing. In a short while, Tuoliwu saw, in mid-air in front of him, a group of Newland Shan guards dressed in armor, all of different appearances were floating. What's going on? Tuoliwu raged, why aren't you chasing? Captain. Ahiman and Abuluot turned to look. That swallowing beast is at the bottom of the ocean, we can see it with the naked eye. However, Captain, do you smell blood? Blood smell? Tuoliwu sniffed. Star level 9 warriors, be it hearing or smell, were much stronger than normal people. With a careful sniff, he could smell the stench of blood that permeated the surroundings. We've just contacted the other members, none of them replied. Not a single reply. All the star level 8 and 7 members are like that. Ahiman and Abuluot said seriously. This caused Tuoliwu's heart to tremble. All the other members had no reply? This was too exaggerated. The 2 sides had only been separated for a few minutes. In such a short time, all 44 members had died? Tuoliwu asked himself, although he was ranked in the top 10 of the 8,000 Newland Shan guards, to kill those 44 team members, he alone could do it, but that would require sufficient time. This swallowing beast is so powerful? Tuoliwu frowned, looking down at the sea below. With his eyesight, he could indeed see the black shadow at the bottom of the sea. The AI on Tuoliwu's wrist sounded, long-distance test. Master, the space beast below is a star level 7. 7th order? The group of Newland Shan guards standing in mid-air all looked at each other, discussing softly. About 2,000 meters above the sea. Like a continuous mountain range, the golden horned beast was at the bottom of the sea. Its body length was about 700 m, that scaled tail was about the same length as its body. Yes, star level 7. Back when Luo Feng first left Earth for Dragon Star, the Golden Horned Beast was only a star level 4. According to the Golden Horned Beast's normal training, the first 3 levels of the star level added together took 1.5 years to complete. Star level 4, 5, 6, every breakthrough required 2 years. Star level 7, 8, 9, every breakthrough required 12 years. Breaking through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1, however, required over 50 years. Back when Luo Feng sold the arc cutter blade, he spent over $1 billion black dragon dollars to buy a large amount of metals, increasing his evolution efficiency by 51 times. After returning that time, Luo Feng trained on Earth for a little over a month. The universe explorers came. 3 months later, the family fleet came. However, they were afraid of the Empire's laws and left, only secretly leaving behind a small elite team, operating under the name of Space Pirates. After another 6 to 7 days, Luo Feng battled with the remaining elite team, which meant Luo Feng used the metal that increased his evolution efficiency by 51 times, training for about 4.5 months. 4.5 months, 51 times the evolution efficiency, that was comparable to 19 years of normal evolution. From star level 4 to 6, it required 4 years. From 6 to 7, it required 12 years. Hence, the Golden Horned Beast was indeed already at the star level 7 level. If another 2 or 3 months passed, the Golden Horned Beast's body would be at the star level 8. The star level 7 Golden Horned Beast, how strong was it? One had to know. A few with special training, with powerful spirit weapons, could already fight 2 or 3 levels higher. For example, back then, Luo Feng could easily fight 3 or 4 levels higher. Of course, the main reason was that the warriors of Earth didn't have a system of training, and didn't have any good weapons. Being bullied by Luo Feng wasn't weird. In the vast universe, elites nurtured by large powers, fighting 2 or 3 levels higher was very normal, and the Golden Horned Beast, if it was the same level, the Golden Horned Beast could be considered invincible. Only a very, 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 very small chance would appear, an absolute genius that could defeat the Golden Horned Beast of the same level. That was simply a sick existence. Back then, the Golden Horned Beast was a star level 1. Hong and Thunder God were known to be invincible in the Star Traveler level, with domains. When they first ignited their souls, they couldn't even break through the Golden Horned Beast's scales. In the end, Hong, who had reached the domain level 2, used his strongest move to break through. It wasn't that the star level 1 was that strong, it was just that the Golden Horned Beast was too sick. Back then, when Luo Feng ignited his soul, using the Yun Mo planet technique to attack the heavily injured Golden Horned Beast, it was completely unable to break through the Golden Horned Beast's soul defense. In the end, it was the inherited soul imprint left behind by his teacher that ignited and became an attack that broke through the Golden Horned Beast. It was so hard to kill it back then because the Golden Horned Beast was simply too sick. Amongst the human geniuses in the universe, there were a few star level 7 warriors that could kill a star level 9 alone. Star level 7 Golden Horned Beast? Towards star level 7 humans, 99%. 99% of them could use the swallowing talent technique to directly kill them. It was simple, killing a star level 8 human, it was completely overwhelming. If it was against a star level 9 human, even though it could gain the upper hand and kill 1 or 2. However, against a group of star level 9 humans, it was still very troublesome. More importantly, within this group of star level 9 humans, there were strong warriors too. Just like Tua Lei Wu, one person was equivalent to 10 normal star level 9 humans. Same level, there was still a difference in battle strength. Hence, the Golden Horned Beast would only be in the ocean. In the ocean, its strength wasn't affected. However, the group of Newell and Sean guards were affected. In the air above the ocean. Listen to my orders. 3 small teams, from 3 directions, attack at the same time. I don't believe that a star level 7 swallowing beast, against 15 of our Newell and Sean guards, can still win. Tua Lei Wu's green eyes emitted a vicious glint. Capture the swallowing beast alive. A human roared. Right, capture it alive. A Buluot shouted too. Attack. Tua Lei Wu's loud voice resounded. Rumble. 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 The 3 small teams became 3 long chains of light, charging straight into the ocean. A distance of 2,000 m against this level of battle, it was a joke. Wu, the mountain range-like golden-horned beast, let out a cry of joy. Raising its head, a pair of huge dark golden eyes looked at the three lightning-fast teams charging into the ocean. Rumble. The huge-scaled tail was like a huge python fiercely piercing through the ocean, directly sweeping towards one of the elite teams. Attack! The captain of the elite squad, Armand, roared out. Immediately, a number of ordinary energy weapons glowed brilliantly as they shot towards the incoming tail. Armand was even using a level 1 energy weapon. Yes, the Newland Shan guards were all equipped with energy weapons, battle armor, and spirit weapons, battle armor. However, based on their battle strength, most Newland Shan guards used normal energy weapons, which were very cheap. And the stronger ones like a He-Man and a Buluot used level 1 energy weapons, which had additional effects on their battle strength. And Tuo Lei Wu and those absolute elites were even equipped with level 2 energy weapons that could unleash their star-level battle strength, the level 2 energy weapons, spirit weapons. Rumble the scaled tail was extremely swift and slippery, clashing with 2 of the energy weapons, before swiftly disappearing. My hands are numb. That's strong enough. A He-Man shouted loudly in delight. Tuo Lei Wu, who was in charge of the entire situation, couldn't help but laugh. Facing an opponent 2 levels lower than him, even though it was the extremely famous golden-horned beast. But on his side, they were all formed into teams of 5, attacking together. If they still couldn't withstand it, then that would be too sick. Surround and attack. Tuo Lei Wu ordered. All right. A He-Man roared excitedly. Kill. A Buluot's eyes gleamed. Rumble. 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 In an instant, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The 3 Newland Shan guard teams madly surrounded and attacked the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast was indeed very strong, but in front of the 15 Newland Shan guards who were very good at cooperating, it could only be considered a bitter struggle. It was completely at a disadvantage. Woo! A loud and crazed roar resounded. The black horn on the golden-horned beast's head was covered in dense golden markings that suddenly lit up. It was extremely dazzling, following which the golden light flowed along the golden markings to its 4 claws, tail and wings. The strengthening of the 3 great natural abilities. Everyone's risking their lives. A He-Man shouted. Don't kill it, we have to capture it alive. Tuo Lei Wu shouted. Rumble the gigantic claw fiercely stomped down. A Buluot and the other 4 members crazily brandished their weapons. Rumble the golden-horned beast's claw fiercely stomped down on 3 of the energy weapons. The golden-horned beast's mountain-like body staggered, and a Buluot and the other 4 members were immediately split apart by the attack. 2 of them even spat out fresh blood with a wah sound. So strong in an instant? That's too sick. A He-Man and a Buluot stared with their eyes wide open. It was 2 levels lower, and it was still able to destroy 5 human warriors? Rumble Rumble the strengthened golden-horned beast's strength had obviously increased explosively. Every step of its claws, the swipe of its tail, the attack of its wings, were much stronger than before. The 3 teams no longer had the feeling of playing a game like before, instead they felt the strain. Both sides were now in a state of equal strength. Captain! A He-Man and a Buluot shouted. Every word was transmitted through genetic energy. Genetic energy, genetic energy. Transmission's theory was extremely simple. It was to use the genetic energy to achieve the same effect as a telephone line, allowing the sound to swiftly travel to the desired location. This was a common technique used by fighters in the universe. Towards spirit readers and fighters who had spirit energy and genetic energy, they naturally had techniques that were different from normal humans. Genetic energy transmission was one of them. Let's begin. Tuo Lei Wu's eyes were filled with excitement. That pure and powerful star energy coursed through his entire body, even infusing into the battle axe in his hands. Understood. A He-Man and a Buluot were excited too. Yes, it was time to unleash the strongest move. The 15 Newland Shan guards had a hard time unleashing a powerful combined attack, but Tuo Lei Wu, a He-Man and a Buluot were able to achieve the best results, unleashing their strongest attack. With a Buluot and a He-Man as support, Tuo Lei Wu as the tip of the blade, unleashing their strongest attack. Rumble. 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 The three blinding lights seemed to merge into one, after which a blinding blurry golden battle axe chopped towards the golden horned beast. Woo, the golden horned beast didn't dodge at all, directly using its heavenly pillar-like thick claws to trample over. Tuoliwu and the rest didn't seem to care about attacking anywhere else, perhaps they were worried about killing the golden horned beast, hence they chose to meet force with force. The golden battle axe and the claws clashed together. Woo! An enraged cry of pain resounded. Fresh blood sprayed out, the scales on the claws were shattered, a huge wound appeared at the bottom of the claws, almost splitting the claws in half. Big fellow, the defense of its scales is really strong. Let's give it a few more hits. Beat it until it hurts, then capture it alive. Haha, let's do it. Tuoliwu and the other two captains were extremely excited. The 12 Newland Shan guards who were floating in the water were watching the show. The injured golden horned beast's eyes flashed with coldness. It opened its mouth again, and an object wrapped in energy flew out. That was a broken blade? No, it's Luo Feng's strongest weapon, the hybrid copper essence shard, the golden horned beast that was under the innate strengthened state, because of the mysterious golden engravings, whether it was speed or other aspects, even its soul attacks all rose to a new level. The strengthened golden horned beast combined with the hybrid copper essence shard, just how strong would it be? Whoosh 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 whoosh, the revolving and dancing hybrid copper essence fragments, like a ray of light, instantly swept past Tuoliwu and the other two captains. Tuoliwu's eyes widened. That ray of light had already arrived in front of him, and his hard skull was directly sliced open. Following that, the heads of the two captains beside him were also sliced open, and they died instantly. Dead, the three captains had died in a single exchange. This scene caused the 12 Newland Shan guards in the distance to be completely stunned. Oh my god! Impossible! Quickly flee! One of the Newland Shan guards turned and fled, the others two were shocked, choosing to scatter and flee without hesitation. Show, a blood-red ray of light, extremely fast. It ran much faster than the Newland Shan guards, transforming into a strange arc, like a skewer of candied fruits, piercing through the heads of the Newland Shan guards. In less than 0.001 seconds, the heads of the 12 Newland Shan guards were all pierced through, dead beyond death. The golden horned beast that was as large as a mountain range coldly stared at the corpses one by one. The wounds on its claws were constantly expanding with fresh red flesh, swiftly recovering. The golden horned beast disappeared. A black-haired man dressed in a blood-red armor appeared in midair. Due to the disappearance of the golden horned beast's huge body, it caused a large amount of water to crazily surge towards it. The experiment can be considered a success. The golden horned beast's strength, I finally have a clear understanding of it. The strengthened golden horned beast combined with the strongest weapon, the hybrid copper essence shard, is indeed ridiculously strong. Luo Feng's mind flashed with many thoughts, after which he ordered, Babada, when we return, disguise the hybrid copper essence shard a little, at least make it hard for people to recognize it as the hybrid copper essence. After giving the order, Luo Feng, who was in the middle of the raging sea, glanced at the surrounding Newland Shan guards' corpses, the corners of his lips curling upwards. This battle. Before it even began, the outcome had already been decided, ********* virtual universe. Pola was respectfully and excitedly standing in front of a screen, on it were the three heads of the Newland Shan family in history. Dressed in a dark green armor, the head Newland Shan's cold eyes were filled with excitement. Alive? That golden horned beast infant is actually alive? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. This is the video Tuoliwu and the others just recorded. Please take a look, head ancestor. Pola replied loudly. The video started playing. Newland Shan and the other two heads all stared intently. Yes, it's the golden horned beast, two sharp horns? Looking at the length of the horns, it should be a star level 7. Newland Shan nodded, a star level 7 golden horned beast, with 15 Newland Shan guards working together, they'll definitely have the upper hand. Head ancestor. Yuka and Dewen, the two heads, looked at the head ancestor, of which Dewen Newland Shan couldn't help but ask, can the Newland Shan guards capture the golden horned beast alive? There's hope. Newell and Sean nodded, taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. My God, this was the golden horned beast, the pinnacle of bloodlines in the universe. In terms of numbers, it was even rarer than the undying beings. A golden horned beast infant, even an undying being would fight for it. He, Newell and Sean, a universe level 9, in the universe, he was just an unremarkable person. He actually had hope of acquiring the golden horned beast infant. This was too unbelievable. If the golden horned beast were to be acquired, with my battle axe fighter title, I can sell the infant through the battle axe Coliseum, obtaining shocking benefits. Newell and Sean had already thought of how to deal with the golden horned beast infant. To normal people, such a treasure was definitely a hot potato. Even a universe-level warrior would find it hard to deal with the golden horned beast infant. And Newell and Sean had an extremely safe method. Immediately contact the members on Earth. I want to personally question them. Newell and Sean ordered. Yes, head ancestor. Pola said respectfully, I'll contact each and every one of them now. The moment the battle ends, they will immediately enter the virtual universe network. Pola began to contact the 60 members on Earth. Dida. Why isn't anyone replying? Even if it's a battle with the golden horned beast, the star level 7 and 8 members, there's no need to participate, right? Silence. The head ancestor Newell and Sean snorted softly. Time passed second by second. The 3 heads and Pola were all anxiously waiting. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The head ancestor Newell and Sean's expression, from the initial excitement, to his eyebrows furrowed, after which his expression grew uglier and uglier, before finally turning green and finally expressionless, his eyes looking like he was about to devour someone. Stop contacting them, they're dead, they're all dead. Newell and Sean said coldly. Schwa, Newell and Sean himself disappeared from the screen. Obviously he had left the virtual universe network. The 2 heads and Pola's expressions were extremely ugly. Yes. They all understood, those people were all dead. Because of Pola's call request, those people didn't dare to reject it. Secondly, even if they were to capture the golden horned beast alive, those star level 7 and 8 warriors didn't even need to participate in the battle, but they didn't reply, which meant that the star level 7 and 8 warriors were all dead. As for the group of Newell and Sean guards, even if they fought, the amount of time they could fight was very short. After such a long time, not a single one of them replied. Obviously, they were all dead. The plan this time had failed. In the vast Black Dragon Mountain star field, among the 500 vassal states, there was one extremely powerful vassal state, the Callow Empire. The Callow Empire occupied 26 galaxies. One had to know that many weak elementary-level empires in the universe only had 2 galaxies. The Silverblue Empire was considered one of the stronger ones. Within the Callow Empire, there was an extremely famous planet. Ice Mist Planet. Ice Mist Planet was the Newell and Sean family's base. Over 3,000 Newell and Sean guards were gathered here, along with the normal 30,000 Ice Mist guards. The requirement to join the Ice Mist guards was to reach the star level. Meaning, the entire planet's star level warriors numbered in the tens of thousands. This power was simply too terrifying. The Callow Empire's third family, to be able to be called the third strongest, it wasn't just because of Newell and Sean alone. No matter how strong Newell and Sean was, he was still just one person. What he relied on was the large army under him. Directly leading over 1,000 life planets, using star-level warriors to form an army, their power threatening the surrounding tens of thousands of life planets. In this galaxy, they were the most powerful family. Hoover the cold wind howled. Ice Mist Planet was known for its cold. In the extreme north of the planet, there was a black mountain range. The temperature here was shockingly low. So. 2 human silhouettes flew through the air towards the black mountain range. One of them had pointy ears. He was a Newell and Sean family member. The other was dressed in a black robe. Only one could vaguely see a small curved horn on his forehead. The 2 of them directly flew into a cave within the Black Mountain Range. Deep within the cave, a man dressed in a dark green armor, his entire body emanating a cold aura, sat crossed-legged on a black rock. Head ancestor. Teacher. The 2 of them bowed respectfully. Dewen, by Callow. The man sitting crossed-legged opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping past the two. His gaze had a rare sense of warmth. You both know the situation, your target is Earth. The first target is that automaton ship. As for the golden-horned beast infant, it'll depend on luck. Head ancestor, we still have hope of capturing that infant beast. De Wen said. No. The head ancestor Newland Shan shook his head. The golden-horned beast's intelligence is very high, it's very cunning. After experiencing this danger, there's an 80 to 90% chance it will leave Earth. When that time comes, it will drift about in the universe, and when you reach Earth in 2 years, without any target, how will you find it? Find a target in the universe? The two of them were silent. Go. Bring the automaton ship back, the golden-horned beast infant will depend on luck. The head ancestor Newland Shan said. Yes, head ancestor, teacher. The two universe-level warriors bowed respectfully. Virtual universe, in the corner of a noisy bar, Luo Feng sat with his eyes closed. Luo Feng, I've already placed an order. I've ordered a large amount of planet defense equipment, warning satellites etc. When the time comes, we'll form a very tight defense system within the entire solar system. If those universe ships ever appear in the solar system again, we'll definitely be able to easily discover them. Hearing Babada's words, Luo Feng was very satisfied. The crisis this time was considered to have passed. From Xianxia and the others who were once taken as hostages, he found out that there were originally a total of 80 people, with 4 captains. One of the teams went into the universe because of the coordinates Luo Feng gave them, the other 3 were killed by Luo Feng. As for the remaining team, Luo Feng didn't treat it as a threat, however, he couldn't be careless. Earth had already suffered enough from not being able to match up to others. Hence, Luo Feng wanted to purchase an entire planet defense system. This sort of thing was extremely costly. Normal planets in the universe would at most have a low-level defense system, however Luo Feng chose a high-level one. When the time comes, it would cover the entire solar system. The entire solar system would be under surveillance. This was considered one of the best in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Those stealth ships etc., when the time came, they wouldn't be able to hide at all, they would all be revealed. Also, I hope that around the wormhole, there will be a warning system installed. The moment a ship passes through that wormhole, I'll be the first to know. Luo Feng said, the Newland Shan family probably won't give up. Relax, I've already considered this. Babada shouted. Everything had been prepared. Earth was no longer a threat. Once the planet's defense system was ready, Luo Feng could relax. As for the Newland Shan family, even if they really sent people, it would be another 2 years and 8 months later. Third brother. Third brother. Hong and Thunder God entered the bar, heading straight for Luo Feng. Before this, the two had long received Luo Feng's notice. Knowing that the trouble had been resolved, Luo Feng had even arranged a meeting point. Luo Feng looked shocked. His 2 big brothers felt different from before. Where have you two been? I feel like you two are different from before. Luo Feng was hesitant. Haha, I told you, third brother's senses are very sensitive, you'll definitely be able to sense it. Thunder God laughed. I thought I was wrong. Luo Feng looked curiously at the two. Right, we went to a very special place. Hong laughed too. What place? Luo Feng was curious. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Don't keep us in suspense. Luo Feng couldn't help but urge. Hong revealed a smile, saying word by word, kill. Killing. Fields. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows suspiciously, muttering to himself, killing. Fields? The 5th chapter, Universe Adventurer, has finished. The 6th chapter is about to begin. The next chapter won't be limited to Earth. Luo Feng is about to enter the vast universe, with large amounts of universe warriors. I've seen the rewards in the book review section. Thank you drunkard, spring flower, handsome guy, seeing my brothers, sisters, supporting me. Tomato's heart is filled with joy and excitement. Actually, I really want to fight for the monthly votes, however, the tenosynovitis has been bothering me. The more I type, the more my fingers hurt, hence I won't fight for it. We'll rely on the quality to let everyone vote. If you're happy, then vote. If you're not satisfied, then go to the review section and nag. Hehe, just want to say. Tomato is extremely satisfied to have readers like you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. This Killing Fields, what kind of place is it? Luo Feng asked. It's a good place. Thunder God pretended to be mysterious. If you go there once, you'll love going there in the future. Hong was also keeping her in suspense. A crisp voice rang out. The Killing Fields is a special training ground for fighters and spirit readers to use. Over there, you could find any kind of opponent you wanted. Group battle? One-on-one? Fighting against a world overlord? This slaughter arena can satisfy you. Of course, the daily fee is very high. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God turned their heads. The one who spoke was Babada on Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng, the voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. This Killing Fields is also part of my training plan. Originally, I was going to tell you the bank account number that teacher gave you. However, you were busy dealing with that Newell and Shan family fleet. I don't have time to go to the slaughterhouse either. Let's go now. That place is pretty good. Praised by Babada? Let's go, we'll go take a look now. Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. I knew you couldn't wait. Thunder God took the drink and finished it in one gulp. The three of them paid the bill and immediately left the bar. The Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe was incomparably vast. Hence, there was a transfer channel within the island. Depending on the distance, one had to pay. The price of teleporting within the island wasn't high, but if you wanted to go to the Ganwu continent from the Black Dragon Mountain Island, the price would be shocking. Black Dragon Mountain Island, Killing Field. Wow. It was like a sea of blood in the background, and a single drop of blood was the most eye-catching. The entire hall was shrouded in such a background. The hall was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. There were very few people in the hall, but because the hall was as big as a city, there were probably over 10,000 people. In the Killing Fields, the prices are very high. For example, I need 1 million Black Dragon dollars a day, or 700 Ganwu dollars. Hong said in a low voice. So expensive? Luo Feng was shocked. For a normal planet like Bailon Star, the richest person's assets were around 100 million Black Dragon dollars. In other words, the richest people on the planet did not have the ability to provide for their children to train in the Killing Fields for a long period of time. After all, 100 million Black Dragon coins was only enough for 100 days. No wonder there weren't many people here. Third brother, you're a star level 1, the price should be higher. Hong said softly. Yes, spirit readers are more expensive than fighters. On the side, Thunder God said, I need 2 million Black Dragon dollars a day. You're a spirit reader, so I've seen that you need 5 million Black Dragon dollars a day, or 3,500 Ganwu dollars. It's too dark. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Moreover, the higher you go, the more powerful you are, and the more shocking the price of spending a day here. Thunder God spoke in a low voice. If world overlords came here, the amount of money they would need in a single day would be an astronomical figure to us. High price? What a joke, tall my ass. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. To be able to provide any enemy you want, even space techniques, spirit weapons etc. can be used here. Where else can you find such an environment? This place is a good place for families, sects, organizations, empires, and other powers to nurture their elites. Luo Feng nodded. Go and bind your bank account, Thunder God said. This way, you can directly deduct the money from your bank account when you spend it. Understood. Where do I bind it? Asked Luo Feng. Follow me. Under Hong and Thunder God's lead, Luo Feng went to the counter to bind his account. At the end of the large hall, there were many corridors. Every corridor you enter, you'll immediately enter a killing field that belongs to you alone. Thunder God said softly, whatever opponent you want, feel free to choose. We won't be following you in now. Hong smiled. Luo Feng nodded. During the conversation, Luo Feng saw many people walking along the corridors. There were many universe mercenaries, even Luo Feng saw a universe 2-star mercenary. One had to say, it was rare to see a powerful warrior on the Black Dragon Mountain Island, however in this killing field, they could be seen everywhere. Also, do you see that old man over there? Thunder God said softly. Hmm? Luo Feng turned to look. There was indeed a green-skinned old man with a head full of wrinkles, squinting his eyes as he sat on a chair, very relaxed. The other people sitting and resting in the large hall beside him didn't disturb him. From an Earth person's point of view, this old man's appearance was unsightly. However, he gave off a strange feeling of peace and tranquility. He's called Man Luo. He's the person in charge of the Killing Field's Black Dragon Mountain Island division. Thunder God said softly, "We saw a good show before." This old man fiercely reprimanded 2 universe mercenaries, however those 2 mercenaries didn't even dare to talk back. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. In the virtual universe, even if you were an undying being, you still couldn't kill anyone in the virtual universe. After all, this was just a network. Hence, even if you were a big figure, they would respect you and give you face. If they didn't respect you, they wouldn't care about you. To be able to make the 2 universe mercenaries not dare to talk back, it was indeed strange. Hee hee. The green-skinned old man in the distance looked towards Luo Feng and the others, smiling. Damn. Luo Feng and the others were shocked. He heard it? Forget it, let's hurry and enter the killing field. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God each followed a corridor and entered the depths. As they walked, suddenly the space around them changed. It was a vast space. Luo Feng stood on a meteorite, a golden book appeared in his hands. The book seemed to be made of metal. After reading it once, Luo Feng understood. This is the killing field? Babata, send out the request. I need 1,000 Star Traveler level 9 fighters as opponents. Luo Feng's eyes were slightly red, licking his lips. I've endured for too long. It's time to vent. After the possession, Luo Feng had a bloodthirsty killing impulse every day, attacking his soul time and time again. It was just that Luo Feng had been enduring it. No problem. Luo Feng, I've set the battle environment to be a desert. 1,000 opponents will use normal genetic energy weapons. You will choose the level 3 spirit weapon soaring shuttle, level 2 battle armor. Babata said, the request has been sent. As long as there were any weapons in the universe, 99% could be chosen in the killing field. Rumble. The killing field began to change, the original space disappeared, the surroundings became a vast desert. Luo Feng stood on the desert ground, dressed in a blood-red battle armor. Before him floated the soaring shuttle. Simultaneously in the distant sky appeared a blur of fighters dressed in white battle armor, wielding all sorts of weapons. Kill. Kill him. The majestic fighter army, all of them red-eyed as they rushed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, however, revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Hoo. In an instant, the soaring shuttle split into 30 blades. They were very thin and small blades. Each of the 30 blades was a little bit apart from each other, naturally forming the shape of a swordfish. At the same time, there was a faint golden thread on each blade, causing the golden thread to run through each blade, forming a vivid swordfish. Soaring shuttle second form, swordfish formation. Rumble. 1,000 strong fighters charged, like a dark cloud pressing down on Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng rushed into the sky, rushing straight into the large group of fighters. Ah! Chi. Wherever that golden swordfish went, there would be a rain of blood. However, the entire fighter army ignored the losses, madly surrounding Luo Feng to kill him. Time passed minute by minute, not a single fighter retreated, all the way until the last fighter became a rain of blood falling from mid-air. The battle ended. Luo Feng, whose entire body was covered in blood, stood in the desert, letting out a long sigh. Much better. You've been forcefully suppressing that killing intent every day. The longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable you feel. Until the very end, your entire being might go crazy. Now that you've gone on a killing spree, it's a good way to vent. It'd be weird if you didn't feel good. Babata, is this the side effect of the possession? Luo Feng was helpless. Before the possession, he was very decisive in killing, however it wasn't to the extent that there was always a bloodthirsty killing intent within. This bloodthirsty killing intent was completely ingrained in his bones. Every single golden-horned beast was famous for its bloodthirst and killing intent. Even though Luo Feng's human soul was forcefully suppressing it, it could only suppress it and not eliminate it. You've gotten the advantage and you're still trying to act innocent. Babata despised. Haha. Luo Feng looked at his own body. If I didn't have this level 2 armor set, I'm afraid I'd be dead. 1000 Star Traveler levels 9, killing a star level 1 was very easy. Even though Luo Feng's consciousness was strong, his spirit weapon's power was shocking, he still suffered a few heavy injuries, relying on the armor to reduce the attack power by half. The years of bloodthirsty killing intent he had been suppressing were finally released. The first time, he crazily slaughtered 1000 Star Traveler level 9 fighters. The second time, he battled with 10 star level 1 fighters alone, killing 8 before dying from his heavy injuries. The third time, Luo Feng directly used his opponent Thunder God, a star level 1 with a level 1 domain, using a level 2 genetic energy weapon, level 2 armor. In the end, Luo Feng was killed by Thunder God. Only now did Luo Feng realize that he was stronger than Thunder God in the past because of his spirit weapon. If he gave Thor a grade 2 origin power weapon, he would lose. The fourth time, Luo Feng once again set his opponent to be on par with Hong. After a total of 98 battles, Luo Feng finally felt extremely tired, at the same time, extremely satisfied. Satisfied, he had never experienced such a satisfying battle in his entire life, being able to choose any opponent, setting his opponent's strength. Tired? Babata looked at Luo Feng lying in the desert. Luo Feng, since you've already finished your battles, I'll tell you about the most important use of the killing fields. This place's expenses are very high, you only need 3,500 Ganwu dollars a day. A universe level 1 spirit reader would require 350,000 Ganwu dollars, a domain lord level 1 would require 35 million Ganwu dollars. A sector lord level 1 spirit reader would require 3.5 billion Ganwu dollars a day. Do you know why it's so expensive? If it's so expensive, why would a sector lord come? Luo Feng was shocked. Sector lord, joining a strong empire, one would be able to obtain an entire galaxy as their territory, being able to build their own world. 3.5 billion Ganwu dollars, even though they could afford it, no one was stupid. This killing fields had to have a corresponding value, only then would it attract them. This is the most important place of the killing fields, you, Hong and Thunder God don't even know. Babata proudly raised his head. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. What's the important use? Luo Feng asked urgently. The first use is something everyone knows, it's to choose the opponent you want to battle against. The second use is more important. Babata's little face revealed a proud smile. You've read that metal book before, you know, you can set your opponent as you please, right? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The second use is, you can set your opponent. Body quality, spirit reading strength, consciousness, ultimate moves, weapons etc., they'll all be exactly the same as you. The only difference is, the opponent's experience is incomparably rich, extremely good at battle. Babata said, do you understand what I mean? Luo Feng was shocked, after which he was overjoyed. Right, the opponent was himself, an extremely experienced, extremely good at battle. This kind of spar, looking at the opponent's battle techniques etc., it was very easy to absorb experience. After all, the opponent's body, consciousness, spirit reading etc. were all the same as himself. Through this method, you can swiftly absorb experience. Babata said. Of course, the above two aren't the most important. Babata laughed mischievously. Luo Feng held his breath. At least Babata's second method, Luo Feng was extremely excited. How should he improve? How should he battle? He could set his opponent and use it as a reference. This way, his battle techniques etc. could swiftly improve. It was a very effective use. To the strong warriors of the universe, which one of them isn't extremely cunning, with rich battle experience? That's why, the thing that attracts them the most is, the killing fields, has the teacher's effect. Babata emphasized. Teacher? Luo Feng was shocked. Right. Babata nodded. Look, Luo Feng, with your current consciousness strength, how many blades can you control? 36. Luo Feng said. The stronger the golden horned beast, the stronger Luo Feng's consciousness strength naturally grew. Right now, the golden horned beast was a star level 7, its consciousness strength could control 36 blades. According to the soaring shuttle's 3 forms and 9 levels, amplitude strength of 36, you already have the power of the 5th level. But why do you still use the 30 blades to form the swordfish formation? Babada asked. Amplitude strength of 36, it's just that I've met the requirements, there are still many difficulties in using it. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, flexibility, usage techniques, how to drive, etc. After failing over and over again, it takes a long time for the soaring shuttle's true power to be unleashed. Right now, my amplitude strength is 36, but I still need to ponder for a long time before I can unleash the power of the 5th level. Haha, Luo Feng, if you set up an opponent who also uses a soaring shuttle, set him to be able to use the 5th level of the soaring shuttle. Babada smiled, revealing 2 fangs. Like this, don't you see with your own eyes how others operate the soaring shuttle? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The difficulty of watching someone practice over and over again in front of him was completely different from reading books. Furthermore, you can set up an opponent who can control the soaring shuttle perfectly. This way, you will be able to see exactly how to use the soaring shuttle in order to bring out its greatest power. Babada continued. Incomparably perfect? Luo Feng was very clear. The first form of the soaring shuttle, the mountain drill, didn't require any technique at all. It just shot out in a straight line. The swordfish formation, on the other hand, emphasized agility and technique. The third form was even more complicated. At this time, one's controllability was very important. In different people's hands, it would unleash different levels of power. Similarly, using the swordfish formation, if it was executed perfectly, one's battle strength might increase by 1 or 2 times. This is a free sparring partner, a free teacher. You want to learn the soaring shuttle, this way, won't it work? Babada smiled evilly. You're still considered average. Like your teacher, an undying. He's quite accomplished in the aspect of space, he can even use space techniques to hide the coordinates of the universe. Babada explained, however, to continue improving, what do? I can totally set up an opponent who knows space techniques, an opponent who is a bit stronger than him in terms of space techniques. This way, personally spar with the opponent time and time again. Then in terms of space, to improve, it'll be much easier than training alone. Babada explained. Luo Feng was enlightened. Many techniques that touched on the origin of the universe were vast and profound. Just watching the opponent use it, naturally it wasn't possible to learn it. However, if one already had some comprehension, sparring with an opponent who knew the technique, naturally it would be easier to comprehend more. Free sparring partner, free teacher. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, after which he stared, no, this place's fees are very high. High fees? Wait until you become a sector lord. Or become an undying, just how hard is it to break through a place like the Killing Fields? To them, the price-to-performance ratio is simply too high. Spending some money that isn't too painful for them, to get an opponent they need. Babada exclaimed, you have to know, many strong warriors are stuck at the door of the universe, finding an opponent slightly stronger than them to fight with, it's very easy to trigger, allowing them to break through. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. No wonder the Killing Fields dared to charge such a high price. Babada, how can this Killing Field simulate completely realistic techniques? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The boss of the Killing Fields is the Virtual Universe Company. Babada said, over countless years, who knows how many warriors from the vast universe have sparred in this virtual universe, every battle scene will naturally be recorded by the virtual universe. Hence the virtual universe database is extremely huge. There are many secret techniques and techniques. Of course, they all unleash the techniques, and don't have much training in them. Babada explained. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, like the Yunmo planet's soul imprint technique, even if the virtual universe network recorded the scene of him unleashing it, without the training manual, it was still useless. However, to other people who trained in the same path, it had a stimulating effect. Babada, help me set the opponent as the Golden Horned Beast, a star level 1 Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng shouted. Luo Feng had already completely discovered the most valuable use of the Killing Fields, that was to let him have a clear direction, letting him know how to train faster. This Killing Fields was the Virtual Universe Company's database, and as one of the 5 great Leviathans, they were many times stronger than the universe countries. The battle scenes of the Golden Horned Beast, the virtual universe company definitely had a reserve of it. Chi. Dead again. Again. Luo Feng stood in midair, looking at the terrifying golden horned beast covered in black scales. He finally understood the golden horned beast's strength. He was a star level 1. And his consciousness amplifier was at 36, his spirit weapon's power was extremely huge. The golden horned beast too was a star level 1, one-sided, of course it would fall by itself. The same level, for a human to defeat the golden horned beast? That's practically an impossible task. Even if someone did, that person would be an absolute genius that was born from a trillion galaxies, and would have a being even stronger than your teacher to carefully teach him. Babata said, as for you, Luo Feng? Your strength has risen too quickly, and your control of the soaring shuttle is still very rough. Even if 10 of you come, you'll still lose. Death again. Luo Feng was killed time and time again by the same level golden horned beast. There was actually another reason. Luo Feng set the golden horned beast to be extremely proficient in battle. So, this is how the golden horned beast should fight. The wings actually have the feeling of a blade, so the best way to use these scaled wings isn't to attack, but to slash, like a blade slash, and this gliding also greatly increases its mobility. The tail has the feeling of a whip. The tail is indeed the fastest part of the golden horned beast, only that I only know how to use it very simply. However, this golden horned beast's tail in the killing fields is like a real whip. Sometimes it actually vibrates and slashes, causing the space to explode. Its power is obviously much stronger. The sharp claws don't come out. Once they come out, their power is earth-shattering. Luo Feng was immediately stomped to death by the golden horned beast's claws. It's like this. Reviving once again, Luo Feng was extremely excited. I know how to train the golden horned beast from now on. Having good talent, it didn't mean that every golden horned beast was equally strong. One had to know that in the previous generations of golden horned beasts, the absolute space technique, many died at the first level, many were stuck at the second level. However, in history there were golden horned beasts that managed to train to the third level. What did this mean? Even with the same powerful bloodline, there were differences in their internal battle strength. Luo Feng wanted to make himself the strongest golden horned beast in history, ******** in the days to come. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God first bought a piece of land in the Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay, customizing a few wooden houses according to their wishes. It was completely enough for Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God's families to live there. For this, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God even sent large amounts of consciousness sensing helmets to Earth. Luo Feng's family all loved it here. His parents loved virtual reality games, enjoying their wonderful lives in the virtual reality games. The two children Ping Ping and Little Hai accepted Babata's education plan. From young they began to receive martial arts guidance in entertainment. The most excited was undoubtedly the little brother Luo Hua. It's too magnificent. Earth's stock market, compared to the universe's financial investment system, is like a drop of water compared to the ocean. This place is a heaven for investors that truly love finance. Luo Hua was extremely excited. He even asked for 10 sensory helmets from Luo Feng for his assistants. Since then, Luo Hua and his assistants stayed in a 3-story wooden house, beginning to analyze the finance of many universe countries, making investments. As for the capital, Luo Feng back then gave Hong and Thunder God 500 million Ganwu dollars each. Naturally he wouldn't give less to his little brother, the same 500 million Ganwu dollars. The virtual universe, it indeed had everything. Along the way, Luo Feng also found out that the little satellite in the wormhole had discovered a universe ship. Luo Feng estimated it to be the Newell and Shan family's ship. However, by the time it reached Earth, it would be 2 years and 8 months later. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush. He was currently in a state of extreme joy. 30. You say I'm crazy, Big Brother is the crazy one. The longest I've been in the killing fields is 3 days. Look at Big Brother, he's actually been in the killing fields for 8 days straight. Doesn't he get tired? Thunder God and Luo Feng were sitting in the corner of the killing fields hall, ordering some drinks and tea. P.S. 2 chapters completed. The 6th part of the Swallowing Space Sector Lord's World begins within the killing fields lobby. Luo Feng and Thunder God were casually chatting. This was also an effective way to relax. Luo Feng, Thunder. Haha, it's rare to meet you 2-inch along with a clear laugh. A black-skinned brute with a body like a black bear and a skinny white-skinned red-haired youth walked over shoulder to shoulder. Bulemu, Hurua, come, sit, yelled Luo Feng as he waved his hand. They often stayed in the killing fields to train, and often chatted in the killing fields lobby, so naturally they got to know a few elites who stayed in the killing fields for a long time. Everyone was clear that those who could stay in the killing fields for a long time were either rich or had a strong background. Their futures were all extraordinary. More friends means more paths. In the future, they might need friends in the universe, so everyone made the conscious decision to make friends. In a short month, Luo Feng made friends with over 30 people, and these two in front of him were the two that he had a good relationship with. Why hasn't Hong come out yet? Said Bulemu loudly. He hasn't come out for 8 days, said Thunder God. How crazy. Hurua couldn't help but to laugh. Oh yeah, let me tell you guys something. For a while, I'm afraid Bulemu and I won't be coming to the killing fields, nodded the sturdy brute on the side. What's wrong? Luo Feng and Thunder God froze. These two were the same as him, the type that often stays in the killing fields. Bulemu and I were ordered by our teacher to apply to become a Universe Mercenary Trainee and participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam. Hurua lowered his voice. This Universe Mercenary Trainee exam is much more dangerous than normal adventures in the universe. I heard that the death rate and elimination rate are very high. If Bulemu and I don't come to the killing fields in a month, we'll probably die in the exam. I'm telling you guys today because I'm afraid that if we disappear in the future, you'll say that we're not good friends, haha. Really? Luo Feng and Thunder God were shocked. Is this Universe Mercenary Trainee exam really that ridiculous? It's dangerous, but those universe levels, domain lords, and sector lords, over 99% of them are mercenaries. Hurua's gaze was sharp. If I don't fight, I'll just be a small soldier in the guards, being ordered around by others. If I want to be above others and live a carefree life, I have to fight. Okay, Bulemu nodded heavily. Luo Feng and Hong exchanged glances. Because the two of them were already high and mighty on earth, they didn't feel any pressure at all. Unlike Hurua, Bulemu, and the others who were heavily nurtured, their living environments were much more stressful than Luo Feng's group. Those great forces would spend a lot of money and resources to nurture them. If they didn't get satisfactory results, how could the fate of those eliminated disciples be good? Hurua, Bulemu, is the mercenary trainee exam really that dangerous? Thunder God was puzzled. Universe Mercenary Alliance. They were divided into adventurers, trainee mercenaries, 1-star mercenaries, 2-star mercenaries, and 3-star mercenaries. Adventurers did not need to go through an assessment. They only needed to register to become an adventurer. Trainee mercenaries needed to go through an assessment, and 1-star mercenaries needed to go through an assessment. Every title had to go through an assessment. The trainee mercenary assessment could be taken once one reached the star state. The elimination rate was extremely high. Very dangerous. A low voice came from the tall and sturdy Bulemu's mouth. His voice seemed to be echoing from his chest. Being a universe mercenary has always been a life and death adventure. Therefore, the mercenary trainee exam is the entrance exam, to eliminate fighters and spirit readers who aren't suited to be mercenaries. The exam locations are all the Sector Lords' worlds that have been excavated long ago. Bulemu said, in the Sector Lords' worlds, the Universe Mercenary Alliance will create many dangers and difficulties to eliminate a large number of people. During the elimination process, if you're lucky, you might not die, but the death rate is still very high. Sector Lords' worlds? Luo Feng was shocked. Sector Lords' worlds. Luo Feng did some research and asked Babata about it. In the universe, a universe-level fighter is a big boss. And if you're a domain lord, you can directly display your powerful domain in real life. A domain lord's domain isn't like Hong's or Thunder God's domain, it's thousands of times stronger. As for a sector lord, not only does he have an internal world, he can also create a world. In this world, many things can be created according to the sector lord's imagination. So many things that don't conform to common sense can happen. What are you talking about? A voice rang. Luo Feng and the others turned their heads to look. It was Hong, dressed in a black battle uniform, smiling as he walked over. His entire being gave off a high-spirited feeling. Luo Feng couldn't help but to sigh. Hong is indeed a monster. Time after time of extreme battles, most people would be extremely tired. However, Hong doesn't seem to be tired at all. I heard you guys say that the death rate is very high. Hong also pulled a chair and sat down. We're talking about the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam, said Thunder God. The instructor is here? Bilemu's low voice rang. Instructor? Hurua also looked towards the entrance of the hall and immediately saw 3 silhouettes walking over. One of them was their instructor. Bilemu and Hurua immediately put down their crossed legs and became much more serious. Instructor, the universe level fighter instructor Quincy you guys were talking about before, muttered Thunder God. Who is it? Luo Feng looked over curiously. Hurua said softly, it's the baldy in the green battle uniform in the distance. Luckily, in the virtual universe, everyone's strength is fixed at the level of a beginner-level warlord. Even though you can get the virtual universe to test your strength, only in special situations, like the killing fields, can you display the same level of strength as in real life. And unless it's a special situation, no matter if it's a normal person or an undying fighter, they all have the body of a beginner-level warlord. Luckily that universe-level instructor's body is weak right now and can't hear, otherwise once he hears the word baldy, he would definitely teach his elite students a harsh lesson. Baldy? Luo Feng looked carefully. In the distance, there were 3 people walking shoulder to shoulder, 2 of them were baldy, one in a green battle uniform, the other in a dark gray uniform. As for the third person, his ears were pointed, his eyes slightly red, Luo Feng's pupils contracted. This person's appearance is very similar to the Newell Shan family members. Amongst the 3 in the distance, the Newell Shan family member seemed to have noticed Luo Feng too, staring over. The 2 of them stared at each other from afar, like a needle against an awn. Mr. Newell Shan, what are you looking at? Universe Mercenary Quincy turned curiously, laughing, oh, 2 of them are students under me. Your students? Newell Shan's cold eyes glanced over. Is it that black-haired youth in the blood-red uniform? No, I don't recognize that youth. Quincy shook his head. Beside him another baldy universe mercenary said, those 5, amongst them the black big guy and the red-haired punk, are our organization's elite students, the other 3, I don't recognize them. As long as it's not your North Dragon City, that's good. Newell Shan's eyes were cold. When he saw Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, with one look he recognized, that black-haired youth in the blood-red uniform was the leader of Earth from the live broadcast on Earth. Luo Feng. Newell Shan immediately felt a surge of rage from within, rushing straight to his head. He, the battle-axe fighter, how heavy was his killing intent, directly controlling over 1,000 life planets, the number of warriors under him were as many as the clouds, he hadn't felt such a sense of defeat in a long time. However during the battle on Earth, he had indeed failed miserably. Mr. Newell Shan. The 2 universe mercenaries looked curiously at Newell Shan. Newell Shan however took large strides straight towards Luo Feng's direction. The 2 universe mercenaries followed behind. They had a favor to ask of Newell Shan. After all, even amongst the universe-level warriors, there were differences in power. As a universe level 9 with the battle axe title, Newell Shan's position was naturally very high. Even though the hall was huge, there were still over 10,000 guests. A warrior with a battle-axe badge and 2 one-star mercenary badges on his chest, indeed attracted many people's gazes. The 3 swiftly headed towards Luo Feng's direction. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Instructor. Hurua and Bilemu swiftly stood up. Hong and Thunder God glanced at Newell Shan, curiously saying softly, Luo Feng, that person looks very similar to the Newell Shan family. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. After a while, their boots clashed together. The 3 universe-level warriors stood before Luo Feng's table. Greetings to the 2 instructors. Hurua and Bilemu said respectfully. The 2 bald instructors nodded, looking at Newell Shan. Newell Shan stood there, looking down at the seated Luo Feng, saying coldly, you are Luo Feng? Yes. Luo Feng looked at him. That planet is yours? Newell Shan asked his second question, not saying Earth's name. Luo Feng grinned, right. Sell it to me. Newell Shan's cold eyes stared at Luo Feng, name your price. Luo Feng shook his head, 10 billion Ganwu dollars? Newell Shan said. No negotiations. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. 100 billion Ganwu dollars. Newell Shan said again. I said, no negotiations, no matter what price you name, it won't do. Luo Feng looked at Newell Shan. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God also looked calmly at him. The two universe mercenaries beside were shocked. This Newell Shan wanted to buy the planet of the youth in front of them. The price was even more ridiculous. 10 billion Ganwu dollars was enough to buy an extremely high-level life planet, and yet he directly named the astronomical price of 100 billion Ganwu dollars. What kind of planet was worth such a price, even for Newell Shan? Taking out this amount of money would be very taxing. You're provoking me. Newell Shan squinted his eyes, like a venomous snake staring at the youth before him. Young man, my temper isn't good, but today I'll give you a chance. Transfer the planet under your name to me, and we'll end all grudges. Give you the planet? Luo Feng smiled. Was that possible? Earth was the home of countless people on Earth. To others, it might have a price, but to the people of Earth, it was priceless. Sorry, I won't be treating you to a drink. Luo Feng raised his cup, raising his head and downing it in one gulp. Newell Shan's expression immediately became even uglier. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God didn't even look at him. Come, big brother, second brother, let's toast. Luo Feng raised his cup. Come, cheers. Hong laughed. Drink it in one gulp. Thunder God said. The three of them completely treated the battle-axe-titled fighter Newell Shan, who was standing beside them, like air. If it was in reality, if they saw Newell Shan from afar, the three of them would have immediately fled, as far as they could. However, in this virtual universe, who was afraid of who? Luo Feng and the other two drank like there was no one else around. Newell Shan stood beside with an ugly expression. The other two bald universe mercenaries were equally unhappy, because, in the universe, maintaining respect for the strong was the most basic form of etiquette. From their point of view, the three youths before them were too arrogant and egotistical. This? Harua and Bulema looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. This wine is really not bad. In reality, the price would be at least 100 times higher, right? Thunder God complimented. And it's very hard to buy. Hong added. The benefits of the virtual universe are many. Luo Feng complimented. Standing beside the table, Newell Shan's eyes twitched a few times. His scorpion-like gaze swept across the three sitting at the table, suddenly shouting, "Three punks who don't understand etiquette." Luo Feng and the other two still didn't look at him. I'll let you know, even in the virtual universe, you have to respect the strong. Who? His right leg was like a large blade, slicing through the air, lightning fast as it slashed towards Luo Feng. You dare to attack? Luo Feng roared, his body fiercely leaning backwards, simultaneously using his left arm to block the kick. Pung! Newell Shan's right leg fiercely smashed into Luo Feng's arm. Luo Feng's entire body immediately retreated backwards, staggering a few steps. Simultaneously his eyes gleamed, staring at the wine bottles, plates etc. beside him. The wine bottles and plates immediately floated up and swiftly smashed over. Fight! Thunder God roared. Hong too rushed forward like lightning. Everyone had a beginner-level warlord-level body constitution. Who was afraid of who? Careful, his explosive strength is even stronger. Luo Feng shouted. He was mentally prepared for Newell Shan's explosive attack before, however that kick's strength still exceeded Luo Feng's expectations. His left arm was in excruciating pain. Fighting with me? Newell Shan's cold leg slashed towards Thunder God, who was the first to rush over. Thunder God's entire waist twisted, dodging the kick like a fried dough twist, his fist drawing an arc, as though it was accelerated by a centrifuge, whistling strangely as it smashed towards Newell Shan. Newell Shan creased his eyebrows, his left leg strangely slashed horizontally, cutting towards Thunder God's waist, creating a shockwave. Thunder God's body softened, as if it was made of cotton. It actually wrapped itself around Newell Shan's left leg, at the same time preparing to use its binding technique. Soft techniques? Newell Shan's expression changed. Buzz, the muscles on his left leg bulged, and at the same time, he slithered out of the entanglement like a python. Boom! With a terrifying explosive sound, Hong's right leg was like a sharp all-piercing towards Newell Shan's head. Newell Shan laughed savagely. He actually charged forward, just that his body slightly lowered, easily dodging that kick. But Hong's right leg that had been thrusting out had actually fiercely smashed downwards, directly smashing towards Newell Shan's head. Scram! Newell Shan shouted, his head actually smashing forward, his neck instantly becoming 2 or 3 times thicker. Boom! Hong's head collided with Hong's right foot, causing him to lose his balance and fly to the side. On the other hand, Thunder God's hands were like a lover's caress, his 10 fingers moving slightly, as if a gust of wind was blowing towards Newell Shan's flushed red face, but if one looked closely, it would seem that every finger was like a python. Chi Hong once again rushed forward, his fists were like waves, each punch heavier than the last, extremely peculiar. Break God! Luo Feng, who was standing not too far away, shouted. A thread of spirit energy was like a needle, piercing straight towards Newell Shan's brain. Scram! Newell Shan shouted, his eyes glaring, his arms strangely expanding, at the same time bringing with it a peculiar prickling feeling. He smashed apart Thunder God's palms and Hong's fists, simultaneously smashing into the two's chests, causing Hong and Thunder God to spit out blood on the spot and fly backwards. Silence. Within the killing field's spacious hall, many people were looking over. If you break anything, put the money on my tab. Newell Shan shouted, following which he looked coldly at Luo Feng and the other two. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were incomparably shocked. Normally against opponents of the same level, Luo Feng's spirit energy attacks could completely sweep them away. However, as there were no spirit weapons in the hall, Luo Feng could only unleash his spirit attacks. However, this time it didn't seem to affect Newell Shan at all. And Hong and Thunder God, before the Great Nirvana period, one was an internal martial arts expert, the other was proficient in yoga and internal martial arts. The two were both experts in close combat, and this time they were actually defeated by one person. One had to know, everyone's body fitness level and spirit reading strength were the same. This was the virtual universe, everyone's body fitness level was exactly the same. Just you want to use spirit attacks against me? Newell Shan looked at the shocked Luo Feng, laughing coldly. In the Battle Axe Dojo, if one doesn't have a way to deal with spirit attacks, how can one survive, much less win 1,000 battles and obtain the Battle Axe Fighter title? Even though their spirit reading strength was the same, but the strength of their consciousness, as a Battle Axe Universe Level 9 warrior, his consciousness was indeed extremely strong. As for the two of you, Newell Shan looked at Hong and Thunder God. I admit your close combat techniques aren't weaker than mine, it's a pity, your strength exertion is too weak. My strength exertion is more than twice that of yours. Don't think that just because this is the virtual universe network, you can look down on the universe level warriors. Even with the same body, the strong can still easily trample on you. Well said. Beside, the universe mercenary Xianxia shouted. Right. In the virtual universe network, even the weak have to respect the strong. In terms of consciousness, technique, experience, strength exertion etc., these punks are still too far off. Still arrogant. Beside, there were a few universe-level warriors speaking. Immediately many people looked at Luo Feng and the other two with weird gazes. These three punks actually dared to disrespect the universe level, respecting the strong. This was the universe's most basic etiquette. Serves them right. Serves them right to be trampled on. Many people said amongst themselves. Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God's expressions were ice cold. Newell Shan. Luo Feng said coldly, respecting the strong is the most basic etiquette. Before this, I've never offended any of the strong seniors in the killing Field's Great Hall. However you bastard, because of your greed, my clansmen have died by your hands in the tens of thousands, right? Earth's people had indeed died because of the Newell Shan family. In the few battles, many had died from the shockwaves. Along with the arrival of the Newell Shan family, the entire world's headquarter cities were in chaos, many fought and looted, many died in the chaos. You even wanted to forcefully buy my planet earlier? Killing my clansmen, forcefully buying my planet, and you still want me to respect you, bullshit. Keep dreaming. Luo Feng lowered his head and spat fiercely. Nuolan Shan's expression kept changing, however he had no way to refute, what Luo Feng said was indeed true. The surrounding people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who had some background nodded, so it was like that, no wonder this youth would go against the battle-axe-titled fighter. Oh, no wonder. This youth sure has guts. The surrounding people didn't find it strange, they had enmity with each other, naturally there was no need to talk about respect. Nuolan Shan looked at Luo Feng, nodding slightly, what a talkative mouth. It's not that I can speak, it's that I'm in the right. Being in the right makes me strong, hence, I naturally won't be afraid of you, I won't lower my head to you. Luo Feng stared at Nuolan Shan, laughing coldly, Mr. Nuolan Shan, if you weren't greedy, the three of us brothers were drinking here, why did you have to bully us three juniors? Nuolan Shan was furious within, however he didn't know what to say, he clenched his fists tightly. What, you want to fight again? Thunder God cried out weirdly. We can't beat you, a Universe Level 9 senior with the Battle Axe title. It was rare for Hong to mock someone. Big brother, second brother, let's go. Luo Feng called out. Let's go. Hong said. Let's not waste time talking to these kinds of people. Thunder God agreed. Luo Feng and the other two immediately headed out of the large hall. Nuolan Shan's expression was ashen, he was infuriated within, however he was clear that he was indeed eyeing Earth, eyeing its treasures, since he was greedy, naturally he couldn't say it out loud. What's more, he didn't want to reveal this now, because, the treasures on Earth, he didn't want anyone else to discover them. Luo Feng. Nuolan Shan said coldly. Luo Feng turned around, looking at Nuolan Shan, smiling, Mr. Nuolan Shan, is there anything else? Earlier when I attacked you, were you unhappy? Nuolan Shan squinted his eyes. Right, I wasn't happy. Luo Feng laughed coldly, you, a Universe Level 9, experience, strength, consciousness, etc. are all stronger than us, the battle wasn't fair at all, and you want us to be unhappy? I'll give you one chance. Nuolan Shan snorted softly, I'll find 3 underlings, the same level as you, they'll each battle with you 3 times. As long as you can win 1 out of the 3 battles, then this bet will be your win. I'll give you 10 billion Ganwu dollars, if you don't win a single battle, give me your planet. Betting is fine, but the stakes are planets? No way. Luo Feng looked at Nuolan Shan. Nuolan Shan gritted his teeth in anger. This Luo Feng, wasn't he overestimating Earth too much, unless Luo Feng didn't know, even with the automaton ship and other treasures, with Luo Feng's background, the moment he took it out, it would be snatched away. Directly exchanging it for 100 billion Ganwu dollars, he's actually not willing, this is 100 billion Ganwu dollars. He really wanted to obtain the legal rights to Earth, if that was the case, even if the treasures on Earth couldn't be excavated, he could still directly auction Earth and sell off all the treasures. With the legal rights, doing many things would be much more convenient, there wouldn't be a need to sneakily send 2 universe levels to infiltrate Earth. This kind of action was called stealing. And what Nuolan Shan was most worried about was that Luo Feng had already applied for the rights to Earth from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, that way, the big families of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would know how to head to Earth. Nuolan Shan was afraid, those big families, too, were interested in Earth, sending people through the wormhole to head to Earth. After all, the Nuolan Shan family was only the 3rd family of the Kalyuo Empire. And the influential big families of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Their founders were usually sector lords. If those families were to interfere, his Nuolan Shan family would have no hope at all. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Within the Great Hall of the Killing Fields, Nuolan Shan watched as Luo Feng and the other 2 left, his gaze cold. The 2 bald universe mercenaries from the North Dragon City organization walked over, one of them Instructor Quincy even laughed, Mr. Nuolan Shan, that Luo Feng and the other 2 are just 3 punks. There's no need to be angry at them. If Mr. Nuolan Shan isn't happy, find a chance and destroy their bodies in reality. Right, Mr. Nuolan Shan, I think, we should enter the battle space first. The other bald universe mercenary urged. Wait a moment. Nuolan Shan was cold, turning to look at the not-too-distant Bulemu and Hurua, the 2 of you, come here. Us? The white-skinned red-haired youth Hurua and the tall and sturdy black man Bulema looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. A warrior that even the two instructors had to smile and talk to was looking for the two of them? It was simply too easy to bully the two of them. Hurua felt even more bitter within. Luo Feng, we've been screwed over by you too. Greetings, Lord. Hurua and Bulema said respectfully. Whatever Mr. Xianxia asks you, just answer. Instructor Quincy ordered. Yes. The two replied respectfully. Let me ask you. Xianxia looked at the two, that Luo Feng's virtual universe network number is. Hurua and Bulema were slightly shocked, hesitating for a moment, looking at the two universe-level instructors and the battle axe titled warrior. The two lowered their heads and exchanged glances. Finally Hurua said softly, Sir, Luo Feng's virtual universe network number is. Hurua reported a long string of numbers. Okay. After hearing that, Xianxia turned and left. The two bald universe mercenaries followed behind. Milky Way, Earth. The Westlake courtyard had been rebuilt. Luo Feng had even ordered an even higher level D1 grade castle. The entire castle was also the planet's main control center for the planet's defense system. The entire solar system's many little satellites, defense systems were all under this control. Castle, 7th level planet control room. Master. 3 batches of people have entered the wormhole in the virtual zone. The first batch is a D3 spaceship, the second batch is a D1 spaceship, and the third batch is a C8 spaceship. Luo Feng stood within the main control room of the Earth's defense system. Before him was a huge floating screen. On it there were 3 images, each of the 3 universe ships. This scene caused Luo Feng to slightly crease his eyebrows as he pondered. These 3 groups of people should be from 3 different places. According to the grade of the spaceship, we can determine the strength of the spaceship. The first batch has a high chance of being universe-level warriors, the second batch is an elite star level or universe level, the third batch has a high chance of being a star-level team. Luo Feng swiftly deduced within, ever since he applied to become Earth's leader. In that case, the way to Earth was to enter through the wormhole and travel for 2 years and 8 months. The Empire would definitely know about this method. Hence, Luo Feng expected that some other powers would send their scouting teams over. Luo Feng, there's a new mail for you in the Virtual Universe Network. Oh, connect to the Virtual Universe Network. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay had many large luxurious residences either by the bay or by the protruding hills and mountains, each family built according to their own wishes. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God bought a plot of land by the bay. Many of the buildings were made of wood. Young Master, this is a beautiful move. Second Young Master, this is the time to kick. Uncle Meng too, when will I be able to enter the inner sect? Very quickly, just a little more training and you'll get it. In a 3-story wooden house, 2 black Meng youths were teaching Luo Feng's 2 children, Ping Ping and Little Hai. When Luo Feng suddenly appeared, the 2 children looked over in surprise. Daddy. Luo Ping and Luo Hai, under Luo Feng's instructions, were specially sent into the virtual game. It was a virtual game with supplementary teaching effects, naturally learning in the midst of entertainment. In terms of body strength exertion techniques etc., even though they were still children, these 2 children of his were many times stronger than him back when he lived in a cheap rental house. And Luo Feng had long used some nurturing and evolution treasures for the children. This was very common among the big families in the universe. This allowed Luo Hai and Luo Ping to reach the intermediate warrior level at the mere age of 4. On Earth, it was indeed shocking, however in the universe, it was very normal. Whose mail? Luo Feng sat on a chair beside, with a thought. A screen appeared before him, swiftly pulling out a mail. It's actually a mail from Xianxia. Luo Feng was very shocked. This Xianxia actually knew his virtual universe network number. Maybe Xianxia knew he wouldn't chat with him, hence he simply sent a mail over. Luo Feng too was interested as he carefully read the mail. It was written very long, explaining in detail the dangers of the universe, reminding Luo Feng of the dangers of the automaton ship. 10 birds in the forest are not worth as much as 1 bird in the hand. The automaton ship was expensive, however if he didn't have the life to spend it, he might as well exchange for it now. TSK, this Xianxia is really rich. Luo Feng looked at the mail, Newland Shan's large amount of conditions. This time he didn't want to buy Earth, but to jointly manage Earth with Luo Feng. The two of them were in the form of shares. Luo Feng had the majority, still the leader. Their Newland Shan family had the minority. At the same time, the automaton ship would belong to the Newland Shan family. This way, the Newland Shan family could still do many things. Share form? Jointly manage? They only want the automaton ship? Luo Feng rubbed his chin. Don't exchange. Luo Feng, the Yunemo planet ship is already damaged, the conditions to repair it are very harsh. And when your strength is strong enough, you can get your hands on that automaton ship. Then you can do whatever you want. Babata said, the automaton race's technological advancement far exceeds that of human society. Don't ever agree to that, Newell and Shan. Earth's treasure, this automaton ship can be said to be your trump card in the future. I understand. Luo Feng nodded, after which he deleted the mail that Newell and Shan had arranged for his underlings to carefully write. After a while, Luo Feng, Hurua and Bulemu are requesting a call. Connect. Luo Feng flew into the wooden hut's third floor. A screen appeared before him, on it was the skinny Hurua and the tall and sturdy Bulemu. Luo Feng, I'm very sorry, we've given your virtual universe network number to Newell and Shan. We didn't have a choice. However, just a virtual universe network number, it shouldn't affect you too much, right, Luo Feng? Hurua said. Beside him Bulemu also said, we've just received the order to gather. We're about to set off to participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exams. See you later. Hope we'll be able to return alive. Hurua revealed a smile. All the best. Luo Feng raised his fist. Come back alive, the matter of revealing my virtual universe network number will be forgotten. Haha. Hurua laughed. Right, Luo Feng, I see that you three brothers have always been in the slaughterhouse's slaughter space. If you have the time, go try out the battle space. It's much more interesting than the slaughter space. Battle space? Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Alright, I'll go take a look later. Earth had been managed by Luo Feng to the point that it was impregnable. He even went through the slave market to purchase 29-star level 9 stages, along with the 7-star level 9 stages that were still alive, forming a 36-man elite team. And with the planet's defense system, it could be said that as long as it wasn't a universe level, it would be easy to deal with. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were all immersed in their own training. Slaughterhouse. So the battle space is like this. Look at the introduction. Compared to the slaughter space, it's quite interesting. Luo Feng and the other two stood at the counter of the slaughterhouse's great hall, looking at the video introduction on the screen. The slaughter space was specially made to serve one person. One could set up all sorts of opponents within. It was the best place to train. And the battle space was where true fighters battled against each other. The battle was between two true humans. And not virtual. And the consumption within the battle space was only 1/10 of the slaughter space. I'm a star level 1, I can only challenge opponents of the same level for now. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat in a corner of the slaughterhouse's great hall. A screen floated before them, on it were large amounts of opponents' strength introductions. To battle, one had to send out a request, and the opponent had to accept. Haha, 30, big brother. Look, this person actually calls himself the number 1 warrior, yet he's won 21 matches, lost 921, his evaluation is still 1 star. The battle space, one could casually give themselves a name. This was for some famous people and big figures to use to hide their identities and training. These types of consumption places, naturally the customers had their own needs, they had their own ways to accommodate them. I can only challenge people of the same level? Luo Feng's gaze immediately went past the evaluation none. 5 stars, looking at the evaluation 6 stars, 7 stars etc. opponents. The entire evaluation system, the highest evaluation was 9 stars, that was definitely an absolute warrior of the same level. This month, I've already reached the 5th level of control of the soaring shuttle. I'll choose a 7-star opponent and try it out. Luo Feng officially sent out a challenge request. This was Luo Feng's first time challenging someone of the same level and level. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, damn, I challenged a 6-star opponent, and he didn't even reply, ignoring me. Thunder God stared. My opponent ignored me too. Luo Feng said helplessly, Big brother, what about you? Big brother? Thunder God looked at Hong. Hong rubbed his nose, saying solemnly, I challenged a star traveler level 9 star, I feel I should be able to battle him. However, the challenge request was immediately rejected, the system said. As a 9-star warrior, the opponent has the authority to set it, only those at least 7 stars can challenge him. Luo Feng and Thunder God blinked. The three brothers, the first time they wanted to spar with someone, they were actually looked down upon. P.S. The first chapter has arrived, today is Saturday, however Tomato still has chapters, naturally he didn't dare rest. The first day of the new year. Brothers, vote your monthly votes. Rush to number 1. Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God were all very confident, hence they immediately challenged the strong warriors of the same level. That's not weird, who asked us to be newbies, with our ratings of none? Thunder God said helplessly, if we were strong warriors, in order to not waste time, we'd probably choose the higher rated ones to battle too. Right now, from what I see, we'd better start from scratch and make a name for ourselves. Start from none. Let's rush up the ratings first, then we'll be able to find a strong warrior to spar with. Even though Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were confident they could sweep away the 1 and 2 stars, they still had to take it one step at a time. Luo Feng, what name did you come up with? Thunder God asked. To hide one's identity within the battle space, one could come up with any name. Madman. Luo Feng said, and you? Martial God. Thunder God said. You're shameless enough. Luo Feng was speechless. Beside him Hong couldn't help but laugh. Luo Feng looked at him, Big brother, what about you? Assassin. Hong said casually. Back then Luo Feng had the nickname of Madman, and Hong was a killer before the Great Nirvana. As for Thunder God, this person used to be a training maniac, a training madman, daring to have the title of War God. That was crazy enough. Then let's begin. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God lowered their heads, sending out invitations to their opponents. All three of them sent out invitations to 1-star opponents. Your challenge, pass. Teleport to the battle space. The virtual universe system's notification appeared on Luo Feng's screen, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. This was his third challenge before he succeeded. He didn't expect the same level 1-star fighters to be so arrogant, disdaining to fight a newbie with a rating of none. The opponent he finally successfully challenged was called Blood Swordsman. Battle space. In an incomparably vast grass field, there was a black metal arena, about 10 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. A tall green-skinned man, carrying a long blade on his back stood in the arena, muttering, Madman? This opponent actually called himself Madman. Looks like there's a crazy element in his bones. TSK, trampling on a crazy person, feels the best. Newbie, let me teach you a good lesson. Nicknamed Blood Swordsman, 12 wins, 3 losses. In the arena, a black-haired young man wearing a black battle suit appeared out of thin air, stepping on the soaring shuttle. The battle suit and the soaring shuttle were both selected from the system. The battlefield dimension and the slaughter dimension allowed players to choose any weapon they wanted. As for the battle armor, they had to choose a battle armor of the same level. Hello. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the green-skinned youth. Very polite. You call me lunatic? Haha, just because you are very polite, I won't trample on you too badly. Blood Swordsman laughed. Blood Swordsman? You are my first opponent in the battle zone. If you accept my challenge, I will let you die a painless death. Luo Feng smiled, however his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty madness. Even though he had been massacring in the killing field space, he was able to vent the bloodthirsty urges he had been suppressing for so long. However, venting to his heart's content also caused this bloodlust to seep deeper into his bones. What an arrogant newbie. The Blood Swordsman laughed coldly. With a rumble, he rushed towards Luo Feng at 10 times the speed of sound. The high speed caused the air to explode far behind the Blood Swordsman. Luo Feng calmly floated in midair. Go. Luo Feng extended his hand and gently pointed at the Blood Swordsman. Xiao, The 30 golden engravings on the blades swiftly emitted golden threads, forming a golden swordfish. The swordfish was almost alive. With a twist of its tail in mid-air, with a slight movement, it drew a peculiar arc, easily brushing past the origin energy blade that the blood swordsman was trying to block, piercing right through his forehead. The blood swordsman's body flew a distance due to inertia. Simultaneously, he naturally fell downwards. Finally his body landed on the grass outside the arena. Xiao, a golden swordfish, swiftly flew back to Luo Feng's feet, merging into the soaring shuttle. Madman's first battle, victory. After madly studying the swordfish formation for a month in the slaughter dimension, battling over 10,000 times, I've already reached the 5th level of control of the soaring shuttle. Right now, using the 4th level of control is like using my own arm, nimble and nimble. Killing those of the same level, I'll definitely sweep through them. Luo Feng was very confident. This confidence wasn't without reason. Because, his consciousness amplification had reached 36. Among the star level 1 spirit readers, to be able to simultaneously control 36 weapons, even in the universe, he would be considered an absolute genius. Luo Feng's consciousness was strong because of the golden horned beast's powerful soul. Such a strong consciousness, and with the Yunmo planet's basic training, this soaring shuttle was created by his teacher, Hu Yanbo. Using the Yunmo planet's control methods made him like a fish in water. Not afraid of learning too much, just afraid of learning too much. Luo Feng's mastery of the soaring shuttle was indeed high. Dang! The golden swordfish's tail shook, immediately smashing onto the green blade, causing the spirit weapon to tilt and crash into the black arena, causing a small hole to appear in the arena, with sparks flying everywhere. And the golden swordfish took the opportunity to circle around the black-robed opponent's head, slicing it off. Madman's second battle, victory, Pucci. The golden swordfish pierced right through the opponent's chest, exploding in an instant. 30 blades shot out from various parts of the opponent's body, 3 of which shot out from the top of his head. Madman's third battle, victory. Woo, I've finally gotten a 1-star rating. Continue. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Thunder God wielded a thunder blade, releasing his domain around him, snakes of electricity circling him. A star level 1 with his own domain? When I first saw the information the system gave me, I couldn't believe it. There really isn't one, come on. Let me see just how strong a domain master is, said a one-eyed tall and skinny man who was rated as a 4-star domain master. He held a saber in his hand. You'll find out soon enough. Thunder God grinned, after killing you, I'll get a 3-star rating. Hong wielded a long black spear, silently standing in the arena. A Star Traveler level 9 domain warrior? Interesting, it's rare to meet one like this, come on. A short and sturdy youth, wielding a blade in each hand, his eyes red with excitement. Meeting a 6-star rated one in the third battle, very good. Hong nodded. Ever since the first 2 battles, when he revealed his domain, this line was automatically added to the system's information. He didn't expect that someone with a 6-star rating would take the initiative to challenge him. How could Hong refuse? Naturally, it was a battle. Within the arena, battles were extremely quick. It was very normal to fight hundreds of battles in a day. Of course, after losing a battle, many people would stop and reflect on the battle. Battle, defeat, reflection, comprehension, and battle again. This was a process that many people experienced. However, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, when they first started their crazy battles, they didn't lose a single battle. Especially Hong and Thunder God, as they had their own domains, they were challenged by higher-rated fighters. This caused their ratings to rise extremely quickly. After all, defeating a 6-star martial artist of the same level was more effective than defeating 101-star martial artists of the same level. About 3 hours later, within the Great Hall of the Killing Fields, Luo Feng and the other 2 sat together. Second brother, I haven't even fought to my heart's content, and you're already calling me out. Luo Feng looked unhappily at Thunder God. Every battle has to be serious, especially when they're getting stronger and stronger. I'm a little mentally tired, everyone rest. Thunder God smiled, beside him Hong nodded, I'm not too tired. I haven't felt anything yet. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, how many stars do you guys have? 6 stars. Thunder God said. 7 stars. Hong said. I'm only 3 stars. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I initiated the battles at the start, after that it was the higher-rated ones who challenged me. Thunder God laughed. Star level 1 domain warriors are very rare, hence many warriors want to spar with me. Me too. Hong said. Luo Feng laughed helplessly, understanding why Hong and Thunder God's ratings rose so high. Even though he killed quickly, most of them were low-rated opponents. Also, he didn't have anything that could attract high-rated opponents to challenge him. I'll drink a drink first, after a while, I'll continue to enter, I won't stop until I reach 6 stars. Luo Feng said, 6 stars, only then could one barely be considered a true warrior of the same level. Even for the same level fighters, in terms of strength exertion, awareness, experience, weapon usage techniques, realms etc., it would result in a huge difference in battle strength. Crazy. Luo Feng was crazy, battle after battle, causing his battle record to constantly change. 121 wins, 0 losses, 183 wins, 0 losses, 218 wins, 0 losses. This kind of record of not losing at all finally attracted the attention of some high-rated warriors, who began to battle Luo Feng. Because these hundreds of wins and 0 losses, it could very well be the first time a warrior entered the battleground space. There was a good saying, after spending a long time in the battleground space, as long as the battles continued, no one would dare say they could always maintain a perfect victory. The Black Dragon Mountain Island's killing fields, indeed gathered countless elites of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God's rapid rise in the battleground space, gradually attracting the attention of many. In the battleground space, if one spent money, others could watch the battles. Hence the more spectators, the more shocking the fee. Of course, even if it was a star level 1 fighter with a 9-star rating, the fee wouldn't be too shocking. After all, it was just a star level 1 fighter. If it was a domain lord or sector lord battle, then there would be more spectators. However, these star level battles, there would still be a few higher ups of the organizations watching occasionally, to see if they could recruit people into their own organizations. After all, geniuses had to be recruited early. If they were late, they would be snatched away by other organizations. Newell and Sean, I heard that your 100 Tiger building, isn't it gathering some elite disciples? Look, this young man who just appeared, he's definitely a first-class spirit reader genius. If you miss him, others will snatch him away. First class? Right, this young man's consciousness level is extremely high. A star level 1 with such a high consciousness level, it's simply unbelievable. Also, in terms of controlling spirit weapons, he's extremely high too. Look. In just 2 short days, he's already 822 wins and 1 loss, his rating, he's already 7 stars. Newell and Sean looked at the battle on the screen in front of him. Just as he was about to watch carefully, he noticed a person's face. Luo Feng? Newell and Sean looked, his original anticipation immediately vanished, his heart filled with displeasure. End of 2 chapters, first day of the month, everyone please don't lose your monthly votes, tomato number 3 has exploded. These 2 days I'll leave it to everyone, don't let the monthly votes fall apart, monthly votes, I'll spend however much you have. Newell and Sean's face was cold, looking at the screen in front of him playing the video, he didn't have any good feelings towards Luo Feng. Especially after he had arranged for someone to write a very enticing email and send it over, however Luo Feng didn't reply at all, this naturally made him furious. Seeing Luo Feng in the limelight, how could he be happy? Watching and watching, Newell and Sean revealed a shocked expression, looking at the big-nosed man sitting beside him. This is the genius you were talking about? In the video, Luo Feng was basically being trampled on, complete defeat. This is the video of the last match. The big-nosed man introduced, this youth called Madman, after losing this match, he hasn't fought again. The video of the last match? Newell and Sean's lips curled upwards, looking at the scene of Luo Feng being trampled on, his smile grew. Within the arena, it was completely empty. Luo Feng sat alone on the black arena, the soaring shuttle too fell beside him. How could it be like this? Couldn't even withstand a single blow? Completely couldn't withstand a single blow. She's just a fighter, not a spirit reader. A star level 1 fighter, with only a 6-star rating. Actually, my soaring shuttle actually couldn't resist her at all? Luo Feng's eyes were filled with pain. The scene before was like a nightmare. 822 wins. 1 loss, 822 consecutive wins. What kind of glory was that? What kind of spirit was that? Luo Feng had thought that he was an absolute genius amongst the star level 1 fighters, that not many could beat him. However, just now, meeting that dual blade wielding female fighter, he was basically being trampled on. This female fighter even gave him chances time and time again. Every time she could kill him, she let him go, consecutively letting him go at crucial moments 9 times, the last one slashing across his forehead. Death, in just one short battle, the opponent threw the fight 9 times in a row. Clearly, this female fighter was just playing. Her strength far exceeds Luo Feng's. Like an adult toying with a child, she threw the fight 9 times and killed Luo Feng on the last attack. I'm actually this weak? Am I that weak? Luo Feng gritted his teeth in pain. At this time, there were many challenge requests sent to Luo Feng, however he didn't even have the mood to fight anymore. His mind was filled with the scene from before. No matter how strong his swordfish formation was, under that female fighter's incomparably firm and sharp blade, it was slashed to the side. Left and right blades, flawless. How could he lose so badly? She was at the same level, and she was a martial artist. I can't believe. Luo Feng could accept defeat, but he couldn't accept such a crushing defeat. This crushing defeat told Luo Feng one thing. Just on this Black Dragon Mountain Island, there are many people stronger than him at the same level. Otherwise, how could someone of the same level trample on him so easily? In another battleground dimension, Thunder God was fighting a female martial artist dressed entirely in white. Thunder God's previous battle record was also very impressive. 691 wins, 3 losses, and his evaluation was 8 stars. Although he had failed 3 times, Thunder God did not care. After all, there were always winners and losers in a decisive battle. Most of the people who came to this battle were here to achieve a breakthrough. Failure was much more beneficial to a breakthrough than success, and because he had a domain, Thunder God's opponents were mostly 7, 8, or even 9 stars. Losing 3 battles was very normal. Break. Thunder God was in a state of madness, completely enveloped within the domain. The genetic energy blade in his hand became bolts of lightning. Dang. 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 Dang, a series of clashing sounds. The female warrior was dressed in white, looking clean and refreshing. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were cold. She held a sharp saber in her left and right hands. The 2 sabers floated in the air and unexpectedly blocked Thunder God's rapid slashes. However, in this incomparably fast battle, the white-cloaked female warrior's saber strangely passed through Thunder God's saber phantoms and swept past Thunder God's neck. His head flew into the air. Thunder God defeated Hong, dressed in a black battle uniform, wielding a silver long spear, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the opponent in front of him. Haha, satisfying. I fought 695 battles in a row. Compared to you, the other opponents are not even worth mentioning. I'm not worthy of being called an elite. Hong's words were automatically translated by the virtual assistant into the universe language. Opposite him stood a skinny man in a white robe. The man held a long sword in his hand and looked at Hong. I didn't expect to meet an opponent like you in the slaughterhouse battleground dimension. Again, the man said in a low voice. Xiao, his body charged forward like lightning, directly closing in on Hong. At the same time, the long sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it drew a strange arc, as though preparing to attack various parts of Hong's body. Ha 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 ha. Hong laughed heartily. The tip of the spear in his hand curled, as though it was creating a million waves, directly engulfing the opponent. At the same time, the concept of the spear merged into the dark domain, like a terrifying whirlpool in the darkness, directly swallowing the white-robed youth swordsman. The white-robed youth swordsman's long sword was incomparably clean, piercing into every part of the whirlpool. At the same time the lightning domain around him expanded. Rumble. The 2 clashed and separated, and then clashed again at lightning speed. Intense, Hong had fought 695 battles in a row before, and every one of them had been won easily. But this time, he had suddenly met a terrifying opponent. The two of them fought over 1,000 rounds. Obviously Hong's domain was stronger than his opponent's, but the opponent's incomparably accurate, fast and strange sword techniques were indeed extremely strong, causing the two of them to be evenly matched. After fighting for so long, neither of them made a single mistake. Rumble, the two of them stood separately on the arena, facing each other. Killer, you've won my respect. Let's call this a draw. The white-robed youth swordsman said. You've also won my respect. Hong's eyes were like stars as he stared at his opponent. I've trained hard in the killing field for a month, and my spear domain has improved again. Until now, I've never used this move. Now, I'll use this move, as a sign of respect to you. Hong's words were translated by the virtual assistant into an electronic voice. What? The white-robed youth swordsman's expression changed. This move, I call it this hatred never ends. After Hong finished speaking, the long spear in his hand trembled, and instantly, the long spear was like a huge dragon that fiercely shot out, bringing with it a whirlpool concept, causing the surrounding dark domain to become even denser, creating an unceasing tornado-like shockwave, with the tip of the spear as the tip. The white-robed youth swordsman's eyes narrowed, and the long sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning. Pooh! 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 Every sword strike was strangely just a hair's breadth away, brushing against the edge of the spear tip. The spear tip was incomparably strange and slippery, the entire air seemed to be affected by it, unable to block it at all. And even if the white-robed youth wanted to escape, he was enveloped by the domain, and his speed was inferior. He couldn't block it either. Poochie! The strange and terrifying spear tip pierced straight through the white-robed youth's forehead, coming out from the back of his head. This battle, Killer, Hong, Victory, ************* Killing Fields Great Hall. The blood-red ceiling of the Great Hall, black tables, ice-cold chairs. Luo Feng and Thunder God sat there, their moods extremely bad. I didn't expect you to meet her too. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. What, you met her too? Thunder God was shocked. Luo Feng nodded, that female fighter really. I'm not her match at all. She was completely toying with me, ravaging me. Her body quality is only at the star level 1, the same level as me, but she's actually so much stronger than me. My soaring shuttle, compared to her, is just a joke. Me too, I feel that she should have a domain, but she didn't even use it, and already injured me 9 times, killing me on the last one. Two. Thunder God laughed bitterly. On Earth. The two of them, one was a peerless genius, the other stood at the pinnacle of Earth, the founder of the Thunder Dojo. Who would have thought that one day, there would be someone of the same level as them, who could ravage and toy with them? Second brother, third brother, why did you call for me? A black-clothed Hong smiled, walking over in high spirits. Why does it seem like you two aren't in a good mood? We lost. Luo Feng shook his head. We lost very badly. Thunder God's expression was ugly too. Losing is a good thing. Hong sat on a chair beside, saying, only by losing can one discover one's weakness, only then can one improve. But we lost too badly. Luo Feng glanced at Hong. Big brother, you seem to be in a good mood? Haha, I met an opponent, a very strong one. Hong laughed as he glanced at Luo Feng and Thunder God. If the two of you were at the Star Traveler level 9, you probably wouldn't be his match. Extremely powerful. If it wasn't for this month of training in the killing field space, I wouldn't have been able to beat him this time. It's really satisfying to meet such an opponent. The killing fields, other than the lower cost, larger halls with higher human traffic. There were also some meditation rooms that had a high degree of privacy. Within one of the meditation rooms, a tall and sturdy man, his entire body green and black, sat on a sofa, looking at the screen before him. On the screen were 3 videos simultaneously, Luo Feng against the female fighter, Thunder God against the female fighter, Hong against the white-robed youth. The sturdy man's eyes lit up like never before. He stared hard at the third video. Hong against the white-robed youth. He's actually a level 3 domain? That last spear, the domain he unleashed, is definitely a level 3 domain. A Star Traveler level 9 punk, actually reaching a level 3 domain. The tall and sturdy man was incomparably excited. Suddenly, pa. 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 A knocking sound resounded. Enter. The tall and sturdy man said. The door opened. A white-robed female fighter with a serious expression, and a white-robed skinny youth swordsman walked in, closing the door, after which the white-robed female fighter bowed respectfully. Lord, mission complete. Very good, you can all leave the virtual universe and return. I've already sent the contribution points. The tall and sturdy man said. Yes. The white-robed female fighter and the white-robed youth became nothing. Obviously their consciousnesses had left the virtual universe and returned to reality. P.S. Monthly votes. Give it your all. Right now the monthly votes have fallen too much, brothers, rise. Killing Fields Great Hall. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat there discussing the 3 battles from before. It had to be said, the battle with the female fighter was indeed a huge blow to Luo Feng. He wasn't afraid of losing, the scary thing was losing so badly. This meant, he, Luo Feng, was still far from the pinnacle of the same level. There were definitely many stronger than him. Luo Feng saw a Killing Fields worker walking over from the corner of his eyes. Ah? Thunder God too looked around, there were only the 3 of them. He seems to be looking for us. Hong said softly. The Killing Fields worker was a skinny man with a sharp nose. He smiled and said, Sirs, upstairs there's a meditation room owner, please enter. Meditation room owner? Luo Feng was shocked, exchanging glances with Hong and Thunder God beside. The Great Hall was where many elites that had been specially nurtured rested and chatted. And the meditation room was an extremely private room. Many warriors would specially rent a meditation room for a long period of time, and the owners were usually at least universe levels. Unless it was a rare few with too much money. Lead the way. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God stood up. All right. The worker led the way, very quickly following the spiral staircase. They arrived at the 2nd level. The first level was an incomparably spacious great hall, the 2nd level was a quiet and beautiful maze. Within the maze were many meditation rooms, many universe-level warriors, even domain lords, and even sector lords high above, were all within. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, sector lords were the pinnacle of power, however normally sector lords were active in the virtual universe Ganwu continent, and not in the Black Dragon Mountain Islands. After all, there were too few sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. To be able to frequently meet in the virtual universe was even rarer. Naturally they were willing to go to the Ganwu continent. Over there, the strong were as numerous as the clouds. This is the room. The worker smiled as he stood in front of the door, gently knocking. Enter. A thick voice resounded. The door opened. The worker bowed respectfully. Sir, I brought the 3 guests. After which the worker left. Luo Feng and his 2 brothers carefully looked at the meditation room where an incomparably tall and sturdy man had already stood up. His entire body was green and black, almost like he was made of steel. The 3 of you, please come in, the burly man said. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God weren't afraid, immediately entering the meditation room. After entering the meditation room, the entire room seemed to light up. Luo Feng looked at the tall and sturdy man before him and was suddenly shocked. This tall and sturdy man was wearing a battle robe on his left chest and on it was a medal. The picture on the medal was 2 planets floating above a sea of blood. Universe 2-star mercenary. 2-star, oh my god, Luo Feng was completely shocked. To participate in the Universe 2-star mercenary exam, one of the requirements was to reach the domain lord level. Hence, among the Universe 2-star mercenaries, the lowest was a domain lord, or even a sector lord. An area lord. What sort of concept was that? For example, the Silver Blue Empire, the Kaluo Empire, and other low-level empires in the universe did not dare to provoke a domain lord. They were experts who could carve out an area and be the master of it, and they could even receive the recognition of the universe. If one were to say that the universe-level warriors could destroy Earth, they would need to attack it time and time again. In that case, a domain master would only need to strike the ocean with a single punch, causing a great flood, to drown the entire earth and cause a great extinction. This was a domain lord, an absolute existence that could make the low-level empires in the universe tremble. Back then, the master of Dragon Star was only a domain lord. And the one before them was even stronger than a normal domain lord. Greetings, Lord. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances and said respectfully at the same time. Respect for the strong, this was an accepted etiquette in the universe. I've been observing you for over a month. The tall and sturdy man looked at Luo Feng and the other two, revealing a smile. Ever since you entered the killing fields, you've been training here every day, not stopping for a single day, am I right? Luo Feng was shocked. He was at least a domain lord, observing the three of them for over a month. Luo Feng turned to look at Hong and Thunder God, they too were in shock. However, I don't understand why you've been staying in the killing fields. Occasionally being in the killing fields is fine, but staying there for long periods of time, that's just a waste of time. The tall and sturdy man looked suspiciously at Luo Feng and the other two. Waste of time? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What do you mean? Thunder God creased his eyebrows too. Hong looked silently at the man. Didn't your teachers tell you that the fastest way to evolve, the fastest way to improve, is to train in life and death situations? The tall and sturdy man asked curiously. This I understand. Thunder God said. Hong and Thunder God naturally understood. Earth's fastest generation of warriors was during the Grand Nirvana era, and during the Muya Crystal era. Back during the Grand Nirvana era, within a few short years, humanity went from being weak and small, to instantly producing large amounts of warriors, even to the Star Traveler level. And after a few decades, the Muya Crystal was discovered, producing a new batch of warriors. If you understand, why do you still stay in the killing fields? The tall and sturdy man asked. This is also a life and death battle, it's also incomparably difficult and dangerous. Thunder God said. Wrong, you're ridiculously wrong. The tall and sturdy man laughed, shaking his head. Looks like you don't have a teacher, or in other words, your teacher's standard is very low. Luo Feng and the other two listened carefully. For a domain lord to be able to speak to the three of them, it was their luck. Do you know why life and death battles allow one's power to rise so quickly? Comprehension fast? Evolution fast? Do you know the theory? The tall and sturdy man looked at the three. Luo Feng and the other two shook their heads, they really didn't understand the theory. The tall and sturdy man exclaimed, between life and death, there's great terror. Between life and death, there's limitless motivation. Just like facing a needle piercing your eye, you can't help but close your eyes, it's a conditioned reflex. Against a life and death situation, every cell in the body will struggle like a conditioned reflex, even the genetic material will accelerate and evolve. The terror between life and death will cause the body and even the soul to reach a pinnacle of evolution that humans can't achieve. In such a state, it's easier for a person to comprehend, evolve, and raise their power. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all held their breaths. This is a conditioned reflex. Or it could be called a life reflex. Against death, life will emit the deepest and most intense struggle. People train hard for decades and are unable to break through, maybe a life and death situation will allow them to break through. The tall and sturdy man looked at Luo Feng and the other two, between life and death, there's great terror, there's limitless power, this is why countless warriors risk their lives and enter life and death battles. Luo Feng muttered within, between life and death, there's great terror, there's limitless power? Hong and Thunder God too were deep in thought. Warriors. The warriors I'm talking about are universe levels, domain lords, sector lords, and even the legendary Undying. The tall and sturdy man emphasized, over 99% of them join the Universe Mercenary Alliance and go through life and death battles. The Battle Axe Coliseum, an incomparably cruel coliseum, every life and death battle, there's bound to be one side dying. Such a coliseum, yet it's so popular, is because, on the edge of life and death battles, it's the fastest way to evolve. The strong warriors in the universe, how many haven't walked through life and death battles? The tall and sturdy man looked at Luo Feng and the other two, that's why, I'm curious, why the three of you keep wasting time in the killing fields. Occasionally during these few days, it's considered training. However, the battles in the killing fields are training, there are teachers etc. Yet they're unable to achieve the results of life and death battles. Because, the killing fields and battlefields, even if you die, you can instantly revive. This is the virtual universe, there's no way for your life to feel the danger of death, naturally there's no way to evolve. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God completely understood. Why was it that after so many days, experiencing so many bloody battles, especially in the killing fields, the three of them had set up many strong warriors, causing them to be incomparably excited to kill. However, the three's body evolution rate was still the same as before. Hong was still a Star Traveler level 9, Luo Feng and Thunder God's bodies still hadn't improved. Maybe their techniques and experience had improved, but their bodies' foundations hadn't improved much. Right, there's no threat of death in the virtual universe, one doesn't feel any danger. After all, it's a virtual world, death can instantly revive. Of course there's no true fear, panic, fear, rage etc. Luo Feng thought, simultaneously shouting within, Babada. What are you shouting for? Within his consciousness, Babada said softly. Why didn't you tell me all this? Staying in the killing fields for long is a waste of time. Luo Feng raged. You can't blame me. You already have the golden horned beast's body, hence you don't have any bottlenecks at all, you can constantly improve until you reach the pinnacle of sector lords. Why go risk your life and death? Even though the evolution rate is faster, the death rate is very high. When your strength is higher, it's not too late to go. I'm fine, but what about big brother and second brother? Luo Feng asked. Them? Oh, without any life and death threats, the star level is already the peak. Babada said. The peak? Why didn't you say so earlier? Only then did Luo Feng understand, staying in the killing fields was a waste of Hong and Thunder God's time. The mission the master gave me was to nurture you. And not to nurture Hong and Thunder God. When your strength is higher, you can go risk your life and death, I'll remind you then. Anyway, Hong and Thunder God won't lose much. The nurturing plan, everything will be based on you. Babada said it very clearly this time. When Luo Feng was feeling guilty towards Hong and Thunder God. Life and death adventure? Hong and Thunder God's eyes gleamed. No wonder I haven't been able to break through and reach the star level. Hong said softly, life and death adventure, yes, that's the life that suits me. I've always felt that the peaceful days have no passion, my body feels weak, so that's why. Thunder God's eyes gleamed too. Third brother, are you prepared to go risk your life together? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. At this time, the tall and sturdy man standing beside smiled, life and death adventure, this is a journey that every strong warrior has to experience. Breaking through life and death barriers time and time again, surpassing yourself time and time again, this is the path of a strong warrior. However, before this, I have to remind you all of one thing, the importance of the body's foundation. Different bloodlines have different evolution rates. Some people evolve easily in life and death situations, some people in life and death situations, the difficulty of evolution is much higher than others. Some races, when they mature, can reach the star level, even the universe level, even the domain lord. This is the bloodline. Look, this is the list, it divides the human bloodline into 10 levels, you all first take a look, which level your bloodline is roughly at, maybe I can help you all on your path of evolution, take fewer detours. The tall and sturdy man smiled and said, pointing to the screen, a list appeared on the screen. Monthly votes, dropping to such a level, I'm speechless. Monthly votes, just where are they, does anyone still have them? Really, everyone, please vote for Tomato, tomorrow, 3rd, I will work hard. Luo Feng turned to look, Hong and Thunder God too were staring intently. The human race in the universe is incomparably huge, with tens of millions of races, they can be roughly split into these 10 classes. The tall and sturdy man pointed at the screen and smiled. Luo Feng looked carefully, the list was extremely clear. First rank human bloodline, reaching the region lord at adulthood was the first rank. Human bloodline 2nd grade, reaching the universe level at adulthood, 2nd grade. The 3rd and 4th grades were all stellar level at adulthood. The 5th and 6th grades were all planetary states at adulthood. The 7th and 8th grades would be apprentices at adulthood. The ninth and 10th grades were all mediocre at adulthood. However, based on cultivation talent and other factors, the probability of a race producing a powerful expert was divided into the ninth and 10th grades. "What is your race's bloodline?" the burly man asked. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. According to the description on the list, the bloodline of the Earth's humans was considered the ninth level. After all, the majority of the Earth's humans who had reached adulthood didn't make the cut. However, according to Luo Feng's plan, with large amounts of purple light drink, he believed that in 100 years, the humans of Earth would be able to reach the 8th grade bloodline. 9th grade. Luo Feng looked at the tall and sturdy man. 9th grade? The tall and sturdy man looked shocked at Luo Feng, before looking at Hong and Thunder God in disbelief. "Yes, level 9, Hong said. "So what if I'm in the 9th rank? We can still break through by ourselves," Thunder God said. The tall and sturdy man laughed. His laughter was deep and hearty, continuous. "That's not what I meant, I'm just very surprised. A 9th grade bloodline race, actually able to produce 2-star level 1 warriors, and a star traveler level 9, this is rare, really rare." A 9th grade bloodline meant that one's foundation was low, and it would be very difficult for one to achieve great things. "I admire you very much," the burly man said. "And congratulations." "Congratulations?" Luo Feng and the other two were curious. "Yes, your race's bloodline is relatively low, which makes it very difficult for you to break through and evolve. It's much more difficult than breaking through with high-grade bloodlines. But at the same time, if you use the evolution catalyst to improve your bloodline, it will be easier to improve your own bloodline," the burly man said. "Evolution catalyst? Bloodline evolution catalyst?" A shocked cry resounded within Luo Feng's consciousness. "Babada, why are you so shocked?" Luo Feng communicated mentally. "Luo Feng, the person talking to you is definitely from a superpower. The bloodline evolution catalyst was definitely a restricted product in the universe. If one didn't have a certain status, they wouldn't even have a channel to purchase it. Only by spending thousands of times more money can you buy a bloodline evolution catalyst." Babada said, "Think of a way to get the bloodline evolution catalyst from him, that's definitely a top-notch item." "Evolution catalyst? What does it do?" Hong asked. "Isn't our cultivation for the sake of evolution?" Thunder God looked at the burly man in front of him, puzzled. The burly man smiled. "Let me put it this way. The process of ordinary human cultivation is like building a house. Bloodline was the foundation of a house. A poor bloodline represented a poor foundation. When people with poor bloodlines cultivate, they are constantly building tall buildings on top of their poor foundations. As the buildings get taller and taller, they naturally have to strengthen their foundations again and again to make the buildings taller and taller. But the higher the building, the more troublesome it is to strengthen the foundation. And for those with strong bloodlines, it means their foundations are very good. They can easily build up to a 100-story building and directly become a domain lord. There won't even be any obstacles. The bloodline evolution catalyst, its use is to change your bloodlines. It's equivalent to changing your foundations in one go. From a poor foundation, it'll instantly become an intermediate foundation. This will make your building process much easier in the future. Do you understand?" The burly man smiled. Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong all understood. The bloodline evolution catalyst is unable to directly increase one's strength. However, it can make your future training much faster and easier. The burly man smiled. Of course, this bloodline evolution catalyst isn't sold in any of the shops or other places. As the cost of creating the bloodline evolution catalyst is very high, and there aren't many of them, naturally they won't be sold. Unless someone offers a shocking price, only then will they sell a portion. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God weren't idiots. An absolute warrior that was at least a domain lord had told them so much and even mentioned the bloodline evolution catalyst. "Do you know who developed the bloodline evolution catalyst?" the burly man asked. "No idea." Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God shook their heads. "Virtual Universe Company." The burly man said directly, "In the human world of the universe, the Virtual Universe Company with the strongest technology." This bloodline evolution catalyst was developed by them. Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng. Understood. The Virtual Universe Company's network, it allowed anyone in the infinite universe to instantly enter the network and communicate with friends. What kind of technology was that? And the most shocking thing was, the Virtual Universe network, not only did it exist in the actual universe, it also existed in the dark universe. It was even more shocking. The network, constantly traversing through the universe. What kind of technology was that? It was incomprehensible, profound and unfathomable. Haha, I haven't introduced myself yet. The burly man smiled. I'm the Virtual Universe Company, stationed in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Black Dragon Mountain Department, an external manager Mingyu. You can call me Mr. Mingyu or Lord Mingyu. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng and the other two bowed. Luo Feng, however, was shocked within. My God, Babata was right, this burly man indeed had a huge power backing him. The Virtual Universe Company, this was one of the 5 great leviathans of the human world, much stronger than the Ganwu Universe Country. Even the Yunmo Planet Master, before the Virtual Universe Company, was just an ant. After all, even the Yunmo Planet Master didn't dare mess with the Ganwu Universe Country. And the Virtual Universe Company was spread across large amounts of universe countries. What kind of power was that? A department in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, sending out an external manager, was at least a domain lord being. Powerful. It made one's heart tremble. So Lord Mingyu is from the Virtual Universe Company. Thunder God praised. The tall and sturdy Mingyu smiled. He too felt proud of this. Originally, the troops of the 5 great leviathans would naturally have a sense of superiority. This bloodline evolution catalyst was created by our Virtual Universe Company. The tall and sturdy Mingyu smiled. However, the bloodline evolution catalyst is a restricted item, very little of it circulates outside. Even if one has the ability to buy it outside, the price would be terrifyingly high. However, if one were to join our Virtual Universe Company, to the internal members, especially the absolute elites, we can even provide them for free. Free? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were stunned. Rich and overbearing, this Virtual Universe Company was indeed rich and overbearing. Right, in terms of wealth, who could compare to the Virtual Universe Company? For example, in the Slaughterhouse's slaughter space, a Sector Lord Level 1 Spirit Reader would spend 3.5 billion Ganwu dollars a day. Just how shocking was the wealth of the Virtual Universe Company? They didn't even dare to think about it. The Yunmo Planet Master probably couldn't even compare to a strand of hair on their thighs. Yes. Free. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at Luo Feng and the other two, his eyes gleaming. Our Virtual Universe Company has been searching for geniuses and elites from the many universe countries, and the 3 of you can be considered geniuses. Your consciousness strength is really very strong, star level 1, your consciousness amplitude has exceeded 36. Luo Feng blushed with shame, his consciousness strength was strong because of the golden horned beast. You two are not bad, star level 1 with a domain. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at Thunder God. The 2 of you can be considered level 3 elites. The tall and sturdy man finally looked at Hong, his eyes gleaming. Of course the most powerful is you, a star traveler level 9, not only with a domain, you've reached level 3. 2, your comprehension, it's simply too shocking. You can be considered a level 1 elite, you can be considered a seed elite. Luo Feng was speechless. Relying on the golden horned beast's powerful consciousness strength, he was actually only considered a level 3 elite. Before, I've arranged for 2 people to battle with you. The tall and sturdy man pointed at the screen, on it appeared 3 videos, one of the white-robed female fighter and the white-robed youth. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God weren't surprised at all. They had guessed that the 2 powerful people that suddenly appeared were arranged by the person before them. She belongs to our Virtual Universe Company's special elite. And he is a level 2 elite. The tall and sturdy man explained. Special elite? Luo Feng and Thunder God stared at the white-robed female fighter in the video. Even the Star Traveler level 9, with a level 3 domain, Hong was only judged as a level 1 elite. And this female fighter before them was actually judged as a special elite. No wonder when this female fighter fought with Thunder God and himself, it was as easy as playing. The universe is vast, there are countless countries like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Geniuses, of course there are even more. Our company nurtures seedlings, they are divided into special, level 1, level 2 and level 3, these 4 levels are just the divisions of our Black Dragon Mountain department. If it were the main company, the divisions would be even stricter. The tall and sturdy Mingyu said. These words made Luo Feng and Thunder God completely stunned. In the Black Dragon Mountain department, the two of them were considered the bottom? Don't be discouraged, to be judged as a genius by our company, even the lowest level 3 elite. Amongst the fighters and spirit readers, they're top-notch. The tall and sturdy Mingyu consoled them, as long as you're willing to join the Black Dragon Mountain department. Oh right, I still don't know your names. Luo Feng. Hong. Thunder God. Luo Feng and the other two didn't hesitate, these 3 names weren't taboo. To a huge entity like the Virtual Universe Company, they probably already had their names and information. Luo Feng and Thunder God, the moment you two join, you'll get a bloodline evolution catalyst for free, and Hong, he'll get an S-type bloodline evolution catalyst. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at the 3, are you willing to join our Virtual Universe Company? P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. After a long ride home, they hadn't eaten dinner yet. However, Tomato was finally free, he would work hard to write. This was the first chapter, today's goal was to write 4 brothers, monthly votes. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Lord Mingyu, I have a question. Hong looked at the tall and sturdy man before him, if we join the Virtual Universe Company, what do we need to do, what are our duties? In the beginning, you were weak, and the company was nurturing you. Therefore, the management was very strict. You must obey the company's orders, go through training, go through life and death trials, etc. However, as your strength increases, your freedom and authority will continue to expand. Universe level, domain lord, sector lord, the stronger you are, the more freedom you have, you only need to do some things at the crucial moment. Mingyu said directly. Luo Feng and the other two hesitated. Strictly monitored, Hong and Thunder God were the founders of martial arts dojos. How could they endure the strict management of others? If they are weak, can't they move freely during the period of nurturing? Hong asked. Luo Feng and Thunder God looked at the tall and sturdy man before them. There's a holiday, a prescribed holiday. The burly man said solemnly, the period of nurturing those who are weak is very strict. You must understand this. Vacation? With the Virtual Universe Network, we can meet and chat with family and friends, actually holidays don't have much meaning. Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng all shook their heads. Unacceptable, training period? Maybe the entire star level, in the Virtual Universe Company, was designated as a nurturing period. Over 100 years or even longer, it was strictly managed. Luo Feng and the other two couldn't accept it. Huh? Mingyu frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. He couldn't stand the strict management, he had encountered such situations many times. As an external manager, he often invited geniuses to join his Virtual Universe Company. However, since they were geniuses, there were powers that tried to rope them in. Most of these geniuses were arrogant and unruly. How could they be willing to be under strict management for a long period of time? Thus, there were many who refused. But, the important members of the Virtual Universe Company had to go through strict management, brainwashing etc. We cannot accept it, Hong said. Oh, of course. Mingyu smiled, what I said earlier was internal members. Our Virtual Universe Company is split into internal and external members. Internal members have many benefits, and the management is stricter. As for the external members, they had more freedom, but the benefits were much less. They are far inferior to the internal members. For example, I am an external deacon. Mingyu laughed, if you guys become external members, although you won't be able to obtain the evolution catalyst for free, you can still purchase the evolution catalyst. If you buy the first set, you can enjoy the low price. The price for a second set is higher. An ordinary external member can only buy 3 sets at most. How much? Luo Feng asked. Bloodline Evolution Catalyst, buying the first portion, price is 100 million Ganwu dollars. If it's the second one, it would cost a high price of 1 billion Ganwu dollars. Mingyu said, bloodline evolution catalysts are very rare in the outside world. Only those with heaven-defying methods would be able to get their hands on them. The price is also very exaggerated. At the same time, the virtual universe company strictly forbids you from selling the evolution catalysts, if you are discovered to be secretly selling them. Die. Mingyu said casually. Luo Feng immediately gave up on selling it. These are some of the rules for becoming an external member of our virtual company. Take a look and see if you can accept them. The tall and sturdy man, Mingyu, pointed at the screen. Immediately, a large number of rules appeared on the screen. 5 minutes later. Welcome to the Virtual Universe Company. Right now you are all external members of our Virtual Universe Company, Black Dragon Mountain Department, temporarily under my control. If there's anything you can send me a message. The tall and sturdy Mingyu smiled. Yes, Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God bowed slightly. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Xianxia returned to his residence, 9-star bay on the Black Dragon Mountain Island. External members really have a lot of freedom. They actually allow us to join normal organizations, even allowing us to join the Ganwu Dojo. That's unbelievable. Thunder God walked along the cobblestone path of the lake, exclaiming in shock, they only forbid us from joining the Battle Axe Dojo and other powers from other universe countries. The Virtual Universe Company's warrior department was split into internal and external. The internal was the most loyal, and also the most important part of the Virtual Universe Company. They were absolutely forbidden from joining other powers. The external was much more relaxed. For example, a sector lord of the Ganwu Dojo, upon receiving an invitation, could join the Virtual Universe Company's external department. Usually when there were important battles or matters, they could let the external members fight for them. Usually, there weren't many restrictions on the external members, as long as they didn't join other superpowers of the same level. The Virtual Universe Company doesn't even put the Ganwu Dojo in their eyes. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, joining the Virtual Universe Company, Luo Feng, I originally wanted you to borrow the Ganwu Dojo's power. However, if you can have a high enough position in the Virtual Universe Company's external department, that's still impressive. That's still incredible. Babata was very excited. Big brother, second brother, do you have enough money to buy the evolution catalysts? Luo Feng asked. Enough. We still have enough. Hong and Thunder God said. Luo Feng felt helpless within, the main thing was that his funds were indeed tight. Because of the large amounts of metals that were 89 times faster, madly swallowing them to evolve his internal world, he believed he would be able to break through to the universe level in less than a year's time. The universe level golden horned beast required 100 or even 1,000 times more expensive. His own money, calculating, he didn't have enough. Back then, that teacher of mine probably didn't expect his disciple to have a golden horned beast body. The golden horned beast, it really is a gold-consuming cave. Luo Feng thought within. Third brother, after discussing with the external department, I've decided to prepare to go to the Universe Mercenary Alliance to sign up. Hong's eyes gleamed, even though I'm still unable to take the trainee exam, however. I can't hold it in any longer. Me too. Thunder God licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a wild glint, dancing on the edge of life and death. Only these days are exciting. You all. Luo Feng was stunned. Third brother, are you coming or not? Hong asked. Shall we go together? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Among the fighters of Earth, how many of them were cowards? Go, of course we'll go together. Luo Feng said. Haha. Thunder God laughed loudly. Brother. Hong patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng looked at his two big brothers whose hearts were already burning with passion, thinking within, adventure? Yes, I too want to adventure. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade is indeed wonderful. Back then in the wilderness, battling with the monsters to the death, that kind of feeling made one's heart skip a beat. If big brother and second brother really meet with danger he can't defend against, I can also release the golden horned beast body and save them. Luo Feng thought. The existence of the golden horned beast had to be kept a secret. However, if he met with danger he couldn't defend against, he would definitely release the golden horned beast. Killing Field's Great Hall. An incredibly old green-skinned old man sat in the corner of the Great Hall, holding a cup of water. That wrinkled forehead was raised, his muddy eyes occasionally looking around. He was the person in charge of the Black Dragon Mountain Islands Killing Fields. Man Luo, a rather famous old man here. At this time, the tall and sturdy Ming Yu swiftly walked over, immediately arriving before the green-skinned old man. Lord. Ming Yu said softly. How is it? The green-skinned old man's muddy eyes looked at him. Ming Yu lowered his head respectfully. Lord's guess is very accurate, the three of them aren't willing to join the inner circle, only joining the outer circle. And that Hong is indeed very powerful, Star Traveler level 9, Domain level 3. Domain level 3? The green-skinned old man's eyes gleamed, his originally muddy eyes suddenly became extremely clear, almost as though they were filled with endless wisdom, able to see through one's soul. Before this old man, this Universe 2-star mercenary Ming Yu was incomparably respectful, that was purely from the bottom of his heart. Very good. The green-skinned old man smiled and nodded, his eyes regaining their muddy look. To be able to discover a level 1 elite, that's not bad. After all, special elites, that's something that can only be discovered and not sought. Such a genius, indeed, cannot be forced, to be able to join the outer circle is already not bad. Let them develop on their own. Yes. Ming Yu said respectfully. The so-called inspection of Luo Feng and the other two, the so-called observation for a month, these were all orders from Lord Man Luo. He, Ming Yu himself, actually wouldn't have the time to leisurely observe Luo Feng and the other two for a month. Earth. Spring was warm and the flowers were blooming. In China's Yangzhou city, a C9 grade dark blue triangular universe ship floated in the air above the castle. This was the ship Luo Feng and the others had just bought, spending 11 billion Black Dragon dollars. To the current Luo Feng and the others, this indeed wasn't a huge sum. After all, the planet's defense system alone cost Luo Feng tens of times more than the ship. Don't cry, Daddy is only going out, and we can still meet in the virtual universe. Come, be good, give Daddy a kiss. Luo Feng half squatted in front of his two sons. The two very cute and handsome boys kissed Luo Feng fiercely a few times on his cheeks, hugging him tightly, seemingly reluctant to part. Son. Luo Hong patted Luo Feng's shoulder. I won't say much. Take care of your safety outside. Right, where's Luo Hua? Luo Feng looked around. Zhen Nan, who had come to send them off, said, Luo Hua, these few days, his financial investments have been extremely tense. Right now it's trading time, he doesn't dare relax at all. Hence, he told me to tell you, when we return to the virtual universe, I'll apologize to you. This punk. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Luo Feng said his goodbyes to his family. Beside him, Hong's and Thunder God's families also sent them off. After which, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God brought their two slaves and boarded the universe ship. Who? The dark blue triangular universe ship slowly rose into the air, under the watchful eyes of the three families. It swiftly flew into the atmosphere and disappeared from their field of vision. P.S. The second chapter is here. Tomato. Continue writing the third chapter. The universe ship flew for about 8 hours in the dark universe, passing through the universe and arriving at Bailon Star, 11,800 light-years away from Earth. Bailon Star North, extremely cold region. A C9 grade dark blue universe ship landed in front of the castle in the center of the warehouse. The castle guards immediately came forward to welcome them. We'll first stay on Bailon Star for 3 days. The virtual universe company will need about 3 days before they can send the bloodline catalyst over. Luo Feng immediately jumped down from the cabin door, stepping on the thick snow. Crunching sounds could be heard. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God jumped down too, walking beside Luo Feng. Luo Feng was dressed in a blood-red armor, his waist belt tied tight, his armor fluttering in the cold wind. Thunder God was dressed in a white armor, Hong was dressed in a black armor. Of which Luo Feng and Hong's armor were made from the cloud contact vine, only Thunder God had specially bought a level 2 genetic energy armor. That external department Mingyu, he bragged about the bloodline catalyst so much, who knows if it's true or not. Thunder God muttered, in the virtual universe network, I can't even find any information about the bloodline catalyst. Then your authority is not enough. Luo Feng smiled, searching for information in the virtual universe network. With our normal identities, finding some unimportant, unclassified, public information is very easy. However, some restricted information requires a high enough level of authority to view it. TSK, levels are everywhere. Thunder God shook his head. What places don't have levels? The rich and the poor, those in power and normal people. Hong smiled indifferently. On the evening of the third day on Bailon Star, due to the reflection of the snow, the sky was still relatively bright. A disc-shaped dark gray universe ship didn't even stop at the planet's docking bay, instead flying straight to Luo Feng's warehouse base. On this universe ship, there was a huge virtual universe logo representing its identity. Rumble, the ship stopped. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God stood on the snow, raising their heads and looking at the ship. While the cabin door opened, 3 men and women dressed in black armor. The leading lady was carrying a briefcase, the other 2 followed beside her, directly flying out from the cabin door, landing in front of Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. The leading lady wore black glasses. As she looked at Luo Feng and the other 2, her glasses flashed a string of data that only she could see. Identity confirmed. The transaction can be completed. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, these are your bloodline evolution catalysts. The white-skinned, cold-faced lady immediately opened the suitcase. Within it were 3 colorful syringe-like tubes filled with colorful liquids. With a gotcha sound, she closed the suitcase and handed it to Luo Feng and the other 2. Thank you. Luo Feng extended his hand to receive it. The 3 men and women immediately turned and flew into the universe ship. In a few seconds, the ship took off and rushed into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and leaving Bailon Star. Bloodline evolution catalyst. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at the briefcase. Go, let's go in. Luo Feng shouted. Haha, I can't hold it in any longer. Thunder God's eyes lit up. Luo Feng and the other 2 each took a portion of the bloodline evolution catalyst and entered their own training rooms. Bloodline evolution catalyst. Luo Feng looked at the colorful liquid in the long needle in his hand. This liquid was incomparably beautiful, so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Begin. Without hesitation. He immediately took off the cap of the needle and pierced it into his skin. Slowly pushing it out, the colorful liquid within the needle began to seep into Luo Feng's body. Almost like a crazy cancer cell, it began to madly devour every cell in Luo Feng's body. The pain of being sliced by 1,000 knives rushed into his mind. Damn. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and curled up on the ground. His teeth were clenched tightly, making noises. His gums were bleeding and fresh blood flowed out from the edges of his lips. It really hurts. Luo Feng, bear with it. This thing changes your bloodline, from the deepest part, it is indeed very painful. Bear with it, just bear with it and it will be fine. Babata consoled. How much longer? Luo Feng felt his consciousness trembling. Very quickly, not even an hour. Babata said. An hour? Luo Feng could only grit his teeth and endure. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure. Luo Feng didn't hear any howls from the 2 training rooms beside him. Obviously Hong and Thunder God were also enduring the immense pain. HM. Luo Feng's nose emitted a painful groan. And within his body, every single cell in Luo Feng's body had become a battlefield. Whether it was his muscle cells, bone cells etc., they were all in battle. The evolution of the human bloodline, according to logic, was a long and gradual process. And the bloodline evolution catalyst was developed by the Virtual Universe Company to speed up this fundamental evolution catalyst. The cost of each one was very high. Within the training room, Luo Feng laid on the ground with his arms spread wide open. His clothes were all wet and stuck to his body, showing off his incomparably strong and muscular body. At the same time, his entire being was extremely tired as he laid there without moving. So tired. Too tired. My entire body has completely dispersed. I don't even want to move a finger right now. Luo Feng's consciousness said to Babata. However, there's a comfort that comes from the bones. It's really very comfortable. The bloodline evolution process is definitely painful. However, after the evolution, it's naturally very comfortable. This process actually consumes a large amount of your own life force. You should hurry and use the Muya crystal. It contains a large amount of life force and is a treasure that can accelerate the evolution process. It's best if you use it now. Babata said. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Inform my big brother and second brother to use the crystal. Luo Feng ordered. Babata used his communicator to inform Hong and Thunder God. Within Bailan Star, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were all immersed in their training. One Muya crystal contained a shocking amount of energy. Normally, Luo Feng would only need to spend a little bit of time every day to completely fill up his body. And today, after going through the bloodline evolution, his starving body was madly absorbing the Muya crystal's energy. It's incomparably beautiful. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, holding a Muya crystal in his hand. Large amounts of life force energy madly entered his body. Every single cell that had just undergone a fundamental change was incomparably hungry as they madly swallowed the energy. They were all too hungry. Every bit of energy that entered his body was immediately swallowed. This absorption process continued on and on. Roughly 23 hours later, the Muya crystal was completely absorbed. Luo Feng took out another Muya crystal. The process of absorbing the Muya crystal's energy was also part of Luo Feng's body's evolution. As his body continued to evolve and grow stronger, naturally, Luo Feng's ability to absorb spirit energy also increased. Large amounts of pure spirit energy entered his consciousness from his original life core, causing the spirit energy in his consciousness to increase. Rumble, the blood-red psychic power surged like the waves of the sea of blood. Then, it gathered crazily and formed a huge blood ball. It kept expanding and contracting, as if there was only one blood ball in the entire world. With the final contraction, the entire sea of consciousness rumbled and a dazzling miniature star was formed. Along with the original miniature star. In his consciousness, the new star revolved around the old star. The old star also revolved slightly, forming a twin star structure. Chi-Chi and even purer spirit energy, after being purified by the two stars, was like a thin mist that permeated the entire consciousness. At the same time, the void pagoda in his consciousness also began to transform. Star Level 2, Luo Feng's body had already stepped from the Star Traveler Level 7 to the Star Traveler Level 8. His spirit energy had already stepped into the Star Traveler Level 2, *********** 1 day later. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light, swiftly flying through the northern region of Bailan Star. His terrifying speed even caused the hard snow below to split apart, forming a ravine. A frozen snow mountain was madly pierced through by a golden swordfish, after which it exploded, large amounts of snow falling down. Awesome! Luo Feng stood in mid-air, watching the snow mountain collapse, extremely carefree. Third brother. Third brother. Two voices resounded from the distance. They're here. The soaring shuttle beneath Luo Feng's feet drew an arc, flying like lightning into the distance. In the distance, two men stood in the snow, one dressed in black and the other in white. It was Hong and Thunder God. The current Hong and Thunder God were in high spirits. They had just used the bloodline evolution catalyst and were reminded by Luo Feng to use the Muya crystals. The two of them immediately used them. At this time, the effects were the best. Hong indeed broke through the barrier and reached the Star Level 1. And Thunder God took the opportunity to reach the Star Level 2. However, such an opportunity was hard to come by. The bloodline evolution catalyst was only effective once. The second use would have almost no effect. However, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were very satisfied. After all, the bloodline evolution catalyst's most important effect was allowing their future evolution path to be even faster. Third brother. Hong smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng descended, landing on the snow. Third brother, big brother, and I are thinking of applying for the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam. What do you think? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam? Luo Feng froze. That's right, Big Brother is now a star level 1, he can take the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam. This Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam is one of the many exams of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Back then his good brothers Harua and Bulemu went to take the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam. This entrance exam is to eliminate those who aren't suited for this life and death path. The method of elimination is mostly death. Only if you're lucky can you keep your life. Hence, this mercenary trainee exam has a high death rate. It's famous. Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam? Luo Feng muttered. How was it? Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. When are you preparing to leave? Asked Luo Feng. Of course, the sooner the better. Thunder God couldn't help but say, of course. Before this, let's first take a good look at the Virtual Universe Network, what we have to take note of during the Mercenary Trainee Exam. P.S. Chapter 3 has arrived. Tomato continued writing Chapter 4 Brothers, Monthly Votes. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat around a stone table with a floating screen in front of them. On the screen were large amounts of information regarding the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam. The Universe Mercenary Trainee Exams are all conducted in this Sector Lord's world. In the Sector Lord's world, other than the dangers of the world itself, the greater danger comes from the other participants of the exam. Robberies can happen at any time, and other people can steal the items you obtain. Luo Feng read the information and frowned. Participating in the trainee exam, if you're a star level 2 or 3 stage newbie, it's best to find a star level 8 or 9 stage to form a team. That way, you'll at least have the ability to resist or escape from a robbery. Never, ever go in with just a few star level 1 or 2 stage newbies. Even if you're lucky and get the items, they'll still be robbed. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God finished reading the information and exchanged glances, speechless. So the most dangerous ones are actually the other participants of the mercenary trainee exam. Thunder God shook his head helplessly. The human heart is the hardest to predict, emphasized Hong. Fortunately, we brought 2 servants with us. Even though Luo Feng felt the heavy pressure, he wasn't too nervous. Because when he left, to prevent any trouble, Luo Feng brought along 2 star level 9 slaves. One had to know, he had bought a group of star level 9 slaves. Of these 2, one was a spirit reader and the other was a fighter. They were 2 of the most outstanding ones. These group of star level 9 stage slaves were all taught some basic training techniques by Luo Feng. Since they were slaves, they naturally weren't afraid of betrayal, so Babata didn't stop them. Find a star level 8 or 9 stage to form a team, laughed Thunder God. Haha, luckily we have 2 powerful helpers. Yeah, we don't need to find a team anymore, laughed Hong. Team up. There's no law to protect them, so they naturally can't trust each other 100%. Preventing someone from stabbing you in the back is very tiring. Luo Feng and the other 2 were lucky to have 2 star level 9 stage slaves. This way, they can form a team of 5, and the team is incomparably united. In the vast universe, normally, people of the same race or from the same hometown would have deep feelings for each other. After all, there were too many human races in the universe, and the number of planets was uncountable. Daddy, what are you looking at? Luo Hai, a boy in a battle suit, skipped over. I'm busy, come, give Daddy a kiss. Luo Feng laughed as he ran over and hugged his son. That night, Luo Feng and the others sat in a universe ship and left by Lone Star. The first adventurer's identity had to be done in the Universe Mercenary Alliance in the real world. Only with an adventurer's identity could one take the trainee mercenary exam. Luo Feng's destination was Dragon Star. 10 days later. On Dragon Star, the Universe Mercenary Alliance's encampment was like a city. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and 2 star level 9 stage bodyguards entered. There sure are a lot of people. Luo Feng praised. It's a sea of people. Thunder God was also dazzled. Large amounts of people entered the Universe Mercenary Alliance, over 80% of them were here to register as adventurers. Luo Feng and the other 4 were also in the crowd, lining up with the other human races to register as adventurers. After around an hour, it was finally done. Adventure card, this is an adventure card? Thunder God looked at the card in his hand. Don't lose it, it's very troublesome to make a new one, laughed Luo Feng. Let's go, we'll go apply for the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam. The number of people registering for the Adventurer exam was the highest. And the number of people registering for the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam was much lower, so Luo Feng and the others didn't need to line up at all. Star Level 2 Stage Spirit Reader, Star Level 2 Stage Fighter, Star Level 1 Stage Fighter, Star Level 9 Stage Fighter, Star Level 9 Stage Spirit Reader. You all meet the requirements for the Mercenary Trainee exam. Please pay 10,000 Black Dragon dollars each. Very good. These are the details of your exam, take a look yourselves. After swiping Luo Feng and the others' adventure cards, their numbers have already entered the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam system. They can go and take the exam. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the others found a bar beside them and entered. After randomly ordering some drinks, they immediately started to carefully read the exam mission. Entered Sunlan Star Sector Lord's World, obtained 3 wind corner stones and a horned iron rhino horn. After that, hand them over to the Universe Mercenary Alliance workers guarding the exit of the Sector Lord's World. This means that you've passed the Mercenary Trainee exam. From now on, you're a qualified Universe Mercenary Trainee. The exam mission has the purpose of testing. Unlike normal adventures, this mission is to eliminate a large group of people. It definitely won't be easy, muttered Thunder God, and then laughed. Wind cornerstone, horned iron rhino horn? When people spend money to buy it, they can just say that they got it themselves, right? Look here, Luo Feng flipped to the 6th page of the exam explanation. The wind cornerstone is a type of stone that only exists in the Sector Lord's world. It contains the attributes of that world. And the ferocious beast, the horned iron rhino, which is raised in the Sector Lord's world, has a mark left on its horn by the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Every time the mission is completed, the exam item will be taken back even if someone brings it out. The Universe Mercenary Alliance is extremely strict. Once they find out that someone cheats, they'll immediately cancel their chance to take the exam forever. And the person who sells it, they'll directly kill them. Luo Feng, Hong Chang, and the 2 bodyguards were discussing the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam mission. 5 gentlemen, 5 sirs. An incomparably skinny man with big ears approached with a face full of smiles. 5 sirs are preparing to take the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam, right? Luo Feng and the others looked over. The Black Dragon Mountain Star Field's trainee exams are all conducted in the Sector Lord's world on Sunlan Star. I have a detailed map of that world, as well as the experiences of many seniors who completed the trainee exam, said the man in a low voice. With this, your chances of success will at least double. Detailed map? Experiences? Luo Feng looked at the skinny man. How much? Asked Thunder God. Not much, 100 Black Dragon dollars per copy, said the skinny man. Not much? Just 50 Black Dragon dollars per copy, said Thunder God directly. Deal, the skinny man was straightforward. On Dragon Star, Luo Feng and the others bought 2 sets of trainee exam books from 2 different places. After carefully comparing them, the maps were exactly the same. And the experiences were all over the place. However, as they read and read, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were shocked. This Sector Lord's world will change after a while. On Dragon Star, Luo Feng bought 2 level 2 battle uniforms and 2 level 2 genetic energy weapons, spirit weapons, for his 2 bodyguards. Maybe a high-quality level 2 spirit weapon would cost a few billion Black Dragon dollars, but he himself only uses a low-quality level 3 spirit weapon. Naturally, the weapons these 2 bodyguards use can only be considered a medium-quality level 2 spirit weapon. Level 2 spirit weapons are enough for a star level. After that, Luo Feng and the other 4 sat in a universe ship and left Dragon Star, heading towards the even more famous Sunlan Star. Sunlan Star, one of the top 100 most important planets in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's territory. The owner of this planet is a Sector Lord. Of course. This planet's leader doesn't live on Sunlan Star right now. Aogu, Tainanhe. From now on, you 2 are the 2 most important members of our team. If we come across people trying to kill us, the 3 of us will have to rely on you in the control room of the spaceship. The 5 of them were all there. Luo Feng was smiling as he looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him. These were the 2 slaves he brought with him this time. Their appearances were close to that of an earthling. Aogu was a star-level 9-stage spirit reader. He was extremely skinny, his cheeks were fleshy, and his dark red hair was messy. His strength was the #1 spirit reader out of all the star-level 9-stage slaves Luo Feng bought. Tainan He was a tall and sturdy man with sunken eyes. The only difference between him and an earthling was that he had 3 scales on his forehead. He was the #1 fighter out of all the star-level 9-stage slaves Luo Feng bought. "Protecting the master is our mission," said the old man Aogu. "Master, don't say that," said Tainan He. "Don't be humble, in the future, our team will last for a very long time. If our team disbands in the future, after going through so many life and death situations, if you and I are still alive, I will choose to remove the control of your biochip and let you regain your freedom," said Luo Feng. Aogu and Tainan He's eyes flashed. Freedom, this is what every slave desires. However, under the control of the biochip, they have no way of disobeying their master's orders. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Slaves don't dare to resist, but by giving them a big picture, these 2 bodyguards will work even harder. And Luo Feng also decided that when these 2's strength becomes insufficient and the team disbands, it would be normal for them to be able to go through so many life and death situations with him. "We're almost at Sung Lan Star. The spaceship is about to travel through the universe." Sung Lan Star. Aogu and Tainan He, these 2 bodyguards, had a bit of desire in their eyes. They will work hard and protect Luo Feng with their lives. Because once their master dies, they're done for, and they'll lose all hope of freedom. Not every master will give their slave a chance at freedom. After traveling through the universe, the spaceship headed towards an incomparably beautiful water-blue planet. "What a beautiful planet, it's almost as beautiful as our home." Luo Feng stood in the control room and complimented as he looked at the planet in the distant space. "It's very beautiful," Thunder God also complimented, "but it's really strange. This Sun Lan star has a diameter of around 32,000 kilometers, and the Sector Lord's world hidden within Sun Lan star, in terms of area, is over 100 times the size of Sun Lan star. In such a huge world, it's said that some peak stage world overlords are able to hide within a grain of sand. 1 grain of sand, 1 world, this is the power of a Sector Lord," complimented Hong. A Sector Lord's world is extremely mysterious. The Universe Mercenary Trainee exam this time will be held in a Sector Lord's world. Who? The dark blue spaceship quickly flew towards Sung Lan Star. Sung Lan Star, Luo Feng's universe ship just arrived and was guided to the planet's docking port by the signal. "We can only rely on flying now, it'll be quick. With our speed, we'll arrive in a few minutes." Luo Feng smiled as he and the other 4 headed towards a bustling metropolis in the distance, Thunder City. Thunder City wasn't originally called this, but later on, a world created by a Sector Lord was discovered by people in Thunder City. And this Sector Lord's world, famous for its thunder, was called the World of Thunder. Thus, this city was also called Thunder City by people from other planets. "We've arrived at Thunder City." Luo Feng's group of 5 landed. They could see floating cars everywhere in the city, and some were even flying. The Universe Mercenary Alliance base is around 30 kilometers from here. Thunder God lowered his head and looked at the map that appeared on the mini-quantum computer. After that, he pointed towards the approximate northeast direction of the planet's magnetic field. After that, Luo Feng's group of 5 swiftly headed towards the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. The Sector Lord's world was in the base. The Universe Mercenary Alliance base was only built after the Sector Lord's world was discovered. Luo Feng's group of 5 entered the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. "You guys head this way. The villa in front that's heavily surrounded is the World of Thunder." A staff member of the base pointed towards the distance. A staff member of the station pointed at a lonely villa in the distance that was surrounded by a large number of guards in an extremely spacious area. "World of Thunder? Villa?" The group of people all looked towards that villa. The staff member opened his mouth and laughed. Back then, the Sector Lord who created the World of Thunder probably lived in seclusion in Thunder City and bought a villa to create the World of Thunder. From the outside, who would be able to tell that there's a world much larger than the entire Sung Lan star inside this villa? However, countless years have passed, and the surrounding villas have long turned into ruins. Oh? Luo Feng nodded, and then smiled as he thanked. "Thanks, let's go." Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the others directly headed towards the villa in the distance. The surroundings of the villa were heavily guarded. Suddenly, the guards actually swiftly opened a path. A man with a one-star mercenary badge on his chest walked out and looked towards the sky. The surrounding guards were all extremely respectful. Looks like this universe mercenary is one of the leaders here. What's wrong? Luo Feng was a bit surprised. Look, there's a universe ship coming over. Thunder God pointed at the sky. The 5 of them and the surrounding people who had come to the Universe Mercenary Alliance base all looked up. A universe ship from afar. In a flash, it stopped in the air above the base, floating motionlessly. Hua! The hatch opened. Following them were young men and women who looked like they came from many different races. There were more than 20 of them. Lord Jiaya. That universe mercenary stepped forward. Among the 20 or so young men and women that flew down, there was an incomparably handsome man wearing a purple battle suit. On his chest, there was a 2-star mercenary badge. I'm just sending some of my subordinates here to take the mercenary training exam. There's no need for you, the leader, to personally welcome them. Lord Gaia saved my life back then. Now that you're here, how can I not come out? The universe mercenary laughed, after which he looked at the surrounding group of young men and women. These are the Black Cloud Guild's new batch of rookies, they all look pretty good. Haha, there are a few good seedlings among this batch of rookies. The purple-robed man smiled and nodded. After which, the purple-robed man's gaze swept across the group of youths, shouting, the Universe Mercenary Training Exam, I won't say any more about the dangers. I just hope that the next time we meet at the Black Cloud Guild, I'll be able to see you all again. Hurry and enter the Sector Lord's world. Yes, Chief Instructor. The group of youths respectfully replied. After which, they naturally split into 4 small groups. Each group had star level 2 and 3 stages, as well as star level 8 and 9 stages. The 4 groups swiftly entered the villa one after another. The villa wasn't that big. But when the 20 or so people entered, it was like entering a bottomless pit. The purple-robed man stood there, like a normal person seeing a poisonous snake. He naturally felt his heart palpitate. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the other 2 stood far away, not daring to approach. Black Cloud Guild? They're talking about the Black Cloud Guild. What's the Black Cloud Guild? Discussions carried from the surrounding crowd. What's the Black Cloud Guild? Luo Feng looked towards Hong and Thunder God. No idea. Master, we don't know either. Aogu and Tai Nan he both shook their heads. Suddenly, the discussions beside them attracted Luo Feng and the others' attention. This Black Cloud Guild is one of the 4 big organizations of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire controls the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field. Its territory is vast, spanning over 8,000 galaxies. The strongest in the empire are of course the 2 sacred lands, followed by the 4 big organizations and the 16 great families. What are the 2 sacred lands? You don't even know this? The 2 sacred lands are Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Sea God Country. It's said that the 2 sacred lands were created by Undying. They have many sector lords under them. The 16 great families, each family has at least 1 sector lord. Sector lord, that's a power that can destroy the heavens and earth, creating a world. Of course, any one of the 2 sacred lands can easily destroy the 16 great families. If the Black Dragon Mountain, Ice Sea God Country, and the 16 great families are part of the government, then the 4 big organizations are part of the civil society. With tens of millions of years of history, some of the elders of the 4 big organizations from the ancient times even entered the Ganwu Universe country. The discussions beside made Luo Feng and the other 4 pay close attention. So, the power distribution of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was like this: 2 sacred lands, 4 big organizations, and 16 great families. Luo Feng, this is the information regarding the power distribution of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Immediately on the screen on Luo Feng's arm, large amounts of words and information appeared. Luo Feng lowered his head to read, simultaneously sending the information to Hong, Thunder God, Aogu, and Tai Nanhe. Looking carefully, Luo Feng was shocked. The foundation of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was the Black Dragon Mountain and the Ice Sea God Country, the 2 sacred lands. The government's strongest power, and among the civil society, were the four big organizations. The power spread across thousands of galaxies, every organization had a group of sector lords. In terms of power, they definitely couldn't be underestimated, and the background of the four big organizations all involved the powerful warriors of the Ganwu universe country, hence the four big organizations might not be as strict as the two sacred lands. However, the pinnacle of power was almost the same. What? Newland Shan is from one of the four big organizations, the 100 Tiger Building? Luo Feng was shocked within the information Babata had given him. There was a rough introduction of Newland Shan in the 100 Tiger Building. After reading it, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. It's still alright, he's only a basic member of the 100 Tiger Building, he doesn't have much power. The four big organizations, within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, could definitely cause a bloodbath. If the Newland Shan family was a drop of water, then any one of the four big organizations would be an endless, raging ocean. As the pinnacle of power was strong, their backgrounds deep, hence the Black Dragon Mountain Empire could only silently acknowledge the existence of the four big organizations. Newland Shan's background. Is that big? Thunder God was shocked, simultaneously using his genetic energy to form a soundproof barrier around him. He's only a basic member of the 100 Tiger Building, not a higher-up. Hong said. 100 Tiger Building, one of the four big organizations, a Universe Level 9 fighter, was indeed considered a basic member. 3 Axe Mountain, 100 Tiger Building, Black Cloud Guild, North Dragon City. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they can cover the sky with one hand. Luo Feng too felt a sense of longing. If one day, he could hold a high position in this organization, with one command, he would be able to turn the Newland Shan family into ruins, thousands of life planets to surrender. Longing my ass. Power is the most important. When you have master's power, one word and you'll be able to make the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire tremble in fear. Babata shouted, what bullshit sacred land, master already has 9 undying slaves under him. Luo Feng laughed. In front of the UNMO planet master, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to lower its head, however to Luo Feng, this Black Dragon Mountain Empire was still a huge monster. We're here to participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam. Luo Feng's group of 5 stood in front of the villa. D. The signal scanned Luo Feng's group of 5, the group of guards heard the signal and nodded, go in. Obviously, Luo Feng's group of 5's identity signal had been approved. A spacious garden. In the garden was a 3-story normal villa. At the entrance of the villa stood 2 cold-looking black-clothed women. One of the black-clothed women looked at Luo Feng's group of 5, emphasizing, 5 adventurers, I believe you understand the dangers of entering the Sector Lord's world. If you regret it now, you can still back out. No need, open the door, said Luo Feng. Creak, one of the women in black pushed open the door of the villa. The Realm Lord's world is on the 2nd floor of the villa. Luo Feng's group of 5 entered in a single file, entered the main hall, and followed the stairs to the 2nd floor. The other rooms on the 2nd floor were very normal, only one room had a lady with a purple tattoo on her face. She looked at Luo Feng and his team and immediately opened the door. Immediately a light flowed out from within. This is... Luo Feng and the others watched with bated breath. The light was like a bubble, causing Luo Feng and the others to be unable to see through the room. Once you enter, you'll be in the world of thunder. The woman replied coldly. Yes. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Ao Gu, Tai Nan He and the other 2 looked at each other, after which they all extended their hands, one holding the other. Because if they didn't hold hands, the 5 of them would be sent to different places once they entered the world of thunder. World of thunder. Let's go in. Tai Nan He was the first to step into the light, followed by Thunder God, Luo Feng, Hong, and finally Ao Gu. It was completely silent. The 5 of them completely disappeared into the light. PA, the woman at the door closed the door again. Big Dipper. Before, it was still sunshine, villas, the bustling Universe Mercenary Alliance base. In the blink of an eye, it became night, rumble. 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 Tai Nan He, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Ao Gu had just arrived in the world of thunder. they immediately fell with shocking speed. The five immediately controlled the miniature planets within their bodies to change the gravity around them, however it was still too late. With 5 low thuds, Luo Feng and the others all smashed into the ground below. That hurts. Luo Feng stood up. Is the ground filled with nails? Thunder God stood up too. The 5 stood up and surveyed their surroundings. The pitch-black world, only the distant skies had threads of light, causing the entire world to not be completely dark. And below their feet was an endless black desert. Desert? Hong was shocked as he squatted down. This is the death desert mentioned in the books we bought? Thunder God was extremely shocked too. We fell at such a high speed and only made such a small hole. This is still a desert? It's a desert. Luo Feng grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. The sand was dark blue, looking almost black. Every grain of sand was very heavy. The density was definitely 100 times higher than Earth's iron, and the sand had a magnetic force, causing all the sand to stick together. His butt landing earlier only made a small hole. The world of thunder, the gravity is about 3,900 times that of Earth. Hong said solemnly, because the entire world was created by Sector Lord experts using the universe origin energy. The foundation of the Sector Lord's world is the universe crystal. The soil, sand, rocks, etc. are all affected by the universe origin energy, and are much more special than the outside world. It's special, every grain of sand is very heavy. Luo Feng nodded. That's extravagant, to create such a huge world. How much universe energy was used? Thunder God couldn't help but say. Universe energy. Only those who reached the Sector Lord level could unleash an unbelievable amount of energy. The moment this energy was condensed, it would become the universe crystal. Universe crystals were considered the hard currency of the universe. This wasn't like the silver blue dollars, black dragon dollars, Ganwu dollars, etc. It was formed from the universe energy, hence, it could be used in any universe country, any race. The gravity is too strong, even my spirit energy is affected. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What's the range? Thunder God asked. Not even 1,000th of Earth. Luo Feng said. Star Traveler Level 1 spirit readers, on Earth, their spirit force could reach a range of 1 kilometer. And the star level 1 had a 100 kilometers range. However, Luo Feng was a star level 2 spirit reader. In this Sector Lord's world where the gravity was 3,900 times that of Earth, his range wasn't even 100 m. My telekinesis range is less than 1,000 meters, Aogu said. The Desert of Death is one of the most dangerous regions in the world of thunder. Hong continued, moreover, it is currently late at night, and we are unable to ascertain the exact direction. However, the longer they stayed in the Death Desert, the more dangerous it would be. We have to leave immediately. Pick a random direction and move forward as fast as we can. The Desert of Death was one of the forbidden areas of the world of thunder. Even ferocious beasts did not dare to live here. Right, let's hurry up and go, Thunder God said. Let's go in this direction, forward. Luo Feng pointed in a random direction. Instantly, Luo Feng and the other 4 flew into the air. Even though the gravity here was strong, it wasn't to the point where star levels couldn't fly. Of course, due to the astonishing gravitational pull, their flying speed was much slower than before. After flying for about 5 minutes, Luo Feng and the other 4 were still flying swiftly above the Desert of Death. Suddenly, the team's strongest spirit reader, Aogu, creased his eyebrows. Master, something's wrong. Something's wrong? Luo Feng looked at Aogu. Look behind. Thunder God shouted. Behind? Luo Feng, Hong, Tainan He and Aogu all turned to look. Behind them was an earth-shattering black sandstorm, madly heading towards Luo Feng's direction with shocking speed. At the same time, under that earth-shattering sandstorm, there was a group of young men and women desperately fleeing for their lives. Death Dust Storm. Aogu's face was pale. It's the Death Dust Storm, quickly flee. Thunder God shouted. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Hong was panicking too. Rumble. 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 The 5 immediately flew at their fastest speed. Ao Gu, in his panic, grabbed onto the slowest flying Hung and Thunder God. Luo Feng relied on the soaring shuttle beneath his feet, flying at a speed similar to Ao Gu's. The Death Dust Storm, one of the many dangers recorded in the books Luo Feng and the others bought. The Death Dust Storm was one of the 3 great dangers in the Desert of Death. There was no pattern to its appearance. It appeared suddenly, covering the sky and covering the land, making it impossible for people to hide. The experiences of generations of seniors told their juniors, against the Death Dust Storm, drilling into the desert was courting death. Flying into the sky was also courting death. The only way was to compete with the Death Dust Storm in terms of speed. If the Death Dust Storm hasn't caught up to you before it dissipates, that means you've survived. We've just entered the world of thunder and we've already met the Death Dust Storm. What the hell is this? Thunder God cursed. Look, behind us seems to be one of the 4 Black Cloud Guild teams that entered the world of thunder before us. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the soaring shuttle, maintaining its maximum speed. Luo Feng turned to look behind him. There was indeed a small team, young men and women, madly being chased by the earth-shattering sandstorm. Looking at their attire, they were indeed one of the 4 Black Cloud Guild teams that entered the world of thunder before Luo Feng. The madly fleeing team had a total of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Flee. Madly fleeing for their lives, the Death Dust Storm constantly neared this Black Cloud Guild team. At the back of the team, a sturdy man with a single horn on his head roared angrily and unwillingly. Chi-Chi the Death Dust Storm finally touched this man, immediately engulfing him. The dust storm infused with the universe energies engulfed him. This man seemed to have been ground by a meat grinder. The armor on his body immediately ripped apart, large amounts of blood, flesh and bones flew everywhere. Ah! Quickly flee. Quickly. The other 5 members of this Black Cloud Guild team all had ferocious expressions. In the face of death, they all exploded with their fastest speeds. And a few kilometers ahead of this team, Luo Feng's team was completely frightened and ran even faster. Quickly, 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 quickly flee. Don't let the Death Dust Storm catch up. Damn, this Death Dust Storm is too terrifying. To actually produce such a strong dust storm, I'm sure, even underground in the desert would be affected by that terrifying stirring energy. No wonder the book said that drilling underground would definitely result in death. Even though Thunder God was nervous, he didn't have anything else to do, because he and Hong were relying on the spirit reader Ao Gu to carry them. Ao Gu alone carried 2 others, Luo Feng on the soaring shuttle, and Tainan he flying alone. Their speed was indeed very fast. After the Black Cloud Guild team behind lost another 2 slow runners, the Death Dust Storm's speed began to decrease. The energy that filled the sky also began to decrease. Obviously this Death Dust Storm was reaching its end. Phew, we've finally escaped. Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Look, the Black Cloud Guild team only has 3 people left. 1 star level 9 spirit reader, and 2 star level 2 and 3 youths. Thunder God looked at the 3 swiftly chasing behind him. Amongst the 3, a star level 9 man stood on a round disc, bringing a young couple. Very normal. Luo Feng too gazed at the 3 in the distance. The little teams arranged by the Black Cloud Guild. Every team will have a star level 9. The star level 9 members are the babysitters. The ones who are actually here to train and test are the star level 2 and 3 youths. These are the important younger generation elites of the Black Cloud Guild. Those 3 intentionally distanced themselves from Luo Feng's team, flying in another direction. This sudden Death Dust Storm caused the Black Cloud Guild team to suffer heavy losses. Even though Luo Feng's team didn't suffer any losses, they still didn't dare relax. After flying for another half an hour or so. Master, there's a continuous mountain range ahead. Tainan he sunken eyes, however he saw an unremarkable mountain range in the distance. We've discovered the mountain range? Luo Feng and his team sped up. Indeed, an endless mountain range appeared before them. This mountain range even had large amounts of trees and plants. Compared to the Desert of Death, this mountain range was obviously filled with life. It really is a mountain range. Hong Lian lowered his head to look at the AI screen, saying, "Second brother, third brother, according to the map, I think we should have reached the Long Sua mountain range." Long Sua mountain range? Thunder God rushed into the sky, flying high up. carefully observing the mountain range's silhouette, looking at a few special places, after which he lowered his head to look at the AI screen. This should be the middle area between the Long Sua mountain range and the Desert of Death, the distance to our destination. Demon Moon Lake is 16,000 kilometers. Demon Moon Lake was located within the Long Sua mountain range. It was a lake that was over 100 km wide, as there was a large amount of water here, hence there were many ferocious beast hordes gathered around the lake. Amongst them was the horned iron rhino horde. The horn of the horned iron rhino was one of the items needed to pass this test. Big brother, second brother, we have to be more careful in this Long Sua mountain range than in the Desert of Death. The Desert of Death is normally a natural threat, and in this Long Sua mountain range, there are many trees and forests, ferocious beasts. Many of the humans participating in the test will be there. Fighting with the ferocious beasts, killing each other is common. Luo Feng reminded. Understood. Hong and Thunder God nodded. In terms of danger, this Long Sua mountain range was the true danger. Of course, in the world of thunder, the horned iron rhino horde wasn't just around Demon Moon Lake, there were other places too. However, Demon Moon Lake was currently the closest to Luo Feng and his team. Be careful of the humans, be careful of the natural threats of this sector Lord World, especially the thunder. If there are any signs of thunder, immediately leave the place where you might be struck. Luo Feng still remembered the introduction from the books he bought. The most terrifying natural threat in the entire world of thunder was thunder. This world was named the World of Thunder. It was because the thunder in this world was too terrifying, far surpassing the other natural threats. The moment one was struck, even a weaker domain lord would instantly turn to dust. Star level? There was definitely no chance of survival. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended. Tomato continues writing Chapter 3. Calling for monthly votes. Danger lurked in the Long Sua Mountains. There are berserk beasts 18 kilometers to the right. There are berserk beasts 19 kilometers ahead at 3 o'clock. Luo Feng calmly reported the numbers one by one. The entire team was advancing at a shocking speed. This speed was something that most of the teams in the Long Sua mountain range couldn't even imagine. Because in this realm lord's world, the range of telekinesis was very small, and the exploration of telekinesis would easily attract the attention of ferocious beasts. Therefore, their speed of advancement was usually very slow. One universe mercenary trainee exam could take up to 1 or 2 years. However, Luo Feng and the others were advancing extremely quickly. Babada, with you on guard, exploring is indeed much more convenient. Luo Feng praised within. This was dismantled from the Yunmo planet ship. Everything within a diameter of 20,000 meters is intact. Even a sector lord wouldn't be able to escape detection, let alone these stupid beasts. Babada was extremely pleased with himself. The mountain forest was particularly difficult to traverse. Luo Feng and his team didn't dare to fly, because flying in the Long Sua mountain range was equivalent to becoming a target for all the ferocious beasts. The dire beasts could be easily seen when they looked up. One must know that. Dire beasts could also fly. At that time, a large group of ferocious beasts would besiege them, and they would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. After spending close to 2 days, Luo Feng's group finally arrived at Demon Moon Lake. Demon Moon Lake. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was a large open space around the lake. Some of the trees had long been trampled and broken. It was obvious that a large number of ferocious beasts often passed by the lake. There are no ferocious beasts around. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. There's nothing we can do. We can only wait. Thunder God smiled. Waiting here is better than rushing to the next place where a horned iron rhino herd might appear. Our luck isn't bad, coming to this sector lord's world of thunder, we haven't even had a real bloody battle. Hong was very relaxed. Of course the main reason they didn't have a battle was because Luo Feng had that warning device. He waited patiently. In the world of thunder, during the day, there would be 9 balls of light that were similar to the sun. At night, it would be pitch black, with only very inconspicuous rays of light spilling down. In the forest beside Demon Moon Lake, on the first night of waiting, Luo Feng and the others discovered 3 ferocious beasts that looked like giant lizards. On the second day, they found 3 more groups of beasts. They even saw the terrifying scene of beasts killing each other. On the sixth day, 9 light orbs hovered high in the sky of the world of thunder. Luo Feng and the other 4 waited silently. What we're doing is called waiting for the hare, right? I didn't expect that I would do something like waiting for rabbits to come to me. Thunder God sat on a tree branch, occasionally looking into the distance. Just come down. If that single-horned iron rhino comes, I'll be the first to notice it. Luo Feng raised his head and smiled. On the ground were some braised meat and other food. These were all well preserved. Everyone. Luo Feng's expression became serious. Hong, who was sleeping beside him, Ao Gu, who was sitting cross-legged, and Tai Nan, he who was standing guard, swiftly looked over. What's the matter, Luo Feng? A few people looked towards Luo Feng. The horned iron rhino is here. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. They're finally here. The crowd stood up. Follow me. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and led the way through the forest. Even though there were many trees and plants in the forest, Luo Feng's nimble movements didn't touch any plants. Behind them, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nanha, and Ao Gu also quickly followed. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the edge of Demon Moon Lake. The single-horned iron rhinos are coming from that direction. Their speed isn't very fast. I estimate they'll arrive in about 5 minutes. Luo Feng pointed ahead. There's a total of 21 single-horned iron rhinos. After a while, creatures that looked like trucks appeared in their field of vision. Their rock-like skin made it impossible to doubt its toughness. That horn that was as sharp as a scimitar, under the illumination of the 9 balls of light in the sky, it reflected a cold light. However, its eyes were gentle. The single-horned iron rhino was a very simple ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts, the reason why they were called ferocious beasts was because of their low intelligence. In the universe, monsters were mainly divided into demon and ferocious beasts. The demon race referred to those that had higher intelligence at the student level of humans. Just like the monsters on Earth, they belonged to the demon race. A slightly more mature demon race had intelligence comparable to humans. Because of their intelligence, in the vast universe, the demon race was one of the most powerful races. Ferocious beasts had strength, but low intelligence. They didn't know how to learn. Some were cruel, some were gentle. The only thing they had in common was their low intelligence. Of course, monsters, other than the demon and ferocious beasts, there were also god beasts. Just like the space beasts, they were known as the space god beasts. Damn, this group of single-horned iron rhinos are very strong. Thunder God lowered his head to look at the screen on his arm, communicating through genetic energy. They are very strong. The 5 of us are hard to deal with. We can only think of a way to separate them. Anyway, we only need 5 horns. Luo Feng communicated through spiritual energy to the others. Separate? These ferocious beasts have low intelligence. They should be easy to trick. What way? As Luo Feng and the others were discussing softly, Luo Feng's expression changed. He said softly, a small human team is swiftly approaching. They should have discovered the single-horned iron rhinos that went to drink. As Demon Moon Lake was a lake, there were no obstructions. Even from far away, they could still see the monsters in the distance. A small human team appeared in their field of vision. Everyone in the team was wearing the same black battle uniform. Kill. Black silhouettes fiercely burst forth with their fastest speed, creating sonic booms as they charged straight towards the group of single-horned iron rhinos that were drinking. 21 single-horned iron rhinos fiercely raised their heads and looked over. The leader of the single-horned iron rhinos immediately raised his head and let out a majestic and angry roar, roar. Every single human soldier was incomparably calm. Working together in pairs, they surrounded one single-horned iron rhino and swiftly killed it. A total of 10 members of the team, instantly killing 4 single-horned iron rhinos. 9-star level 9 stages, 1-star level 2 stage. Luo Feng looked at the screen, saying softly. This little team, isn't there a little too many star level 9s? That weak one, probably has some status, hence he brought so many underlings. Participating in the Universe Adventure Alliance had already become a tradition. One had to know that over 99% of the strong had to go through this test. Many of the disciples of the big families had to go through the mercenary trainee exam. For safety, bringing a group of star level 9 underlings was very normal. Even though the family's rules were to train the disciples, as time went on, many of the rules would eventually deviate from what the family wanted. 9 star level 9s, they can indeed deal with 21 single-horned iron rhinos. Hong said softly. Damn, after waiting for so long, it's been snatched away by some rich kid. Thunder God cursed softly. He was annoyed. However, the opponent had 9 star level 9s, their equipment seemed to be good too, their coordination was excellent. What could his own team do? They could only watch dumbfoundedly. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, something good is coming. Something good? Thunder God looked suspiciously at Luo Feng, this is something good? Who knows, we might even be able to get our horns. Luo Feng looked expectantly into the distance. Kill them all, collect the horns of the single-horned iron rhino, we'll immediately leave. A fair-skinned youth wielded a long and narrow battle blade as he battled with the smallest horned iron rhinoceros. This small horned iron rhinoceros only had the strength of a star level 1, and he could indeed trample it as he pleased. Yes. The group of star level 9s replied in unison. Fresh blood flew. Roars of rage and disbelief resounded continuously. One by one, the single-horned iron rhinos fell. This group of single-horned iron rhinos was only a star level 9, the rest were even weaker. Against these 9 star level 9s, they were completely at a disadvantage, more and more of them died. Rumble, the earth trembled. A roar resounded from the forest beside. The earth began to tremble, the remaining 5 single-horned iron rhinos immediately roared excitedly. At this time, not too far away from the forest appeared the silhouettes of the huge single-horned iron rhinos. Not good, quickly leave. One of the 9 black-cloaked underlings immediately shouted. Your Majesty, over 50 single-horned iron rhinos are rushing over, the few at the front are extremely powerful, quickly leave. Quickly, protect the 9th prince. Quickly. Immediately, one of the black-cloaked underlings grabbed the 9th prince, stepping on a streamlined flying spirit weapon that looked like a huge sword, swiftly escaping. The other 8 underlings swiftly took a look at the horns and madly followed behind to escape. Large amounts of huge single-horned iron rhinos rushed out, every single one of them seemed to have red eyes, completely enraged. Over 50 single-horned iron rhinos, and these were all the adult males of the single-horned iron rhinos, all of them madly trampled on the forest ground, madly chasing after the group of black-cloaked men. Luo Feng's group of 5 watched as the majestic single-horned iron rhinos madly chased after the elite team, leaving behind only the corpses of the single-horned iron rhinos. Quick! Luo Feng led the way and rushed out. Haha, we got them so easily. Which empire is that 9th prince from? A low-level universe empire, or the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? I think he's just a low-level empire that rules over 1 or 2 galaxies. Thunder God muttered. The group of people swiftly rushed towards the single-horned iron rhino's corpse. Even though the group of black-cloaked men cut off 10 horns, 6 of the corpses still had horns on them. Poochie! The soaring shuttle became a golden swordfish, directly cutting off the horn on the forehead of one of the single-horned iron rhinos. Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nanhe, and Aogu also swiftly went to cut off the horn. In the group of single-horned iron rhinos chasing after the black-cloaked men, one of the single-horned iron rhinos turned its head and stared over, letting out an angry roar. Immediately, over 20 single-horned iron rhinos immediately turned their heads and madly rushed over. They hated humans who dared to kill the corpses of their own kind. Quickly! Luo Feng urged. Luo Feng, 12 kilometers away, there's a small team of humans that originally occupied Demon Moon Lake. Right now, they're rushing over with astonishing speed, probably to kill you. Babata's reminder rang in Luo Feng's mind. End of chapter 332. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.